I was a 20-year-old female at the time, and I was just about to move out of my parents' house 2 weeks later. I was going to be moving in my apartment in the city. It was a Wednesday morning around 10 a.m. I was on a summer vacation and I was off from work that day, so I was still in bed. My parents had left for work earlier that day. Back then, my room was in the basement, and my window was right next to the stairs leading to the front door. I was woken up by the sound of someone walking up the stairs, and I thought it was odd, so I got up. I took my phone and I went upstairs to try and get a better look at who this could be. Once upstairs, I saw from the kitchen window a man leaving our front yard and going back to the sidewalk. I was very relieved and I thought it was probably just someone selling stuff. But then, the man turned around, went back into our front yard, and started walking toward the right side of our house where there was a door leading to the kitchen, right where I was standing. The man then knocked and he had asked if there was someone home. Looking back, I should have said yes through the window, but I was so scared and confused that I didn't say anything back. He then walked back to the front yard and back on the sidewalk and started walking away. Again, I was relieved and I then told myself that maybe it was just a friend of my dad's that I didn't know and that maybe he was looking for him. This didn't seem right, but I was trying to find any reason for this man to be there other than wanting to break in. Just when I thought the man had left, I saw him come back yet again and walk to the left side of my house towards the backyard. Now, I was very scared at this point, and I knew he wanted to get in. I go to the front door, unlock it, and I waited for a couple of seconds. I then start to hear something cutting off the screen of my parents' bedroom window, and at that point, I'm literally shaking. I opened the front door quietly and ran out of the house, calling 911. Within about 5 minutes, the police arrived, but unfortunately, the guy had ran away and they never did end up catching him. Needless to say, I was terrified my first 3 months alone in my first apartment. This happened only a month ago, and it doesn't really scare me anymore. It just constantly makes me think, what if? I'm in college, and I'm still living with my parents and older sister. It was spring break, and my parents went on a road trip while my sister and I stayed home alone. 2 nights after my parents left town, I was at the house alone because my sister was out with her boyfriend. It was around 5 or 6 o'clock, and I decided to go work out because I was really bored and I could use it. I live less than half a mile from a hotel, so I used their gym because it's so close. I was going to jog there like I usually did, but I changed my mind right before I left because I didn't want to walk back home from the gym. I knew that I would be all tired if I did that, so I got my keys and I decided to drive to the gym. I walked out of the front door and I paused for a second because I got a random feeling to lock the front and back door. My mom is really paranoid about locking the doors and windows because she's scared that a crazy person will break in or hurt us, or worse, kill us. She always tells me to lock the door, but I rarely do, especially if I'm leaving the house for only a short period of time. But for some reason, I got a feeling to lock the doors, so I went back inside, locked the back door, and made sure to lock the front door as well when I left. I drove to the gym, and I was then there for about an hour and a half. Not long after I got there, I randomly got a really bad gut feeling that made my stomach twist and anxiety high. I also have paranoia about things like my mother, but it's different. For some weird reason, I had blamed the bad gut feeling on my house catching on fire with no one able to save my dog because I had locked both doors. But it doesn't consume my thoughts or make me want to go home or anything. I finally leave and I get back home in minutes. My house wasn't on fire, which I knew deep down that it wasn't anyways. So I get out of the car and I walk to my front door, pulling out my keys to unlock it. But before I had even reached to unlock the door, I then paused because I saw a brown napkin-looking thing wrapped tightly around the door handle. My mind instantly went to the recent fentanyl poisonings, and how there were cases of things like napkins and bills being smeared with fentanyl, causing people to overdose when they touched them. I didn't touch it. I called my parents because I started to get scared, and I didn't really know what to do. My mother was understandably freaked out, and she told me not to touch it. I talked with my dad, and men being men, no hate, logic is appreciated here. He tried to be logical and then tell me that someone must have put an ad on the door handle and that another person must have ripped it off our door. I then FaceTimed them and I showed them what it looked like. It clearly wasn't an ad. It looked like thick paper bag material. I also made sure to tell them that I was staring right at the door handle before I left for the gym, and there was absolutely nothing on the door handle before, meaning someone came up and wrapped it around the door handle while I was at the gym. I was pretty freaked out, but it was early dusk outside, so there was still a good amount of light around me, thankfully. My mom calmed me down, but my dad was still thinking we were overreacting. I unlocked the door, got my gloves from my dad's truck, and I took the brown napkin thing off the door handle, throwing it on the ground very fast. I kept the gloves on, opened the door, went inside, put the gloves in the washing machine, then wiped my front door handle with Clorox wipes. I then shut the door and locked it, not knowing what to do with the paper bag that was just lying on the porch. I say paper bag now because as I looked at the bag on the ground through the window, I could clearly see that it was a small paper brown bag, and it was 100% not an ad someone puts on people's doors. It looked like the type of paper bag that holds sauces or silverware from a restaurant, and it was curled into a C shape from being wrapped around the handle so tightly. I kept watching outside my house through my windows, but I never saw anyone or even a feeling of being watched. I calmed down completely, and I had waited for my sister and her boyfriend to come home. I called my own boyfriend, and I told him all about it. He promised to leave me with Second Amendment protection for the rest of the time my parents were gone, because he was really creeped out that someone would come up and put a brown bag on our door, whether it had fentanyl or not. My sister came home, and I told her and her boyfriend everything. They were freaked out too, also assuming that there was probably fentanyl on the bag. Them being there gave me courage, so I went back outside with gloves on, and I picked up the suspicious brown paper bag. I went back inside to show them. They both gathered around me and then watched as I started to uncrumple the bag from its C shape. On the inside of the C shape, the part that was touching the door handle, there was a gooey clear liquid that had the consistency of runny snot smeared all across the inside of it. We all went silent as our fentanyl fears were even greater. I quickly closed the bag and then put it in the trash, taking off the gloves and putting those in the washing machine as well. That was the end of it though. Nothing new or weird since then. I really wish we had cameras or a ring so we'd have more information on who, how, and why. I would really like to know what you guys think it was. To anyone who hears this, do you think I'm overreacting? Do you think it really was fentanyl wrapped up in that tiny little napkin? Or do you think it was a sex trafficking tactic? I live near Houston, not too close, but a good distance. I know the sex trafficking is hot there. Or maybe it was someone who was just really high and just randomly chose our house to mess with and actually put snot on our door handle. But that's really not likely because we have police officers that stroll through the neighborhood. And people don't just walk around high like that. It's a small neighborhood too, only 8 streets. And even without the police officers, this is a decent neighborhood, with maybe a few but most likely no drug users. It's really just a bunch of old people. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Please let me know in the comments, because I still really wonder about it a lot. What happened in this story took place around 4 years ago. To set the scene, Me and my family live in what you would say is a nice neighborhood. It's outside of the city limits, and the houses are not right on top of each other, but you could walk to the neighbors within 3 minutes or so. Therefore, it's not really the type of neighborhood that many scary or weird things happen in. Although, the only time I've ever really been freaked out over something that happened while living in this neighborhood happened in early summer, while both of my parents were at work, while I and my brother were at home alone. I was around 16 at the time, so we were easily able to take care of ourselves. It was really starting to get warm outside, and in our house, as we live in the South, so I then opened our sunroom door. I left the screen door shut, but I had opened the main door to let in some air from outside. After doing so, I lay down on the sofa, and I ended up dozing off. I was awoken by the sound of the screen door handle turning and what sounded like knocking. It jolted me out of my sleep, and to my surprise, there were 2 men standing in the doorway, one knocking on the wooden part of the screen door, and the other was turning the handle, as if it was just going to come right in our house. I leaped off the couch and quickly went to the door, asking them what they needed. The older of the 2 men stated that their car was right down the street, and that their battery had died, and they needed to be jumped off. Now, at 16, I wasn't really thinking that they had any malicious intentions. So I told them to wait a second, and I would call my dad and ask if he had any jumper cables in the garage. I closed the main door that had previously been open, and I went and got my phone off the sofa. The 2 men stayed in the same position and watched me through the door as I called my dad. From the start of our conversation, my dad was already really weirded out once I told him what happened, and then he told me he had the jumper cables with him in his truck at work, and that I just needed to tell the guys to try somewhere else. After getting off the phone with my dad, I went back to the door and I told the men I didn't have any. I then apologized for being unable to help, and I shut the door back. I then just watched them as they walked just past the bushes that lined up our driveway. They got into an old silver sedan and then drove out of our neighborhood very swiftly. I immediately started freaking out as they had literally just told me that their battery died and they needed to be jumped off. I called my dad back, and I then explained to him that the men had just gotten into a car that was supposedly dead and how they sped off. He told me to just lock the doors and to call 911 if anyone else came back to the house. Thankfully, no one returned, and nothing like that ever happened again. I can't even begin to imagine what would have been in store for me if there had been any jumper cables in my house.
This happened when I was home alone as a kid. It was the summertime, and I was home during summer break. Both of my parents were at work, and I think I was about 12 years old. I have an older brother, and he went to one of his friends' houses that day. When I was home alone, I would just hang out and do whatever. Usually, I would go on the computer that we had and play Minecraft or something like that. It was probably sometime in the early afternoon, and I had been on the computer in the living room for a while. I moved into the kitchen to get something to eat. The kitchen was at the back side of the house, and we lived in a split level. I will also mention that the neighborhood was pretty average and a little bit on the quieter side. It was when I was standing in the kitchen that I saw something out the window. I just barely saw movement at first, but it looked like somebody was walking by. I moved over to another window to see. That's when I saw a man walking to the back side of the house. He was wearing a sort of construction vest and had a hat on. I realized that it must be the meter reader. I remember that they came around every so often to our house. I calmed down almost immediately. I had been a little worried seeing a guy walking into our backyard. He went to the very back side of our house and near one of the basement windows. I went back to finding some food in the kitchen. After I was in the kitchen for a good 5 minutes though, I looked over and noticed that the guy was still there. Usually, they would come and go really quick and only be there for like a minute at most. I went back into the living room to go back on the computer, but a short time later, I just had the feeling that I should get up and make sure that the man was now gone. Maybe it was because I was home alone and a kid, so I was a little bit paranoid. I carefully walked back over to the window and could see that the man was actually still there. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing because I could only see part of him from the angle that I was at, which was higher up than he was. He seemed to be doing something and was near the basement window, but I couldn't tell what exactly he was doing. I thought about going downstairs and looking out of that window, but I knew that the man would see me right away if I did. I went to walk over to another window upstairs, which would have a better angle, but I had to be careful so the guy wouldn't see me. Unfortunately, I really messed up. As I was walking over, I accidentally hit a can that was near the edge of a counter in the kitchen. I knocked it over and it fell onto the ground. This made a loud noise, and the next thing I knew, I saw the man quickly walking away. He moved back to the side of the house. I moved to the front of the house, and I watched the man casually walking down the street until I could no longer see him. I felt like he was really suspicious. I questioned whether he was even a meter reader or not. Why would he leave so suddenly like that? For the most part, though, I was just happy that he was now gone. I went back to the computer. I stayed there for the most part until my brother and parents came back home. When they did, I didn't even think to tell them about the guy that had been there. I thought he was gone for good. My brother's bedroom, as well as mine, happened to be in the basement, and my parents' bedroom was upstairs. Because it was summertime, we would stay up pretty much as late as we wanted. I remember that on this night, my parents went to bed, and my brother went down to his bedroom. I stayed up and was on the computer. All of the lights in the house were off, except for a small lamp in the living room near me. I stayed up on the computer until I got really tired, which was probably at about 1 a.m. Then I turned off the lamp and went downstairs to go to bed. When I got downstairs, I had to walk past a little living room that was in the basement in order to get to my bedroom. As I was walking past, I happened to see something in the window. The man was back. I could only see a figure of a man, but I could guess who it was. This was the same window that he had been at earlier in the day. I then heard noises coming from the window, as if it was going to come open. I was suddenly really afraid. It was really dark down there, and I hit the light switch, which I happened to be really close to. When this happened, it lit up the whole room, and I could no longer see the man very well. I heard some noise from right outside the window, though, and then it sounded like he was running away. I went running as well, but back upstairs into my parents' bedroom. I knocked on their door and yelled for them to wake up. About a minute later, my dad came out asking what was going on. By the time I explained it all, the man was long gone. My dad went out and inspected the house all around, though. He was able to find that the back window the man kept messing with had quite a bit of damage. It had almost came off. It was like the man had been trying to remove the window and get inside the house, and he was really close to succeeding. After that night, though, the man never came back. I remember being really scared for a while that he would, and I slept upstairs on the couch because I felt safer there. Luckily, he never did. This happened back when I was in college. During the summers, I lived back home with my parents at their house. I had almost the entire basement to myself, and they wouldn't really go down there much when I was gone. There was a big TV down there, and then my bedroom and a bathroom. It was really nice to have all of that space. I drove home from school after I had finished my finals and packed up my stuff from the college dorm. When I arrived back at my parents' house, they happened to be gone. They told me that they would be back in a few hours and were out for the night. That meant that I would be home alone. I did have my own house key, so when I got back, I was able to get inside. I spent the first bit of time unpacking a bunch of my stuff and putting some of it into storage and in the basement. I went down into the basement and I stayed in the main room and was using the TV for a while. It was then that I thought I heard a noise coming from inside of my bedroom. I hadn't been in there yet, and the door was closed. I didn't know what it could be, but I wasn't scared or anything like that. I casually got up and walked over to the door. Then I opened it. When I did, I heard the sound of my closet door closing. It was kind of out of my view, and when I looked over to it, the door was completely shut. Suddenly, I was now a little bit concerned about what this could be. Only a person could close the door like that, and I was home all by myself. I thought about going over and opening the closet door, but decided not to. I turned around and walked out of the room instead. I no longer wanted to be downstairs, and I went up into the living room upstairs. As I was up there, probably 30 minutes went by without anything happening. I was just watching TV and relaxing on the couch. Out of nowhere, I heard the sound of somebody walking up the staircase. I knew that it wasn't my parents because they weren't home yet. I looked over to the stairs. The person was not in my view yet, but I kept looking. Then I saw a man start to come into view, and he was walking up the stairs towards me. This guy looked a little bit older than me, but had a beard and long hair. He looked like he had to be on some kind of drug or something. As he approached me, I quickly got up. I backed away and asked him who he was. The guy didn't say anything. He just kept walking closer. I told him that he needed to get out of here or I was going to call the police. The guy didn't say anything though and kept getting closer and closer to me. I was backed up as much as I could and would soon reach the wall. He continued to approach me. I then ran to the side and was now in the back corner of the house. The guy kept coming near me. Then he started to charge at me. This guy had to be insane. When he lunged for me, I jumped out of the way. He caught part of my leg and I fell to the ground. The man fell also. I was able to get to my feet before he did, and I ran to the staircase and went down the stairs as quickly as possible. When I made it to the bottom, I opened the door and left the house. The crazy guy did the same, but a little bit after me. I went sprinting down the neighborhood street, yelling at the guy to get away from me. He stopped chasing me eventually, and kind of wandered off into somebody else's yard. Then I was finally able to compose myself and call 911. When the police got to my street, I didn't know where the guy was anymore. I had walked back to our house and was standing in the front yard. The guy ended up being found about 15 minutes later. I guess he went and hid in somebody's backyard and they saw him and called the police. The police happened to already be there a few houses away at my place and picked the guy up. I'm really not sure how he got into my parents' house or how long he had been there. I'm guessing he got in shortly after they left. I do know that he was there the entire time that I was, and that really gives me the creeps. I live by myself in an apartment. It's really close to downtown of a big city. There are lots of people that live in the area, but I've never witnessed anything that crazy until recently. A few months ago was when this story took place. It had been another long day of work and I had just gotten home. I worked a long shift and I love my job, but it can be very tiring. After walking home, I got into my apartment building and up to the 4th floor where my place was. I got inside, closed the door and locked it like I always did, and then headed to take a shower, put on some comfortable clothes, and go to bed. I had made it about 10 feet away from my front door when I heard the knob turning. Somebody was trying to get in. This was strange and something that had never happened before. I stopped in my tracks and then moved over to the door and looked out the peephole into the hallway. Nobody was there. Whoever had tried to enter, I guess, had just left. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe it wasn't. Either way, I was really tired and just wanted to take a shower and go to bed. About 20 minutes later, I was in bed and just browsing on my phone before I fell asleep. During this time, all of my lights in my apartment were out, and it was completely silent inside. That's when I heard my doorknob being turned again. But not once this time, multiple times. There was no knock, but I knew whoever had tried to enter before was likely back. I couldn't sleep with the thought of someone trying to enter my apartment. I got up from bed and tiptoed over to the door to look out once again. This time, I saw somebody. A man stood there just outside of my front door. I kind of freaked out when I saw him. He looked kind of sketchy, wasn't well dressed or put together. He was just standing there and looking at my door. Then he tried opening it another time. He sort of looked around the hallway and then back to my door. I kept watching and he stood there for maybe another minute. Then he turned to the right and started walking away down the hallway. The hallway led straight down to the stairs and elevator area. I waited to make sure that the guy was leaving, and about 10 seconds after he left my view, I quietly opened my door. I snuck out into the hallway and took a few steps out to make sure that the guy was going to leave. Hopefully that would give me peace of mind and I could go back to bed. At first, I saw the man a good distance down the hallway, walking away still. He was almost at the end of the hall. But then, he stopped and turned around and faced me. He started heading towards me, and his walk quickly turned into a sprint. I hurried as quickly as I could to get back inside my apartment and close the door. As soon as I made it inside, I slammed it and locked it. The man reached the door probably a second later and tried opening it again. After he realized it wouldn't open, he pounded on the door a few times. I yelled to the other side, asking what the man wanted. He did not answer me, but kept standing there. I watched still from the peephole inside. He tried opening the door again. I yelled that I was calling the police, and then the man finally turned and left. Still, I wasn't convinced that he was actually gone. I waited around for about an hour, checking out my door every so often. He didn't return though. Finally, I was able to go back to bed. I haven't seen the man since that night, and looking back, I think he probably followed me home on the street. I might have even let him into my apartment building without knowing. I didn't really pay that good of attention as I walked home, but now I do.
Because my parents had separated before I was born, I spent my time growing up between each of their houses. Each summer until I turned 19, I stayed with my dad in rural Missouri. He had grown up in the area himself, and most of his family still lived there. Without much to do, like going to the movies and stuff, I would fill my days hanging out with my older cousin and getting into mischief. Many of our long summer days were taken in wandering the surrounding woods. On one of these journeys, we came across a big lake setting quietly by itself out in the middle of nowhere. The water was crystal clear and filled with tons of monstrous fish. We asked the adults if they were aware of its existence, but none had heard of it. That was probably the reason for it having so many large fish. No one living in the area had fished it, and any who had in the past allowed its location to be lost. We would fish the pond 3 or 4 times, coming away with a stringer full of lunkers on each occasion. On the 5th occasion, we hoped to accumulate enough for a big family fish fry. The summer holiday was starting to wind down, and we figured a fish fry would be a great way to cap it off. It was a warm Saturday morning when we headed out. We started about an hour before sunup because the walk-in took over an hour. Besides, the fish stopped biting by the hottest part of the day, and we hoped to get back to my dad's house by early afternoon. The beautiful sight of the pond came into view around dawn. It didn't take long for us to get our first bites, and for the next 3 hours, the fish came quickly, one after another. Our limit was caught by 10:45, and I was rearing to get going. We had a 90-minute walk back with 2 5-gallon buckets packed to the top with fish, so I imagined another 30 could be added to that. To my displeasure, my cousin thought it would be refreshing to take a dip in the lake before we left. He tried to pressure me into joining him, but I didn't know how to swim at the time. I just wanted to get back, but he was older than me, so he was in charge. I plopped my tail onto a rock and waited while he did his thing. There was an old rope tied to a tree, probably from 100 years ago, and he wanted to swing from it. It looked unsafe to me. However, my concerns were laughed off, and he stripped down to his boxers, setting his clothes on the ground next to me. He climbed the tree a little way and grabbed the rope. Pushing off, he swung out just a short distance before the rope snapped right above him. He'd made it out far enough to hit the deep water, but probably not as far as he intended. When he hit the water, his body made a dull thud sound. It certainly didn't sound normal and likely hurt. I was planning on laughing at him and saying I told you so, but as the seconds passed, he never resurfaced. The situation was quickly becoming scary. I looked around to see if he came up somewhere farther away, perhaps floating unconscious because of the hard contact with the water, but still nothing. I began to panic and waded out as far as I dare, looking into the water for him. Unfortunately, the water became cloudy with every step I took and made it impossible to see. Soon it was clear to me that he had drowned. How, I had no idea. Perhaps if I could have swum back then, I may have been able to help him, but it was too late now. I was helpless to do anything more than pack up and head home. On the entire walk back, a small nugget of hope lingered in the back of my mind that he had tricked me and would pop up at some point. This didn't happen, however, and the dread I carried of telling my family grew with each step. I tried several times to find the words, but with each attempt, I would break down and choke on my tears. Ultimately, I could only manage, "Mark drowned." They got the point after that, and once I was able to pull myself together, I led my dad and uncle back out to the pond. Mark's body was still nowhere to be found. With no other options, we went into the sheriff's office to report the drowning. When I realized where we were headed, I started freaking out. In my young mind, I thought I was going to get in trouble or be blamed for my cousin's death. It took a few minutes, but they were able to convince me I wasn't in trouble. Even after they had, I couldn't help but feel guilty every time I looked at my uncle. Regardless of what he claimed, I couldn't believe he didn't blame me, even if it was just a small amount. I explained what had happened to the sheriff, and the search began the next morning. Just by chance, that was the day I was going back to my mom's. That Monday night, my mom sat me down to tell me that a team of divers had found Mark's body earlier that day. When they discovered him, one of his feet were hung up on a sunken log, so they assumed that was why he never resurfaced. I wish I could say this made me feel better, but it did not. It did, however, serve as a catalyst to learn how to swim. The guilt of not being able to help my cousin stayed with me for most of my life, and I never wanted to be in the position of not being able to help another person ever again. So in a twisted kind of way, his death had a positive impact on my life. However, if I had the choice, I'd still prefer that he be with us. Although what I'm about to tell you may sound like one of your run-of-the-mill horror movies, I swear by the validity of it and what I saw. It all started on a very hot July day this past year. My car is almost 20 years old and sometimes overheats on hot days, just like this one. However, until I get a better paying job, it's the car I'm stuck with. This day I was driving through the back roads looking for a family of dog breeders a friend had told me about. I'd been searching for the place for several hours and was approaching the warmest part of the day. As per usual, my car began overheating and I was forced to pull over. I picked up my phone to call my girlfriend, only to see that my battery was dead. After I spent a couple of minutes cussing my luck, I acknowledged that I was going to have to find someone with a working phone. That wasn't going to happen unless I started walking. Soon, I spotted an old farmhouse off in the distance and headed toward it. A trip that would have taken half an hour on a normal day took almost an hour because of the oppressive heat. I had to take several breaks during the course of the journey, but eventually made it. The area around the house looked more like a junkyard. Parts of old cars spread about, and I had to weave through a maze of them to reach the front door. I knocked on the door for several minutes, but got no answer. Thinking maybe that the homeowner may be hard of hearing, I walked around and looked into the windows hoping to see someone inside. At the side of the house, I spotted the telephone hanging on the wall just inside the kitchen. Now that I knew that there was a phone, I became excited and started calling out for someone. Even after walking all the way around, no reply came. I was about to give up until I saw a woman lying on a bed. I very nearly banged on the window to try and get her attention, but I figured that may scare her, so I went to the front door and let myself in. Now in hindsight, that was just as scary. But before I entered, however, I took a piece of paper from a notebook I carry with me and wrote out a note explaining what I was doing there. Even then, I called out several times as I approached the bedroom. Still no answer came, and I continued toward the room. The closer I got to the woman, the more her appearance began to unnerve me. She was laying flat on her back and staring blankly at the ceiling. I had initially believed she was watching the television that was turned on in the room with her, but her eyes sat completely still. Regardless, I got closer and, once I was within a few steps, handed her the note. When the note touched her hand, she didn't react. This caused me to get closer, and this was when I realized something was very wrong. Her face had a very dry, almost mummified look to it. Her hair was a vibrant black, a color not often seen on older females. She had to have known I was there by that point, but her eyes stayed fixed. This is what caused me to lean in even closer and look into her eyes. Rather than being slightly bloodshot or moist-looking like most people's, they had a shiny, glassy appearance, like they were fake. In spite of this, not until I actually touched her did I know for sure that she was dead. I realized that perhaps she was a mannequin rather than a human, so I reached down to touch her bare hand. The texture of her skin was dry, but stone cold to the touch. The oddity of this was just beginning to really sink in when a loud creaking noise came from behind me. Without a second thought, I tore out of there and ran back down the road in the direction of my car. Within a half of a mile, I ran into an older man in a truck, and thankfully he agreed to give me a ride back into town. I said nothing about my experience to him, and any time he attempted to make small talk, I said as little as I could, on the off chance that he may have been involved in what happened to that woman. He let me borrow his phone to call my girlfriend, and she agreed to meet us at a gas station on the edge of town. When he let me out there, I thanked him, and he went on his way. Once I was safely inside my girlfriend's car, I borrowed her phone to call the police. I hadn't even told her about it yet, so the look of shock on her face as I described what I saw showed me what my expression likely was at the time I discovered it. The cops said they'd send out a car to the house to check out my claims. I called a wrecker next to pick up my car. The police never called me back, so after waiting 3 days, I called to inquire about what they found. It took a few minutes to find a person aware of my call, but once I did, the officer said that he and his partner searched the entire property and found nothing out of the ordinary, especially not a mummified woman. I thanked them and hung up. What happened after I fled, I can only guess. The noise behind me was probably the owner of the home, and he hid the woman's body knowing that the cops were likely to be called. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure what I saw in that house, on that bed. I am positive that I saw a human lying on that bed, but that's all. More than once, I've been tempted to grab a camera and return to the house to get proof of my claims, but fear of the unknown and what else could be waiting for me if I did has stopped me. If the nightmares of her soulless eyes continue, however, I may have no other choice.
This happened about 5 years ago now. I had just gotten through a really rough breakup of a codependent relationship, so I was going through a phase of trying to be more independent, self-sufficient, and just generally more okay with being alone. I would go to a lot of movies, restaurants, etc., all by myself. At the time, I was living in Montana where spending time outdoors is a prime recreation. Camping solo seemed like it would be a really good exercise in truly being self-reliant, so I packed a little tent and went to Jerry Johnson Hot Springs. Jerry Johnson is a natural hot springs with a few small, mostly natural pools in the mountains on the border of Montana and Idaho. I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible, so I won't go on explaining the place. What I will say, however, is that it's truly in the middle of nowhere. From the interstate, it's about a 1/3 mile hike across the bridge and into the woods. And from the interstate, it's about a 45-minute drive in either direction before you reach any kind of civilization in the form of a gas station. There isn't a motel or anything attached to the hot springs like there are with some. It's really just forest land with a few tiny ponds of warm water, and if you ever go, you'll probably be the only person there. There's plenty of daylight, so I decide I'll go soak first and then set up my camp when I'm finished. I make the short hike to find that there's a couple, a man and a woman around their 30s in the main pool, and they look kind of startled to see me. I say a friendly hello from a distance as I then approach. At first, they don't really respond, they just kind of stare at me. Then the guy pipes up. "What are you doing, man?" I didn't tell him that I'm really confused and I don't know what he means. The man then asks, "Are you the one that's been creeping around the woods and watching us for the last hour or so?" I assured them that I didn't know what they were talking about, and they began to tell me that there's someone in the woods way off of the trail. Apparently they'd been yelling at him and he just doesn't respond. He'll walk away into the woods for a while and then reappear somewhere else, just watching them. After they've been assured that it isn't me, I get undressed and get into the water. The pupils in their eyes were huge. I'm guessing that they ate some magic mushrooms. I never asked, but it seemed pretty obvious. It's not a big deal. It's basically the perfect setting for something like that, but it makes me think that they might just be having a bad trip. We talked for a while, and first about the creepy guy and then about some other stuff. The mood lightens and they seem pretty relieved not to be alone. I'm a relatively large guy, and I guess there's strength in numbers. No more sightings of the creeper. They get out of the pool before me. I'm in the pool all by myself for about 10 minutes before I then hear some shouting in the woods. I decide to cut my soak short just in case someone's in trouble. I get out, dry off quickly, and then get dressed, still mostly wet, when I then hear another shout. I then start quickly hiking. I eventually come across the couple that was shouting off into the woods and saying things like, "Hey man, we have a gun," which they didn't. I ask what's going on, and they say that the guy was just ominously standing in the path looking at them way off in the distance. When they started to shout at him, he left the path again and then retreated into the woods. Now he's out of sight. Through all of this happening, they never get a good look at him. We walk back to our cars. We decide that we're all going to camp near each other. There's an official campground, but you have to pay. The guy tells me that he knows about another spot that's relatively flat that would probably work for us. I agree, and I decide to follow them. It's not very far. They set up their tent and I set up mine about 100 yards away. I wanted to give them plenty of space to trip or whatever, and I was out there in the first place to camp alone. We were in a dry season on raw forest floor, so neither of us made a campfire. I got all set up and just sat around reading a book, really enjoying all of the nature. The mosquitoes made me retreat into my tent at about 6 p.m., and by 9 I was sound asleep. At about midnight, I was then awoken by the sound of screaming. I grabbed my flashlight and my .22 pistol, put on my shoes but didn't tie them, and then started running toward the other tent. When I arrived, the two were standing outside of the tent with their own flashlights and completely losing it. They said that the guy had been there and that we all needed to get the crap out of there ASAP. They showed me a slice in the wall of their tent that he had made with a knife. They then haphazardly packed all of their stuff in a hurry and we went back to the cars. I only then realized that I hadn't actually grabbed any of my own stuff. I asked if they would go back with me to get it, and they basically just said, "Sorry dude, you're on your own," then got in their car and took off. I then thought about it for a minute. I could come back the next day and get my stuff, but it was over an hour drive in each direction, and I was there now. I did have a gun, but if I shot someone in the woods, even if self-defense, that would be the beginning of another nightmare that would probably last the rest of my life. I made the decision and decided to go back for my stuff. I killed my flashlight and basically went stealth ninja mode back into the trees surrounding the clearing where my tent was. My thought was that if I was really quiet, then I could probably hear him, but he couldn't hear me. It took me about 20 minutes to get where my tent was since I was moving so slowly. When I got back to my tent, it was totally untouched. I quickly threw on my backpack, put my flashlight in my mouth, grabbed my tent in its fully assembled state with my sleeping bag still inside of it, and then ran back to the car with a loaded .22 revolver in my hand. I went back to my car, started it, and drove away. What didn't really occur to me until later is that I never actually saw this guy, and to this day, I can't really be sure that there was actually anyone in the woods at all. I really kind of doubt that these people would have sliced their own tent, but at the same time, I kind of doubt that there was actually just a dude hanging out in the wilderness all day and night just to freak these campers out. It's really possible that the two campers were really just messing around with me. If so, they really deserve Oscars for their performance, as they really seem genuinely terrified. I guess I'll never really know though. I remembered something that had happened to my best friend and I a few years ago, and I figured I would share it here. While my best friend and I were seniors in high school, we went on a weekend trip to visit my grandmother a couple hours away from my town in Georgia. The town that we lived in was comparatively small for the state, but one of the biggest towns within a few hours.
but we had to travel about 2.5 hours through tiny, somewhat redneck towns to get to my grandmother's place. We were on our way back home when we had to stop at a gas station literally in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking cornfields, cotton fields, streets with no signs or lights, not even stop signs, and definitely no cell service. The convenience store that was attached to the gas station had maybe a couple snacks inside but looked deserted from the outside, and we decided not to bother to get anything other than gas. I paid with card, mainly because I didn't want to leave my 5'1", 100-pound friend all alone in the car while I went alone inside. Another car had pulled up on the other side of the single gas pump while I just started pumping my gas, and because of everything I'd read before on Let's Not Meet, I already had a really weird feeling and decided to stay alert and stand outside of the car with my driver's side door wide open. The reason I did this was so that my friend could see and hear everything that was going on. A thin, late 50s-ish older man got out of the car and seemed to be paying at the pump and standing beside his car while I got gas. But after a few seconds, he walked around the pump and then maneuvered himself around my car door to stand within a foot of me and asked if he could pump my gas for me. Luckily, the gas nozzle was locked, so it was pumping without me having to hold it. I immediately placed myself between the opening of the door and the man, and I prepared to either shut the door with me inside it or move and slam it behind me to protect my friend if necessary. I calmly told him it was fine and no thank you. He looked me up and down with the corner of his lip tilted up and then said,
"You know, pretty girls like you shouldn't be out here all alone, and you definitely shouldn't have to do this by yourself. Let a man help you, baby."
And then proceeded to cover my hand with his own as he reached for the gas pump that I was holding. I jerked my hand out from underneath his and then slammed my car door shut. I then jerked my hand out from underneath his and slammed my car door shut, thinking the last thing that I would want is him jumping in my car and driving away with my friend in the passenger seat. Red flags were totally going off now. My typical overly polite demeanor turned serious as I remember something that I'd read here that said that it was better to be safe and to seem mean rather than be polite and uncomfortable. So I then responded and said, "Sir, get away from me. I can pump my own gas and I've already said no thank you. Leave us alone." He didn't move, only raised his chin and managed to make eye contact with me, his tilted lip totally gone now. I stared him down and I figured I'd gotten enough gas to last us enough time to get the crap out of wherever we were. So I made eye contact, pulled the nozzle out, and basically threw it back into the pump before getting in my car and driving away before he had even moved. As we drove away, I glanced in the rear view and saw that his car wasn't even being filled up with gas. So I'm guessing he was just driving by and then decided to help out a damsel in distress, even though I was nowhere even close to being a damsel in distress. My friend was shaking the whole way home, telling me she would have just let the man pump our gas. But I'm really glad of some of the confidence that I'd gained from this sub. It helped me stay attentive and respond confidently enough to get out of that crazy situation. So to the creepy, helpful gas station man in the middle of Ghost Town, Georgia, hopefully we won't meet ever again.
I worked at a gas station in my small North Carolinian town 10 miles from Charlotte. I was a 39-year-old wife and a mother of 3 daughters. I was a stay-at-home mom, and my daughters were all in school. And at the time, my family really needed a little extra income. The area was predominantly safe. My hours were 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. My duties were being a cashier, of course, stocking products, cleaning, doing nightly audits, and reading every Dean Koontz novel I could get my hands on. All of this by myself, I should add. The company didn't feel a need for a second person on this shift because it was really slow, but on weekends, very hectic. I handled this job like a pro. I really loved seeing my regulars at night and the morning workers getting their coffee and heading to work. I was at this gas station, which was also a bit of a convenience store, for about a year. I did have the run-of-the-mill meth heads who liked their sweets. The home was looking for freebie cigs or somewhere to charge their phone. I also had the occasional local police officers that would come in at around 12 to 1 a.m. for free coffee and bitch about their shift. On this particular night, I was reading the Dean Koontz novel Intensity. I put the bookmark in because I felt like moving around. I went around the counter to the 5-hour energy shots, and I began to organize and stock. I heard the bell above the door like I had a million times before. I had so many regulars, ranging from pizza delivery guys to EMTs. I was setting the case of 5-hour energy shots down to help this customer when I felt something cold and hard against my right shoulder blade. My first instinct was that this was a cruel prank from a regular. I turned around to say so, when I was then met with a gun pointing at my forehead. It was an African American guy with a bandana on half of his face. I immediately put my hands up in shock. I looked around and I saw that there were 3 more guys in different colored bandanas with no gun, but looking nervous, and then demanding me to give all the money. I walked around the counter with this guy holding his gun right to my head and telling me, "Hurry up! Give me the money! Open the register!" I said with my hands still in the air and shaking, Yes, of course. Here." And I opened up the register for him. The other 4 guys descended on this register, getting all the cash in the register. Suddenly the gunman looked at me, then said, "This register too, bitch." There was a second register that had the bare minimum for the first shift to open up with. I put in my code, and I opened that register as well. They cleaned out that one too. They then saw the safe underneath the first register, and again, the gunman pointed his gun to my temple and also demanded I open the safe. I said in a shaky voice that the safe is on a timer. If you press one button, whether it be for the $10 bills or a roll of quarters, it won't dispense again for a whole 2 minutes. The guys were all on the safe pressing buttons, while in the meantime, I'm praying out loud for God to spare me, because I have a husband and children that need me. I kept frantically saying this prayer, and the guys were all frustrated that the safe wasn't giving them what they wanted. I heard one of the guys saying, "One of you shut that bitch up!" And another said, "Just shoot her already! We already have what we need!" Right at that statement, I could literally feel I was about to lose my bladder and pee all over myself. Even though I was scared out of my mind, I was also mad as hell that this was possibly going to be where I ended up. I held in that pee, and I just watched as they started to steal as many cigarettes, wraps, and Black & Milds as they could. One of the guys then yelled, "We've been here too long. Let's go. Let's get the hell out of here." 3 of them were sprinting out the door, while one was in front of me, all while I was shaking with clenched hands praying. I looked up, and then his bandana fell down. I thought this was it for me, but he then just smiled at me, and he joined his friends. At the very same time, a woman came inside to buy a soda. They yelled at her too, pointing the gun at her to give them her purse. The lady replied back with, "I'm not giving you my purse, motherfucker!" And I thought for sure they would get aggressive. Instead, however, they seemed to just be worried about being there too long. They then ran out the door and scattered through the parking lot. I looked at the lady, then the glass door, and I could see her partner's truck sitting outside. I told her to go to her truck while I called the police. I then locked the door as soon as she was in the truck. I picked up the store's landline and I dialed 911. I ran to the stockroom and I locked that door as well. I told the 911 operator of all the details she needed, and after only a couple of minutes, she said it was safe to go to the front door for the officers, and I did just that. I unlocked the door and I immediately removed my name tag and threw it in the trash. I felt like this was finally over, and I was obviously quitting. I saw the woman customer that was confronted by the gunman just shaking, and she was rocking back and forth. I put my hand on her shoulder as she also gave her own statement to the police. I gave the officers my statement, and I called my manager. She came to the store along with CSI investigators. I had to watch myself on tape at least 3 times with the investigators. At one point, a CSI guy paused the video while the thieves were surrounding the safe and their back was turned. And he asked me, "Ma'am, why didn't you run?" "Because I was afraid I'd be shot in the back," I said. The man apologized immediately, realizing how traumatized I really was. After the police left, I continued to converse with my manager as she tried to console me. She then called her manager because she had never been through anything like this. I actually heard upper management tell her, "Oh, she'll be all right. No need for me to get out of bed for this." I literally lost it, and I told her she was a piece of shit. I eventually went home, and around this time it's 4 a.m. I race upstairs, and I kiss all my children on their foreheads. I then went to mine and my husband's bedroom, and I went into our bathroom to wash my face. I was thinking in my head that I didn't want to wake him up because he has another hour to sleep before shift for his job begins. I couldn't help but to break down after realizing I was alive and that I was now at home splashing water on my face. My husband woke up to this, and he asked in a slight panic, "What's wrong, babe? What's going on?" I broke down to my knees on my bathroom floor, and I then explained my entire nightmare night to him. He held me and consoled me. I stayed up until it was time to take my children to school. When I got back home, I called the company's HR. They were very cold towards me. I then decided to call a workers' compensation lawyer. After discussing what happened to me on my 3rd shift all by myself, as well as the HR being so cold towards me, he took my case. I discovered that the 4 guys that robbed me at gunpoint were all 16 years old. I don't know what punishment they ever received, but I do know that I got 1 year of unemployment checks, as well as a settlement of $25,000. I also received therapy for the PTSD that I now have. It took about a year for me to be able to go to a gas station all on my own. It's been about 4 years since, and I'm doing okay now. That is, as long as I have my 2 knives and a taser with me. Back in the summer of 2020, I was at home playing video games with a buddy of mine when I realized I didn't have any booze left. Pretty much all I did during the pandemic was drink and play video games. Please don't judge me. Anyway, I decided to drive to the local gas station just a few minutes away from my house. As I walked into the gas station, I had noticed 4 men, 4 very large men. And they were being very loud and obnoxious by the gas pumps. They must have been pretty drunk too, because they were being so rowdy, and 2 of them seemed to be stumbling around their truck. Now, this wasn't an abnormal sight, as my town's full of rednecks who drink way too much. Anyway, I went into the gas station, and I went over to the liquor section, and I had grabbed my choice of beverage. As I was grabbing my drink, the men had come in to pay for their gas, or whatever they were buying. The cashier was a young, attractive girl. She must have also been new because I frequented that gas station a lot, and I had never seen her there before. As the men were paying for their things, they had started to say very sexual things to the girl. I could tell it was making her uncomfortable. I won't repeat them, as they're just really not worth saying. But they began asking her what time she got off and which car was hers. I could see that she was starting to shake and she could barely get the change out of the register. I really felt terrible for her, and I then shouted, "Hey, just pay for your things and leave." Now, my mouth had acted before my brain could process that these men had not only outnumbered me, but they were almost twice my size. I'm a male, and I'm about 6 feet tall and decently built, but if these men decided not to play nice with me, I stood no chance at all. After I blurted out for them to leave, they all turned and looked at me. It was then that I realized the situation that I had just put myself in, and my heart dropped into my stomach. By the pure grace of God, they simply shot a pissed-off glance at me, nodded, and then left. I then approached the counter, asking the young girl if she was okay. She was still shaking, but she said yes. I asked her if she wanted me to call the police for her, but she said no, and that her manager was in the back. I just said okay, and I paid for my things. I looked out the window, and luckily the big rusty truck the men came from was now gone. I did a quick jog to my car, making sure they weren't parked around the corner of the building, and they weren't. I was able to make it home to enjoy some drunken video games with my friends. So fellas, if you are ever in the position to stop sexual harassment, do it. Just make sure you aren't possibly going to get your ass kicked in the process.
Lately, I have been rethinking my career choice. I currently work as a location manager in the city where I live. For those people who may not specifically know what I mean when I say location manager, it just means that I'm responsible for finding locations for directors to film and secure locations for film production. I know it may not seem like a glorious job, but this industry is crazy, and I had to secure any job that I could get. I love movies and the entire entertainment industry, and it has always been a dream to work in this field one way or another. Well, as it turns out, I was quite good at being a location manager. Over time, I was able to build up a little bit of credibility, which made it much easier to secure locations. I worked on a bunch of films for the last several years, some bigger than others, but mostly low-budget films. During my time doing this, I met a ton of famous actors and influential people in the industry. At this point, you're probably wondering why I would be rethinking my career choice. Everything seems super cool. The simple answer is, this world of film and entertainment burns you out quicker than anything else. However, that is not the main reason why I've been truly rethinking my career. In actuality, the straw that broke the camel's back is much darker and more sinister. The last movie I worked on was not a great movie, plain and simple. Everybody is entitled to their opinions, of course, but objectively speaking, this was one of those ultra-sappy movies that you find on the Hallmark Channel, and it just felt uninspired. I will say, though, that the crew on this production was amazing. I love the writers and directors and even some of the actors. We ended up getting to know each other and going out on a couple of occasions. The beauty of working on these smaller productions is that you really get to form a bond with a lot of the crew, which is something I imagine doesn't happen on massive Hollywood film sets. One of the extras in the film, who had a handful of lines, started to hang out with me quite a bit. Her name was Hannah, and like a lot of extras, she was, and I believe still is, an inspiring actress. Hannah is someone that I would describe as remarkably beautiful. When she walked into a room, heads would turn, and that's not even an exaggeration. When the director met her, he was so blown away that he gave her a very minor part in the movie. She literally had like 5 lines, but I assume that's sort of a big deal for your first movie. In the several weeks that we worked on the movie, Hannah seemed to take a liking to me, which, at first, I was really into. After Hannah's small part, she stuck around with me and helped me. She basically was an unofficial assistant to me and helped me with day-to-day tasks, and I made sure that I was able to get her paid for her efforts. Like any production, towards the end of shooting, tensions can get a bit high and people can get short with you. However, what happened on our last day of production was something altogether different. Often on film sets, filming can take place overnight, and that was the case for this final day of production. Hannah was on location with me just helping, but she didn't seem like herself. Hannah was always upbeat and excited, but tonight she was in another world. She was quiet, dismissive, and kind of rude for lack of a better word. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night. We had a small crew of art department guys setting up the location. I was there basically just overseeing everything, and Hannah was there just helping me. The director and the actors for the scene were there, but they were all resting in the back room in the building while we were filming inside. When the art guys finished, they all headed out, and it got to be just myself and Hannah awake in this location. In all the years I've worked on movies, I had never seen such a light crew. You could tell the feelings and vibes of this project just weren't all there. I tried making conversation with Hannah and joking around with her, but all my efforts sort of just failed. She just kept brushing me off, and I honestly didn't really care. I figured once we wrapped the film up, I would never see her again. While I was awkwardly just walking around the set, I heard Hannah shout for me, and it sounded like it was coming from a distance. Seconds ago, she was right next to me, so I found it weird that she was in the next room. I rushed in there to make sure that she was okay, and when I got in there, she was standing in the back of the room with the lights off. I could only barely see her. The only lights were the lights shining into the room from the doorway I was now standing in. "Hannah? Are you alright? What's going on?" I said with genuine concern. She just smiled at me and said in an almost seductive voice, and yet it still sounded off. She said, "Hi, I have something for you." Well, as you may expect, my mind was racing. I had a feeling that maybe this girl had an interest in me, and now she wanted me to join her in this room alone. I slowly approached her because I was still feeling some apprehension about all of this for some reason. When I got about 5 feet away from her, I noticed her hand behind her back. I stopped and asked, "What do you got behind your back? You're not going to stab me, are you?" I laughed, trying to make light of the strange situation. At that moment, Hannah started to cry and sob uncontrollably. I didn't know what I did to upset her. Before I could say anything, she shouted, "I liked you so much, and all you ever cared about was this stupid movie. I hate you." As I tried to take all of that in, she threw a knife from behind her back onto the ground and ran right through me and knocked me off my feet. My heart was beating out of my chest at this point, and when I approached the wall where I was standing, I looked down and it was in fact a knife. A real knife. For some reason, I never reported this to the director or the authorities. I have no idea why. I just figured since nothing happened, I'm better off just leaving it alone. The more time that passes, the more I think about that night. What would have happened if I kept walking toward her? Would she have stabbed me, or was it all just a trick? If it wasn't the middle of the night, would she have even tried anything like this? And perhaps most horrifying, I have no idea where she is or where she went. She's got no social media anymore. I looked and no other film credits, at least that I could find. This industry is crazy, man. You meet a lot of strange people who sometimes just aren't all there. Hannah, for example, is a sweet, beautiful girl, and one night, I don't know if it was the sleep deprivation or all the hours we were working, but she just lost it. I think the highs and lows of this industry have always taken enough toll on me. As I've stated, I assume she's probably still trying to act, probably under another name, but honestly, this poor girl has some inner demons, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit if the demons in her head won. In my mid-20s, I was trying to figure out a lot of aspects of my life, and I was trying to get my future in order. I was never objectively a bad person, but somehow, I always seemed to fall through the cracks. I finished near the bottom of my class with my GPA, never went to college, and experimented with some extracurricular things that you could say are illegal. I was never in trouble, but I also never brought anything of substance to the table. I was about a month away from my 26th birthday when I met Janelle, and that's when I decided it was time to use my brain and become a decent member of society instead of a burnout. Due to my disturbing resume or lack thereof at this point in my life, I was finding it very hard to find a job. Even jobs that you may think anybody can get, I wouldn't even get a call back. Even if I went out of my way to reach back out to them to follow up on applications, I still would never have my call returned. It hit me hard. Just as I was about to give up, like I always did, Janelle found me an amazing job. Not glamorous by any means, but for someone like me, it was amazing. The job was for an overnight warehouse worker. I would work from 9 p.m. until 6:30 a.m. loading up pallets with boxes. Though the main premise sounds simple enough, and it was, physically the job was tough. We never had enough help, and it was extremely hard to keep help once we would get workers in the door. I found myself a lot of time working alone until finally the company downsized. We started to work until 4:30 in the morning instead of 6:30, and the little help that we had was spread thin. When I was working, I would put headphones on and just get into the zone. I didn't bother talking to anybody or even getting to know anyone because chances are I wouldn't be seeing them in a week or two, and honestly, talking just distracted me and I was all about getting my job done. One night when I was nearing the end of my shift, I noticed a small-looking man standing about 5 feet away from me. I didn't say anything at first because I figured it was a new employee just watching how I was doing things. When I finished, I took my headphones and asked the guy if he needed anything, and he responded, "Yeah, man, I hate to ask, but I was wondering if I could get a ride home." I found it weird considering I had no idea who this guy was and didn't even recognize his face as one of the workers. Being the kind of guy that I am, I told him that I would for some gas money. He responded almost nervously and said, Yeah, man, of course. I got you." I told the guy to give me a few minutes to grab my things and punch out of my shift and to meet me outside. He nodded and agreed. I felt weird about the situation, but I've been in his shoes before, I kept telling myself. I told one of the other guys when I was punching out that I had to give the weird new guy a ride home, and the other employees made a strange face and asked, "The new guy? I don't remember seeing the new guy." We both shrugged it off, just assuming that's how this place operates these days. I went outside a few minutes later and saw the strange guy waiting next to my car. What I didn't find alarming then, and I wish I would have, was that I'd never told the guy which car I drove, and yet he was already waiting by my car. We started to drive, and right away things were getting weird. I asked him where he lived, and he gave me some vague and confusing answer. I live on Maple Drive. Well, no, not anymore. I live, near the park. You know, Rose Park by the edge of the city?" I nodded and said, "Okay, man, near the park. Where near the park? I just want to know where I'm dropping you off, dude." The man said nothing for a few seconds and then said, "Just near the park. Head towards the park and I'll tell you where to go." I'm still kind of in awe of my stupidity as I write this. You have to understand at this point in my life I really didn't care about much, and just wanted to get from point A to point B in my day-to-day life. I didn't question really anything. When we got close to the park, the man finally spoke up. "Turn here." I stopped the car for a moment and said to the guy, "Are you sure? This doesn't really look like a street." The man just kept saying, "Yeah," in his shaky voice as he nodded intently. Against my better judgment, I turned down the long, dark path. This was for sure not a road. It was a dirt path and I couldn't see anything. I turned on my high beams and thankfully it was just in time. Obstructing the road in front of me was a massive fallen tree. "Oh, dude. Looks like we're gonna have to go another way or something. I'm not getting by this tree." The man didn't say anything. I looked over at him and he had his hands in his hoodie. While I was looking at him, he said, "Get out of the car now." He kept moving his hands inside his sweatshirt as if though he was trying to grab something he had concealed underneath. When I looked up out of the windshield, I saw 2 more masked men coming from the side of the fallen tree. My heart was racing out of my chest at this point. I didn't know if I was going to get robbed or worse. The man in my car then screamed at the top of his lungs and said, "Get out now!" I slowly started to open my car door and noticed another 2 men behind my car also wearing masks. When my door was open, I started to step out, and I noticed the man in my car start to get out of my vehicle as well. And that's when I made the single most daring decision of my life. As I noticed him clearly outside of the car, I jumped back into the driver's seat and reversed as fast as I could. Thankfully, he never ordered me to shut the car off, so the car was running this entire time. I may have bumped into one of the potential robbers, or maybe it was a big tree branch, I wasn't sure in the heat of the moment. When I got to the end of the dark path and was putting my car into drive so I could peel off, I looked back one last time and I saw all 5 men sprinting directly at my car. They all appeared to be holding something in their hands, but I didn't bother to find out what they were carrying. I recently moved into this quaint suburban neighborhood, and ever since, I've had a sense of unease. The residents here were friendly enough, always waving and offering warm smiles as I walked by, but there was something about their gazes that left me feeling on edge. One evening, as I returned home from work, I noticed a flyer in my mailbox, an invitation to join the Neighborhood Watch, a group of residents dedicated to keeping the community safe. I kind of laughed to myself, because I always thought that was sort of a thing of the past, but I considered attending a meeting, but my schedule was already packed, and I had little time for social engagements at the time. As the weeks went by, I couldn't help but notice the watch members becoming increasingly more visible. They patrolled the streets at all hours. They even had walkie-talkies, and they were crackling with static as they exchanged updates and reports. It was pretty corny. But I appreciated their dedication to our safety, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me just a little too closely. It's worth noting that these stares and unwanted attention was nothing new for me. I have a neon green mohawk and a tattoo of a moth on my neck. One night, after returning from a late shift at the office, I found my front door wide open. Panic surged through me as I started to rush inside, fearing for the worst of being robbed. To my relief, nothing appeared to be missing or damaged, and I just chalked it up to my own carelessness and resolved to being more vigilant in the future. After all, it was pretty windy, and I suppose it is possible that I could have left the door slightly open. However, the incidents didn't stop there. Over the next few weeks, I found my trash cans overturned, my garden sort of trampled, and my car vandalized. I reported these events to the police, but they were never any leads or suspects. As the harassment escalated, so too did my suspicion of that neighborhood watch and the weirdos that were a part of it. Through all of these incidents, the neighborhood watch was always outside and around, and whenever I questioned them if they had seen anything, they mostly just shrugged and seemed kind of unresponsive. I began to wonder if they were behind these incidents and targeting me for reasons that I couldn't possibly fathom. The fear and paranoia that gripped me were palpable, leaving me constantly on edge, and I was determined to find answers, so I decided to attend the next neighborhood watch meeting. As I entered the community center, I felt the weight of just all the eyes that were clearly on me. The room was quiet as the members kind of exchanged these uneasy glances, but I thought maybe I was just reading too much into their body language. The meeting began with the usual updates and reports, but I couldn't help but notice the tension that was in the air. When it came time for new business, I mustered my courage and confronted the group about the harassment I'd been experiencing. I even went as far as to accuse the watch of having some sort of vendetta against me. I was met with a mixture of shock and sympathy and denial. Several members insisted that the watch had nothing to do with the incidents, while others suggested that perhaps I had made some enemies in the neighborhood, and maybe those people were the ones causing me those issues. Now, as the meeting ended, I felt a weird mixture of frustration and kind of hopelessness. It seemed that no one was willing to admit any wrongdoing or help me find the truth. I decided that if I wanted answers, I would have to find them on my own. Over the next few weeks, I conducted my own covert surveillance, so to speak, discreetly documenting the movements and actions of the watch members. One night, I ended up having to work late. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed that the floodlight positioned right above my side door was on. Now, feeling that hunch, I decided to leave my car parked in the road and quietly made my way to the side door. Now, when I made it inside, I found two of my neighbors who looked like they were trying to find something in my kitchen. I pulled out my cell phone and started recording a video, and I couldn't believe what I captured. My neighbors appeared to be planning something in my kitchen drawers. Thankfully, in the video, you can clearly see and hear them discussing calling the cops. I remained hidden and allowed the two to leave my house. As I pieced together this weird puzzle, a chilling theory sort of emerged in my head. These neighborhood watch members believed that my unconventional appearance made me a threat to the community's image, and they had to take it upon themselves to get rid of me. Now, with the evidence that I now had with the phone video, I just confronted the police with it. Surprisingly, they were appalled by my findings and decided to take immediate action. The guilty members were not only removed from the neighborhood watch, but thankfully they were also arrested on several different charges. Now, with the truth out there, the neighborhood watch in my little town was completely disbanded. Not knowing if anyone else was involved with these two, I found it increasingly difficult to trust anyone within my now community. However, not long after this, the harassment completely stopped, and my life felt like it finally returned to normal. I had managed to expose all of this on my own, and the ordeal had made me stronger, I guess. In the end, my actions sparked a conversation within the neighborhood about tolerance and acceptance, People began opening up to one another, sharing their own experiences and perspectives, and as a result, our community became more inclusive and understanding. As for me, I decided to remain in the neighborhood, determined to be a force for positive change, even though I was kind of lazy and didn't want to leave. I even went as far as forming my own neighborhood watch, using my newfound sense of empowerment to help protect and actually uplift my fellow neighbors and community. Now, although the scars of those weeks would always still be there, they also served as a reminder of the strength and courage that can be found within each of us, even in the face of all the adversity that you might see. Now, my experience taught me that standing up for oneself and seeking the truth, no matter how difficult, weird, and sometimes scary the journey may be, can make a lasting impact on you and those around you. Back in 2019, I moved from the West Coast to a small town in upstate New York. The town had that charming feel that you would find almost in a Hallmark movie. Everyone seemed to be friendly and helpful, and I felt welcomed into the community soon after moving in. Now, a few months later, one of my neighbors went door to door informing everyone that there had been a theft from their shed, which was in their backyard. The supposed thief had stolen a weed whacker, lawnmower, and other outdoor tools. Although the news of the theft had left some of the neighborhood shocked and kind of scared, I didn't feel uncomfortable or really paranoid. Having lived in a rough neighborhood before, I was kind of desensitized to theft. However, I reassured my neighbors in a concerned voice that I would keep my eyes peeled for any sort of behavior like that. A couple of weeks went by without any further news of any sort of theft in the neighborhood, until one afternoon when I got home from work. I found a flyer in my mailbox with the heading, Neighborhood Watch. The flyer wasn't really official. There's no official watch team, but rather a group of neighbors who wanted to get together to stop ongoing thefts. Confused, as I had not heard or been notified of any other crimes in the area, I went next door and asked my neighbor Cliff if he had heard anything. Cliff was one of those kind of stoic types. He was in his early 70s and a widower. His wife, Irene, had passed away a few years before I moved into town. Even though Cliff was quiet, he was one of the nicest people I had met since moving there. He had helped me fix my car, dishwasher, dryer, and even installed a new sliding door for me after a storm knocked a tree through the previous one. I never asked him to do any of these things, but he always insisted, saying that it gave him a chance to get out of the house and be productive. I liked his calm and quiet demeanor as it reminded me of my dad. When I asked Cliff if he had heard anything about the ongoing crime, he kind of grumbled in his gruff voice, saying, "I don't really know too much. I guess some punks have been breaking into sheds and stealing stuff. Nothing of mine has been stolen." I nodded and made some small talk with him before I started to walk down his driveway. When I was a few feet away, he shouted to me, "Hey, just be careful, make sure you lock your doors. I did hear that whoever's doing that is breaking into houses now, so." I smiled and thanked him for one last time. That night was no different from any other night. I made my dinner, had a few glasses of wine, and did some work on my computer. At around 11 that evening, I thought that I had heard something outside, like a cough or something. I made my way to the big window in my living room and looked through the blinds. Across the street, I saw one of my neighbors outside looking right at my house. It was strange and a little creepy, but I thought that he could have been just looking at the stars, so I just sort of dismissed it. A few minutes later, I couldn't shake that weird and horrible feeling in my stomach. I decided to get up and grab another glass of wine. My kitchen is in the back of the house, and I have one of those big bay windows over the sink and counter that overlooks the backyard. I have a big yard that empties into a small wooded area. When I was pouring another glass, I happened to look out the window and I thought that I saw some movement. I shut the lights off in the kitchen so I wasn't visible from the outside. I cut my hands and looked through the glass of the window. To my disbelief, there was a person in my backyard looking at my house. I couldn't tell who it was as it was too dark and they were far enough away, but it was undeniably a person. While I stood there in a sort of panic, the silhouette of the person started to jog towards my house. I jumped back, trying to process my thoughts. I decided to call the police, but my phone was in the other room. As I composed myself and started briskly walking toward the other room, I heard a loud bang upstairs. I froze again. In those brief seconds of panic, I heard heavy footsteps upstairs. I ran to the closet in the living room and hid underneath all the blankets. My phone was still on the other table, and I didn't know what to do. At this point, I had no idea how many people were in my house and what kind of danger I truly was in. Within seconds of hiding, I could hear the heavy boots making their way down my hardwood steps. In a sheer stroke of luck, there was a knock on the door and the footsteps stopped abruptly. The boots sounded like they were right outside my door. Another knock on the door, and this time was followed by the line, "Hello? Is anyone home? This is the police." I heard the steps move a bit faster and stop in another room. By the sound, I could tell that the intruder was no longer near the closet door. With only one hope, I ran out of the closet into my front door. I opened it up, and thankfully, it actually was a real police officer. I started to frantically plead that someone was in my house, and I heard the steps go in that direction. The two officers began to run inside, and in no time at all, they were escorting a man out of my house in cuffs. I felt sick as I stood and stared at the officers arresting the man, not because I had an intruder in my house, but because that intruder was Cliff. Cliff from next door. I was speechless as he walked by, mumbling some sort of nonsense to himself. While I was outside talking to the cops, I noticed the neighbor across the street, whom I saw staring at my home, and the other person whom I saw in the backyard come over to me. I immediately went into defense mode, thinking that these two were part of the intrusion, but I couldn't have been more wrong. These two were on a late-night walk and had seen Cliff going into my window upstairs. They called the police and were watching Cliff's movements upstairs. I guess they didn't want to bring attention to the situation in case I was in immediate danger. After an investigation, they found out that Cliff was the neighbor thief as well. He admitted to stealing all those belongings and breaking into my home. However, he never admitted what he had planned on doing inside my home that evening, which still kind of makes me sick thinking about it. I guess after his wife died and retiring from his job, he was bored and was looking for any form of excitement he could find. He found that rush from stealing, and unfortunately, that hunger, I guess, just kind of grew. And in hindsight, I'm thankful for our little makeshift neighborhood watch. If it hadn't been for my lovely neighbors, the end of this story could have been much different.
My mother was the type of person who really depended on no one. That was until she had to have both of her legs amputated. She lived on Social Security, and she was not a rich woman. When she came home from rehabilitation, my brother and I had to find someone to help her get up and ready in the morning, and also to put her to bed. She was fine during the day with her trusted wheelchair. My brother worked weird hours with the railroad, and I lived far away, so we were of no help. Luckily, she had a neighbor who was a caregiver and had offered her services for $15 an hour. She did this professionally, and I couldn't believe our good luck. I would call my mother daily to check up on her, and she seemed to be just fine. One morning I had called, and she was crying, and she said that the caregiver's husband had been there that morning and tried to kiss her, and that he made her lie naked for a very long time, and it was cold. I told my mother how could that be true? Who would be trying to kiss an 80-year-old amputee? I also didn't hire an unexperienced man to take care of my mother. I called the woman and she said she had an emergency and that she had to have her husband come over and help her. I told the woman what my mom had told me, and she and I agreed that maybe my mother had some dementia. She said that her husband would never do that, especially to a woman in her 80s with no legs. My mother then told me that she didn't want them in her house ever again. Then the woman quit on us the next day with no warning. I think she must have known he was a pervert. Maybe she was too. I unfortunately am very ashamed to admit that I didn't do any background checks. The next time I visited, I had went to their house to pay them what we owed them. This was the first time I had met the husband. The husband would not make any eye contact with me. I left with the feeling that my mother was probably right. Well, later in the year, the next time I visited, I heard that he was in jail for molesting his wife's granddaughters who were still in diapers. I will never ever stop feeling guilty for not believing my mother. Who the hell knows what he actually did to her? Did he drug her and molest her too? Did he go through her stuff? Did he try on her clothes? I hope that perverted bastard rots in jail, or the fellow prisoners hear what he did to the little girls and old women and give him a taste of his own medicine. I grew up living in rural Vermont. We had lived on a mountain road and there was a field behind our house that I often played. There were also woods on the far edge of the field, and if you went through them, this would take you to another field. The entire thing was fenced in, as cows were placed inside each summer. The field was owned by a local farmer. I often played with the cows, and I had also followed them through their various paths in the woods. One day when I was around 12 years old, I was playing in the woods as normal, and I was riding on the back of one of the cows. She ambled slowly along, and I just casually rode along eating some blackberries that I had picked. She headed down a trail in the woods that I knew would bring us out of a clearing that I'd really enjoyed sitting in. When we popped out, I glanced over at the fence as it bordered the property of one of our neighbors. This man had always made me nervous. His hair was tangled into one big mass of a knot, and he smelled horrible. Unfortunately, he was outside in his yard, and he spotted me immediately. Now, he didn't own that field or the cows, so I wasn't too bothered. I just got down off the cow's back and began to poke around in the berry patch. Suddenly, I heard the twang of barbed wire fencing then being strained. I looked back, and the man was climbing over with a rifle. I quickly ran into the woods to hide, thinking he wouldn't follow me, but he did. I could hear the sounds of sticks cracking as he pursued me. I ducked under some branches to catch my breath, and I sat quietly as I could as my ears strained. He was definitely still out there, but I still had a lead on him. I knew that there was a spot a little further up where I could climb under the fence and then come out on the road. I made a break for it, and I climbed out of the pasture quickly. Once I was on the road, I stopped to look backwards, assuming I was now safe. The man stepped out of the woods, and he stood there pointing his gun right at me. I thought that I was going to die right on the spot. I then slowly walked backwards, watching him the entire time. Right in that moment, a vehicle came around the corner, and when I then turned to look at who it was as they drove by, I turned back to the man, and he was gone. I avoided that pasture for a very long time after that. I'm a 21-year-old male, and my girlfriend is 20. We rented out an apartment for a month. The area was secluded, and after dark, everyone would really just mind their own business. The neighbors would hardly even talk to each other, or even be outside in the evening. Our apartment was in a building with 4 floors, and each floor had a single apartment. All of the apartments were very compact and built to be rented to students. The night that we moved in, our taps ran out of water, so I went upstairs hoping to borrow some from the people living upstairs. I had realized that 2 out of the 4 apartments were vacant, and they were also locked. The apartment on the 4th floor was lit from the inside, so I decided to ring the bell, but to my disappointment, nobody answered. Over the next week, we had gotten used to hearing the sound of someone whacking a rod or some sort of metal on maybe the floor or some other object. This would start late at night after 1:30 a.m. and then continue for hours. Initially, we didn't really care about it, but after some time, it got us intrigued. The sound was clearly from one of the apartments above us, but as I already mentioned, 2 of the 3 apartments were vacant for sure, and the third one seemed vacant as well. But as I said, it was lit from the inside. I knocked on its door many times, but no one ever answered. The whacking sound was a daily occurrence, and on some very late nights, we could hear someone climbing the building stairs. It seemed as if we were the only ones living in this building, especially during the day and until the very late nights. We had made up theories just to try and convince ourselves that it was nothing, but the pattern of the whacking was way too irregular for it to be made by wind or something other than a person. It would start almost daily at around the same time. We had asked people around, but we didn't get any satisfactory answer. No one knew if anyone lived there. Towards the end of our stay, I saw a shady-looking man going upstairs during the day. I asked him if he was the owner of the apartments upstairs. He said that he was, also including the one on the 4th floor. I asked him if anyone lived upstairs, and also about the strange whacking sound. He told me that no one did, and that he's actually looking for tenants. He also said that he had no idea about the sound. To my surprise, he then asked me, "So how long are you going to stay here?" 4 more days. We're actually leaving on the 30th of this month, I replied. He asked me if anyone else had rented the place for the next month, and I told him that I didn't know. The strangest part is that for the next 4 days, there was neither the whacking sound nor the sound of someone climbing up the stairs late at night. However, my girlfriend's internship got extended by 2 days, and we decided to stay there. And just as I had anticipated, the whacking sound resumed after the 30th, the day we were supposed to leave. I don't know what it was. I don't think I'll ever know, but I'm just happy that we got out of that place without any crazy consequences. It really freaked me out sometimes, and I even feel weird thinking about it, even now. This truly frightening story occurred more than a decade ago, just when I was about to head into my teenage years. My friend and I were wandering around in the neighborhood I was living in, as we always did. We had strayed several blocks from the house we were staying at, when 2 dogs started barking up a storm at us as we passed their house. They were pit bulls. The dogs were digging around the ground under their fence, where it was clear it had been a place they had escaped before. We could tell the dogs were about to break out, so my friend and I started running. As we saw the dogs get up under the gate and start coming at us, we went into this person's yard, and we shimmied up a tree which had branches for us to get up on. The dogs are now at the base of the tree barking, which made the owner of the yard we were in come out and then shooed the dogs away. As we were still in the tree, the owner, which looked to be about 50 years old, then started telling us to get into his garage so he could keep us safe. My friend and I just looked at each other, knowing between our eyes this was danger. We proceeded to tell him that we were okay and we were going to head home. But he was at the base of the tree at this point, attempting to coax us into letting him help us down. The tone and mannerisms in this guy were truly sinister, and even as young boys, we could tell he was a predator. The man kept looking back and forth on the street, just to make sure that nobody was watching this go down. But eventually someone walking their own dog down the road came along, and I said that was my relative. We jumped down as the man backed up, and we then ran up to this person like we knew them. I always wonder what would have happened if we had actually let the man keep us safe.
First of all, I just want to say that if you don't explicitly know someone in real life, do not add them as a friend on any sort of social media. It could either be spam or someone trying to do something terrible to you. Anyway, this year I'd finally gotten on Snapchat. My friends had pressured me to get on it, although I didn't really want to. I just wasn't into the idea of sending or receiving pictures and videos of myself or other people. I'm not the best at presenting myself or the things in my life, and I usually wasn't interested in other people's lives. I was an introvert by definition. Even though I didn't expect it, I was growing kind of fond of the app after using it for a few weeks. I began taking more and more selfies. I think it was helping me not care too much about my appearance.
I am a 20-year-old female, but the story took place when I was 11. I was with my younger cousin, who was also a female, and was around 8 years old at this time. We will call her Julie. Our small town was located on the outskirts of Rockford, Illinois. It has a notorious reputation for drugs, violent crime, and sex trafficking. I lived in a neighborhood with a Casey's gas station within walking distance. I would often go there with my friends to buy energy drinks, snacks, and junk food. I could go there pretty much whenever I wanted to, since nobody had to drive me there. My parents didn't keep too close of an eye on me, and I was a fairly self-sufficient kid for my age, which was definitely to my advantage in this experience. One night, Julie and I decided to have a sleepover at my house. I told my parents we were going to walk to the gas station to grab some drinks with my leftover birthday money. They were talking and drinking with my aunt and uncle, and just sort of shooed us away. It took us maybe 10 to 15 minutes to walk there. As we were entering the parking lot, we saw a big semi-truck parked in front of the building. This wasn't that unusual, especially if supply is being dropped off. As we were walking past it, a middle-aged man came out of the gas station and asked us how we were doing. We were polite kids, so we stayed and talked with him for a couple of minutes. "Do you girls like horses?" We both replied, "Yes." "There are a couple of thoroughbreds in the trailer if you want to look at them real quick." Julie got really excited and instantly agreed, and begins to make her way to the other side of the truck. I hesitated, feeling that something was really off about this situation for two reasons. One, there wasn't a diesel pump at this gas station, and this man didn't seem to be dropping off any supplies at this store. There was another gas station that did have diesel pumps less than a mile down the road. Two, the trailer wasn't the right kind for him to have horses in it. Horse trailers have large windows so that the horses can breathe and whatnot. If you were to put a horse inside the trailer that he was hauling, it would have suffocated. This was the biggest red flag for me. There was no way he actually had horses in his trailer. He took a step closer to us, and I began to panic before blurting out, "My dad is actually going to be here any minute, so we're in a bit of a hurry." Julie protested, knowing that this was a lie. I had to cover up by saying that he had texted me while we were walking. "Oh, are you girls sure you don't want to see them? It would only take a second," he said as he inched closer to us. I apologized to him, grabbed Julie by the arm, and pulled her into the gas station. I didn't stop there though. I dragged her all the way to the women's bathroom. All the while, she was complaining about not getting to see the horses. I had to tell her why I lied, and when she understood, she went quiet. After 5 minutes, I told her to wait there, and that I would go see if the man was gone. As I peered through the window into the parking lot, I saw that the coast was clear. So we bought what we came for, and left with a bag in each of our arms. It was dark by this point, and to avoid any other interactions with strange people with dangerous propositions, we trespassed through a field instead of walking along the main road. We both figured that would be the better route from now on. We never told our parents about this encounter because we didn't want them to say that we could no longer go by ourselves anymore. I know that sounds like a dumb reason, but I figured if I could sniff out one potential kidnapping, I could do the same if it were to ever happen again. I was a strange kid, and I really loved books, movies, and shows related to kidnapping. The point is, I felt like I could handle this kind of situation if it came my way again. Now that I'm older, I know that mindset was incredibly stupid, since I'm now aware of the gamble I was taking. I'm lucky that was the only time that I had ever felt unsafe there. I was 23 years old when this happened, and was living in the city of brotherly love at the time, Philadelphia. The girl I was dating lived about 35 to 40 minutes outside of the city, near West Chester. After hanging out for a while, I left her place around 12:30 a.m. I really shouldn't have stayed out that late because I had an early shift that morning. As soon as I left her neighborhood, I noticed that my gas light was on. I put in directions to the nearest gas station on my GPS and drove 5 minutes to the local Wawa. I was familiar with this area. It was very low on crime, unlike many other places outside of Philly. So stopping here this late at night wasn't something that I was nervous about. There were 2 other cars parked there when I pulled in. I filled my tank and I realized that 2 of my tires were low on air. So I drove to the corner of the parking lot where they had the air pumps. I started working on my first tire. When I looked up and saw an older pickup truck pulling into the parking lot, I didn't think twice about it. Until it drove up right next to my car, the truck began backing into the area where another air pump was. Any other day, I would have just assumed that it was somebody else trying to get air into their tires. But something gave me a bad feeling. The driver exited the truck. He looked to be in his late 50s, early 60s, and had scruffy facial hair and glasses. He looked like the stereotypical creep. He just stood by his driver's side door and stared at me. This was when I began to feel uneasy. Is your pump out of order, sir?" I asked, trying to break the tension. The man did not respond. He just kept giving me that cold stare. He finally moved away from the door and reached into the bed of his truck, his eyes never leaving me. He then produced a rope and began sprinting toward me. I immediately threw down the air nozzle and jumped into my car, which was already running. I threw it into drive, when suddenly, a hand slammed directly on my driver's side window and dragged sideways as I peeled out of there, leaving a smear. As I was driving home, my heart was pounding out of my chest for the first 10 minutes. I've never had anything like this happen to me. 2 weeks later, a girl I was friends with on Instagram posted an article about multiple kidnappings in the Westchester area. I immediately thought back to that man in the truck. I'm thankful that I was able to escape. I almost became a statistic. This happened late one night, when I was driving back home from work on a dark and lonely highway. It was the kind of night that makes you wish that you were at home relaxing instead of being out on the road. There were no other cars in sight, and by happenstance, I was driving through dark territory, meaning that there was no reception on my phone. I'd been driving for quite some time and was starting to zone out a little bit. That's not to say that I was falling asleep behind the wheel. I was just sort of on autopilot. As I rounded a bend, I saw a semi-truck parked on the side of the road ahead of me. Not really anything out of the ordinary. Truckers will sometimes park off to the side to catch some shut-eye during their long trips across the country. But there was something about this truck that unnerved me. I got the feeling that whoever was behind the wheel wasn't resting. They were waiting. I slowed down as I approached the truck, and I tried to get a good look inside of the cab. But the windows were tinted, and it was very dark out, so it was like looking into a black void. I also noticed that both the truck and the trailer were completely black. After passing the truck, I sped up and returned to my original speed. I didn't want to go too fast in case a trooper was hiding out somewhere, tagging passing cars. As I continued down the road, I kept thinking back to that strange truck I saw. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was in some kind of danger. Perhaps it was just my overactive imagination. Damn it, get a hold of yourself. It was just a trucker counting sheep on the side of the road. Saying it out loud did not make it any more convincing. There was something off about that truck. As I was about to turn down another corner, I heard the unmistakable sound of an engine revving up behind me. I looked in my rearview mirror as a pair of headlights came up fast behind me. I panicked and pressed down on my gas pedal, but my car was nowhere near fast enough to outrun the truck. The headlights were now directly behind me, practically blinding me. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I knew that there was something up with that truck, but now I had to do everything I could to get away from it. But the road was narrow, with no side streets or exits in sight. I was trapped out here, with this massive 18-wheeler right behind me. Suddenly, a hidden trooper didn't sound too bad. As we continued down the road, the truck eventually slowed down and stayed a safe distance behind me, still not making any attempts to pass me. The truck then flicked off its headlights. Oh, hell no. I immediately sped up, looking into my rearview mirror. I could make out the vague silhouette of the truck getting further and further away as I floored it down the highway until it disappeared from view. When I finally arrived home safely, I parked my car in the driveway and went inside, making sure that all my doors and windows were locked. I was exhausted. Nothing takes it out of you like being afraid for your life out on a dark highway. I just wanted to get some sleep and put this entire thing behind me. About an hour later, I was woken up by the unmistakable sound of an idling engine coming from outside. Half asleep, I got up and looked out my window. I became fully awake once I saw what was parked outside, a black semi-truck parked in the road outside of my house. Not only was I terrified from my previous encounter, but what was equally jarring was that this massive truck was in a residential area. I have no idea how that driver maneuvered down the narrow streets. This was the first time I got a good look at the truck. It had no commercial markings on it whatsoever, so there was no chance of me calling a number to let the company know that one of their drivers is a psychopath with a bad case of road rage. Also, I never got a good look at the driver's tags, but I imagine they would have read, "Beating you." I mentally could not handle seeing the truck outside of my house. I just remember saying, "No," and crawling back into bed. I didn't have the energy to deal with this insane shit. I just remembered hearing the truck pulling away as I drifted off to sleep. To this day, I'm still not sure if the driver somehow found out where I lived, or if it was just a very vivid nightmare. The next morning, I considered calling the police to report the strange encounter, but honestly, what were they going to do? There was no damage to my car, and there was no proof of what happened out there on the highway. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I became severely paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder and freaking out every time I saw a dark-colored truck. One day, I was walking back from the grocery store, and I saw a black semi parked on the side of the road. After nearly having a panic attack, I was put at ease once I saw the commercial markings on the side of its trailer. I realized that it was just another semi-truck with a black paint job. What happened to me that night was terrifying, but the fear that it caused me was taking over my ability to be rational. After a while, I could not allow it to control me anymore, and I eventually had to move on with my life. It's been years, but I still think about that black semi-truck from time to time. Ultimately, this experience has taught me to trust my instincts and to be extremely cautious when driving alone on remote roads. I still wonder who was behind the wheel of that truck and what their intentions were.
When you go off to college, a lot of people warn you about the dangers that can occur on campus, but what no one warns you about is the ride home. While I'm sure most people have fun and possibly even memorable rides home from school with their family, mine was only memorable because I made it home with my life. It was the beginning of December and the fall semester had just ended, and at the time, I had made plans with some friends back at home to go see the midnight release of a movie that was coming out instead of taking my exams and then driving home the next day. I planned to drive home as soon as I finished my schoolwork. This meant that I left campus around 4 in the afternoon. I would make it to the mall for the movie just in time, so I did just that. I left right after my last test, and I could not have been more excited to see my friends. I had about a 6.5-hour drive ahead of me, so I got comfortable and began making my way home as quickly but safely as possible. Now that being said, even though I was in a rush, I was still raised to be helpful. I was always taught growing up that if you saw someone on the side of the road, you stop and ask if they need help. Sometimes people don't need anything, and you just keep driving, but you never know when someone might need you. So at around 9:30 at night, as I was driving along this dimly lit back road, when I saw a car parked on the side of the road, I didn't even hesitate. I pulled over and hopped out of my car to ask if they needed any help. Right away, I could see the car was being driven by an elderly man, and he claimed that his car had a flat tire on the passenger side and asked me if I would help him put the spare on for him. I told him of course and asked him to pop the trunk so I could get the tire out, and he did. But as I leaned into the trunk to lift up the mat that covers the spare, I felt the man press something against my neck. My entire body tensed up as I could feel the shocks from the taser that he just pressed against me fired. I keeled over forward and the man was able to easily push me and force me into the trunk of his car before slamming it shut. I recovered from being tased before we pulled off from the side of the road. But as I reached above me for the emergency handle that it's in most trunks, I couldn't find it. I could feel the tires moving as we began making our way down the secluded back street when I realized the old man had forgotten to take my phone before locking me up. He must have been in such a hurry and didn't want to risk being overpowered that it didn't even cross his mind. I squirmed around in the trunk until I could get my hand into my pocket and pull my phone out. After calling the police and telling them what road I was just on, it was only a matter of a couple of minutes before they were able to find me. I heard the sound of police sirens behind us as they pulled the elderly man over, and once the car came to a stop, I began banging on the trunk to let the officers know where I was. Once the man was in custody and I was out of the trunk, I asked the officer if he knew why the man tried to abduct me, but he didn't know why. It wasn't until the trial that we learned that this man, who I thought was old and frail, had actually confessed to abducting multiple people between the 90s and the late 2000s. I was just the lucky one.
About 4 years ago, when I was in college, I went to a university that was about 2 hours away from my girlfriend's college. I would drive down to her campus sometimes on Friday afternoons, and then we would hang out for the weekend. I would typically leave to go back on Sunday night. Usually, I would try to leave by 10 p.m. at the latest on Sunday nights to get back to my dorm on campus by midnight. I had a 9 a.m. class on Mondays after all, but many times I would stay later than I should. One time, I stayed until nearly midnight and then began driving back to my campus. Unfortunately, not long after I started driving back, maybe like 20 minutes, I began to feel very sleepy. I kept going and hoped that I would feel more awake, but I was only getting more and more tired as I went on. I was starting to struggle to keep my eyes open, and obviously it was becoming a very dangerous situation. Then I decided that I needed to stop and do something to help myself wake up. Maybe get an energy drink or something. I kept my eyes open to the sides of the road to see if I would pass by any gas stations or rest stops. I knew that I wouldn't be able to make it much farther without falling asleep. At the next exit, I took it, and I hoped that I would come across something. The exit led me down to a quiet road, and not too far down it appeared to be a gas station. I was really happy to see it. I pulled into the parking lot, but when I did, it appeared that the store part of the gas station was closed. The lights were off inside, and there were no cars in the parking lot whatsoever. I even got out and tried the door, but it was locked. I went back to my car then and got inside. I was still extremely tired. That's when I just sat back and closed my eyes. I wasn't thinking all that clearly from being so tired, and I guess I felt that maybe I could take a brief 15-minute nap or something. All I know is when I closed my eyes, it felt so good. I started to drift off to sleep, and I was out within probably 15 seconds. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to see a car was parked next to me. I was groggy, and I almost went right back to sleep at first, but I had a bad feeling. The feeling was almost like I needed to get away from there, and I was in danger. I looked at the car that was parked next to me. It was a silver sedan, and it looked to be about 20 years old or so. Then, the driver's door opened. I felt a little bit suspicious because they parked right next to me out of all the other spaces in the parking lot. I could barely see the person as they walked around the car over to mine. When they made it around, I finally saw them. It was a man wearing a white sweatshirt with his hood up, and he had on like a type of mask that covered his whole face. It was like a costume mask of some sort, but I didn't recognize the character. When he approached my driver's window, I had no interest to stick around. I started my car up right then, and as I did, the man attempted to open my driver's door. My door was locked though, and I put my car into reverse and then backed up and drove away from him. I saw him then start sprinting back to his car as I was speeding out of the parking lot. Suddenly, I was wide awake and I didn't feel like sleeping at all. I sped onto the road and then back onto the freeway. I wasn't driving recklessly or anything, but I was definitely pushing the speed limit. When I got back onto the freeway, I saw that a car was merging right behind me, which happened to be the silver car. I had no plans to try to outrun them, and I drove at a normal pace. The guy sped up until he was right behind me. He got within probably 5 feet of the back of my car, and he stayed at that pace for a good minute or so. There were no other cars on the freeway at all. This area was really not that populated. In fact, most of the drive from my girlfriend's college to mine was just farms and woodland. I don't think I had seen another car the entire time that I was on the freeway. I sped up just a little bit, and as soon as I did, the guy behind me did as well. I switched lanes back and forth once, and he did the same. Then he sped up and hit the back end of my car. I couldn't believe it. He then crashed into it again, but this time harder. I think this guy had to be crazy or something. Then he backed off, and then went forward and hit me for a third time. This time, it was so hard that I nearly lost control of my car entirely and spun out. I sped up then because I was desperate, but as I did, I noticed way up ahead that there appeared to be a semi-truck. I kept speeding up, and so did the guy behind me. When we got sort of close to the semi, the guy behind me then switched lanes and sped off, passing both me and the semi-truck. He probably went over 100 miles per hour when he passed the truck. I slowed back down again once I made it to the semi-truck. The truck honked at me, probably seeing the damage on the backside of my car. I slowed down more and then called the police about the situation. I'm not sure why I didn't think to call the police sooner, but it's probably best, or I might have crashed or something trying to handle the phone and driving. An officer came out and pulled me over, where I was able to give my side of the story. He had me take the next exit and then stayed with me while I called my roadside service. I basically ended up staying up all night from waiting for my car to get towed and everything. I'm not sure whatever happened to the driver of the other car, whoever he was. I would recommend everybody to not drive late at night unless you have to, and especially never drive if you're tired.
This story of mine comes from perhaps the worst period of my entire life so far. I grew up privileged. Summers in the Hamptons and winters in the Bahamas kind of privileged. My dad was an investment banker, and a good one at that. So much so that Mom never had to work after they got married. I had it all. Fancy private schooling bled into what I thought would be a free college education. Well, not exactly free since Dad was footing the bill, but I'd never be saddled with any kind of crippling student debt that would turn my peers into wage slaves for the rest of their lives. At least, that's what I thought was going to happen, until the 2008 financial crash. A lot of other financial companies got government bailouts right out of the taxpayer's pocket, but my dad's didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't qualify, so he lost his job. Long story short, one day I was in college, living the good life. The next I was on the phone to my mom, being told I'd have to drop out and find a job if I ever wanted to be able to support myself, as they just didn't have the spare cash anymore. It was devastating. I'd never worked a day in my life before, and there I was, traipsing around town with a folder full of resumes, trying to find something, anything, to get some cash in my account. And that's how I ended up working at Burger King. It was really hard at first. Although I didn't necessarily feel like it, I obviously gave off some major rich girl vibes, as the rough, tough, working-class staff members detected it immediately. They didn't go easy on me, not in the slightest. But if I'm honest, that's the best thing that could have happened to me. In the space of about 3 months, I learned the meaning of a hard day's work, and the more I threw myself into the challenge of full-time work, the more my colleagues started to respect and appreciate me. In the end, we were incredibly tight, and I still keep in touch with a few of them via Facebook and stuff, but anyway, now that you have a bit of background, on with the story. So I was working the late shift one night, which is generally the hardest shift of the day. The manager only ever put the most competent, most capable workers on that shift, and I know it sounds dumb, but the fact that I'd proven myself enough to be put on that cycle was a huge compliment to me. We used to stay open until midnight on weekends, and at about 11:30, we get this pretty regular-looking dude coming in, standing there at the counter whilst perusing the menu behind me. I gave it my best. "May I take your order, sir?" He looks down at me. Without skipping a beat, he's like, "2 double cheeseburgers, please." I could have plugged the order into the register when he interrupts me with an addendum into his order. "Could I have those without the bun, the bacon, or any cheese, and hold off on grilling them for me, would you? Thanks." I stopped plugging his order in and looked up at him. "Excuse me?" It took a moment for me to really process what he was asking for, and he smiled as he began to clarify what his order was. "Is there a problem?" Yeah. I'm not sure we're allowed to serve raw hamburgers. It's against food safety regulations." "You've heard of steak tartare, haven't you?" Yet another guy who immediately detected something in my mannerisms or accent that suggested I was upper class. I didn't even justify it with a response. I just asked him to wait a second while I talked to my supervisor. So the supervisor comes out and basically tells the guy no, just like I had. Even if you can eat raw beef, it's just not something we're able to serve our customers, or that's what I thought anyway. Because as my super is talking to this guy, calmly explaining that as much as he's sorry, it's just not something we can do, the guy rolls his eyes and pulls out a wad of high-denomination bills from his pocket and is just like, "How much would it take?" Now the place is pretty much empty at this point, but all eyes are on this guy and his wad of bills. I'll never forget the moment my supervisor stopped talking all calm and professional before turning to me and telling me, "Go to the back and clean something." I was stunned. I knew the guy well enough to know exactly what he was doing. He was going to clear the floor of potential witnesses, then actually get this guy's order. I pretended to clean something, all the while spying on him as he collected 2 raw patties from the fridge and sort of went through the motions of cooking them, so that if anyone watched the cameras back, it would look like he had done his job to the letter. A couple of minutes later, he comes into the back, telling me to take over the register, but not before he slides a few crisp $100 bills into my hand, telling me not to say a word to anyone and to just forget about what had happened before people start running their mouths about it. As far as the rest of the team knew, he had told the guy no, served him some regular burgers, then simply gone about the rest of his shift as normal. But I couldn't let it go. I had to get some closure, even if I had a few $100 worth of tips. I had to know what this guy's deal was. So being the sly fox that I am, I ducked my supervisor and hit up the manager in his office, asking him if, since it's so quiet, it'd be okay if I took a cigarette break. He looks at me all confused, turning in his chair before saying, "You don't smoke, do you?" Yeah, I just started. Stresses of the job." Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but you're entitled to your 5 minutes. Just make sure you get your station covered. So I did. I got a buddy of mine to man the register, bummed the smoke off of one of the fryer guys, then stood out back trying to get a look at the guy as he headed for his car. So there's me, standing there, pretending to smoke while I pretend I'm not watching this dude climbing into his driver's side. Then the thought hits me. It's late. Stores might not be open. In fact, they definitely weren't open, and the dude probably wanted something to cook with, right? Wrong. I distinctly see him unwrap the dripping wet burger wrapper before he raised the raw meat to his face. He doesn't take a bite, not like I expected him to. In fact, it looks more like he's smelling the meat more than anything else. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing. Literally, though, I thought the perspective had me seeing something that I wasn't, so I made the awful decision to edge a little closer to the car, angling out so I could see through the driver's side window. All without considering that his side mirror would reveal me as the peeper that I was. And oh my God, the way he looked at me through that window, this wild look in his eyes after breaking from what looked so much like he was making out with that chunk of meat. He was furious, gunning his engine before ripping out of the parking lot as fast as he could move. I just tossed the cigarette, ran back inside, and went straight to the super to tell him what I'd seen. He only repeated that no matter what, I wasn't to tell a soul that we'd served him raw meat, or those few $100 bills would be the last money we ever got out of this place if the owner didn't opt to sue us too. We never saw that guy ever again, and no one ever found out about the raw meat we sold him. I don't suppose I was in any real danger, but it was definitely the scariest, if not the most disturbing incident I've ever had while working at Burger King. So a few days after my 19th birthday, a few of my buddies and I are rolling around town in one of our cars, passing bottles and generally getting up to no good. We find a spot to park up, have a few smokes and blast some music, hanging out and just messing around until long after the sunset. Eventually, once we got hungry enough, we decided to drive over to Burger King to get a bite to eat. Now, I'm pretty lit by that point, and I've been lying if I said I wasn't generally being a complete jerk here, but here goes. So the Burger King drive-thru is closed for some reason, so we park the car up, get out, and head into the restaurant. And at the head of this huge line was this giant ham beast who was in the middle of waving her arm flab around, making some animated complaint about her order. My drunk buddies and I proceeded to watch this ham beast making an absolute idiot out of herself for like 10 minutes straight, holding up the entire line until eventually she steps to the side to wait for her corrected order or whatever. Either way, the line starts to move again. Everyone is super livid at this hog lady for holding up the line, and I could tell the workers behind the counter were less than pleased with her too. So by the time I get to the front to give my order, I'm feeling all cocky and righteous, and for some reason I had it in my head that if I made the workers laugh by roasting the hog lady, I'd get like a free meal out of it or something. So I say something to the effect of, "May I apologize on behalf of humanity for the irate snuffling of my heavy friend here." No one laughs. They all just look pretty shocked, looking back and forth between the ham beast and myself, waiting for the aftermath. She turns red in the face, and I expect her to explode on me. I'm ready for the black eye or whatever. It was worth it, just to hear my buddies cracking up behind me. But she didn't flip her lid. She didn't say a word. She just sort of stood there, steaming mad until the guy behind the counter appeared with her amended food order. Then she just sits down and starts eating her food. We get our food and sit down on the opposite side of the restaurant, and all the while my buddies are like, "Come on, man, you burned her, jeez, dude." But I'm looking over at her, because the ham beast is on her phone, just talking all quiet, but every so often she shoots us a little bit of a look with this big smug grin on her fat face. I don't know what I was expecting to happen, but why I thought I'd get away with it, I have no idea. Because the moment we walked out of that restaurant, we just hear from behind us, "There he is. That one, right there." I look around, and she's pointing at me, the same smug grin on her face. Then, when I turn back, there's a gun in my face. I honestly can't remember what the dude was screaming at me, only that he was, but I know it was her husband. It's weird the little details you notice when something like that happens to you. I distinctly remember seeing the dude's wedding ring on a finger that was wrapped around the handle of the pistol. I'm not a gun guy, but that thing was an incredibly big pistol, like huge. And all I did was sort of zone out and look down the barrel for a few moments with this guy's screams ringing in my ears. It was only when he pushed it to my forehead that reality came back to me and hit me like a ton of bricks. I just remember shaking so hard that when the guy told me to get down on my knees, I could barely react. He screamed at me to get on my knees because I didn't deserve to die on my feet, and that line stuck with me even to this day. I've never been so scared in my entire life. If you notice, I haven't given my name or where this happened or when it happened. This is to give me enough anonymity to admit that just after I fell to my knees, and I mean fell to my knees, I just straight urinated my pants, which I didn't even know was really a thing. I mean, obviously I've heard about people being so scared they wet themselves, but I didn't think it could actually happen to people. But I suppose since I was full of booze and that large Coke, there was plenty in my bladder to void, and void my bladder I did. Somehow, I had found a way to make a terrible situation even worse. Not only did I think I was about to die in a parking lot, while a whole restaurant full of strangers looked on in horror, I was about to die soaked in my own urine, cowering and shaking, on my knees outside of a freaking Burger King. He starts shouting other stuff at this point too, but I can't quite remember that either. I was just waiting for the moment my light switched off, a feeling like I'd fallen asleep real fast that I'd never, ever wake up from. I remember trying to shout something myself, something about how, will someone please call the cops, or whatever, but fear is a powerful thing. I couldn't speak. I mean, it was like a nightmare come to life. One of those where you try to scream for help, but your voice just sort of dries up in your throat. The next thing I remember are my ears pricking up to the word cops being spoken by some bystander just out of my view. Then I hear the distinct voice of the ham beast repeating the word, only this time, it's not me that sounds scared, it's her. I feel the tip of the pistol leave the back of my head, and by the time I summon the courage to look around again, I see the pair of them, ham beast and gun guy, screeching out of the parking lot in some battered old sedan, followed swiftly by the blaring sirens in the distance. It was only when I was giving my statement to the cops that I noticed my buddies were gone, and not only were they completely out of sight, so was the car. So I had to be driven home to my parents' house in a freaking cop car, which clued them into the fact that I had been drinking, which to them was far more worthy of their attention to the fact I'd almost just been shot in the Burger King parking lot. They tried to ground me for like a month, but they didn't need to enforce it. I was too shaken up to leave the house for the first week entirely. Just be careful who you're talking to or trying to be funny. You never know who's psycho enough to put a gun to your head.
I live 5 minutes away from 2 Burger Kings. When I worked cleaning cars on my own, I would walk on over to the larger one because they had a better card reader. I can't tell you how many times I couldn't pay for my food because the other Burger King's card reader would not accept my debit card. So, just to play it safe, I always went to the one I dubbed the Good Burger King. Anyway, I walked on over at the end of my short workday, enjoying some podcasts through my headphones. It should be noted that even though this fast food joint was right on the shoulder of the main road through town, I literally never saw anyone else in there save for me and the employees. I guess it was bad timing. On the day in question, I ordered my usual bacon-filled meal and took a seat in the back corner. It was my favorite spot because the employees and anyone that might walk in couldn't really notice me. Whenever I go out to eat, I really don't like to be bothered. Now this is when someone else actually walks in. Right off the bat, this is curious, because I've never seen anyone else walk in here while I was there. He was a tall, way too thin white guy who, to be honest, looked like he just finished shooting up. He was very pale, sweaty, and agitated. I watched the guy from my spot very cautiously. He goes up to the counter with his left hand hovering over his lower back, and he's shaking like crazy. As I look closer, I realize this guy has something hidden under his shirt. And that's when a feeling of danger comes over me. This guy was so sketchy to begin with, but now he had something to hide. The cashier asked what he would like, and I kid you not, this guy gropes the thing that's under his shirt and starts shaking more. Then I can hear him stutter like he can't figure out what to say. After a few seconds of watching the poor cashier being creeped out, the guy slams his right hand on the counter and just says, "Give me a number 2. His hand stops shaking and he finally lets go of the thing under his shirt. He stands there, arms crossed and shaking his head constantly, waiting for his food to come out. And when it does, he yanks the food from the employee's hands and walks away. I hear the employee get mad and cuss at him, but that before. I don't know what happened to me the night before, but after that experience, I won't be going back for a while. The doctor told me that it could be caused from blood rushing back to my head too quickly, and I do kind of remember feeling a bit lightheaded a few moments before I blacked out. But still, that does not explain the figure I saw when I was completely aware and awake sitting at that table eating my food. So this isn't exactly my story, but it's my boyfriend's. He works at a Burger King a block or two from our house and has told me of multiple accounts in which weird things have happened. For background info, he works early morning shifts before the sun has a chance to come up, which only makes this account creepier. One time, another worker there thought she saw a little girl at the back of the kitchen. Thinking some kid sneaked behind them, she went to go over and check who it was. But when she got there, she didn't see anyone. The little girl was gone. Since then, there's been multiple times where the cups would fly out at the employees, or things have been knocked down from the shelves. Sometimes the workers' names get called out to them from the very back of the building where the storage closet is. But if they go back to investigate, to see who's calling for them, there's nobody ever there. But the voice always comes in the form of another coworker. A fairly recent one was when my boyfriend was working in the freezer area. He heard the loudest noise, as if metal pipes had fallen. When he went to go check it out, there was nothing on the ground. He couldn't think of anything in the world that could have made that sound, and it spooked him out for the rest of his shift. There's been multiple sightings by different people of a little girl hiding behind the soda aisle in the middle of the dining area, or somebody catches a glimpse of her around the corner. But by far the creepiest thing to happen, in my opinion, is that one of the employees started catching glimpses of a little girl at their own home, as if the entity itself that's been haunting the restaurant has followed him home. That would be terrifying.
For a few years, I tried my hand at scrapping in my area for a living, and surprisingly, I did pretty well for myself. Scrap metal was abundant in my town, and people would even offer to pay me to take their dead utilities like washing machines and ovens off their hands, which I would then take to the scrapyard and make a quick little bit of money. Now, a big source of my contacts ended up coming from social media, such as Instagram or Facebook Marketplace, and for the most part, everything went smoothly. But every now and then, I would get a shady seeming opportunity that I would have to think twice about. I'll never forget when I was messaged on Facebook to pick up a broken lawnmower and a torn down shed from a property about an hour away from my house. It was in September of 2017, and I typically didn't pick up scrap after dark because the yard was usually closed by then. But it seemed like this guy had a lot for me to pick up, and he claimed to only be able to meet after he got home from work around 6 p.m. So I figured, why not? What's the worst that could happen, right? The day came that I was supposed to meet him, and I messaged him to confirm that everything was still good to go. And once I got the okay, I hopped into my truck and began making my way to the man's house. There wasn't much traffic, so the drive only took about 45 minutes. But by the time I got to the small, one-lane road where the man lived. The sun had already set. The road was surrounded by thick woods on either side of it, and it almost looked like the guy's house was the only one on the entire road. After driving a bit down the one-lane road, I finally saw a beat-up looking mailbox that had the number 43 on it, which let me know that I had reached my destination. I slowly pulled into the driveway, and the first thing that I noticed was how overgrown the yard looked. From the looks of things, the lawnmower had been broken for some time. As I got closer to the house, I could tell from the dim light shining through the window that the owner was home. I parked my truck, and before I could take my phone out to send the man a message, I noticed someone coming out of the front door. It looked like the guy that I was there to meet, so I shut my truck off and stepped outside. As soon as my foot touched the pavement, I practically jumped out of my skin when I heard what sounded like a very large dog barking. The man came down the stairs and claimed that I didn't have anything to worry about and said the dog was inside. But I still couldn't help but flinch with every step I took, wondering if I was going to be attacked. I did my best to follow the man around as I began gathering all the scrap metal that he had for me. But about halfway through my trips, back and forth from the yard to my truck, I couldn't help but feel like I was hearing the sound of a child screaming underneath the sound of the loud barking. I tried to remain calm as I said my goodbye to the man, and as soon as I hit the road, I pulled my phone out and called my wife to tell her what just happened. She was concerned with what I had heard and said that I should call the police, and I was happy that I did. I informed the officer that I heard a child crying and what sounded like an aggressive animal inside a rundown home. And when they showed up, they ended up finding a small child who did not belong to the owner. It turned out to be a missing child from 2 states away who had been missing for more than 3 weeks at that time. There was also reportedly no dog on site, and the police believe the man was using the recording of a dog barking that was being played over speakers to try to drown out the child for crying for help. When the case went to court, it turned out that the only reason he needed the scrap removed in the first place was that his landlord was going to evict him if he didn't get it out of there.
Alright, so this occurred when I was 16, and because of what happened, I will never use social media again. It was getting near the end of the school year, which meant that we would have the summer off in a couple of weeks. It also meant that teachers would let the class have free time and rarely give out assignments. Anyway, I was in class sitting with my friends chatting, as our teacher did give us free time. We were pretty much talking about all the things girls in high school would talk about. What we were doing over the summer, college, jobs, a car, and even graduation. As one of my friends was talking about how her boss just fired her from her job, I got a notification from Facebook on my phone. A username that I have never seen before sent me a friend request. Let me be as clear as I can. Getting friend requests from unknown users is no big surprise to me. What I would do is if I knew the person, I would accept their request and request to be their friend as well, but if I didn't know who they were, I would just accept the request or decline it. In this case, I didn't know who this person was, so I declined him. Just then, I received another notification on my phone from Facebook. It was the same username, and he sent me a direct message. It read something along the lines of, "Hey, you're really pretty. Would you like to chat?" I responded telling him that I didn't know who he was and apologized. Keep in mind, this guy looked to be about 40 and I was 18 at the time, so this was starting to become very creepy. My friends eventually wanted to see what I was up to, and so I showed them the chat. 2 of my friends really didn't care, and the others said to just block him. I felt like blocking him wouldn't be the right thing to do at the time, so I just left it alone. When I got home, I received another notification on my phone from the same guy. He said that we will get to know each other and that we would start a, quote, romantic relationship. I was beyond creeped out at this point, and so I blocked him and thought it was over. I'd say not even 10 minutes later, I received another message from Facebook, but with a different username. It read, "Why did you block me? I want to get to know you." I told him to leave me alone and that he was way too older than me, and that if he didn't stop that I would call the police and report him. He then started using profanity and making threats and that he was going to find me and kill me. I blocked him once again and called the cops, but of course they couldn't do anything since he really didn't commit a crime. I find that BS, but whatever. His account was also taken down, and even if the police could track him, I couldn't remember his username. About a week or so went by, and I was starting to forget about what happened. I just wanted to graduate high school and be done. But a few days later, I was home alone in my room on my computer when I heard my dogs barking at something. I went to go see what they were barking at. They were barking at something outside of the sliding glass door, but I couldn't see anything since it was dark out there. I looked a bit harder, and I could see someone standing in our yard, looking straight at me. He then took off running, and I never saw him again. I have no idea if whoever that was the person on Facebook, but I believe that it might have been.
For the longest time, I was looking for a specific Funko Pop from a limited Marvel series that had come out. I've been collecting them ever since I was with my ex-boyfriend, who actually got me into comic books. And even though we had a pretty nasty breakup, I still wanted to complete my collection and continue to love everything Marvel and DC. Well, after about 3 years of looking for the final pop that I needed for my collection, I saw that someone named Aaron had listed it for sale on the Facebook Marketplace. After exchanging a couple messages, we both figured out a good time to meet, which ended up being around 8 p.m. the following night. The two of us agreed to meet at the mall because Aaron claimed to have some clothes shopping to do, and I actually needed to pick up my younger brother from his job at the pretzel stand, so it worked out. When the time came, I pulled into the mall parking lot at the entrance closest to the JCPenney, which was where we agreed to meet. And before I even made it to an empty parking spot, I recognized my ex's car. James loved his red Miata, and we took so many pictures of it that I could pick it out from a lineup. I decided that I didn't want to deal with him, so I ended up driving over to the movie theater parking lot and sending Aaron a message letting him know I was there. However, about 2 minutes after I sent the message, I noticed that Aaron had seen it, but not replied, and before I could send him another message to make sure that he actually saw it, I saw James in my rearview mirror walking toward my car. I'm glad the car was locked, because as he walked up to my door, he tried to open it. When he realized he couldn't, he began yelling through the window, asking me to just hear him out. I ignored him and pulled out my phone to message Aaron and my brother to let them know what was happening. But when he saw Aaron's name on my phone, James said something that surprised me. "He's not coming, you know," he said. I looked up at him, confused as to why he would say something like that. That was when he let me know that he was James and created the account and the marketplace post because I had been ignoring him. I immediately began to freak out and began texting my brother, letting him know that I would meet him in a different parking lot. There was no way I was getting out of the car at that point. But the more I ignored James to text my brother, the angrier he got. And eventually he got so mad that he began smacking my window to get my attention. I turned my car on, and as I put my car in reverse, James smacking turned to him punching, and I screamed as he began trying to break my window and yelling at me to stop. He kept yelling, "I just want to talk to you." But I had never seen him so angry. I pulled out as fast as I could in fear of my life and began driving around the mall wondering where I would be safe to pick up my brother. I was afraid that James was following me. Eventually, my brother texted me back and told me that he was standing outside of the entrance near the side of the mall and that I could swing by and pick him up. I liked this plan because I didn't have to actually park. I grabbed my brother and we began driving home. The entire time I was paranoid that James was following me. Thankfully, there was no sign of him after returning to my house. My father ended up messaging his parents and letting them know that if he stepped foot near me again, we would be filing a restraining order. That was the last time I heard from him, but I'll never forget the look on his face as he tried to break my window to get to me. I had just purchased a new car after finally saving up enough money, and since my driveway had limited space, I decided to sell the Hyundai that I used to drive. I tried asking around to see if any of my friends or family members might need a car, but when no one was offering to buy it, I decided to list it on the Facebook Marketplace. It was a 2003 Sonata with 140,000 miles, and based on what I saw similar cars going for on the site, I listed it for $4,000 or best offer. I was a little surprised at how long it took before someone finally messaged me about the car, but after about 2 weeks, I finally felt like I had a solid offer. I had to drop the asking price to $3,400, but when the guy messaged me, offered to pay cash, I decided to take the money rather than wait for a better offer. The man's name according to Facebook was Lucas, and after discussing it, he asked me if I would be able to meet him at a garage that he supposedly owned. He claimed to not have a working vehicle at the moment and was hoping I would be able to drop the car off. And not thinking anything of it, I checked to see how far the garage was from my house and asked my friend if he would follow me in his car and drive me home after I made the sale. My buddy Jeremy said that it wouldn't be a problem, and when the time came, I drove over to Jeremy's house so that he could follow behind me till we got to the garage. The route to the garage was mostly highway for the first 15 or so minutes of the drive, and then we had to take the side roads for another 5 minutes before the GPS told me that I had reached my destination. I could see the garage, but in my rear view, there was no sign of Jeremy. I figured that I must have lost him at the light or something, but considering I put the address into his phone, I figured he would be there shortly. I planned on waiting in the car until he got there, but before I could message Lucas to let him know what was going on, I could see 3 men coming out from the side of the garage. I tried to see if any of them looked like Lucas's profile picture, but as far as I could tell, he wasn't there. I hoped that they just happened to be walking in the direction of my car and were just going to pass me. Sadly, that's not what happened. As the 3 men got closer to my car, I could tell that they were heading right for me. I smiled and nodded, thinking that maybe they just wanted to know who I was and why I was there. But before I could even begin rolling down my window, the man closest to me pulled a gun out of his waistband and pointed it in my direction. My hands instinctively left the steering wheel and went up in the air as I hoped and prayed for him not to pull the trigger. His 2 friends approached my door and opened it with ease as I didn't have the chance to lock it. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. I tried not to make any sudden moves as the men loaded into my car, and within a second, they were pulling away. It all happened in under a minute, and I was in absolute shock. On one hand, I was glad to be alive, but on the other, I was still really confused about what just happened to me. I got up off the ground and looked down the road to see if Jeremy had caught up yet, but there was no sign of his car. I walked over to the garage and looked inside, and that was when I realized that I had been conned from the beginning. Through a window, I could see that the garage had been abandoned for God knows how long, and before I even pulled out my phone to check, I knew that Lucas had used a fake profile. I opened up Facebook and tried to find his profile only to discover that his account had been deleted, even though it was active right before I pulled up to the garage. I called the police while I waited for Jeremy to arrive and reported the car stolen. Jeremy eventually showed up, and the 2 of us got out of there as fast as we could. Every now and then, I wonder what happened with that car, but as far as I know, the police never found it. All I know is I'll never use Facebook to sell something like that again.
My name is Jamie. A few years ago, several strange things started happening. It all began around Facebook. I logged into my account one day to find a new message from somebody. I used Facebook pretty regularly at the time, and I had for years. Over all the time that I had a Facebook, I received hundreds of friend requests. I certainly didn't know many of the people on my friends list. I would probably get about 5 to 10 friend requests per week on average, and most of the time I would just accept them. The message that I had received looked like spam. It was like multiple links, and those links were really long. There was no text to go along with the links, and I didn't open them. It was sent from some guy with no profile picture. I figured that he was some spam account, and I accidentally accepted a friend request from him or something in the past. I deleted the conversation and unfriended the guy, but only the next day, I got a very similar message. It was from another user. This time, the user did have a profile picture, but it was really generic. I think it was just a logo of a sports team. This person had also sent some random links. By now, I was suspecting that there was some type of Facebook hack going around, and spam messages were being sent. I just deleted them and went on, but they didn't stop. The next day, I had spam messages from multiple accounts. I was wondering what was going on. Then, the day after that is when things got even weirder and took a creepy twist. I saw that I had a friend request, and when I looked at it, the username was Jamie Smith Sucks. Jamie Smith is actually my real name, and I also got a friend request with somebody with the username Jamie Smith is an idiot. I clicked on these profiles, and they looked like they had just been created. Somebody was seemingly trying to mess with me. I didn't know who, and I didn't know why. Obviously, I declined those goofy friend requests, and I decided that I would not go on Facebook for a few days. I deleted the app from my phone, and I didn't go on it through my laptop either. But I couldn't escape the strange things. The next day or two went by fine, but then, one night at about midnight, there was a knock on my front door. I lived by myself in an apartment, and I walked over to the door wondering who would be there so late. No one was there when I looked. The next day, this happened again. A knocking at my door, but nobody was there when I looked outside. The day after that, I left my place to find that there was a picture on the floor right in front of my door. The picture was my Facebook profile pic, and it appeared as though somebody had just printed it off on a piece of paper. This was really starting to concern me, but I had no idea what could be done about it. The last straw was the next day. It was 11 o'clock at night, and I was home in my apartment. There was once again another knocking at my front door. Immediately following the knock, I heard that the knob to the door was turned. Luckily, the door was in fact locked. I walked over and looked out. No one was there again. I opened up the door, and on the ground was at least 100 pieces of paper with my profile picture printed on them. They were all stacked in a pile. I took them all and went to the police the next day. I told them everything and made a report. Beyond that, there wasn't much that I could do. But surprisingly, after I went to the police, everything just stopped. There was no more knocks at my door, no more things left outside, and no more weird Facebook messages or friend requests. I still don't know who did that to me, though. This happened many years ago in 2013. I used Facebook quite a bit back then, but I don't really use it at all anymore. On a daily basis, I would use the Facebook app on my phone and had the Messenger app as well. I talked to several of my friends that way, and when this happened, I was about 19 years old. I had probably upwards of 500 friends on there, which is a lot of people, but I've seen accounts with thousands. Anyways, I got a friend request from a girl named Veronica. I saw that we had about 5 mutual friends, and based on her picture, she looked nice. I looked at her profile page, but there wasn't much there. Just her age, which was also 19, and she had 2 pictures, and I saw that she had about 200 friends. After skimming over her page, I didn't actually know who she was, but I accepted the friend request. Our mutual friends were some people who I had gone to high school with, but didn't really know all that well as one other person who I didn't go to high school with, but lived in the general area. Not too long after I accepted her request, she sent me a message. I went to the Messenger app and I started talking with her. She was really cool, and we hit it off. We talked for probably about a week before we wanted to meet up. I knew that she lived in the area, but I didn't know exactly where. Veronica suggested that we meet at a local mall, and there was a really popular shopping center about 10 minutes from my house. We decided to meet that Saturday at 11 a.m. In the meantime, we kept talking quite a bit, just like usual. When it was Saturday, I drove to the mall and went inside. It was pretty busy with it being a weekend. I had let Veronica know when I was leaving, and I think she left at around the same time as me. When I got inside, I messaged her that I was there, but that's when she stopped replying to me initially. At first, she told me that she was inside the mall and would look for me, but after that, I told her where I was and she didn't go there. I was standing in the food court for like 10 minutes and didn't see any sign of her. I reached out to her again, but did not get a response. I did see that she had seen my message though. When she didn't show up for another 5 minutes, I decided to walk around the mall looking for her. I figured that maybe the signal on her phone was bad or something, or maybe she had put her phone in her pocket with our conversation still open. I was just telling myself things like that, but I started to get a bad feeling. The mall was pretty big. It wasn't like the Mall of America or anything, but it was a decent size, and it did have 2 levels. There were also a lot of people there, so it would be tough, but not impossible to find someone. At one point though, when I was looking around, I did see this one guy who kind of looked like he was staring at me from afar. When I walked all around the mall, I saw the guy again, but he was walking a ways back behind me. I walked around for maybe 20 minutes. I really wanted to meet Veronica, but the more I walked around, the more I felt like she wasn't actually there. Then, finally, I felt my phone vibrate. I looked, and Veronica had sent me a message. She said, "Come to the entrance by the food court." That was the first area that I had been, and I had told her when I was there. I walked back over to it, which took me about 2 or 3 minutes. When I got back there, I looked around. It was still crowded, but I didn't see Veronica. I was a good ways away from the entrance doors, and I started to walk over to them. But that's when I noticed that the same guy that I had seen multiple times before was right there. He was standing right by the entrance and kind of looking around. Then, when he made eye contact with me for a brief moment, he walked behind one of the doors. I started to get suspicious, and I decided that I was just going to leave, but I was going to leave in a different door than that one. I began walking in the opposite direction. When I did, I noticed the guy then start to walk through the food court towards me. I picked up the pace and turned a corner to another hallway. I walked quickly and did make it to the exit. I didn't see the man behind me when I made it there. After that, I walked around the mall on the outside until I made it to the parking lot that I had parked in. Then I drove home. By the time I was home, I looked and saw that I had a message from Veronica. The message said, "Why didn't you come to the food court entrance like I asked? Why did you just leave?" By this time, I knew that Veronica likely didn't exist, and the one guy that I saw was running the account. I asked her to send me a picture of herself right now. Then she blocked me. That pretty much confirmed my suspicions. I was disappointed, obviously, but I also felt good that I wasn't a victim to anything further than being catfished. From that point forward, I was much more careful with who I talked to online.
I was walking home from the mall on Valentine's Day, feeling pretty good about my day of shopping and indulging in some much-needed me time. The sun was starting to set and the sky was a beautiful shade of pink and orange, so I decided to take the long way home to enjoy the peacefulness of the quiet streets and the beauty of the sky above me. I was 25 and excited to be starting a new job at the coffee shop next to my apartment. I had finally moved out of my parents' house and was beginning to feel like my life was going in the direction I wanted it to. I was listening to music through my earbuds, but had this nerve-wracking feeling that something was just off. It's like I could feel someone watching me. Almost like an invisible set of eyes were just locked directly to my every move. My heart began to race and my breathing became shallow as I quickened my pace, and I was desperate just to get home. I looked over my shoulder and, of course, there he was. My ex. The one who couldn't get over me and just wouldn't leave me alone. After we broke up almost a year before this, he did everything he could to convince me to take him back. At first, it was normal stuff like having flowers sent to my home or mailing me sweet letters in the mail. It was romantic and nice and kind of innocent even, but I didn't want to get back together with him, so I never responded to any of it. At this point, I hadn't seen or heard from him for a couple of months, and I thought that he had finally gotten the hint that it was over between us, but apparently not. He was walking about 10 feet behind me, and when I looked back at him, I could see this sort of sinister look in his eyes. He'd always been a bit creepy, but this was some next level stuff. He didn't say a word. He just sort of smiled this horribly disturbing smile. I tried to ignore him and keep walking, but he started following me more closely, getting closer and closer with each step. I turned a corner, hoping to lose him, but he was still there, and every step that I took, he took the same one, only 5 feet behind me. I started to feel my panic set in. I'd always felt safe walking home alone, but now I felt like I was being hunted or stalked like someone's prey. I pulled out my phone, calling a friend, but she didn't answer. I tried calling my roommate, but still no answer. I was completely alone with no one to help me. I had called the police on him many times before, and the last time they just straight up told me not to call again about him unless it was a life or death situation, and I really didn't want to hear about that again. So I started to run, hoping to get to my apartment building before he caught up with me. I could hear him getting closer and closer with every step, and so close that I could even hear his heavy breathing. I was gasping for air and my heart was pounding in my chest, but I knew that I had to keep running. I finally made it to my building and ran inside, but he caught the door and followed me in. I could hear his footsteps echoing down the hall as I ran to my apartment and locked the door behind me once I was safely inside. I was okay. I wanted to scream and cry at the same time, but it wasn't over yet. I tried to calm myself down, but my mind was just racing. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call the police. I didn't want to make a scene, and I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I just wanted it all to be over. I wanted my ex to be one of those guys that just moves on when a relationship ends. My roommate found me curled up in a ball in front of the door and asked me what happened. Through tears and hyperventilation, I told her everything. She was horrified and told me that she didn't care what they said the last time that I had called and that she was calling the police, because being chased home by your psycho stalker ex is in fact life or death. Just as she got a hold of the dispatcher, we heard a noise outside the door. I froze, my heart racing. My roommate and I stared at each other with wide eyes, waiting, listening for any noise coming from outside my door. Was he trying to get inside? I grabbed a knife from the kitchen just in case. The noise stopped and I started to relax a little. My roommate was explaining everything to the dispatcher when suddenly it started again. This time it was louder. It was a loud banging noise, but the banging wasn't coming from the door. It was almost like he was stomping around outside the door, having a tantrum that he wasn't able to get inside. I'd never experienced that side of him, and I never knew that he was capable of doing something like this. Throughout our whole relationship, he seemed so normal. The reason we broke up was because he had cheated, and I felt like if he was willing to risk our whole relationship for one night with a random woman, then our relationship didn't mean much to him to begin with. You'd think that he would have been able to move on by the time this all happened. I crept up to the door, knife in hand, and peered through the peephole. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear someone breathing. It sounded like his mouth was pressed against the door like he wanted to hear it. I started to panic again, but my roommate tried her best to calm me down. The police told us to stay inside and keep the door locked until they arrived. They said it would only take around 10 minutes for them to get there. We sat on the floor and waited for the police. All the while, I could hear him still breathing on the other side of the door, and I knew that all he wanted was to get inside and do God knows what to me. Finally, the police got there, and they arrested my ex. He didn't put up a fight and went with them willingly. They took him away, and I was finally able to sort of breathe a sigh of relief, but unfortunately, this sort of fear and panic would stay with me for quite a long time. No matter how much I wanted to or how convenient it would be, I could never get myself to walk home alone again. I never forgot the feeling of being followed and hunted by someone who had supposedly loved me before. I was lucky to make it out alive, but the thought of what could have happened is something I still think about almost every day. I never thought that someone I once loved could turn into a monster. It's important to always trust your instincts. I learned that the hard way, and I hope that my story can serve as a warning to others. It serves as a reminder that sometimes love can just turn into an obsession, and that obsession can turn into something much more dangerous. I was so excited to start a new life in the city. My girlfriend and I had just moved into a small apartment, and I was eager to explore a place that I'd never been before. I'd gone to the grocery store to pick up a few things, and as I was walking home, I was texting my girlfriend about all the cool things I came across on the walk and all the fun stuff that there was for us to do together around the city. I was so preoccupied with my phone that I didn't even realize that I'd gotten turned around. I don't know how I was stupid enough to not look where I was going, but I was just really excited to tell her about my day and everything I saw. After a while, I finally looked up and realized that I had no idea where I was. The streets were empty and the buildings appeared to look abandoned with their doors and windows boarded up. It kind of looked like something out of an apocalyptic video game, The Last of Us. I was starting to feel uneasy and honestly a little scared. This looked like nothing of the area that I was just walking in not too long ago. I looked at my phone's map and started making my way back in the right direction. I was around 4 miles from home still, and it was getting dark. As I was walking, I saw an old car with a taxi sign on top. It was starting to rain and the darkness was engulfing the streets around me, but I still hesitated for a second before getting in. It didn't look like an official taxi, and I'd seen way too many true crime shows to trust it, but I just wanted to get home, and the thought of being lost in this unfamiliar place was freaking me out way more than getting in the car. I knocked on the window, and the driver rolled it down just a little crack, and it was enough for me to ask if he was able to take me where I needed to go. He didn't speak, just nodded a yes in my direction. He unlocked the doors, and I got in and told him to drop me off at the gas station near my apartment building, and I gave him the address. The driver started the engine, and we were off. I still had my Maps app open and glanced at it every so often to make sure that we were going in the right direction. Only the further we drove, I noticed that we had started going in the opposite direction of my apartment. I started to get nervous and asked the driver if he could take me home or even just let me out so I could find another ride, but he didn't say a word, and instead just kept driving. I started to feel panic set in as the car took me further away from my home. I demanded that the driver let me out, and he just sort of chuckled to himself. I tried to open the door, but it was locked and didn't have a button to unlock it. It was one of those locks where when the car is locked, it retracts into the door and you can't pull it up to unlock it. And I was trapped. I started to feel a cold sweat on my skin as the fear that I was feeling began to fill every inch of my body. The driver drove for what felt like forever, taking me deeper into the outskirts of the city down its darkest, deserted streets. In reality, we probably only drove for around 30 minutes, but the panic and fear that I was feeling in that car made every second feel like hours. The rain was coming down harder and harder, and I could feel the driver's eyes on me through the rearview mirror. He was watching me closely, and it was making me even more afraid. I was trapped in that taxi with a stranger who seemed to have no intention of letting me go. The fear and desperation was overwhelming, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of a way out. Eventually, the taxi pulled off to the side of the road, and the driver turned to look at me. He was wearing a black hoodie, and his face was littered with the trashiest tattoos I'd ever seen. I almost wanted to laugh for a second and remembered where I was and decided that that wouldn't be the best idea. I could see a sort of creepy smirk on his face as he spoke to me in a harsh voice. "Welcome to your final destination," he said, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't know what to do. I tried to reason with the driver to just let me go and there'd be no harm done, but he wouldn't listen. He just laughed as he got out of the car and walked towards the back door. I didn't even know what to think. I had no idea what he was going to do with me. The driver opened the back door and dragged me out of the car by my jacket. He threw me into the gutter, and I hit the ground hard. I was in pain, but I was still alive. I tried to get up and run, but he was fast and caught me, tackling me to the ground. He put a knife to my throat, and I was on the verge of tears, and I tried to scream, but nothing came out. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking, and the driver just laughed, saying, "Why not?" I was terrified, and I couldn't move. I could feel the cold metal of the knife against my skin. Finally, I was able to muster up a scream loud enough that somehow a group of people nearby were able to hear it. I heard footsteps coming from down the street, and thank God that they were getting closer. The man told me to shut up and press the knife harder against my skin. And just when I thought things were over for me, I heard a voice calling out in the distance. "Hey, what's going on here?" I looked down the street, and only about 50 feet away, A group of people were walking towards us. They were watching us, and I realized that the driver was beginning to get nervous. His hands began to shake, and he got off of me as fast as he could. He turned and ran away on foot, just leaving his car and me laying there on the street, reeling from what had just happened. The group ran towards me, and one of the guys helped me up and put pressure on the wound that I didn't even notice that I had on my neck. They called the police, and an ambulance took me to the hospital. I needed a few stitches for the laceration on my throat, but was otherwise physically okay. The police searched the vehicle and realized that it was stolen, and there was nothing in it to tie it to the person who had done that to me that night. Now, years later, another man was abducted in the same manner in that area, only this time, the man was caught and he was arrested. I was called in due to the correlation in the crime and was able to identify the man as the man who attacked me on that night, and thank God that he was charged and sentenced to 7 years in prison. He never admitted to kidnapping anyone else, but we knew that that was probably not true. I tried my best to get over it, but the emotional scars will always be there, along with the physical one on my neck. I'm so grateful to the people who saved me, and I'll never forget the fear and desperation that I felt in that taxi, but I'll also never forget the kindness and bravery of the strangers who risked their lives to help me and make sure that I was okay. From that day on, I made sure to always pay attention to my surroundings and never let my guard down again.
It was back in the summer of 1974, and I was 16 years old at the time. I had just attended a concert in the city with my friends Dave and John. The three of us were catching a train home. We had got off at our stop, and we began walking home down the main road, chatting about the concert and still buzzing from the cool vibes. It was around 12 a.m. and we were crossing at a main intersection. There wasn't much traffic around this time of night, and as we crossed the road, we suddenly noticed a beat-up brown-colored station wagon stop in the middle of the intersection right near us. His window was down, and the driver was around 25 to 30 years old, and although he looked a little dodgy, we just assumed he was going to ask for directions, and so we just stood there waiting to see what this guy wanted, completely unaware of the sheer terror that was about to follow. In that very moment, the guy pulled out a pistol from his lap, and what he uttered next still gives me shivers to this day. He said in a calm tone,
"Who wants it first?"
We just froze in absolute shock and terror, and it took a few seconds for all the reality of this to finally sink in. We didn't even have time to exchange a look, and we all hightailed it across the intersection. As our footsteps thundered across the road, the sound of gunshots filled the air as we ran for those bushes. I was absolutely terrified, waiting for that bullet to hit me or one of my friends in the back. As we ran further into the park and mustered up the courage to look back, we could no longer see the car and breathed a sigh of relief. We all just stood there trying to get our breath back. Luckily, we all knew the area pretty well, and we decided to continue along the old gravel road that we knew would take us back towards our homes. As we walked down the path, our conversation was pretty minimal, as we were too preoccupied of the thoughts of what had just happened and how lucky we were. However, that feeling of relief didn't last very long. As we got near the end of the gravel road, I could make out a car at the very end, and I started to wonder to myself, could that be the guy? We kept walking, but then just like out of a scary movie, the car flicked on its headlights and started revving its engine, and under the dim lights of the street, my heart began to sink as I then realized it was the brown station wagon. We knew he could see us. He was waiting for us, taunting us. He must know these streets well and where each of the different roads would lead. Well, we didn't waste another second. We took off once again and jumped the fence of a neighboring house. We didn't stop, we just kept running and jumping all of the fences. I glanced toward the road many times and I would see his car screaming past. Each time we made it to a main road, we would see his car appear again and once again speed towards us, and we dove over fences and tried to find another way. This happened about 2 or 3 more times after that. Around 1:30 a.m., we got down the end of another side road, and we couldn't see at the time, but the fence we jumped was covered in barbed wire, and it tore our clothes as we slid down. I let out a few groans as it grazed my arm. We were now in some kind of paddock type area, and we could faintly hear the screeches of his tires racing around trying to find us. We just stood there crouching in the dark, breathing heavily, standing in cow manner, but we didn't care. We probably crouched for about 15 minutes or so, just waiting in the dark. Figuring by now he must be gone, we made our way back onto the main road. We kept our eyes peeled and kept glancing over our shoulders, and as the headlights appeared in the distance on many occasions, we each stopped breathing for a second, wondering in anticipation whether or not it was going to be the brown station wagon. We didn't see him again after that, and around 3 a.m. we walked my friend John home. Dave came back to mind for a bit so we could talk more calmly about our experience. Dave went home later that night. What was only meant to be a 20-minute walk home turned into a 2-hour terror trip that I will never forget. What was even more scary was a week or so later, I heard on the news that an elderly lady was shot by a random stranger one late night not too far from where this happened. Whether it was the same guy or not, I'll never know. All I really know is that my friends and I were incredibly lucky to escape that night. I live in a relatively safe area in Scotland, though I've had several really odd and scary experiences since I moved here about 4 years ago. I'm a short 29-year-old woman and I work in a pub, so I often get out of work quite late. I never wear my headphones when headed home at night, so this particular night was no different than usual. Alarm set, doors locked and checked, then said goodbye to my colleague and then went our separate ways to get home. I usually cross a grocery store car park to get home, and that night something struck me as odd. There were a couple of cars parked there, which is normal, but something just felt off this time. I looked over my shoulder and I clocked a guy in a hat walking a distance behind me. This wasn't weird, but I decided to keep an eye on him nonetheless. I exited the car park to the main road that I lived off of, but still had a good mile or so to go before I finally reached my flat. I checked over my shoulder again, and sure enough, the guy was walking in the same direction as me. The distance between us was starting to close, so I decided to cross the road. Looking over my shoulder, I was able to not only look for traffic coming, but I was also able to keep an eye on him. I crossed the road and didn't bother to look back for another few minutes, assuming he had stayed on the other side. But I began to hear footsteps approaching. I glanced over my shoulder and saw this guy was about 20 feet behind me. I had a soft drink in a glass bottle in my bag, and figuring I was overacting but better safe than sorry, I stuck my hand into my bag and gripped the bottle. Another 45 seconds and this guy was close enough to touch me, but he slows to my pace and then says,
"Hello there, how are you?"
I ignored him and I don't respond. I long ago gave up on pretenses of being polite if I feel uncomfortable. If I'm feeling uncomfortable, I really don't care about a stranger's feelings. But he persists in talking to me.
"Hi there, are you going to work today?"
No. I was being short with him.
"Are you going home?"
Yes, I said coldly. "Do you live in this direction?" I just looked at him, and he tried again.
"Do you live off this road? Where do you live? Do you live close by?"
I don't respond to him and I slowed my pace, letting him walk on. I was still gripping the glass bottle, ready to hit him with it should he try anything. He tried to slow down so that I would catch up with him, but I slowed down so much that I was barely walking. He was maybe 300 yards away at this point and simply stopped and turned around, watching me and waiting for me to catch up with him. I reached into my pocket with my free hand and tried to get my phone. Of course, my phone was dead. I figured it would last the walk home, but the dodgy battery had other ideas. Surprisingly though, I wasn't really afraid. He had started walking again, but again, still quite slowly. He looked over his shoulder again after another minute, and I seized the opportunity. There was a path to a block of flats that was obscured by tall hedges, so I leaped behind them. I waited for nearly 10 minutes, never letting go of that bottle the whole time. I peeked around the hedges to make sure he was there. I peeked behind bins and bus stops to make sure he wasn't hiding, but as far as I could tell, I had lost him. Maybe he didn't mean anything by this, but if you suspect a woman is afraid of you and she's walking alone at night, don't speak to her. It won't help. And especially don't ask her where she lives repeatedly. I wasn't drunk. I didn't appear to be drunk or need any help. I was just walking home like I usually would. I am, however, inclined to believe that he had bad intentions. I would rather be too cautious than not. So did that creepy dude who seemed to be following me home that night screw off? I'm a 28-year-old male, and 7 nights ago at around 10:30 p.m., my life changed. I was walking home from work in downtown Vancouver, British Columbia, when I was randomly punched and kicked by someone walking past me. Now, I had never seen this person before. I said nothing to this person, and I wasn't in their way. In fact, I made a point of moving out of his way as he was walking fairly close to me. As I walked past him, he swung his hand out, punched me in the forehead, and went in for a punch. Being a fairly big guy with defensive training, I was able to protect myself from the second punch. After working a very long and hard shift, I didn't want to get into a fight, so I tried to flee. That's when I saw some people walking in my way and watching what was going on. I screamed for them to call the police, and that's when he started to kick me in the back. The couple didn't call, so I reached for my phone and pushed the power button about 5 times to activate SOS mode. The operator picked up, and when the assailant heard I was on the phone, he bounced. The police came, took my statements, and in the process, another unit arrested the guy. I've had a pretty bad headache, and I'm all bruised up. But the worst part is the mental anguish that I suffer walking in public, and even more so when I have to walk alone at night. The walk is down a very populated main road, but that doesn't ease the pain and stress. I always make sure to watch every single person now, check over my shoulders every couple of seconds, and practically jog all the way home. I feel like an idiot for even feeling this way. As a male raised in a household of competitive fighters, I was always told to never feel weak, but all I wanted to do when I got home that night was just sit in the shower and break down. Anyways, that's my story. Thank you for taking the time to listen to it and letting me vent. And for anyone else that walks home at night, please be careful.
A few years back, I decided to move out of my mother's house. I had a girlfriend at the time, and eventually she moved in with me. We were both 19, and we were still in the honeymoon phase of our relationship. Where we lived was pretty small and only had a few restaurants. And the other thing was, we were introverts, so we liked staying in our apartment. Being that we always stayed in our apartment and lived in a small town, we always ordered DoorDash from the same places. We didn't have many choices. One night we were in bed and I was feeling a little frisky. I turned on a Nightmare Files YouTube video because his voice usually gets her in the mood. So that's exactly what happened, like clockwork. I turned on one of his videos and she was all over me. Anyway, we were hungry and I ordered some food on DoorDash. While waiting for our food, my girlfriend fell asleep. She was worn out. There was a Wingstop near our place and I would always order from there. It was always the same dasher every time. So there was some trust there. In the delivery instructions, I put the code to get in the building. I picked the option where it cost more to get there quicker, but 30 minutes went by and still nothing. I was already notified that my food was picked up about 15 minutes ago. But then I noticed that the delivery driver was right by my apartment building on the DoorDash map and has been there for about 8 minutes already. I looked outside my 3rd-story window. Then I saw the same car that always delivers here. The lights were on and the car was running. I went into my bathroom real quick and all of a sudden, I heard my buzzer go off as if someone was at the front door downstairs and wants to get in. That's weird because the only person I was expecting was the DoorDasher, and he has the code. I walked to the intercom and I said, hello? Can I help you? Yeah, it's your DoorDasher, and I got jumped by some guy. He took my phone and the screen was unlocked, so at this time you should maybe call the cops. He's on his way up to your apartment. I buzzed the actual Dasher up, and as he was saying that, there was a knock at my door. All I heard after this was, "Hey, it's your DoorDasher. I have your order." I've never had anything like this happen to me before, so I'm not sure if perhaps I'm overthinking it. I'm a relatively short girl, which is why I didn't even want to go outside and see if it was just a matter of the guy wanting to personally hand over the food. So yesterday at around 5 a.m., my friend had ordered me some DoorDash. We always put the leave at the door option, especially when it's in the morning, so it just turns into a matter of waiting for the dasher to leave. However, the guy I got yesterday scared the hell out of me. We had gotten a DoorDash notification that the food was dropped off, ready for pickup. I didn't notice until later, but there was no picture. I was just about to walk out, but before I opened the door, I looked out the window when I noticed that he was just standing there. Not on his phone, not trying to see if he was at the right house, nothing. No kind of movement, just standing there. I was a bit confused, so I told my friend. I asked if she had put the leave at the door option, and she said she had. So I waited a bit before she decided to call and remind him to just leave it at the door. I can see his phone lighting up, but he never answered. He ignored every call and every text. He even answered once and immediately hung up on her. It wasn't even a matter of stealing my food. If that was the case, he would have just drove off with it. He spent a while waiting, and at one point almost went out when I no longer saw him. But I realized that he was just standing behind one of the bushes. Then he just sat in his car across the street, waiting. He hadn't even left the food at the fence. He just took it with him and he waited in his car. He even drove off angrily, almost like he was upset that I didn't go out to see. So when he drove off, that was around the same time that he hung up on my friend. All the times that he waited, outside the fence, behind the bush, and at his car, it lasted around 10 to 15 minutes each. I had no doubt that this guy was up to something. He was a little weird. Then I was confirmed a few days later when I saw that a DoorDash driver tried kidnapping a little girl when she came out to get her food. And it was that same guy. I'm not gonna lie, that was one of the weirdest nights of my life. This happened about a year and a half ago. I was at work, night shift, a little past midnight, and I ordered some DoorDash for myself and my supervisor since it was her birthday. I was happy to see that I had the same driver as last time, as I work in a small building among other identical buildings with a convoluted road system in between them all. It can be a little confusing to someone not used to it. I had been watching the map and went outside when I saw that he was close. I stood under a cluster of bright lights in our parking lot, wearing neon yellow. You couldn't miss me. I immediately get a call from my driver asking me to come to him. I look around and I don't see anyone until I walk a couple yards to the center of the lot. He's sitting on the side of my building by the dumpster where there's no light. He also has his lights off. I'm thinking, what the hell, dude? I start waving my arms and telling him I'm in front of the building and he's on the side. He hangs up and just chills there for a minute. At this point, I'm really annoyed because our food is getting cold and this guy delivered to me before in the same exact spot a week before. Finally, he turns his lights on and comes over to me. As soon as he pulls up, he's speaking another language into his phone, which then translates in English. Something like, "Hello, I'm practicing English. I need new friends. Will you be my friend?" And then he puts the phone toward me. I feel like I'm speaking to a child and I just say, "Oh, that's a cool app." And I look at him, just waiting. We just stared at each other for a few seconds. Keep speaking into the app about needing friends and I tell him that my supervisor is waiting for me. And I reach my hand out for the food. So when he reaches out, he actually touches my hand and then asks for my number, but he tugged on me slightly. At this point, the fact that he had tried to get me in the dark, plus his persistence, turned my growing annoyance into fear. I tell him I need the food, and He asked me to get in his car in perfect English. Thank the Lord that at this moment, someone in my sister building comes out and makes their way over to the lot. He finally gives me my food and scurries off, which freaked me out. Why after all of that would he speed off at the sight of another person? And how did he just learn English that quick? At first he wasn't speaking it clearly, but then out of nowhere he spoke it very well. Clearly his intentions were not good. I reported all of this to DoorDash at the time, as well as my local police and social media. And it turns out that he's done this to someone before who lives about 2 miles away from me. She had also ordered late night, and he apparently asked her if she lived alone, and if they could hang out while holding her food hostage. DoorDash assured me they deactivated him, but his boldness plus the fact that he seems to only drive late at night makes me think he does this a lot and has probably already assaulted someone. Again, I'm just glad that other person walked out of that building next to ours.
I'm a female, age 22, and a few years ago I used to work at a Chick-fil-A. It was my first ever job, and I lived with my parents in a neighborhood nearby. I would walk to and from work every day because it was only a 15-minute walk and I didn't have a car. Both of my parents used the only cars that we had, and part of the reason I was working there was to save enough money so that I could buy my own. I was part-time and would work all sorts of hours. Mainly, I would work in the afternoons and nights on weekdays and earlier on the weekends. On one night, probably 4 months or so after getting the job, I was working pretty late. I think I got off at like 10 p.m. and then I left the restaurant to walk home. This wasn't uncommon at all, and by now the restaurant and the area were pretty quiet. This particular Chick-fil-A was near a few larger stores and a couple of other restaurants. I would take the sidewalk to the residential area less than a mile away, and my house was back there. As I left that night and started to walk on the sidewalk, I saw this one guy that was standing out in the Chick-fil-A parking lot. Before I had started walking 10 feet, the guy began approaching me. I had never seen him before, and I didn't know what he wanted. I was still wearing my Chick-fil-A clothes, and I had clearly just left the building, so I thought maybe he had a question about Chick-fil-A. I guess that's what I was hoping, because I had a bad feeling. The man walked closer, and then he reached me. I was sort of nervous, but I tried to act calm. When he got to me, he said hi in a friendly tone. The man said that he had noticed that I walked home every day from work and told me that it could be dangerous to walk alone at night. He said that he wanted to walk me home. It seemed pretty weird to me. I told the guy that I was fine and I was capable of getting home by myself. I had walked home by myself countless times, many of them at night. He asked if I was sure, and I said yes. The guy seemed disappointed, but then sort of walked away off into the parking lot of a nearby grocery store. Then I started walking home. I kept an eye out, and the guy didn't follow me or anything. As I was walking, I realized just how weird of a situation it was. The guy said that he noticed me walking home every night. Had he been watching me? When I did make it home, I looked around to make sure I wasn't followed still. I didn't see anybody. A few days later, I worked another later shift. I got off once again at roughly 10 p.m. This night, I had been working a long time, and I wasn't thinking about the guy that I had seen the last time. He wasn't there, though. I started walking home on the sidewalk like I always did. When I made it to the end of the sidewalk on the first street, I turned and then started to go into the residential area. The streets were much darker and there were not as many lights around. I walked past an apartment building first, and then there were many different other houses. All I had to do was walk to the end of this street, take a left, go 2 blocks, and then I was home. When I was walking past the apartment building, I thought I heard a noise. I looked over after hearing it. I saw that next to the apartment building there was a tree, and I thought I saw a guy sort of behind the tree. It was like he was hiding. His head was looking between 2 large branches. The tree was probably 15 feet away and really obstructed. I could still tell that it was the same guy I had seen a few nights earlier who was hiding behind it though. I looked away immediately and kept walking. When I did, I was really worried that I would hear him walk on the sidewalk behind me. Luckily, I didn't though. I walked as fast as I could back home. When I was back, I told my parents about the situation. They agreed to drive me to and from work after that. Only a few weeks later, I finally had enough money to buy a car, and from then on, I drove to and from work. I never walked to work again, and I never saw the guy again after that either. If I had to guess, I would say that he lived in those apartment buildings. That must have been how he had seen me walking home from work every single night. It really creeps me out that he probably saw me walk home many times without me knowing, especially the way that he was hiding behind the tree watching me. This happened a couple of months ago. It was a weekend afternoon, and I was really hungry. I went to the nearby Chick-fil-A, which is one of my favorite restaurants. I was really craving it, but when I got there, I saw that they were very busy. The line in the drive-thru was literally going out of the parking lot, so I decided to park and then walk inside. Sometimes this is faster than the drive-thru in my experiences. When I got inside, I saw that there was a long line in there too. Lots of people were inside, and I got in line at the back. The line started moving up, and I was getting closer to ordering, but about a minute after I got there, somebody got in line behind me. When they did, they got uncomfortably close. I felt like they were invading my personal space. I could tell that it was a man and that he was really tall, but I didn't turn around and look at him. When the line moved up, he did too, and he remained a really close distance away from me. He wouldn't move, and it was kind of annoying. I didn't want to be rude and tell him to back up, but he was probably less than a foot away from me. I inched closer to the people in front of me. When I did, the guy seemed to move up as well. Within 2 minutes probably, it was already my turn to order. I walked up to the register and finally away from the guy. I ordered and then walked over and waited. As I was waiting, I looked around casually. I saw the guy who had been standing so close to me. It had to be him. There was only one really tall guy there. He was standing about 10 feet away from me now. As soon as I looked at him, I saw that he was already looking at me. I then looked away. The guy had kind of big glasses and short hair. Several of us were just standing around waiting for food. When my name was called, I went up, got the food, and then left. All of my frustration from the guy being really close to me and staring at me was now gone. I was just really excited to finally eat. When I walked out the door though, somebody walked out right behind me. When I got outside, I noticed who it was. The tall guy that was standing really close to me. He didn't even have any food in his hands. As I walked to my car in the parking lot, the guy walked right behind me. I unlocked my door, and as I was getting inside, I saw the man go to the car right next to mine. That was his car. I started my engine, and he started his. I sat there waiting for him to back up first, but he didn't. He looked over at me a couple of times, I could tell, but I didn't look over at him. I didn't want to see him. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, both of us just sitting there in our running cars, I turned mine off. I was kind of concerned at this point, and I thought maybe the guy would try to follow me home or something weird. After turning my car off, I opened the door and got out. There was a Target store right by the Chick-fil-A. In fact, their parking lots connected. I figured I could walk in there and maybe lose the guy. I really didn't think he would follow me inside still. But when I started walking to the Target, he got out of his car and started following me. I made it about halfway through the Target parking lot and then looked behind me and saw the guy was still right there. He was maybe 10 feet away. I was frustrated and really tired of this guy. I took a few more normal steps and then turned around, and out of nowhere, I sprinted all the way back to my car. I looked behind me to see if the man would sprint as well. He turned around and faced me, but looked confused and did not chase after me. I kept running though. I'm sure if anybody saw me, they thought that I was really weird, but I didn't care. I made it back to my car, started it up, and left. I was able to make it home just fine without being followed. I don't think I have been to that Chick-fil-A ever since. I don't know what that guy's deal was either. How long would he have followed me? And what would he have done? I used to work at a Chick-fil-A. This was about 5 years ago now. One night, I worked until close. We were pretty busy that night, but by the final hour of work, the restaurant was basically empty. All of the customers were in the drive-thru. We had a couple here and there come inside, but not too many. I had been working, taking customers' orders. When it was just about time to close, I got off the mop to clean the floors. This is something that I often did as we were closing. I would clean the dining area and make sure that any customers knew that we were closing, if there were any. There appeared to be nobody in the dining room as I mopped. But then, as I looked around, I thought I saw a man. We had a play place at our location in the back of the dining room area. It looked as though there was a guy hiding in the play place. There was like a toy car that you could go inside, and it was connected at the top of the slides and other things that kids could play on. I could see the man's head looking out from the car window, then he ducked down. I was not happy to see this. As I mopped the floor, I hoped that the guy would leave, but it was clear that he wasn't planning on it. I decided that I would have to go over and tell the man that he had to get out of here. Adults were not supposed to be in the play place, first of all, and second, we were closing. I walked over and into the play place. I couldn't see the man at all now. When I got to the structure, I called out, asking if the guy was okay. I got no answer. I moved back and looked to the window of the toy car again. I saw a man's face briefly appear for just a second. Then, he ducked down and out of sight quickly. I said that we were closing now and everybody had to leave. Still nothing. I wasn't quite sure what to do. I decided to go back and tell my 2 coworkers who were still here what was going on. When I got back to the front counter area and was walking behind it, I heard some noise. I looked and saw a guy running out of the front door of the restaurant. I was glad to see him leave. I really didn't know what he was doing in there. After that, I finished up mopping the floors. Then I left. As I was walking out to my car, I saw the guy again. He was standing near the building on the end. When I looked in his direction, he quickly moved to around the corner. I left after that. I've always wondered what that man was trying to do, hiding inside. Was he planning to rob the place after we closed? That's my best guess. I also don't know why he was still hanging around afterwards. It was very mysterious.
When I was in college, I was broke with hella debt from different credit cards, so I decided to start an OnlyFans. I was very reluctant at first, then I just said forget it. I look good enough to make money, so why not? The first day that I was on there, I made it free to subscribe to me so I can get followers quick. Then I linked all of my social medias through my IG. My OnlyFans was on there also. My IG was public, so anyone could get it. Pause. I logged on and I started a live stream, and a few people got on. Then it was just one person. I wore glasses and the guy told me that I was gorgeous and to take my glasses off. So I did. Then he sent me $10. I told him thank you. Then a message popped up on the screen. You have nice lips. Can you put on red lipstick if you have it? I said of course. So I got up and I got my lipstick. Sat down and I put my lipstick on. Then I was sent $25. I told him thank you. Then he asked, if I give you $100, will you do whatever I say for the next 15 minutes? I told him that I don't think that's worth it and I was about to log off. He said, no, not yet. What about 300? I gave the same answer. Then he simply just put 1,000 enough? I sat there and I thought about it. Then I said, yeah, I'll do it. Then I set an alarm for 15 minutes. The first thing he asked me to do was to blow him a kiss and smile. So I did. Then he told me to say that I love Adam. Then I said it. At that point, I was thinking that this was pretty easy. Then he asked me, do I have a red dress? I said, yeah. He then asked me to try it on. So I put the dress on and he called me beautiful. Then the weirdest request popped up. It simply said, cry. I asked him what that meant and he said he wants me to cry. So I sat there for a few seconds and I began to try to cry. He typed, nope, none of that fake stuff. I want real tears and emotion. I told him I don't know if I know how to do that. And he said, then no money then. I tried again and no luck. He then put $1,500 in the chat. Well, he typed it. I said, okay. And I walked into my kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, put my hand inside, and closed it as hard as I could. I walked back to my laptop and I began to cry. He put good girl in the chat. Then he asked me, do I have scissors? I said, yeah, why? He typed, cut your hair. I said no, then he typed $2,000 in the chat. I paused for a few seconds and I said, okay. I grabbed some scissors, sat back down, and then he typed, nah. Use a knife, not scissors. Again, I paused and I said, okay. I grabbed a knife, sat down, and began to cut my hair. Then my ponytail was gone. He typed, "You look good with short hair." Then he asked me to take my dress off, and I said no. Then he typed $2,500 in the chat. Then luckily my alarm went off, and I told him that time is up. Then he typed, "How about 15 more minutes for $6,000? I said no. Then he asked, "Do you want these to go public?" Then I received 77 photos. I clicked on them. They were from my iCloud. I asked him how he had my photos, and he typed, "If you don't do what I say for 15 more minutes, everyone that you know will see these photos." I told him, "Yeah, right," and I closed my laptop. And no lie, a few minutes later, I received over 50 text messages from family and friends that they saw my photos. My landlord told me not to worry about the rent, and that he didn't know I was working with a dump truck back there, and that I was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. I don't even know what that means. And after that, honestly, I never went back on the OnlyFans. I went and got a real job, something safer. I became a stripper. But anyways, I changed my whole iCloud and everything. But that was the weirdest night of my life.
In 2018, I broke up with my boyfriend and was nearly homeless. I moved across the country with him, and as life sometimes happens, it didn't work out. Unfortunately, I didn't know anyone where I was, and I had nowhere to go. I was living out of my car for a couple of days until I found a beautiful little apartment complex that was accepting new tenants. I went in and pleaded my case to the management team there, and thankfully they pulled some strings and got me in right away. I didn't have much to move in at first, since most of the stuff I left at my last place. As I slowly started to gather furniture, the place started to feel like a home. My cute little one-bedroom studio apartment became my pride and joy. It didn't take long for my ex-boyfriend to find where I was, and I kid you not, he would drop off boxes full of my stuff and leave it on the front steps of the apartment building. A real classy boy, that one. The apartments I was living in offered garages for your car or storage. Most of the tenants used it for storage. The only thing that wasn't ideal was that you were sharing the garage with another random tenant, and they weren't sorted out by the building or apartment number, but basically by whatever one was available. I got a garage unit that thankfully wasn't that far of a walk from my apartment. They had one left, and I felt incredibly lucky. When I made my way to the garage and opened it up, I was surprised to see an older man sitting in there just rocking in a chair. He was angry as soon as I opened the door, and he shouted, "Hey, get out of here, this is my garage." I was a bit uncomfortable, but I always stand my ground. In a very polite voice, I responded to the man, I'm sorry, sir, but I just purchased the other half of this garage for my storage. I'm sorry, but you'll have to share now." The man didn't like this. He got up out of his chair and made his way to the door, and he started shouting, "Well, I don't think so." The man literally started to grab my boxes and throw them back into the parking lot. As I stood there, blown away by the antics of this man, he continued to complain, "I paid for this space, it's mine. Get your crap out of there." Not wanting to escalate this anymore, I went back to the office and told the woman in charge that the old guy wouldn't let me in the garage. She looked annoyed as if this had been a problem before, and she went down there and laid down the law with this older guy. They went back and forth, but ultimately it ended with the guy moving his stuff to his side of the line. Yes, there was a literal line in the middle of the garage separating the two sides for each tenant. I brought my stuff in there as quickly as I could because I wanted nothing to do with this guy. He grumbled to himself the entire time I brought my stuff over, and I just ignored him. The next couple of days, I had a bad feeling about my stuff. I didn't have anything insanely valuable in there, but most of the stuff in those boxes were personal belongings or sentimental to me in some way. One night, early in the evening, I decided to go check on my stuff, and I couldn't believe what I saw. The man sitting in his chair, rocking back and forth and wearing one of my scarves. I started to yell at the guy, and he responded, "This is my scarf, little lady." And that's when I noticed that he had gone through all of my boxes and thrown my belongings all over the garage. Clothes, paperwork, furniture, everything on my side were thrown all over the place. I called him out on it, and he became incredibly hostile and said, I didn't touch your stuff. Now you relax. I went back to the management of the apartments and told them everything. She approached the man and they went at it again. The old man denied touching my stuff and claimed that it was like that when he came into the garage. I didn't buy it, and neither did the manager. I believe she threatened to evict the guy and told him that he could no longer have access to the garage. He had 2 days to get all of his belongings out of there. The man was upset and screaming. I almost felt bad for him until I remembered all of my stuff on the ground. The man left the garage enraged. I could hear him screaming all the way through the parking lot. When he was gone, I closed the door and started to pick up my belongings. Curiosity got the better of me and I started to glance at his side. This guy had a ton of interesting stuff when I stopped to look at his side. It wasn't just junk and clutter, but really unbelievable antiques. He had stuff from old wars, old movie posters, books, and anything cool you can think of. It was like a vault of treasure. I continued to put my stuff away, and that's when I noticed my scarf. He was right. The scarf he was wearing was, in fact, his scarf. I felt horrible and thought I owed the guy an apology. I even decided to myself that if I don't see him within the next 2 days, I'll tell the manager that he can store his stuff in my garage. I just don't want him in there unless I'm there. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of sirens outside. I looked out from my balcony and I could see that the sirens were outside of my garage. I ran down there and I couldn't believe my eyes. The older man looked like he had been hit by a bus, but was standing up talking to the police and the manager of the apartments. I looked back at the car, and it was insane. It was my ex-boyfriend. I ran over to the police and asked what was going on, and basically my ex had been breaking into my garage unit and going through all my stuff, basically just trying to make my life a nightmare. He wasn't trying to rob or steal anything. The old man knew that he was innocent and went down to the garage and waited all night for something to happen. Around 5 a.m., my ex started breaking in, and once he went over to my boxes and threw stuff around, the old man confronted him. A brief fight ensued, and the old guy was like some decorated war hero, and even at his advanced age, he was able to take down my ex. I thanked the man and tried to give him something, but he just wanted his garage back. I'm so thankful that this man cared enough about his stuff that he waited all night to prove that he was innocent. And thankfully, he stopped him when he did because I don't know how far my ex would have gone or what he was capable of. I fed the old man leftovers for the year that I lived in that apartment, and I have since moved home with my parents. Don't judge a book by its cover because sometimes it's the people we least expect that become our guardian angels. A couple of years ago, when I was in between jobs, I moved into an apartment to save money. The apartment complex was beautiful. It was a smaller complex located right in the heart of a quiet and nestled community. Most of the residents in the complex were older folks that were retired and just didn't need the space of an entire house. When I was moving into the building, I noticed another young person like me watching from one of the windows. It was a beautiful girl, someone that personally I would consider to be out of my league. Unfortunately, my career didn't allow for much dating. After moving in, I noticed that often I would come or go from the parking lot and I would see the woman looking at me. I just assumed that she was nosy or something like that, and I didn't think for 1 second that she had any interest in me. Down the road from the complex was a grocery store that was very convenient to stop in on my way home from work. One afternoon after work, when I stopped in the store to grab some dinner, I ended up physically running into the girl who had been staring at me for a few days now, and I literally mean that we physically collided with each other. I was turning into an aisle with my head on my phone and she was walking out of the aisle. In a nervous voice, she said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm just an idiot sometimes." I started to say it was okay, but stopped when I realized who it was. Once everything clicked, I said, "Hey, are you the girl that lives in my building?" She started to smile and blush and then said, "Yeah, that's me." I'm usually the one who gets nervous and blushes uncontrollably in these kinds of situations, so it was nice that the heat was on someone else for a change. She made some comments about her stupid cheeks turning red, and I responded by telling her that in high school, my friends used to call me a cherry pie because my face was always red. We both laughed as I diffused the tension. We made small talk for a little while right there in the store, and then that evolved into a real conversation. Finally, I worked up the courage to ask if she wanted to come over for dinner tonight since we were practically neighbors. She smiled and looked thrilled by the offer. She accepted and said that she would be over at around 7, and we exchanged numbers and went about our shopping. I was so excited and nervous about my date with this very attractive neighbor that I had. I realized that I only had about an hour to clean my apartment and get ready. I hadn't had a real date since my freshman year of college, over 4 years ago, so I was admittedly a train wreck in my mind. I even remember while I was cleaning the apartment, I got a text from her that said, "I can't wait for tonight," with a heart. Before I knew it, it was 7, and she was knocking on my door. The first several hours were amazing. We talked, ate dinner, had some wine, and just had a great evening. I felt like this was my first real adult date, and I was proud of how it was unfolding. Late in the evening, I was ready for bed, and this was a weeknight, and I had to work the next day, and I could tell that she wanted to stay, but I made it clear that I wasn't ready for anything further than this. She was understanding, and we said goodnight at around 11 p.m. When I walked her to her door, which sat about 30 feet from my door, I kissed her goodnight, and she smiled. I walked inside my apartment with an overwhelming feeling of joy and happiness. I woke up at around 3 a.m. that morning just to use the bathroom, and I noticed something weird as I walked into the hall. In the light that was shining under the door to my apartment was a shadow, like someone was standing in front of my door. I figured it was my tired eyes just playing tricks on me, so I didn't worry too much. After the bathroom, when I walked by the door again, I noticed that the obstruction to the light was still there. I quietly went over to the door and looked through the peephole in the door, and standing right outside my door was the girl that I had just shared an entire evening with. She looked like she was mumbling something under her breath, but I wasn't sure. If I ever look through one of those holes, they're not very clear sometimes, so I watched for a few seconds and she didn't move at all. I snuck back into my room and grabbed my phone. I made sure that it was silent and went back to the door, and I texted her phone and said, "Hey, I can't sleep, but I just wanted to let you know that I had a great time tonight." Seconds later, she grabbed her phone from her pocket, and with no expression on her face, she responded with, "Me too," with an exclamation point. "I can't wait to see you again." I waited for a moment, and then sent another text that said, "I'm surprised you're awake, what are you up to?" Her response turned the butterflies in my stomach to stone when she responded with, "Oh, just laying in bed, watching Netflix." I couldn't understand why she was standing there and lying about it. I didn't respond to her text right away. I had no idea what to say to this woman or how to approach a situation like this. While I was thinking of something to say, she texted me again, this time saying, "If you want, I can come back, or you can come here." The text was followed by a bunch of emojis. I started to type a response but kept deleting whatever I typed. While I was typing, she texted me again and said, "You have nothing to be afraid of." And that text hit me differently for some reason. I finally sent a simple text that just read, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm really tired." I looked through the hole as she read the message, and still, with no expression on her face, she put the phone back in her pocket and looked right at the peephole. I knew she couldn't see me, but the horror that I felt when I sort of made eye contact with the woman through the door was almost indescribable. The look on her face was not the same look I had just admired that evening prior. Her eyes looked cold, and I have no idea what her intentions were, but I just felt like they weren't good. I know I'm not good at dating, but I do know standing outside someone's door in the middle of the night motionless is not normal behavior. I decided to text her one last time and said, "Hey, did you hear anything funny in the hall? I thought I heard a knock on my door." This was my poor attempt to try and fish something out of her, or at least elicit some reaction. She looked at the text for a minute, then back at the peephole with her cold eyes as if though she knew I was there. And without moving from her position, she texted me one last time that said, "You're a smart boy. Very smart. Sleep tight." She put her head back down, and after about 5 minutes of just standing there, she turned around and went back to her apartment. She looked like she had something tucked in the back of her pants, but looking through the peephole, this could have just been my imagination, so I wasn't sure. I texted her the next day and she never responded. Even though she lived a few doors down, I never did run into her again. I left a note for her one time and slipped it under her door and still never heard from her. I never told the apartment management because I didn't really think anything could be done. It was an unnerving and terrifying experience for me, but I had no proof other than a few text messages that didn't show anything legal or really make any sense. I never saw her again, which is insane considering that I lived at this apartment for 6 months after this experience. The curtains were always shut when I would get home from work, and I never crossed paths with her in the hallway. Now, I know the story isn't your typical, oh god, I'm gonna die story, but to put yourself in my shoes, I guarantee you wouldn't want to be me. The memory of that look in her eyes still haunts me to this day. Friends have always joked with me that she probably was just looking for some adult companionship, but I promise you this was different. Be careful out there because you never know what kind of intentions people have deep down.
During the spring of 2004, I was 19, even though I looked about 14. I was 5'0" and weighed about 100 pounds. That's if I was carrying laundry. My parents and aunt were vacationing in Mexico. I had decided to opt out and house sit for my aunt. I figured it would be a nice opportunity to have a quiet place to study for my upcoming exams. And all I really had to do was clean the pool, collect the mail, and restock the fridge with groceries. I also had a plan of action that involved emptying her safe and rescuing her car in the event of wildfires. Her place was high up in the hills of Southern California, with a terrific view of Long Beach. I mostly spent my time in the massage chair in the guest bedroom, playing music in the background while I pored over my psychology notes. Occasionally I would sit out on the balcony and work on my tan, or use the treadmill in the basement, but I mostly was secluded in the air conditioning trying to be productive. Every night I would set the alarm and make sure the security cameras were working before I went to bed. But on the 4th night of my stay, I was really focused on the books and forgot to set the alarm after it got dark. At about 1:30 a.m., I paused to take a break. That's when I realized how late it was. My stomach sank as I remembered that the basement door was unlocked, and I had to secure it before setting the alarm. Before heading downstairs, I wandered into the study to get a look at the security cameras just to be safe. I remembered thinking to myself, what are the chances that someone may actually be inside the house? As soon as I finished processing that thought, I saw the figure on the basement stairs. I remembered my mouth falling open and making a small croaking sound. There was a middle-aged, balding man with glasses, slowly making his way up the stairs. And to make the situation even more unnerving, in one of his hands he was holding a balloon. I stared at the cameras as he reached the top of the basement stairs and looked around before cautiously setting foot into the kitchen. My first thought was to slam the door, lock it, and call the cops. But deep down, I knew it would take the police between 10 and 12 minutes just to make it out here, and in that time, this guy could easily overpower me and drag me into the night. I suppose I could have hidden somewhere as well, but I didn't like the idea of trying to stay quiet while he wandered from room to room, searching for me. Instead, I decided to go on the offensive and try something, and it was both incredibly daring and amazingly stupid. I tiptoed back into my room, turned up the music, and then made a loud production of exiting the room, pounding my feet down the hall. I called out as loud as possible, "Marcus, I swear I heard something downstairs. Put on your shirt and grab the key to the gun cabinet." I was positive my voice was quivering as I said it, but I figured the music playing in the background would hide that fact well enough. I paused for a few seconds, waiting to see if he would call my bluff. But when all I heard was the silence from down below, I power-walked back into the study, locked the door, and checked the cameras. Sure enough, he was scampering out of the basement door like a frightened squirrel. I watched him run across the backyard, around the pool, and disappear between the hedges. As soon as he was clear of the house, he let go of the balloon, and I watched it from my window as it lazily floated away towards the Pacific. I ran downstairs, locked the basement door, set the alarm, and called the cops. I also called my parents and aunt and told them what happened, asking them how I could rewind the footage to show the police. My aunt asked me why I didn't just hit the panic alarm on the security pad, and I had to admit that I hadn't even thought of that. To make a long story short, the police caught the guy a week later. He was sleeping in his car in a grocery store parking lot. Everyone always asked me what I thought the balloon was all about, and if I had to guess, I think it was a gift. This guy must have seen me a few times outside the house, surmised that I was alone, and assumed I was much younger than I really was. I have no idea if the guy is still in prison, but regardless of where he is, I kind of hope he hears this and feels stupid. He got scared away by nothing but the empty threat of a panicked girl, with the strength of a malnourished gerbil. So this happened last year when I was house sitting for my neighbor. He was in the hospital for a few days recovering from surgery, and I had been asked to stay in the house and keep an eye on his cats. The house was pretty small, but it was on a nice wide open property by the woods, and there was a tiny swinging cat flap on the kitchen door, where the cats could come and go as they pleased. The flap led into a screened-in back porch, and the house only had one bedroom, so I chose to sleep on the couch in the living room. After cleaning up, feeding the cats, and watching some TV, I shut off all the lights and laid back on the couch. I had my phone out and was casually scrolling through Facebook when I heard the flap swinging back and forth. From where I was in the living room, I couldn't see the door because the counter was in the way, but I glanced over to see one of the cats scamper over and leap up on my legs. I gave it a welcoming pat on the head and continued scrolling. After another minute, I heard the cat door make a noise again, a soft squeak. This time, I didn't even glance over, figuring it was the second cat following the first into the house. Another few moments passed. Then I heard the squeaking again, and then after another moment, it squeaked a third time. I looked up from my phone, wondering why the second cat was jumping in and out like that. I was wondering if I would have to scoop it up and put it in the bedroom. The door continued to squeak for another couple of minutes as the second cat continued to jump in and out. I finally decided that I had enough. I put my phone down and sat up on the couch. I began to stretch. As I did, I happened to glance behind the couch, and my blood froze. The second cat was curled up in its bed in the corner, and the first cat was still nestled between my legs. My confusion turned to fear instantly. Was there another animal on the back porch? Another cat, maybe? I slowly stood up and carefully made my way over to the back door, tiptoeing across the carpet in my socks. The door made a squeaking noise again. I peered around the counter and felt the sensation of my heart leaping up into my throat. And at the same moment, my stomach dropped. By the faint rays of the nightlight in the hallway, I saw an arm reaching through the cat door, straining to get at the knob. The fingertips were brushing at the lock. For a few short seconds, all I could do was stare in terror, frozen by the surreal silent reality of what I was experiencing. It almost didn't feel real. The severity of the situation hit me, and I realized that if the intruder got in, I wasn't going to stand a chance. I grabbed a large two-pronged fork that was used for flipping steaks on a grill, and in one swift motion, I stabbed at the arm right below the wrist as hard as I could. There came a thunderous scream of pain from the other side of the door. And the arm was immediately retracted through the flap. But the fork had impaled the intruder, so it caught itself on the door. That produced a second loud scream, and the arm was wrenched violently outside. I heard the clatter of the fork on the ground, and then I heard footsteps sprint across the back porch and out the screen door. I immediately turned on the outside lights and caught the glimpse of a figure running towards the woods. Instead of calling the cops, I scooped up both cats, stuffed them into the same carrier, grabbed my phone, my shoes, and sprinted out to my car, which was thankfully parked inside the garage. I drove up the road a couple of miles to my place, and once I was safely inside, I called the cops. It took them half an hour to get to my place, and then another half hour of questioning before they continued down the road to check out my neighbor's house. They told me that there was no sign that the screen door had been broken into, and aside from the bloodstains, there was no sign of the intruder. They put out an alert to local hospitals for a man with a stab wound on his right arm. The following morning, the police brought a dog out to follow the scent, but whoever the lucky bastard was, he was never caught. I kept the cats at my place until my neighbor was out of the hospital. It still shakes me to my soul, the idea that the stranger chose that house in the middle of nowhere, trying to get inside. And if I hadn't got off the couch when I did, this may have ended very differently. Back in May of 2010, while in desperate need of cash, I agreed to house sit for one of my old high school teachers. He had contacted me via Facebook and asked me if I would be willing to water his plants, collect his mail, and clean up the place while he went out of town for a couple of days. He didn't specify where he was going, but he agreed to pay me $400 for 2.5 days, with half up front, so I agreed. I never really liked him in high school. He was teaching classic literature, and he always seemed to enjoy pointing out any illustrations that in any way featured nudity. His eyes always seemed hungry, and he tended to wheeze like he was out of breath, even though he was kind of a small guy. My friends and I used to refer to him as Mr. Lip Tit. When I arrived at his place, the key was beneath the mat, and $200 were in an envelope on the kitchen table. I turned on my music, watered the plants, cleaned and vacuumed the ground floor, and made myself dinner. I found his house to be extremely boring. It was filled with old books, stacks of newspapers, and ancient-looking furniture that didn't really look comfortable to sit in. I settled into my sleeping bag on the guest bed, but I had a hard time staying asleep. It seemed that every 5 minutes there was another strange noise coming from the house, and it would put me on edge. The following morning, I went back to my own house, had breakfast, and took a shower before coming back and cleaning the second floor. Upon entering the guest bedroom, there was the faint smell of something in the air that definitely had not been there before. And what's more, I could have sworn that my sleeping bag was in a slightly different position when I had left it that morning. I started getting a bad vibe. I decided that night that I would sleep downstairs in the living room. I finished cleaning just after 10 p.m. I made some popcorn and enjoyed some cable TV, which I didn't have at my place. Around 11, I shut off the TV, wrapped myself up in my sleeping bag, and tried to drift off. I was tossing and turning for a bit, and just as I began to doze off, there came a click of the doorknob turning in the other room. I glanced over, and I swear by any god you choose, Mr. Liptak emerged from the pantry wearing only his socks. He then slowly turned the corner and made his way upstairs. I grabbed my phone and my keys and exited out the back door quietly. I ran around front to get into my car and sped home, where I immediately called the cops. I didn't know exactly how to explain the situation to them. I mean, he wasn't breaking and entering. It was his house. But when I explained to the operator that he had deceived me into thinking that he was gone, they sent out a patrol car. I had to collect the stuff that I had left at his house anyway. When the police arrived, Mr. Liptak answered the door wearing my sleeping bag over his shoulders. The police discovered a butler's cupboard, which was a secret room in the pantry that I wasn't aware of, where he had been hiding with a digital camera. He had taken a few dozen photos of me all around the house, most of which when I was sleeping. I showed the police the Facebook messages he sent me, assuring me that he would be out of town, and they arrested him. I collected all my remaining stuff, but left the sleeping bag. I didn't waste any time getting a restraining order against him. Mr. Liptak made bail, but actually died of a heart attack a few weeks later, after being rear-ended in his car at a stoplight. I never got the rest of my money.
I don't know if you would find this scary, but it's definitely creepy to say the least. This happened back in 2020, right when the pandemic was at its highest, specifically in December. I've just turned 18 years old, and I'm a female. Due to the restrictions of having small parties or no parties at all for the holidays, my parents and I decided to do a car parade. I only invited my closest friends, so it wasn't anything big. My birthday was the day before the car parade, so I posted a selfie on my Snapchat story. I rarely post on it now, since Snapchat is kind of pointless these days. I received many birthday greetings from friends and acquaintances, so I had a really great birthday. Although the next day, I had woke up in the morning and were making meal preparations for the car parade. Instead of having the guests stay over, we decided to make the food and then put them into styrofoam boxes and hand them out. While my parents were getting ready to cook that morning, I had got a text on Snapchat from a guy I've known since my freshman year of high school. To give some background information, he was a junior when I was a freshman. How we knew each other is that he was a teacher's assistant for one of my teachers. I sat in the farthest side of the room, so he was beside me most of the time. Anyways, we had stopped talking ever since that time, and I somehow got his Snapchat. Let's call him Rick for this story. I had opened the Snapchat to see that Rick had greeted me a belated birthday. I didn't think much of it, just another acquaintance greeting me happy birthday. I told him thank you and went on with my morning. About 1 or 2 minutes later, Rick texted me back. From then on, it had started off as a normal conversation. He asked what I was doing, and I told him that I was preparing for the car parade that I was throwing. I thought that I was going to catch up with him because it had really been a while since we last talked, primarily because he went off to the military after he graduated high school. Since we texted continuously, I'm not really the type of person who likes to continue the conversation after a certain amount of time, especially if I have rare interest in the person. So my dad and I were getting ready to head out to go get balloons and my birthday cake. I didn't have my license nor my own car at the time, so I couldn't get them myself. While I was waiting for my dad to put his shoes on, Rick continued to text me. I don't really remember what he exactly said or what led up to this moment, but he then said something like,
"Let me snatch you up."
Something around those lines. In my mind, I was like, okay. I thought he was joking, so I replied back with, "Laughing my ass off. You're joking, right?" With a crying laughing face emoji after that. His reply to that made me tense up and very uncomfortable.
"Maybe I wasn't kidding,"
he said. What the f? Now I have anxiety. After reading that comment, it made me start to hyperventilate. I then told him that I have to run some errands and hoping that he'll stop texting me after that. I didn't plan on texting him again for the whole day after that whole conversation. And you know what? Later that evening, after the car parade and blowing out the candles and the cake, that creep texted me again. In the back of my mind, I was like, ugh, why is he texting me again? However, when I had opened the message, I had really cringed so hard.
"Hey cutie, how's it going?"
is what he said. Honestly, that name just makes me cringe and it really makes me uncomfortable, especially coming from a guy that I haven't talked to in a long time. So I replied back with a, "Hey," not wanting to seem rude. He then asked me what I was doing, so I told him that we just finished the car parade. He then said,
"Why don't you let me see you, cutie?"
Oh hell no. He's one of those guys. Right at that moment, I had started to shake. My anxiety started to rise once again. All I felt was nervousness, scared, angry, and guilt at that moment. I'm not that stupid to give in and send a picture of me to him. I replied back with a no with a skull emoji, and he said,
"What? Why not?"
with a sad emoji, trying to make me feel sympathetic and give in. Yeah, right. I replied back with a, "Because I said so." About a minute later, he had sent me a picture. It was a picture of himself holding a finger gun to his head, captioned, "Pew." In my mind, I was like, okay, what do you want me to do about it? Is that pic supposed to make me feel guilty? I just said in the chat a simple LOL and exited out of the app. He then kept begging me to send a picture of me, but instead, I replied with either no or just me trying to dodge the question. My responses were just starting to get more bland. That's not really like me, but that's because he made me highly uncomfortable. Now, you're probably wondering why I didn't just immediately block him. I guess it didn't really cross my mind at the time, because I was just overwhelmed and anxious, that I didn't think anything else other than having to deal with him longer. Really dumb on my part. Anyways, I didn't tell my parents nor any of my friends while I was having the conversation with them. However, our conversation finally ended after I finally told him how uncomfortable I felt when I was talking to him. To be honest, I'm not usually that straightforward with others, because again, I get really anxious, and I also tend to overthink way too many things. When I told him that, he finally got the idea. Dumbass should have gotten the idea when I said no in the first place. Since then, the conversation died down, and the next day I just blocked him. For the next few days to a week, I couldn't stop thinking back to that conversation. What made me heavily think about it is the fact that he texted me out of nowhere when he saw I just turned 18. Isn't that a coincidence? A guy that I've known since freshman year and has never spoken a word to me for 2 to 4 years, all of a sudden tries to flirt me up after I've turned 18. Yeah, it should be quite obvious. I never thought I would have to deal with a situation like this because I'm a really reserved person as well. So I try to avoid the situations as much as possible, but apparently that didn't happen. To all of you out there, please be aware of these signs and just instantly block the person. Don't deal with them any longer. Don't do the same shit that I did. Just block them from the start when you start to get the uncomfortable vibe from them. This was a few years ago. I was about 18 or 19 and I had been single for a good while focusing on work and school. One day, I was at one of my really good friend's house. We'll call her Blue. I was at her house for a family barbecue. She was talking about this online friend she had, and she had showed me a picture, then telling me, "This is Ryan." She told me how they met, and he was 24. The age gap didn't really bother me, as she said he was just a friend, and Blue usually never met up with people she met online. I told her he seemed nice, and after a while, we had sat in her room, and she was on FaceTime with him. I was doodling in my notebook, and we had been dressed fairly nicely for the barbecue, so my hair and makeup were done. Anyway, at some point, Blue turns her phone, and she has Ryan say hi to me. I looked up from my notebook, and I waved, giving a small smile. I've never really been a sociable person. After a while of them talking, they had ended their chat, and Blue had looked at me, smiling like a devil. The fuck did I do? I asked her, and just as I had, my phone vibrated. I looked at my phone, then at her. I slowly flipped it over, and on my notification bar was my Snapchat. "So-and-so has added you." I opened it and saw a chat, and it read, "Hey, don't be mad at Blue, but I thought you were really pretty with your glasses and the way your hair looked. So I asked her to give me your snap." I felt my face then blush, as I don't really handle compliments well. Blue started laughing, and she said, "Come on, say something to him." I thought it was a bit weird that as her own online friend, he would ask for my snap. But nonetheless, being naive and trying to be nice, I responded. Ryan was nice, but something felt off during our conversation. When we talked about where we lived, I told him I lived in San Jose, and he said he lived in Livermore. Now, for those of you who don't know, they're about a 1-hour drive from each other, and at the time, my parents wouldn't let me drive that far. So for our first date, after much back and forth, we had planned to meet in Pleasanton, which is about 45 minutes. I hadn't taken into account the amount of freeway I'd have to drive, and Ryan said he couldn't make the drive because his mother had his car. Halfway there though, I got really anxious, and I had to call Blue because my GPS had been driving through the woods to get around the traffic. When I finally got to the destination, Ryan had arrived a few minutes before me. I got out, and I apologized for my arrival. He said it was no problem. We went in, and we proceeded to play some mini golf. After the sun went down, I checked the time, and I realized if I were to get home before curfew, I'd have to leave really soon. I had told Ryan that I had a curfew and just how strict my parents were beforehand. When I told him I had to leave, his emotion changed. He went from joking and polite to serious and annoyed. He kept asking and bugging me to stay even longer. Would it really be so bad if you stayed? Just a bit longer. Can't we finish first? I kept trying to let him down easy, but I eventually gave him a really firm no. We returned to the golf clubs, and I walked to the cars. Even though I was now feeling a bit off, when he leaned in, I gave him a small hug. But I wasn't ready when he pulled me in and landed a kiss right on my lips. I pulled back and said goodnight, jumped in my car, and then left. I called Blue and ranted to her about the whole thing. She tried to calm me down about the whole thing, saying it was just first date jitters and being out of the game. As I got close to home, we hung up and I tried to let it go. A few days later, I was at work, and during some dead time, I was on my phone chatting with Blue and Ryan individually. Ryan wanted to meet up again, and I was okay with it. He seemed a bit pushy, but I paid it no mind. However, I probably should have blocked him. When it came to the day for us to hang out, I was at work and my shift was almost over. Now, my work is only 5 to 10 minutes away from where I live, and I had never given Ryan my exact address or had it available on Snap. Anyways, when it came to the day of our planned meetup, we were supposed to meet up on the fringe of San Jose because I still didn't want him knowing where I lived. I had told Blue, and she knew the whole plan. When it came to the day of, I was a few minutes away from getting off work, and Ryan texted me on Snap. He said that he needed a rain check. I asked if everything was okay, but he said that everything was fine, and that his mom just didn't want him driving all the way over here. I said no worries, but was a bit irked. As I had defied my strict parents, I lied to them and drove all the way out there to see him, but I guess I could chalk that up to childhood differences. After all that, the irk feeling passed relatively quickly. I left the chat and I had messaged my cousin Benny and my other friend Rez. I told them my date rain checked and that we should have a movie night. They both replied yes, and after I texted my parents, I had put down my phone and did some quick cleaning. After I clocked out, I had sat in my car and checked some of the messages I had. Ryan had messaged me saying something along the lines of, "Oh hey, never mind, I can come down." And I'd responded back telling him, "Oh sorry, after you rain checked, I texted my younger cousin and we made plans." He immediately seemed angry. He wanted me to cancel, and we got into a small fight. He kept saying that I should cancel on my cousin, who's honestly like a little sister to me. When I told him no, he canceled first, and we can just reschedule. He wouldn't have it. He eventually turned to Blue and started ranting to her. I turned off my phone and just went to pick up my cousin. We had our movie night, and it was fun. But the next day, after I took my cousin home, I looked at my phone and saw a shitload of messages from Ryan. The last one terrified me. He said he was on his way to see me. I called Blue, and my tone was angry, irritated. I wasn't taking any shit. I asked straight away if she gave my address to Ryan. She stopped and said no. She got the hint and she asked what happened. I told her that he said he was on his way, that he was driving somewhere into San Jose, which admittedly is a big city. She said that she didn't give it to him and that she could reach out to him to see what was going on. She never got back to me, and to clarify, she really never did give him my address, but I just got on with my day. I was due to dog sit my Nana's elderly dog. He was a small dog, blind, and pretty deaf. I carried him in the kitchen as any mess would be really easy to clean from the tile. One of my good friends Sal joined me at my house and we joked about watching movies. About an hour into watching Curly the dog, I got a call. It was Ryan. He said he was at Bogany Park and he was 3 blocks away from my house. I muted my call and I looked at Sal. She asked if I was okay and I put my shoes on. I asked him when he got there. He said he'd been there just 5 minutes. As we'd met before, he'd seen my car before and I was hoping he'd just drive straight through the park and not weave through the neighborhood. I checked on Curly quickly, and then Sal and I took off to the park. I walked the long way to approach from the opposite side of the park from where my house would be, and I saw him. He was just standing there doing backflips and looking around. Sal and I looked at each other, and we approached him slowly. He seemed like he was in a good mood, but I was still on edge. "Hey, so why this park?" was all I said. "Well, you said the drive to Pleasanton was too far, so I thought I'd come to you." I took a moment and I figured that I didn't really want to know how he knew where I lived, so I just shut him down. "Listen, you're sweet, and thank you for coming out this way to, I don't know, say hi, I guess, but this is a bit too much for me." He seemed really unfazed by what I had said, and he told me he drove all the way down here so we could hang out. I told him that if he had messaged me beforehand, I would have told him I'd be busy today. I was dog sitting, and I wouldn't be able to. He said that we could just hang out here, and that I could bring the dog, and that we can just chill here. I told him that wasn't a good idea, and the dog wasn't friendly. He offered for us to get into his car so he could drive us, or at least meet at my place. I knew that there was no more letting him down gently. I looked at him and said, "Look, you drove here some blocks from where I live. I don't know how you found this park, but I'm not interested. The weird kiss, the pushiness, I'm not into it. I'm not gonna get into your car. This is done. Go ahead, complain to Blue or whatever. You're giving me the creeps." At this point, I knew that my temper got the best of me. Sal had gotten into the conversation, and she then pulled me away for us to walk back the way we came. Another adult, a father to one of the kids at the playground, had taken notice of this, and he stopped him from following us. When I finally got home, I locked all of the doors and I blocked him on Snap and deleted his number. I gave Blue a call and I told her what happened. She calmed me down a bit and she told me she was going to block him too. It's now been 3 or 4 years, and I still remember how he tried to turn the whole thing on me. How he had called Blue and she just played along with it before hanging up and blocking him. We still don't know how he got so close to my house. After that, no matter how much I wanted to rebel against my parents, I was always very cautious when it came to dating.
For a while, when I was 16, I was always on Snapchat. I was on there so much it was pretty normal for me to get follows from odd people. People I'd never met, but never like this. It was June 18th of 2015. I was on Snapchat doing what I always do. Everything was pretty normal. Like always, I was scrolling through all my followers, and I came across a username that said, "Look outside your window." It sent chills down my spine. It was also kind of alarming, mainly because seconds later, I heard what sounded like a rock hitting my window. Startled, I tried to shake it off and get back to what I was doing. I began to receive chats from this follower on a regular basis, but I would never respond. I simply didn't know who they were, and they had a creepy enough username. One day he sent me a picture. It was from the outside of someone's house, outside of a window, and it read, "Look familiar?" Instantly I stood up, because that was a window on our house, specifically to my bedroom. I turned slowly to the window, expecting to see someone there. I'd never felt my heart pound so hard before. But when I gazed out the window, I could see no one. I watched out the window for a while, expecting to see someone come out of hiding, but there was no one there. Maybe, I thought, this was just from a house similar to ours. I closed the curtain, and I decided to check the doors before crawling up onto the couch and watching TV. As I sat down, though, I got another message on Snapchat. It was from the same person. I don't know why I opened it. I should have just ignored them from then on. This one read, "You look surprised." It showed a picture of the same window, but from further away. The window now had the curtains drawn, the same curtains I use in my bedroom. That was it. I called my mom. I was crying as I tried to explain to her what was happening. I told her she needed to come home right away. I don't think she fully understood. She sounded irritated and confused, but she knew that this was urgent, so thankfully, she came home early. She took my phone and went through my Snapchat stuff, and right before she could decide what to do, I got a message on my Snapchat again. Immediately, my mother read it. There was no picture this time. It just said, "Do you want me to hurt your mother too?" This was enough to freak me out and get my mom pissed. She ended up reporting it, though there wasn't much to go on. The police would drive by our house every so often for the next few days. It was hard to sleep during that time. Even with the police there, I didn't feel safe. Mom even took some more time off to be with me more often. And luckily, after all of this, I haven't received any more messages or pictures. So long, look outside your window, and I hope I never hear from you again. First of all, I just want to say that if you don't explicitly know someone in real life, do not add them as a friend on any sort of social media. It could either be spam or someone trying to do something terrible to you. Anyway, this year I'd finally gotten on Snapchat. My friends had pressured me to get on it, although I didn't really want to. I just wasn't into the idea of sending or receiving pictures and videos of myself or other people. I'm not the best at presenting myself or the things in my life, and I usually wasn't interested in other people's lives. I was an introvert by definition. Even though I didn't expect it, I was growing kind of fond of the app after using it for a few weeks. I began taking more and more selfies. I think it was helping me not care too much about my appearance or what strangers thought of me. It was really helping me come out of my shell, and I was having a good time. That was until I made a huge screw up. I was fooling around, checking out posts from those I follow, thinking of what I could post next, when I came by a message at the top of my iPhone. It said, "Hannah28 has added you." I quickly rattled my brain, trying to think of someone I knew who was named Hannah, but I couldn't think of anyone. I didn't mind much though, because Hannah28 was a girl, and I loved getting attention from girls. So I checked out her profile and liked what I saw, and I decided to add her as well. And only seconds after, I got a message from her. "Hey you," she said. I replied, "Oh hi, do I know you?" "No," she says. I then proceeded to ask her how old she was. She said 15, which was my age, and this made me smile. And before I could reply to that, she sent me an even better message, saying, "I think you're cute." I smiled even bigger now, until I realized that I haven't posted anything recently, so there was nothing of me on my profile at the moment, and I never sent her any photos. So how could she know what I looked like? I didn't answer. I mean, what should I have answered? I was nervous and confused. I've always been a paranoid person when it comes to who I'm talking to, and especially when it comes to girls. I then received 2 more messages. I didn't dare open them. I was already pretty flustered, and it was getting late, so I headed off to bed. I woke up in the morning to the sound of my phone buzzing repeatedly. It was Hannah28 again. She was blowing up my Snapchat, sending me video after video with no explanation. So, being both curious and weirded out, there was only one thing I could do. I began to play each video. All of these videos were at night. I could barely see anything in most of them. In the first one, she seemed to be walking down a street. She was saying something in a whisper. It wasn't in English, and I didn't know what she was saying. In the second video, her voice was more clear. I could tell she was speaking Spanish. She was still on the street she was walking. It was too dark to make out any details. And finally, in the third video, she was standing on someone's porch, and she was wiggling a very familiar doorknob. The door was locked, and she couldn't get inside. So she filmed herself, scratching the wood of the door with her fingernails that were especially long. At this point, I was in denial. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, what I was hearing. I did my best to listen to what she was saying in Spanish as she wiggled the doorknob. I went over to Google Translate and typed in what I'd heard, and I got a rough yet accurate enough translation. And then I knew exactly what she had been repeating in every single video. "Let me in, let me in, let me in." You see, the door she was at was my door. She had come to my house. She had tried to get inside. This creepy stranger was only a few meters away from me at one point, while I was unconscious in bed. My heart pounded like it was going to explode. Right away, I went on my Snapchat and blocked this crazy person, and I tried to forget everything that had happened. But when I saw the scratching at the door, I couldn't help but tell my parents. Unfortunately, I had gotten rid of any trace of Hannah28 on Snapchat, so I was unable to show them what I was talking about. At the very most, they thought it was weird, because I had no evidence to back up what I was saying. If only I'd kept those videos, I could have told my parents to call the cops. Well, my week went by without any more weird happenings, and I couldn't be happier. But just a few weeks ago, I got a new notification on my Snapchat account, and I'm sure you can guess what it said. Hannah29 has added you. My friend has always had experiences with strange or paranormal happenings ever since she was born, so this kind of stuff isn't uncommon for her, but it's still pretty scary. One day, my friend had friends over at her house. I should mention it's a big deal because they don't like coming over, because the house is unsettling to them. I can't say I blame them. Well, when they got there, they were having a good time, and at one point she was doing a silly Snapchat with her friends. And of course, that's when things got weird. She decided to play back the video to watch it when she heard a deep voice in the playback say,
Get
out. After they heard that, she and her friends were so creeped out that they exited the house. She decided to go ahead and post it to her Snapchat to see if anyone who listened to it could hear it as well. And apparently they could. She was glad she wasn't the only one, but she was still having a panic attack about it. She must have been some miracle worker, because she convinced her friends to stay and to just try to forget about it. And for a while it worked, until they fell asleep. It didn't last long before they all shot up at the same time, and they all began to freak out simultaneously. Once they calmed down and could actually breathe, my friend asked them if they had seen it too, because apparently they had all seen an old man. He walked into the room after slowly opening the bedroom door and yelled at them in an earth-shaking voice to get out of his house. Needless to say, she had to wake up her mom to call the other friend's parents. They didn't want to stay there any longer. By 2 a.m, they were gone, but her mom thankfully believed her stories, especially after she showed the video to her. To this day, myself including, nobody at school goes near her house. The stories have spread since then, and everyone knows not to go there or to even get close, because at her house, you're never alone.
My name is Bree. When I went to high school, during my senior year, early on in the first semester, I remember noticing this one new kid in our school. I would call him Dave for this story. I had never seen him at our school before, and I had a history class with him. For the most part, that's all I knew of him. Beyond that, I didn't really notice him much at all. The next semester, I didn't have any classes with Dave. It was pretty early on in that second semester that one of my friends told me something shortly after I had gotten to school one day. She told me that Dave had been posting some really weird and borderline creepy Snapchat stories of me. Nobody in my friend group was friends with Dave on Snapchat, but apparently my friend had heard from a mutual friend about it. Somebody who was friends with Dave on Snapchat had seen his stories and found them really odd. When I asked for examples, I was told that he had occasionally taken photos of me in class or in the hallway without my knowledge. Other times, he would post random pictures and mention me for whatever reason. To me, this did seem pretty strange, and I felt like I should tell Dave to stop. But I knew this might be really awkward to do, or he might deny it altogether. I thought about it for a little while, but I never really saw Dave anymore anyways. I didn't have any classes with him anymore. Plus, I never saw him in the hallways in between classes either. Our school was pretty big, with about 2,000 students total. Over time, I just kind of ignored it. I figured that maybe he was a bit of a creep, or maybe he had a crush on me, but if he didn't see me anymore, he would get over it. Roughly 2 weeks after finding out about this, I was told once again by a friend that Dave had posted a weird story about me. My friend had actually befriended Dave on Snapchat to see his stories. He posted a picture of my car in the student parking lot, saying the caption, "My favorite girl's car." Obviously, I found this really weird, and I knew that I needed to ask Dave to stop. Unfortunately, I could never seem to find Dave in the hallways, and I didn't want to go out looking for him. I decided that I would just add Dave on Snapchat, just for the purpose of asking him to stop posting weird things about me. So that day, when I got home from school, I asked my friend for Dave's username, and she gave it to me. Once I added Dave, he added me back, and he immediately snapped me saying hi. I snapped him back, telling him that I was made aware of the strange things that he was posting about me, and that I needed him to stop doing so. He opened my snap, but didn't reply. Then, I deleted him. A couple of hours later, when I was in my bedroom, I suddenly heard a loud noise against my window. I had been at my desk finishing homework, which was about 5 feet from the window. I looked over to it, and there was another loud bang. This time, the window broke, and glass shattered everywhere. I jumped back and saw Dave standing right outside the window. He then started cursing at me. I was terrified. I already knew he did some creepy things, but this was really crossing the line. Then he came closer and started to crawl through the broken window. I jumped up and ran out of the room. My parents were home, but on the other side of the house in the living room. I ran over to them and was frantically screaming that somebody had broken in. Dave did not leave my bedroom, and after we called the police, he must have left because when they got there, he was gone. Thankfully, I knew exactly who he was, and he was found that same night. It was a bad idea for me to add him on Snapchat because my location was on, and I guess Dave could see exactly where I lived then. Since then, I've turned my location off, and I'm much more careful of who I add on Snapchat. Nothing else crazy like this has happened to me, though. This story happened back when I was in college. Like many college guys, I used Snapchat quite a bit. I had probably over 1,000 Snapchat friends and would communicate with most of my friends through the app. I got to know a lot of my classmates better through snapping them or having snap streaks. Anyways, to get to the story, it all started one night when I was studying in my bedroom. I lived in a house with 2 roommates who were some good friends that I had made my freshman year. I had my own bedroom upstairs in the house, and so did each of my roommates. When I study, I tend to get distracted by my phone quite a bit, and when I looked at it on my desk, I saw somebody had added me on Snapchat. It was a girl named Kaylee. Her username didn't have a last name in it, just a bunch of numbers, so I wasn't quite sure who she was, but I figured that she went to my school, which is pretty large. I added her back, and I snapped her a picture of my face saying hi. She snapped me back, and she appeared to be around my age. We snapped back and forth for the rest of the night, and she told me that she also went to my university. The next night, I found myself home alone and bored. Both of my roommates went to their intramural sports games, and I had stayed home with an assignment, but I finished much earlier than I thought I would. I was still snapping Kaylee, and I told her about my situation. That's when she asked if I wanted her to come over. I really hadn't expected that, and I would have expected her to want to meet in a public place, or at least snap a few days before meeting, but I was cool with it. Kaylee asked me for my address, and I gave it to her. Both me and her were both on the Snap map, and it appeared that she lived on the other side of campus. Kaylee snapped me that she was leaving and would be at my place shortly. I went down and attempted to clean up the house a little bit. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I walked downstairs, expecting to see Kaylee, but instead saw some guy. There was a guy with a jacket and winter hat standing at the front door. I was really confused. I opened up the door crack and asked what the guy wanted. He told me that he was Kaylee's friend and had given her a ride to my house. He told me that Kaylee was in the car down the street, but he wanted to make sure it was safe and I wasn't some crazy person. He told me that he was just trying to look out for her and asked if he could come inside and look around. I was really weirded out by this. It caught me by surprise, and I told the guy to give me a second, and then I closed the door. I checked the Snap map, and it showed Kaylee as being literally right outside of my front door, right where the guy was standing. I knew this wasn't right. I snapped Kaylee, asking who the guy was. She began typing quickly, and as she was typing, I looked outside and saw the guy typing on his phone. Eventually, she sent me a chat, and it said basically the same thing that the guy had said. The guy then knocked on the door again. I yelled from the other side for the guy to just leave, and I wasn't falling for his tricks. I then watched him walk away, and thankfully, he left. About 20 minutes later, I got a snap from Kaylee. I opened it to see a picture of the guy flipping me off. I opened it but didn't respond. A short time later, I got another snap. This one was of the same guy saying, "You still fell for a fake girl, you effing idiot." I then blocked the account. He was right in the fact that I had fallen for a fake girl, but I had seen pictures of her and wondered how he had done it. After some research though, I learned that the guy probably got some type of app that allows you to send pictures of snaps of whatever you want without it appearing as an uploaded photo. It's complicated, but not too hard to figure out. All the guy needed was multiple selfies of the same girl. I had noticed that her selfie style was a little different, but I looked past it. This whole thing was kind of embarrassing for me, but I'm just happy to say that I'm okay. I'm a female and in college. This all happened about 6 months ago. I've had a Snapchat since I was in middle school and have more friends on that app than I can even count. I get added by new people all the time, and I usually accept the people who add me, but that has since changed. I would post stories occasionally when I was with friends or whatever. One time, a guy screenshotted my story who I didn't know. I didn't really think much of it though, until it happened again. When it did, I clicked on his profile, and I really had no idea who the guy was or when we had become Snapchat friends. He didn't have a Bitmoji, so I had no idea what he looked like. I searched his name on Instagram and Facebook, but it was a pretty common name and brought back no useful results. After that, I moved on. The next time I posted a story, he screenshotted it again though. This time, I sent him a message and asked him why he always screenshotted my stories. He opened up my Snapchat a very short time later and replied with a picture. I opened it up and was extremely creeped out. It was a picture of his wall that had countless photos of me taped to it. I saw many of the photos that I had posted on Instagram and all of my recent Snapchat stories. There were also some pictures from my Facebook and basically any photo of me that was online. But it got worse. There were some photos of me on his wall that I didn't remember being taken, like just pictures of me walking. I took a screenshot of the picture that he sent me, and then I blocked his account. I couldn't believe what I had seen. Then, I made my Instagram and Facebook accounts private. But that's when I realized maybe this guy was already one of my followers or friends. I searched his name on Facebook, and sure enough, we were friends. I showed his profile to my parents and told them about what had happened. That's when I learned something very creepy. They told me that he was one of our neighbors and lived just down the street. We live in a pretty large neighborhood, and I definitely didn't know all of our neighbors. I only know a few. I guess my dad had helped him snowblow his driveway a few years back. I couldn't believe it. My dad went over to talk to the guy, but he denied everything. I blocked the guy on all social media, and I hope I never see him again.
It's been a few months since my life has gone back to normal. Currently, I don't feel safe anywhere. I used to dorm at my college, but I had to go back home during the second semester due to strange occurrences happening there. I don't plan on dorming anytime soon. It might not be the smartest thing to share this since it's still under investigation, but maybe it will make people more cautious of social networking. It sure has made me wary of trusting strangers online again. November of last year was when the messages first appeared. Ever heard of Snapchat before? For those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, it's an app that lets you send picture messages to your friends, but that only lasts for a couple of seconds. Once those seconds are up, the picture disappears forever, meaning you can never see them again. You can only send pictures you take at the moment, and they can only be seen for the few seconds of the time that's given. You can also draw and write text on the pictures. You can even send videos. I never really knew about Snapchat up until I was introduced to it by my friends. They practically encouraged me to download it, and being the weak-willed person I am, I gave in to peer pressure. It seemed kind of fun at first. I was taking pictures and sending them like crazy. Most of the time, I just took pictures of myself making the goofiest faces and putting random letters for text. I also went out of my way to take pictures of the funniest things. I remember taking a picture of this dude's butt crack while he bent down to tie his shoes. Yeah, it was sick, but downright hilarious to me. There were a lot of people who added me as a friend on Snapchat. Most of them came from Facebook or the contact list on my phone. This also included some people I didn't know too well, but they still sent me pictures either way, and it was actually pretty nice. I guess Snapchat made it easier to break the ice with people I randomly added or haven't seen in a while. One day in November, someone called WeAreOne_Forever added me on Snapchat. At the moment, I didn't think too much of it. I figured it was just another one of my Facebook friends. Instantly, the first message this person sent me was a paper with Sharpied handwriting on it and a heart drawn underneath it. It read, "Hey cutie, how are you?" Once 4 seconds had passed, the message had disappeared. I was flattered by the fact that whoever this person was referred to me as cutie. I'm guessing it was probably a girl flirting with me a little bit. I sent her back a picture of me with my eyebrow raised and a smirk on my face. After that, I added the text, "I'm doing good. You think I'm a cutie?" and then sent it to her for 5 seconds. About a few minutes later, I got another picture from her. The picture was of a teddy bear carrying a red heart with a white backdrop. The text read, "You are on my top 5. Right away, I wanted to know who this person was. For the next couple of days that we messaged each other, she never sent me a picture of herself. For some reason, she wouldn't even tell me her name. I kept pushing her to send me a picture, but she always made excuses or sent stupidly drawn stick figures instead. With that, I believe that she was either really ugly or really shy, and I was hoping for the latter. I decided to let it go, thinking she must really be into me if she's that secretive with revealing her face and even her name. One day while I was in the library, I checked Snapchat real quick while I was taking a break from typing a paper for one of my courses. Sure enough, there was a message from WeAreOneForever. As soon as my finger tapped it open, I almost jumped out of my seat. She sent me a picture of a person, the first time she's ever done so. But that's not what got me all bothered about this picture. I knew that the picture of this person definitely was not her. In fact, it was a guy sitting on a couch, white shirt, blue sweatpants, looking straight into a laptop, bookshelves in the background. The text read, "I see you." I looked behind and around me. There was no one who seemed suspicious, just a bunch of college students in their own little worlds. Still, I didn't want to read too much into it. After all, why psych myself out for something that seemed like harmless flirting? I sent her opened her first message. I couldn't believe my own eyes, and even thought for that second that I was going insane. I wanted to scream. Immediately I regretted my decision of ever opening that message. Just thinking about it gave me chills alone. At first, I couldn't make out what the picture was. It seemed dark, but she must have enabled the flash option because there was a bright light illuminating the subject of the picture. Even though the picture was only for a second, I was able to make out what it was in the second and third picture, and by the 20th picture, my eyes confirmed it was someone lying in bed. It made my heart beat unnervingly fast. Those were the most horrifying seconds of my life. As I kept opening these messages, they were the same pictures of someone sleeping. The more recent messages became closer and closer views of the person. The closer they were, the more they confirmed my fears about the person in the picture. And the videos. Oh God, the fucking videos. They may have been only 5 videos, but they showed uncomfortable close-ups of that person's face in the glowing flashlight. And then there was that typical noisy, silent audio in the background, and my own sleeping face. It broke me down as I immediately dialed my college's police department. I told them someone broke into my room last night and that I was being stalked by someone I didn't know who was also sending me pictures of myself. I tried to explain as much as I could, but they couldn't even understand what I was saying because I sounded like a complete mess. They came over to check up on my dorm room, observe any forcible entry that could have taken place, and even question my roommate for an hour. I showed them my Snapchat to prove the multiple messages the person was sending me. Unfortunately, they couldn't retrieve them and see the actual pictures. I told my parents about it a week later. They wanted to pick me up as soon as possible even though finals were coming up. After I was finished though, I went back home and the messages had stopped for a while. I didn't see anything from WeAreOneForever for the second semester of college. The police are still trying to find out the perpetrator and are currently trying to contact the makers of Snapchat to retrieve those terrifying pictures. At that time, my life was going back to normal. And yeah, I was still using Snapchat for the innocent fun of it. The last days of the semester, though, became a different story altogether. It was a typical Friday, and I was home alone, watching TV and chowing down on snacks. I just completed the last of my finals, so I was treating myself after all that stress from college, and especially from that slightly traumatizing situation. But that all changed once my phone began to vibrate. This whole wave of dizziness took over me as I read what was on the screen. "We are one forever. Sent you a message." I was conflicted with what to do at the moment, and maybe I shouldn't have opened the message. Maybe I should have just deleted Snapchat from my phone and saved myself the trouble, because when I did open the message, I was clearly met with the image of my house in broad daylight. Not just my whole house, but specifically the view of the kitchen window. The picture only lasted for 5 seconds, and it was kinda hard to see due to its grainy quality, yet it was noticeable enough to detect my own self sitting by the table, eating my cereal in the morning, looking outside the window at what I remembered to be particularly nothing at all.
This happened in April of 2018. I live in a major city in Texas. My apartment complex is gated and in a pretty good neighborhood. But the security isn't the best. Sometimes the gates are left open, and anyone can piggyback off someone else entering with an access code. Twice in the past 3 years, the management has put out notices of vehicle break-ins or other items being stolen off porches. We also have frequent door-to-door solicitors, even though there are signs forbidding it. So on this particular Friday, I went to bed around 2:30 a.m. For some odd reason, I was having trouble going to sleep. So I put on a podcast to listen to, and I eventually start dozing off. I heard a clicking sound. I thought it might have been the upstairs neighbors making some noise. I kind of zoned this out, as I'm used to my neighbors staying up late on the weekends. After about 30 seconds, I realize the noise is extremely repetitive and getting louder. I then began focusing on it more intently, trying to isolate what it could be and where it was coming from. Suddenly, it hits me. It's coming from the entrance to my apartment. I leapt out of bed and head for the foyer. I identify the noise right away. The lock mechanism is moving back and forth rapidly, as if somebody is trying to unlock the front door. I can hear that an object is being inserted into the lock, and the person is trying to jimmy it back and forth. I instinctively turned around, head to my bedside safe, unlock it with a combination, and pull out my .357 pistol, and loaded a 14-round magazine, and chambered it with a hollow point round. I then head back to the front door. As I exit my bedroom, I see the lock twist. I immediately aimed my gun, knowing that if somebody came through, I would have to make a split-second decision. I decided that if somebody comes through the door, I would give them a momentary chance to retreat, but if they did anything other than that, or enter aggressively, I'm going to shoot and ask questions later. The inside latch lock prevented them from entering. When I first moved in, I remember thinking that the latch lock was a good security measure, and I had gotten into the habit of always keeping it locked when I'm home. In hindsight, this decision saved me from a life or death confrontation. Upon realizing that, I approached the door and looked through the peephole. On the other side were 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 were wearing hoodies, and it was difficult to make out their faces. The men seemed to have objects in their hands, but I couldn't make out exactly what. The 2 men were talking back and forth, possibly trying to figure out why they couldn't open the door, even though they had successfully opened the outside lock. The woman was also talking very loudly. Anyone in the hallway would have been able to hear her voice. She was speaking in another language. The only words I could make out were, "Apartment 250. And she kept repeating that over and over again, like a broken record. Upon hearing that, I start to wonder for a moment if maybe they're just drunk and have the wrong apartment number. But that's impossible. To open the lock, you have to have a copy of my exact key or some kind of lock-picking device. I've never copied my key or given it to anyone. Here's another thing. Not only is 250 not my apartment number, that apartment number does not exist anywhere in the complex. Standing back from my door, I took a long broom handle and jab it hard into the surface of the door, letting them know that I'm on the other side. They immediately stopped playing around with the lock and took off running. I debated whether or not to call 911 and decided against it, unless they came back. I know that they're going to be long gone by the time anyone gets here, and it would have been too risky to try and follow them to get a better description or a license plate. I didn't have enough identifying information. I filed a police report the next day and gave my apartment manager a heads up. They said it was unusual, but they would alert the resource officer and asked for a police presence for the next couple of nights. Nothing ever came of the report, but that wasn't a surprise to me. Nobody else in the apartment has ever reported anything similar happening. One precaution I took was to replace the latch with a smart lock, so it could always be locked from the inside, even when I'm not home. It's crazy to think that a latch was the only thing preventing an armed confrontation between myself and the intruders. They say you don't really know what you'll do in situations like this until it actually happens. If one good thing came out of this, I feel confident that I responded in the right way and was ready for the unthinkable.
This happened back in 2016, and I'm still getting over all of the grief. I haven't really shared this story with anyone yet, but I finally decided to share it. I'm not even going to say where this happened for privacy reasons, even though I've since moved. I'm really afraid that the people related to those responsible might come after me. Anyway, at the time it happened, it was in August, and it was during the evening. My brother and I lived in a small 2-bed, 1-bath home that sat on 10 acres of land. It was what I once considered my dream home paradise. We had everything I could have ever wanted. A good amount of land, a 2-car garage, a pole barn, and a nice view from our back deck. Now, here's some important details to note. The house itself was a basic square with the back deck on the southwest corner of the house. It was notched in the corner of the house with 2 walls on either side forming the corner of the house. You couldn't see around the house unless you bent over the railing, and you could only see the west and southwest away from the house. The garage was on the south side of the deck, which was only a few feet away from the deck, and the driveway leading to the garage was in front, so you couldn't see anyone coming up the driveway from the back of the house. Anyway, it was the evening. I was sitting on the back deck smoking a joint, and my brother was in his bedroom. I was just outside enjoying the weather and the peace and tranquility of the area. Suddenly, all of that was shattered when I then heard my brother shouting, followed by 4 loud gunshots. I immediately jumped up and I looked around the wall of the house towards the window of my brother's room, which faces the backyard. I looked just in time to see 3 masked men hopping out of the window. They appeared to be black, and they looked like they were in their late 30s at least. But they were wearing masks, so I couldn't really see their faces. One of them looked at me and froze, almost like he wasn't expecting me to be there. The 3 then turned and ran around the north wall of the house towards the front yard. I threw my joint out, and I ran inside the house through the kitchen. I then went down the hall to my brother's bedroom. The door was open, and I went inside. When I did so, I stopped dead in my tracks, and my heart then froze. My blood went cold as ice. There on the bed was my brother. He was just laying there, facing up emotionless, with his eyes wide open, bleeding to death. Now, what I did next probably wasn't very smart, but I ran to the living room and I grabbed one of my guns. I threw open the front door just in time to see a blue Chevy Caprice peeling out of the driveway. I fired 3 shots at them, one missing, one hitting the car's tire, and one hitting the back window. I must have hit one of the guys inside because I had heard someone screaming from the car. Looking back, this probably wasn't a good idea to do since there was a house right across the street, and I could have accidentally shot the neighbor's house, but I wasn't really thinking that at the time. Anyway, the car sped off, and I ran back inside. I grabbed some towels to try and go cover the wound on my brother's chest, while also calling 911. While trying to cover up the wound, I was telling the dispatcher everything that happened, and I knew that my brother was already gone because he had no pulse when I checked, and he had 3 bullet holes in his chest. But I think I was just in disbelief at the time. Anyway, since this area has almost no crime rate, you can bet your ass that every sheriff and ambulance in the county was there in about 15 minutes. I had to explain to the detective that was there what happened while trying not to break down and crying. The sheriff and detective were both in disbelief too, since nothing like this had ever happened in the area in over 37 years. I'll spare you all the little details, but over the next 3 months, the investigation eventually wrapped up. And here's what I learned. After the police had gone through my brother's phone, they found that he had apparently been getting death threats. Apparently, he had been hitting on a girl that was a gang member's girlfriend. Apparently, the guy had warned my brother to stay away from her, and even after he did, I guess he decided that he still needed to get rid of my brother for good. Apparently, the night before he was killed, he had received a message from an unknown person saying, "I'm coming for you." Somehow the guy found out where we lived and brought 2 guys with him to do the job. The strangest thing though, is we lived 40 minutes away from the gang's territory, which was in the city. This guy was so aggravated at my brother that he drove himself and 2 other guys 40 minutes out into the countryside just to kill him. It really amazes me just how far this guy was willing to go just to make sure nobody ever went near his girlfriend. Now let me tell you what happened to those 3 guys. One of them was the one that I had shot as the car pulled out of the driveway, and he apparently died while in the car. The other guy who was along for the job was caught during a traffic stop. Apparently he was dumb enough to take that same car out the next day, and there was an alert out for it. Now, since there aren't that many sky blue Chevy Caprices left, it was pretty easy to find. He was arrested, and he was charged with murder. And since the prosecutors where the murder happened are way more strict, he was sentenced to death. The guy who orchestrated this whole thing was actually killed in another shooting in his own city the following week. Yeah, pretty crazy how karma gets to you. I think they all got what they deserved in the end, in my opinion anyways. I did have to go to court for the guy I shot, because he had no family apparently. And due to some other circumstances, I didn't go to jail. I did get a hefty fine though for dangerous use of a firearm, probably due to the fact that I could have accidentally shot my neighbor's house, and I had to take a gun training class after that. But I didn't care. For almost a year after this all happened, I didn't do anything except mope around my house, and I barely even left the house at all. I never even went into my brother's room after that. I just left the door to it closed so I wouldn't be tempted to look in it. I was so devastated by what happened that I nearly lost interest in everything. I ended up just packing up all my things and moving out shortly after. I just couldn't stand to be there anymore, nor did I feel safe there anymore after what happened. My brother and I were really close, and to lose a loved one so tragically and suddenly in your own home is devastating. It was sad because I really loved that house and my brother. I honestly thought it would be our forever home, but I just couldn't stand to be there anymore. I moved 8 hours away, and I haven't been back to that house since, and I honestly don't think I ever will. I do still own the house and the land. I just don't think I can ever go back. And even though I moved, I still won't ever forget that evening and everything that happened. I'm doing a little better now, and I have someone else living with me, but I'll definitely be scarred for life for that event.
I live in a small city, and nothing much exciting happens around here, especially in my neighborhood. It's pretty rare to even see a car pass by after 10 p.m. I am a 21-year-old male, and I spend most nights playing video games or reading. I rent a 2-bedroom apartment under my parents' house with my sister and her 3-year-old son. She doesn't stay home most nights, and my dad works 2 hours away from home, so generally, I'm alone from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. The street I live on gets really dark, and my house is the last one on this end. From my house to the crossroad is about the distance of a football field. The first time I saw the flashlight guy was about a month and a half ago. As I said before, the neighborhood shuts down by 10, so it seemed odd when I went out for a smoke and saw a man dressed in all black with his hood pulled up walking down my street. But I brushed it off as I finished my cigarette and went back inside. I went to my bedroom and began reading a book. 15 minutes later, I see a flashlight beam sweep through my windows. I should mention that one whole wall of my bedroom is all windows. At this point, I was pretty unnerved, so I put down my book and went to go check things out. I didn't see anything at first, so I chalked it up to me being paranoid and sat back down. But it wasn't long before it happened again. By now, I knew that something was wrong, and I had a really bad feeling in my stomach. I just wanted to ignore it and hope it would just go away. But I urged myself to be a man and look out the window. Looking outside, I noticed the man from earlier, standing about 15 feet away, shining his flashlight directly in front of him. He wasn't moving. I stood there for a couple of minutes, wondering what the hell he was doing, until he swept his flashlight across the whole downstairs of my house. As I said before, no one besides me was home. I was pretty creeped out by this point, and I wasn't sure what to do. So I went upstairs and through the door that separates my apartment from my dad's, and went to his room to grab the shotgun. When I got back downstairs and looked out the window, the man was gone. I stayed up for the rest of that night, checking every 10 minutes to see if he would come back. This has happened twice more, and he always does the same thing. Sweeps his flashlight through my house, and then just stands there. I've gotten to where I always sleep with my dad's shotgun next to my bed. My dad says that it's weird, and tells me to stay inside whenever I see him, and to call the cops if I feel threatened. Anybody that does this kind of thing obviously doesn't have the best intentions, so I understandably feel a bit more threatened every time he shows back up. Fast forward to 2 days ago. Once again, I'm all by myself. My microwave is broken, so I've been making it a habit to go upstairs and use the kitchen whenever I'm by myself. I forgot to mention that the only door out of my apartment besides going through the garage is in my room. This is important to remember. I made myself some food and went back downstairs. When I got into my room, it was freezing cold. I live in Vermont, so this time of year I always left my door shut and locked and put a towel under it. I use the garage to go in and out of the house because as soon as I open my door, all the heat escapes my room. I always keep the heat cranked all winter because my room is the coldest in the entire house. When I looked at my thermostat, it was shut off. I turned it back up, and I was really unnerved because I had just turned it up about an hour ago. As I said before, I never turn it off because of how cold my room gets. I felt a breeze on my back, and I turned around to see my door partially opened. I quickly close and lock it. But not before I peeked outside, and sure enough, I saw the flashlight guy's light go out as he turns the corner at the end of my street. The next day I told one of my neighbors about what happened, and they told me just a couple of weeks prior, a woman that lives in the same neighborhood was alone, watching TV with her daughter, when someone broke in. I guess they heard the intruder coming through the door and locked themselves in their bathroom and called the cops. Whoever broke in must have taken off when he heard the sirens, because when the police got there, the back door was wide open and nobody was in the house. I don't know who this flashlight guy is, or what the hell he went into my bedroom for, but at this point, as you can imagine, it's got me on edge. Since the other night, nothing more has happened. I've been keeping a light on outside, and a couple more throughout the house during nights, so it doesn't look like I'm the only one here at night from now on. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially when there were clouds blocking the moonlight. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I exited my car, I caught the faint whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, but I didn't see anybody outside, so I ignored it and went in. I just got off my shift with a few hours overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later. I was sure that I heard a noise inside of my house. I wasn't worried right away, because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work. I even gave him a spare key. However, he would always text me beforehand, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone's screen blinded me. These were the days before phones had light sensors that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright that I could use it as a flashlight. I squinted my eyes and could make out that it was 9-something in the morning, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread message in my inbox or not. I set down my phone and called out my friend's name. There was a couple of seconds of silence, followed by a loud footfall as someone started moving through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I opened the door and stepped inside. The house had 3 rooms upstairs, the bedroom that I was in, and a spare, with a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in my ceiling and hoist myself inside. I had just started to lift myself up when the person came barging out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside the attic when my bedroom door flew open. I heard the footsteps run into my room and then stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which had boxes stacked in the corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone was hiding, it would be in the first bedroom, because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic, just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they began to climb up. From my vantage point, I could see from about their knees down. They were wearing a dirty pair of blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn-out work boots. After a few seconds of looking around my closet, they stepped away, and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration. The scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me too much of my stepfather, who would shout in a similar way whenever he lost his temper. He would eventually be committed to a mental hospital. The man inside of my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed hidden in the attic. I left my cell phone by my bed when I ran for the closet. I wasn't certain if I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the cops. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped over my bed, I assume in some attempt to find me. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I used my landline to call the cops. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but that was something I expected. Chairs had been knocked over, the sofa had been flipped, all the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on my shelves were strewn across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened, and all the boxes and cans had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell, though, the only thing that was missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked my house from top to bottom. They found out that the side door had been forced open by a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along the fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube, which the police said people often use to smoke meth. So whoever it was had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me that I should stay with friends and family for the rest of that night and get the door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep and moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next few hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence where the police had found the cigarette butts, but I never saw anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone cable into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. I lived there for another 3 years without incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet, and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space in the back of my closet. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been just a bit slower, or if he hadn't gone into the bathroom before making his way to my bedroom.
It was around 11 at night and I had just finished working out at the gym. I went to the grocery store to pick up some food for the next couple of days. While at the grocery store, I decided to get $120 cash back, money that I owed my mom, and unbeknownst to me, as I left the grocery store, money that I came so close to losing. Instead of going straight home, I decided to go for a little drive. I just got my car not long ago and the novelty of driving stick hasn't worn off yet. After about a half hour of driving around the city, I decided it's about time to head home. As I pass a gas station on the edge of town, but close to my house, I decide that now's a good time as any to pull in and fuel up. I pull in, and I'm the only one at the gas station. I'm in an industrial business part of town, the edge, like I said, so there isn't much around. There's an empty lot that's without light beside the gas station, and I notice an SUV sitting there about 100 to 200 meters away, but I don't think much of it. I get out and start pumping gas when I notice a woman come around the corner and walk straight towards me. As soon as I notice her, a shiver ran down my spine. I instinctively locked my car. She walked towards me quickly, hands in her pockets, staring at me pretty intensely the whole time.
I got in a fight with my boyfriend and he left me here. Can you give me a ride to my mom's house?
She said casually in her raspy smoker's voice. Another chill ran down my spine as she repeated the question, word for word almost, in the same raspy voice. I have to pump gas first, I said to her, keeping my eyes on her the whole time. She walked around to the passenger side door. Beside me, fuel port is on the passenger side and grabs onto the door handle.
Can you unlock your car? I'm cold. I've been here a while.
I have to pay for the gas, I said. Deciding to cut the gas pumping short, I walked inside and talked to the guy behind the counter. I told him the girl outside was kind of suspicious and I didn't know her. He just kind of shrugged and I could tell he wasn't interested in getting involved, so I walked out. I figured she was high or something, but I would find a way to just get her to leave me alone. As I walk out, the SUV that I had mentioned earlier started up. I watched the driver maneuver himself so he could just drive out the exit. He stopped, engine still rolling. He was still like 100 meters away.
Can you open the door now? I'm really cold.
So many alarm bells were going off in my head already. First, she just looked sort of sketchy. She was dressed well enough, but her face was pretty rough. She was pretty covered in makeup, but it didn't hide a nasty-looking sore on her lip. Her sunken eyes were dull, bloodshot, and just dead-looking. Second, she didn't seem like a damsel in distress, not at all. She didn't seem upset, and she spoke without much emotion.
No, that's not my problem. I need to go home,
I said to her, as firmly as I could.
Come on, you're driving me home, right?
I can't. I have to get home right now. Reaching for my phone, I realized I had left it in the car.
I'm cold. I've been out here for hours,
she shouts, pretty angrily for someone who's asking a favor, I thought. Then I noticed her look at the SUV. I started cluing into what was going on and raised my voice a bit.
That's not my problem.
I'm at the driver's side door now.
I'm freezing. You said you'd drive me home. That's not my problem.
I started raising my voice. She started raising hers. We weren't yelling, but it was getting a little heated. We went back and forth like that for a couple of minutes. My mind was racing. I thought about losing my car and about getting stabbed or shot, about getting robbed for the $120 I had in my wallet. I just lost it on her.
Get the back. You do not know who I am. Get the back right now.
I think I caught her off guard or something because she stepped back right away.
You better get out of here right now then,
she said, walking backwards. I was out of fight mode and into flight mode. I watched her until she got a decent distance away, noticing she was walking sort of towards the SUV. I didn't watch for much longer. I hopped in my car and peeled the fuck out of there. I turned into a random subdivision, making sure I wasn't being followed. I called the cops and they said they'd send a car, but there wasn't much that they could do because there was no real crime committed. But I did the right thing, and she was most likely bait for some kind of robbery. I drove home as quick as I could. About 10 years ago, I worked for a short time at a small gas station close by to my house. Both of my kids had started school, and we always needed extra money. I was about 26 or 27 and had not ever really worked anywhere before, but it was fun. We stayed a little busy throughout the day, as there were 3 factories very close by, and would get a lot of our traffic from the employees there, especially at shift change times. One weekday mid-morning, I was working by myself, which was unusual, but my manager, who usually worked days with me, was out sick. No big deal. It was no more than I could handle. There were people in and out all morning, and nothing out of the ordinary was happening, until a transfer truck pulls in and parks to the side of the building. We didn't carry diesel fuel, but it wasn't unusual to have big trucks pull in for drinks, bathroom, or whatever. The driver walks in. Tall guy, not unattractive, but a little creepy looking. He had a huge refillable coffee mug and asked me if there was fresh coffee and if he could fill up his mug. I told him no problem. He fills his mug and comes up to pay and starts chit-chatting. He told me that he had a delivery for one of the factories up the street and asked what would be the best way to get in there, so I told him. No big deal, happens all the time. He then started telling me how he was from Arkansas and that after he dropped his load, he was headed back home for a few days. I was just politely nodding my head. Then he asked me if there was a restroom. I told him yes and pointed to where it was, but did not come out from behind the counter. He starts trying to chat with me again without going to the restroom. He asked me if I was working alone, and that's when all kinds of signals started going off in my head. I told him my coworker had to run an errand and would be back right away. He winds up staying in there for about 20 minutes, trying to small talk, and asked me at least 6 or 7 times where the restroom is. During this time, customers were coming in and out, and when someone would come in, he would walk around the store, kind of behind the shelves. At this point, I'm trying to stay calm and figure out what I need to do to get him the hell out of here. I looked out at the gas pumps and saw a man from one of the factories up the street on a forklift filling it with gas. When he comes in, I was trying to start a conversation and ask him stupid questions to get him to look at my face so I could gesture where creepy guy was standing behind the potato chips. He didn't catch the hint until he walked out of the door and turned back to look at me, and I mouthed to him, "Help me." He turns around and comes back in, and by this time creepy guy had come out from behind the potato chips. Forklift guy asks me if I am okay, and I tell him no. He asks if I needed help, and I say yes. All of this being said very low where creepy guy cannot hear. All of a sudden, forklift guy runs around the chips, slams creepy guy into the Coke cooler, telling him that the lady wants him to leave and to get the fuck out. Creepy guy runs out, jumps into his truck, and hightails it out of there, while forklift guy stays with me until I call the police, and they get there. I make a report, gave my best description I could, called a coworker to come and stay with me, and the police and forklift guy leave. About an hour later, one of the cops come back in to tell me that they caught the guy speeding on the highway leading out of town. He not only had an empty trailer on the back of his truck, he had not been to drop off his load, he didn't even leave in that direction, and no way did he have time to get to the factory, unload, and get back out to where he was pulled over in that amount of time. But he also had a pistol that had been reported stolen in Alabama, and had just been released from prison where he had served 2 years for rape and was wanted in Missouri for not reporting into his probation officer after being released. I have no clue why he was in a transfer truck or what the hell he was doing in small-town Georgia, but he clearly was making his rounds through the Southeast.
A few years back, I was on a road trip by myself. I was driving across about 3 different states to go home and visit my parents and some other family. I had made the trip a couple of times before since I had started living where I was. The drive took a total of about 7 hours, so I would do it all in one day, but it was still a really long drive. On the day that I left, I was able to get out of work a couple of hours early, which was nice. The drive went well for the most part. I stopped for gas a few times, and food as well. At about 9 p.m., I found myself around 2 hours away from my parents' house. My car was running low on gas, and I was running low on energy, so I pulled off the freeway for what would probably be my final stop. After I got off the freeway, I drove down a quieter road for maybe a mile before seeing a gas station. It was a 7-Eleven, and I pulled in and drove up to a pump. The gas station was very quiet, and nobody else was there that I was aware of. After filling my tank, I started walking inside to get an energy drink or something. When I was headed towards the door, I noticed that there was a man kind of standing in a darker area on the side of the building. I went inside and went to the drinks. I found something with some caffeine and then went over and paid for it. Nobody else was inside the store other than the employee. After leaving, I was heading back to my car, which was still at the pump. When I got inside, I cracked open my drink and took a few sips. I was casually looking around and drinking when I noticed the man who had been standing at the side of the building. He was suddenly walking over to me, and the way he was walking was really aggressive. Based on the fact that a random guy who had been standing around the side of a gas station was rushing towards me, I decided to leave. I quickly started up my car and began driving away. When I pulled out, the man was probably within 20 feet of me. I was happy to get out of there, but I noticed the man start running to the back of the parking lot of the gas station where a smaller, old-looking red car had been parked. I had assumed that car was the employee's. I saw the man get in, and I was now driving down off the road, headed back for the freeway. The guy started speeding away, almost recklessly. He caught up with me rather quickly, and I hadn't been driving slow either, but I wasn't going to risk getting a speeding ticket. Now I was really concerned. I had no clue who this guy was. I was not aware of any reason at all for him to follow me. I soon merged back onto the freeway and started driving down it. The guy behind me was right on my tail the entire time. The freeway was pretty quiet, but there were a couple of other cars and trucks here and there. As I drove, I switched lanes a few times. The guy behind me would always copy me and do exactly the same. The following distance that he maintained the whole time was probably like 1 car length or so. It made me really uncomfortable. After driving on the freeway for probably 5 minutes, I decided to take an exit. I exited at the very last second, hoping it would confuse the man. When I did, the guy pulled off right behind me. I slowed down when I got up to a quieter street, and when I came to the stop sign, I thought the guy was going to crash into the back of me. I drove down another quiet road and passed by a gas station and a fast food restaurant that was closed. Now, I was in what looked like a quiet small town with lots of farmland nearby. I really didn't know exactly where I was. I turned at a random road and then turned again at another one a short time later. I didn't really know where I was going or what I was doing. I was just hoping that the guy would stop following me. Maybe if he realized that I knew he was following me and I was just going to keep turning all the time, he would give up. But the guy didn't seem like he wanted to do that. I drove around this random small city for like 10 minutes. The guy kept up behind me the entire time. I was about to turn around and go back to the freeway when I noticed something. I was driving on what appeared to be one of the main roads of the city that I was in. When I was driving down it, I noticed we were coming up on a police station. I saw some of the patrol cars parked in the parking lot, and I decided to pull in. I signaled to turn, and at first, the guy behind me did the same. But as I was pulling in, he suddenly veered around me and sped away, going straight instead. When I got into the parking lot, I saw an officer and figured I would tell him about what had happened. After speaking with him and letting him know, I went back on my way. The rest of the way home, I never saw the guy again. To this day, I don't know why he chose to follow me. I'm a female and a former 7-Eleven employee. I worked there 2 years ago for a span of about 6 months. During that time, I was finishing up my education. I mostly worked overnight shifts there, which were fine with me. Sure, being alone at nights is a little strange sometimes, but hardly anybody would come in. For the most part, it was easy. One night, I was working like any other. I sat behind the counter, going on my phone and listening to music. I had been alone, all by myself, with no customers, for probably an hour. A few people had gotten gas, but none of them came inside. The time was probably 2 o'clock in the morning. Then, I suddenly heard the door opening and saw a guy walking in. I hadn't seen a car pull in, and the gas station is not really at a location where people walk to. He walked in and came up to me at the counter. I said hi to him and asked him how I could help. The man asked me where the beer was, and I pointed to the back of the store where they were. We also had some cases sitting around, which I pointed out as well. The man looked around and then walked to the back of the store. I kept sitting there and then went back on my phone. A few minutes later, the man came back up to me at the counter. This guy was sort of tall and thin, was balding, and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. When he came back to the counter, he was not holding any beer. The guy said to me that he liked my tattoos and pointed to my arms. Then he just kind of stood there. I said thanks and asked if he needed help with something. The guy just stared at me for a second and then kind of wandered out of the store. He seemed a little bit off to me, and after he left, I just went back to minding my own business. I had a coworker coming in at 5 a.m., and I would be getting off at 6. Over the next hour, I only had one other customer come inside and pay for gas. At about 3 a.m., I suddenly noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was coming from the window near the front door. When I looked, I saw the guy who had been inside earlier, who had seemed a little bit off. He was looking inside and pressing his face up against the glass window. The look on his face was rather disturbing and creepy. He was looking straight at me as well. I looked at him and then looked away. I wasn't amused by this. It seemed really weird. When I looked back over again about a minute later, he was still there. I tried to just ignore it, but then he started knocking on the window. This guy had to be crazy or something. I decided to get up and ask the man what he was doing and probably tell him to leave as well. I got out from behind the counter and walked over. I opened up the front door to the building, but as soon as I opened it, the man started sprinting away at what appeared to be full speed. He ran all the way past the road and out of my sight. Oh well, I thought, and went back inside to work, shaking my head. For the next few hours, things were peaceful and went on like normal. At 5, my coworker Alex showed up, and things were really easy then. And at 6, I was off for the day and could finally leave. When I was walking out to my car in the parking lot, I happened to notice the man again. He was standing kind of in the grass between the parking lot and the road. The guy was looking right at me. I hurried up and got inside my car and left. After I left, I called my coworker Alex and let him know about the guy, just to be aware. Luckily, the man didn't follow me out of the parking lot when I left or anything like that. Now, fast forward 2 days. I worked one of the 2 days and didn't come across the man or anything strange. But on the second day, I was hanging out with a few friends. There's a diner in town that we hang out at a lot. We're friends with the owner and their family, and my friends and I have been going there for years. I was there, sitting in a booth with 2 other friends. We were just hanging out, talking, and having some food. Out of nowhere, I happened to notice the guy who had been at the gas station. He was sitting by himself on the other side of the diner. The whole place wasn't very big. It had maybe like 10 booths and then seats at the diner. The guy was facing me, and I caught him staring. I told my friends about him and who he was. We weren't really sure what to do though. I felt like the chances of this being a coincidence were really slim. But still, he wasn't bothering me and hadn't come up to me or anything like that, so I decided to just ignore it. The man never tried talking to me or anything. When I left, he didn't follow me outside either. For the next few days, the man was completely absent from my life, and that's the way I would have liked it to stay. But then came the last time that I saw the man. It was a typical work shift, and for 90% of it, everything went fine. I didn't see the guy and had dealt with mostly normal customers. When my coworker Alex came in the early morning like he often did, he let me know that it looked like someone was messing around near my car in the parking lot. I walked over to the window and looked. That same guy was appearing to try and open one of my windows or something. It looked like he had some kind of tool as well. I opened the door and yelled out to him, asking what he was doing. The guy looked at me and then ran off down the street. It was so strange. I went over and looked, but luckily he hadn't broken in, at least not yet. After that though, I never saw the guy again. I only worked at the 7-Eleven for about another month after that. Gas stations in the middle of the night can be a weird place. A few months back, I was driving home from visiting some friends. I didn't time out the drive very well, and I found myself on the road at nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I still had a ways to go, but I had lots of caffeine and was doing fine. When my car was starting to run out of gas, I decided to stop at the next place. I took an exit when I saw a sign that there would be a 7-Eleven at the next one. They're usually a good gas station, and I go there all the time. When I pulled in, there was another car getting gas and somebody else in the parking lot. I pulled up to one of the pumps at the south side of it, sort of far away from the building. I paid at the pump and then began fueling my car. As I stood near the car, the other person getting gas drove off. This revealed that there was just one guy now, and he was standing near some of the other gas pumps about 20 feet away, but there were no other cars there. About a minute into me fueling my car, I saw the man start to walk over and approach me. He had a beard and wore kind of baggy and dirty clothes. He walked right up to me, which made me a little bit nervous. When he reached me, he asked me if I had a cigarette he could borrow. I told the guy no. I didn't smoke, and even if I did, I certainly wasn't going to give him a cigarette right next to a gas pump. There are literally signs everywhere that say no smoking. guy stood there looking at me for a moment or two after I had answered him. Then he turned away and started walking. He walked back over to another pump as I continued to fill my tank, which always takes a long time. Then, out of seemingly nowhere, the man yelled something and punched a gas pump. It made a loud noise. He hit it a few times, which was really disturbing to see. Then, he angrily started walking over towards the convenience store. He got next to it, where they had rocks up against the building. The man proceeded to grab a few rocks in his hands and start throwing them in my direction. He missed badly with the first couple, but he started walking closer. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had no idea why he was doing this. I quickly stopped getting gas and got inside of my car. A rock actually hit my car after I had gotten back inside. I drove off with the man still firing rocks in my direction. When I was out of there and back on the road, I called the police to report him. I was afraid for whoever was working inside the 7-Eleven, or if anybody else would try to get gas there. They let me know that they would have an officer there shortly to check out the situation. I really hoped that nobody was hurt and everything was resolved. The man definitely seemed like he was on some sort of drugs. He certainly was not in his right mind. It's a pretty scary experience that I will never forget, and I hope the man and everybody else are okay. This story happened back when I was younger. I was about 10 or 11 at the time. During that time period, I lived with my parents in a smaller house near the city. We would often walk to a few stores or gas stations to get things. I would go with one of my older siblings a lot, and there were several places within walking distance. This was on July 11th, because on 7-Eleven they used to give out free Slurpees. I'm not sure if they still do or not, but my older sister asked me if I wanted to go with and get one. Of course, I said yes. We walked there down the sidewalk, which took maybe 10 minutes. It was sometime in the afternoon, maybe even the early evening if I remember correct. When we arrived, I went straight for the Slurpees, and my sister did as well. There were a few other people all around inside, and I had to wait for somebody else to get a Slurpee. My sister and I got them, and then my sister went to the back of the store to go look at something else. I went to go see if there were any good snacks that I wanted, so I went in a different aisle. When I was there, a woman started walking down that aisle. She was holding a small dog. As she approached, she noticed me looking at the dog. It was one of those dogs that's extremely small. She asked me if I liked her dog, and I said yes. I thought it was really cute. The woman then asked me if I would watch her dog for a minute while she used the bathroom. I said that I would, and the woman then asked me if I could actually watch it outside. She said that the dog sometimes didn't like to be held by strangers, and she didn't want to get in trouble for walking it around inside. It seemed fine to me, and I said yes. We both then walked outside of the building. The woman started walking over to a small grass area that was next to the 7-Eleven building. The area was really small, but I guess was a good place for the dog to walk around. Before we got there, though, there was this van parked in the last parking space before the grass area. A man was standing in front of it. He suddenly reached out and grabbed me as I was passing by. He held both of my arms, and the woman then told me to get inside of the van. The side door to it was already open. I didn't want to, but the man was much stronger than me and was pushing me in the direction of it. Everything was happening really fast, and I didn't know what to do. It was then that I heard my sister's voice. She was basically yelling and screaming and told them to let me go. This caught the attention of two other people nearby, and they started to look over. The guy finally let me go then. Him and the woman's attention now shifted to trying to get away. I ran back over to my sister, who was just outside the front door of the 7-Eleven, as the man and woman got inside the van and sped off. I remember somebody yelling to call the police as they sped off, and another person yelling to get the license plate number. My sister and I went back inside and waited until the police got there. My parents were called and came down and picked us up after we were done answering questions. It was a really scary experience. Luckily, the man and woman were both located later in the day. I still can't believe that I was almost kidnapped. Every time I think about it, it gives me the creeps.
When I was 19, I was looking for a room to rent in the city I was moving to for college. It was about an hour away from my family. I wasn't having much luck, and my mom started helping me look for a place. She found an ad on Craigslist for a room for $300 in a house, everything included. The homeowner was a man, and he rented the additional rooms upstairs to other women while he lived in the finished basement. The ad stated he rarely ever saw the other roommates because he had a kitchen and his own entrance downstairs, and that he preferred women because he had issues with male roommates in the past partying and causing damage. We decided to take a look since it was the cheapest that we could find in the area. My mom and I went to the house to view it. Decent house, decent neighborhood. He opened the door and was very welcoming. He was middle-aged and the kitchen and living room were furnished nicely and clean. My mom loves to talk and get to know people, so they were engaged in conversation while I stood there quietly and observed the place. He then said he would show me my room. We head towards the staircase to go up, as I thought, since he said on the phone my room was upstairs with the other roommates, but he opens another door and we follow. He takes us down to the basement and opens a door to a very small room, no closet and no windows. He proceeds to say this is my room and I will be sharing the bathroom in the hallway with him, and his bedroom did not have a door on it. I was definitely thinking absolutely not, this is weird, but they were so deep in conversation that I couldn't interject. He then leads us to the upstairs and shows us the other rooms which the doors were open and says they are currently rented. He then starts telling us elaborate stories about the other women, not very nice stories describing drinking problems. My mom was listening intently, but I took the time to investigate further. I looked in all 3 rooms and the bathrooms. There was furniture, but not a single item in there that looked like it belonged to a woman, no clothes or anything, only men's clothes in one of the closets. He had no problem with me creeping around his tenants' rooms without their permission. I then heard him tell my mom that he has some of his stuff in their closets, but they don't mind. I was feeling really uncomfortable and started moving them back downstairs as they talked. My mom had mentioned when we arrived that her and my dad were going on vacation the next week, but I couldn't go because I had to work. He brought it up again, and that I should come by the next week and have dinner with him and the roomies to see if we would all get along. I said sure, and we left. As soon as we got in the car, I told my mom I would definitely not be living there. She was dumbfounded. I had to explain to her not only did he lie about the room I would be in, that I was not supposed to be in the basement with him as well as share a bathroom with him, and he didn't even have a damn door, but also did she not notice how no one else even lived there? She still didn't get it and thought I was just being paranoid and thought he was nice and it was a cheap deal. I had to explain it to my stepdad and get him to tell her by no means would I be living there. I tried to report the post, but by the time we got home that day, he removed it. I think he planned on murdering me at dinner, or abducting me and holding me hostage in that basement room that had no way to escape. When I was 21 years old, I broke up with my first ever serious girlfriend, with whom I had been together for 8 months. Needless to say, I was devastated. I fell into a deep depression. I began abusing painkillers and Xanax really heavily, and I began looking for any chick I could find to rebound with. I ended up looking on the personal section on Craigslist and found an ad for a girl named Stephanie. I began talking to her and I arranged for her to come pick me up one night. We had intercourse that night and decided to make it a regular thing. She was an older lady, about 35, and a bigger girl, but she had her own apartment and enough money to keep me loaded on as much drugs and alcohol as I wanted. To be honest, I kind of used this lady and used her as my sugar mama for lack of a better word. After a while, she grew really attached to me and started to want a more serious relationship. Eventually, she started dropping hints about wanting to get married. She said she wanted to do this to help me out so she could get me on her insurance so I can get help for my drug and alcohol problem, which I refused to consider. One day we got into a big argument and she told the police that I had been abusing her and got a temporary restraining order on me. A week after she did this, she called me crying her eyes out saying, "Please forgive me, I love you," and all this other stuff, and said she wanted to come pick me up, buy me some dope and alcohol, and get me something to eat. Being the addict I am, I of course accepted. From the moment she picked me up, I noticed that she was acting kind of odd. She was usually really talkative and was always on my ass wanting to talk to me about this and that, but on this day she was oddly quiet. When we got back to her apartment, after I walked in, she immediately pushed me on the couch and pulled my pants down and began giving me head. I had been getting bad vibes off of her the whole night, so after this happened, I immediately asked her for a ride back home, which she quickly agreed to do. About 10 minutes after I was home, I got a call on the phone. I picked up the phone, and to my surprise, a lady on the other end said, "This is the St. Louis County Police Department. We're going to need you to come outside to talk to you." I ran downstairs, hid my weed and my pills, and then walked outside to figure out what the hell was going on. When I walked outside, there were about 7 different cops on my porch, and they were all pointing tasers and guns at me. One of them hit me in the back of my leg with a nightstick and put me on the ground, and I was handcuffed. The cops then talked to my mom and got permission to go inside of the house, where they took a drug dog and began doing a thorough search of my room and my basement area. None of the cops on the scene would tell me what was going on. Whenever I would ask a question about why they were there, they told me I would have to talk to the detective at the station. When I got to the police station, I had a bombshell dropped on me. Apparently, this lady had accused me of kidnapping and raping her. She told the police that she had come by my house to return some of my stuff because we had just broken up, and that I had come out, held a knife to her throat, and forced my way into her vehicle, taking her back to her apartment and raping her repeatedly. Thankfully, I had remembered that we made a couple of stops on the way to her apartment. She had gone inside of a gas station to get a couple packs of cigarettes with me, so there was no way that I could have kidnapped her. The police still swabbed my dick for DNA, and they also took my clothes for evidence, and I was forced to spend the night in the St. Louis County Jail wearing nothing but hospital scrubs. I was released the next morning, but my ordeal was far from over. This lady began constantly stalking me. She would call me every night at odd times from blocked numbers and either begin crying into the phone or just beg to talk to me. I also began seeing her vehicle quite a lot in the neighborhood, even though she lives nowhere close to me. I called the police about this a couple of times, but they didn't really seem to care. They told me I would have to go get a restraining order on her in order to make it stop. I wanted nothing to do with the court system though, because I have a criminal record, and I just decided to ignore her and hope that the problem would go away. After a couple of months, she finally did stop bothering me. However, to this day, sometimes I get calls at 2 or 3 in the morning from blocked numbers, and every new girlfriend I get, she messages them on Facebook and tells them how I raped her.
I used to work as an event coordinator at the Swan and Dolphin Resort/Convention Center. Sometimes we'd have to get there at really early hours of the day before the union laborers showed up. This was to get everything ready and set up for special events and stuff like that. One day, one of my managers had cut my hours due to a budget decline in the company. This resulted in me not making as much money as I used to, which caused me to fall behind on rent. Therefore, I had to start making some money until I could either get more hours or find a new job. Eventually, I began to sell some items on sites like Craigslist and eBay, which added to my income. It wasn't much, but it was enough to financially support myself through this time. At the time, I was in the process of selling a specific type of radio from the 40s that was worth a pretty penny. It was my grandpa's radio, and I guess it somehow got passed on to me after he died. I've gotten several offers for it, but the majority of them were people trying to lowball me for prices too small. At one point, however, I get a message from a guy who seemed really interested in it, who was willing to offer me $500 for it, which was more than the listed price. I of course accepted the offer, and he then told me that he could come after 5 after he got off work. This was actually better for me, as I'd be out until 4. Anyway, 5 p.m. rolls around, and a few minutes after, I get a knock at the door and open it. Standing at my doorstep is an older-looking man, maybe late 50s, tall, with a long gray beard. To describe him a little better, he looked like a biker you'd commonly see in country movies. In a very deep and raspy voice, he says, "Hey there, I'm here for that radio?" I happily let him in and show him the radio sitting on the kitchen table, and even got him a snack. Oddly enough, he immediately begins inspecting the condition of it, and even went as far as checking the inside. After what felt like forever, he puts it down and says he'd do it for $300 as the condition wasn't the best. Needless to say, of course, that $500 deal was out the window. He then stares at me with this intimidating look where I felt like I didn't have a choice. In the end, I had to agree and did the deal with him right then. Mind you, I'm a petite 5'7" girl, so I wasn't going to try and argue with someone like him. He gives me the money, puts the radio in his car, thanks me, and drives off. I wasn't sure why, but something about him just gave off a negative vibe, which made me glad he was gone. The rest of the night was normal, where I had been watching a movie in my bed when my phone rang. The call was coming from an unknown number, but the area code was the same. Without thinking much of it, I pick up and immediately recognize the voice on the other end. It was the man from earlier calling me to thank me. What he said, however, will forever be burned into the back of my mind. Hey Sally, look, thank you so much for your hospitality and kindness. If I'm being completely honest with you, I was planning to kill you with a knife I had in my back pocket the second I walked into your house. But you were just so kind, I just couldn't pull myself to do it. Take care now. Right then, my mouth draped open as humanly possible with all these thoughts racing through my mind. If I'm being honest with you, I wasn't sure what to do other than to process as to what I just heard. I would have called the police, but I later found out that the number he was using was fake from an app. That basically meant that even if police were to track the number, it wouldn't lead to him. After that, I removed the listing from Craigslist and never touched the site again. As scary as this was, I never received any updates on his identity or if he's in jail or not. There are seriously some crazy people out in the world who are willing to do anything to you. I emphasize that you please be careful when selling or buying something from sites like Craigslist. You never know who's out there and what they're capable of. This happened when I was in my mid-20s back in 2012 when I was living in Sarasota, Florida. I had just graduated from college and had gotten a job in IT as a software engineer at a really good company. Because of this job, I was able to move out of my parents' house and get an apartment. It wasn't big, but it was spacious enough where I could store most of my stuff. When moving out, odds are you'd probably have a few items left over that you no longer needed or wanted. Well, I had the same situation and had some things I didn't need that I put up for sale on Craigslist. At the time, Craigslist was booming in popularity where people were buying and selling left and right. One of the items I had listed was this large tote I had used back when I played sports. It was in pretty good condition, and I figured I'd snag a deal on it since sports were popular in my town. I'd say within a day, I had gotten a message from someone nearby interested in the tote. He seemed nice, didn't live too far, and was willing to pay more than what I was listing it for. Being so close to me, he'd offered to just meet me at my apartment, which would make for a smoother transaction. I'll be honest, I was a little uncomfortable, knowing that him, a complete stranger, would know where I lived. That being said, I brushed it off and told him I'd do it. Later that night, I hear a knock at the door and was greeted to a man who looked to be in his mid-30s with this Swedish accent. He immediately goes to hug me, telling me that it was a nice way of saying hello in Sweden. Being a gay guy, I didn't really mind it and thought it was a kind gesture. He hugs me for a good 10 seconds before letting go and asking me for the tote. I gladly give it to him, and he then proceeds to pull out a $100 bill and hands it to me, making sure our hands touched. It was a little uncomfortable, but I dismissed it as something people always did in Sweden. He thanks me, hugs me again, and walks down the hallway to the exit. Now let's fast forward till about 2 days later. I happened to be sick on this day and had called off work to rest. As I'm taking a nap in my room, I hear a heavy knocking on my door, which abruptly awoke me. I opened the door and was greeted to 2 police officers and the property manager. Confused, I asked what was going on, to which they then asked if I knew this person. The property manager showed me a photo of a man on his phone who just so happened to be the guy I had sold the tote to. I told him yes and explained that I had sold him a bag, but that was all I ever knew about him. They take down my name, my description of him, and what he ever said to me or did to me. Whenever I asked why they needed that information, they informed me that they couldn't tell me as of now. That being said, they leave, and it wasn't until a few days later where I had finally gotten my answer. Turns out, the man I had sold the bag to had been wanted for owning 23 terabytes of CP. To put that in perspective, a single terabyte is equivalent to 1,000 gigabytes. This meant that he had about 13,000 hours of content downloaded. When I was told this, I was beyond disgusted, knowing I was talking to a predator, a wanted predator in my home. The tote I had sold him was to keep certain documents that contained information on how to cover his tracks. Obviously, this plan never went through as he did end up getting caught in the end. I was interviewed for about a week by police before my complete shock slowly got back to normal. After that, I deleted my entire Craigslist account and decided to not sell anything else. Anyway, that's my story, and I hope you can take this as a learning opportunity to never trust people online. Before I begin with my story, I want to point out that this isn't the type of story to make you jump out of your seat. This is, however, a very real and traumatizing story for me. To preface this, I'm a female, currently 18 years old, and live on a ranch in a very secluded small town in rural Iowa. It mostly consists of multiple farms, lands, fields, etc. I've lived there my whole life and even met some of the people in my town who were very respectful as it's a quiet little town. I won't mention the name of it as I don't want this getting out there, but it has a population of about 2,000 people. This happened during the summer of 2021 and is by far the most horrifying thing that's ever happened to me. For context, I work at a gun store in my town, which is very safe for the most part. However, I always bike to and from work as both my parents worked late nights in the city and couldn't get me until later in the night. Well, one day, my bike had been stolen by someone from the rack right outside of the shop when I wasn't paying attention. I was obviously pissed because of this and didn't bother contacting the sheriff as they really didn't care what happened around here. Most of the time, they wouldn't take thefts seriously and either half-assed investigated them or claimed that they didn't have enough evidence. With the police no longer being an option, I called my dad telling him the situation and he said he'd come by to get me after work. On the way home that day, he's giving me a lecture throughout the whole car ride about how I was careless. That night, I had been on my computer searching through Craigslist to see if I could find an affordable bike to buy. I didn't need a super expensive bike, just one that would get me from point A to point B. Within 20 minutes, I had found one that seemed like a steal. It was a standard bike that seemed to be in great condition and was only $70. The seller was only 15 miles away from the nearest city, so it was a long drive, but it would be worth it. My parents had been at work that night, and with no car, I had taken an Uber to the drop-off spot. When my ride had dropped me off, I noticed a black van parked on the side of the road with its lights turned off. It was the only vehicle in the area, so I could only assume that was him. I messaged the seller, asking if that was him in the van, to which he then said yes and to come over. I ever so slowly walk over towards the driver's side when I see a man roll down his window and introduced himself as Jeff. He had claimed that he was the one selling the bike and that it was in the back of the van. He then tells me I could go ahead and open the doors and just grab the bike. I then thought to myself as to why he wasn't doing it, and when I asked him this, he said that he had a bad knee and that it hurt to walk. Not wanting to pry and too tired to care, I proceeded to walk towards the back of the van where the bike was. As I'm about to open the doors, I can see very faintly from the window a man wearing a vendetta mask staring back at me. The second I noticed him, I instantly knew that this wasn't some exchange and there was definitely no bike. Not making it obvious I noticed him, I told the driver that I didn't need the bike anymore and that he could go. However, I was afraid if he had known I had seen someone else back there and tried my best to stay calm. I start running towards a nearby Walmart when the driver tries negotiating that he'd lower the price. But no matter what he said, I still ignored him, hoping he'd just go away as I knew there was no bike. I approached the Walmart and that's when the van immediately drives away, disappearing into the night. From there, I had spoken with security about the incident and that's when they had called the police. At that point, I explained where I was, what I did, and what was said. As you could imagine, the listing had been taken down, and I never saw it again. I was unable to give a good description of the van, other than the fact that it was black with windows. I had assumed the cops would tell my parents about this, but given that I was 18, the cops couldn't inform them without my consent. I had Ubered back to my house safely, with thankfully nobody following me. Till this day, I'm still unsure as to what that man's intentions were, but they obviously weren't good. I advise anyone thinking to use Craigslist to not do it, as it's not only sketchy but also dangerous. And for those of you who are gonna do it, I emphasize you please bring someone else along with you. It may just save your life.
The whole thing happened back in summer 2016. My parents go on holidays quite often, and I used to stay home alone for 2 weeks at the time to look after our dogs and take care of the garden in general. I've always been a bit of a scaredy cat due to my experiences with being harassed and followed home alone a couple of times. My neighborhood was relatively new at the time, so the whole thing was surrounded by forests, and oftentimes you could come across some junkies lurking in the forest while walking home from shops. However, despite that, I usually felt very safe in my house, staying with 4 big dogs and all. Nothing would ever really happen since most of my neighbors were my dad's friends who were all in the army. For some reason, it gives this odd sense of safety cause who would be stupid enough to try and break in the area like that. Oddly enough, during that particular summer, a couple of break-ins happened on my street, but my parents still decided to leave me home alone, reassuring me I have nothing to worry because I have my dogs, and our house is surrounded by a big fence. My fence has little spikes on top, so it's almost impossible to jump across it without hurting yourself. So, first couple of days were fine. Nothing weird happened except some thuds I heard in my garden, but thought nothing of it since usually it was just martins causing some mischief in my mom's flowers. It would happen so often that even my dogs would ignore it at that point. 2 days passed and I finally have to leave for shops but do loads of stuff to do throughout the day. I had to go in the evening when it was getting slightly dark outside. I went shopping, got my stuff, and would walk back home through my usual path. People would usually walk their dogs there, so it was quite busy in the evening because it was something in between a park and a forest. I was just casually walking, minding my own business, texting someone on my phone when I noticed that some guy I passed suddenly stood up from the bench and started walking behind me, but again thought maybe it's someone from my neighborhood that I don't recognize and he's just walking in the same direction as me. So I exit the forest into a normal road where houses start. I live right at the end of it. Guy's still walking behind me. I still think that maybe he lives in one of these houses, but nope. I get to the last junction where my house is. Guy is still behind me, and at this point I know he's not one of my neighbors, so my blood runs cold. Luckily, my neighbor who lives to the left of my house was outside watering his plants and spotted me as I was walking by and started talking to me. So the guy who was walking behind me immediately noticed it and just started running away again towards the forest, which ultimately gave me creeps. He was clearly following me to my house. I called my parents to tell them that it happened, but again, they told me I have nothing to worry about. Our neighborhood is safe. I had my dogs with me, and so on and so on. I tried to calm down and go on with my things as usual. Whenever my parents are out of town, I sleep in their bedroom downstairs, since I don't want my dogs to walk the stairs in the dark and possibly hurt themselves. That night, as usual, I was laying in bed, reading a book, my dogs already soundly sleeping in bed with me. I suppose they could sense I was distressed because they usually sleep on the floor around the bed. I heard a thud coming from outside, like a little thud on the window in the room next to mine. Again, thought it's just Martin's, but this one time my dog started growling at the window in my bedroom. Couple seconds of silence, another thud, this time on window in my bedroom. That already made me panic, but I tried to stay calm nonetheless. However, the third got louder, each coming from windows on the ground floor. Someone was banging on every window of my house, making my dogs go absolutely crazy, running around the house wherever the bangs were coming from. At that point, I was in tears, knowing exactly what's happening, so I got out of my bedroom and walked to the center of my house where I can see the main door. And here's the thing, my main door has a window in it so you can see inside. I sat down in the darkness, couple feet away from the door, waiting, hoping and praying that someone will get scared of my dogs barking. But nope, I wasn't this lucky. First, I see my dogs rushing to the door, barking at it before there's anything there, but then I see a black silhouette outside my main door peeking inside and then banging on the little window as I'm sitting there helpless. I moved out of sight, hiding under the table, and got my phone out as I'm still hearing that man trying to break the glass. I called my dad, barely being able to breathe. He didn't pick up. Right, it was like 2 a.m. and they were on holidays. I tried 2 more times until my mom picked up, very confused why I'm calling in the middle of the night. I managed to spit out, "Someone is trying to break in, I don't know what to do." At that point, the man was trying to open the door, banging with his whole body on the frame to the point where my mom could hear it on the call. My dad was frantically trying to call everyone who could come and help me, his brother, my neighbors, my grandma. Everyone was put in a full mobility at that very moment to come here as fast as they could. My neighbor, the same one who spoke to me earlier that day, was the first one to come outside and scare the guy away. He rushed to my garden, but I was still too afraid to open the main door, despite the fact I could see the neighbor standing in front of it. I knew that man was still on my property, but back of the garden was pitch black, and my neighbor didn't want to risk going there on his own and getting potentially knocked out with something heavy. 10 minutes later, my uncle, aunt, and grandma pull up to my house and I can see them all outside. My uncle had a key, so he opened the door, letting my dogs outside so they could chase after the intruder. My dogs are hunting dogs, so they're not cute little puppies for strangers. I will never forget how my grandma and aunt approached me when I was clinging onto the chair, absolutely in tears as my mom was trying to figure out what's happening on the call. The man escaped through the back of the garden into my other neighbor's garden, I'm guessing trying to get away from my dogs, but he was finally gone. He did manage to damage the little window in my main door. The glass was already slightly cracked. Door itself got loose on the door hinges. I don't want to think about what could have happened if they didn't get to my house that quickly. My 2 brothers and I lived with my mom. I'm the oldest of the 3, and my mom generally relied on me to get things done. This naturally turned me into an adult from a very early age. Even to this day, my mom talks about feeling guilty for having to thrust adulthood on me so early on. She thinks that I didn't have a childhood. Maybe she's right. As you might imagine, my dad wasn't really in the picture. He was an abusive drunk. And when I say abusive, I mean seriously abusive. Up until the time I was 10, he lived with us, and whenever he would get drunk, he would beat the living crap out of us. It was always terrifying. The only saving grace was the fact that he wasn't always drunk or had alcohol in the house. In fact, there were sometimes months at a time when he would go without drinking, and he was an otherwise pretty decent person. For all that was wrong with my dad, he would have probably been close to an ideal human being, if it had not been for his rampant alcoholism and the demon inside of him that came out when he got drunk. The incident that got my mom to finally divorce him was horrendous. I had been in my room playing video games or something, and he was in the living room. My mom had just gotten home from getting groceries. He accused her of having an affair at the time, and of course this wasn't true, but he didn't believe it. He kept screaming at her that she was lying. It escalated to the point that he pinned her down on the floor and said that he saw her nose growing and then grabbed a screwdriver and cut into my mom's nose with it. There is still a scar from that day. Well, that all went down when I was about 10, so this was about 5 years later. My mom was bringing my 2 younger brothers on some kind of Boy Scout trip. They were both in the Boy Scouts and always felt left out because all the other kids had a dad. My mom's guilt drove her to volunteer and help out whenever she could, so she went with my 2 brothers for this weekend camping trip with the Boy Scouts. She really wanted me to go with them because she felt uncomfortable having me alone in the house. I insisted that I was mature enough to do it, and honestly, I didn't even have friends that I could party with if I wanted to. She eventually gave in and let me have my way. I remember being in my bedroom playing my PlayStation. It was a pretty typical Saturday afternoon, but then I heard a car pull up. I didn't know who it was at first, and I immediately got really panicked that I was going to have to call the cops. My bedroom window doesn't have a really good view of the driveway, so it took me a second, but after studying the part of the car that I could see, I recognized it as my father's car. I was immediately mortified. I was on bad terms with him, and my mom had a really serious restraining order put on him after they had separated. I got really nervous, and I was not sure what to do. He didn't come into the house for a few minutes, and I immediately started wondering what he was up to. I did the only thing that I could think of and cracked my window so I could hear what was going on outside. I thought that if I could hear what he was doing, I would have a better idea. I immediately recognized that he was crying. His whimpering sounded really intense. I hadn't heard from him in years, and my mom said that we would never see him again. But here he was, crying in our driveway. He paced around for a few more minutes before finally standing still. I could hear his crying get louder. Then he screamed, "Pop!" All I heard was a gunshot. The second that I heard the gunshot, I immediately knew what had happened. I ran outside anyway. I looked down at my father's lifeless body on the driveway cement, blood everywhere. As traumatic as it may have been, I didn't cry. I didn't act emotional or anything. I just called the police. They got there a few minutes later and took me into custody. They wanted to keep me safe and secure until they could contact my mom. The rest of the story played out exactly as you would imagine. My mom apologized profusely. I had to answer some questions for the police. Nothing out of the ordinary. I don't really know what to make of the situation. I don't have much sympathy for the guy. Part of me is kind of happy that he killed himself. But looking back, I just kind of wish that he had done it where I wouldn't have had to be a witness. The entire experience made me never want to stay home by myself ever again. It's been a long time since this whole thing had gone down, and even now, if I have to stay home by myself, I will make an effort to leave the house or invite a friend over. I won't stay there alone. A couple of years have passed since this entire situation, and I can't help but think that it was all for the better. My dad was a seriously destructive human being, and I know this might sound horrible, but I wish that he killed himself sooner. For those out there who haven't lived with a toxic and negative parental figure, consider yourself extremely lucky. The tribulations that I had to endure at the hands of my father fostered a lot of rage inside of me. My girlfriend and I had been living in our new apartment approximately 3 or 4 months at the time of this story. For clarification and background, we live in a basement-level unit. The one and only entrance is inside the building and down the stairs. However, there's 4 windows facing nothing but a row of shrubbery and tree line. It was roughly 10 p.m. She was at work for the evening, and I had the place to myself. Lights on and TV blasting, I was sitting in the living room planning on eating trashy and binge-watching the remaining episodes of Broad City. Not long into it, however, I heard a scraping sound from the bathroom. My first thought, a mouse? Which was the last thing we needed. So I get up and make my way through the hallway as quietly as I can to catch a glimpse of it. The closer I got, the more I realized the scratching wasn't coming from the bathroom, but rather the window in the master bedroom. My next guess was it's simply kids playing outside, as they tend to, or the bunny I had seen bouncing out there that morning. Even more likely, someone taking a dog out to pee. I paused, tried to hone my hearing, and only then noticed it wasn't a sound echoing from outside, but rather scratching on the window itself. I started into the bedroom when I noticed the sound stopped and moved to the adjacent window in the room next to it. A smaller bedroom that gave us the creeps as is. We never used it, there's no light source, it simply sits dark and empty aside from a few boxes of my clothing. Now thinking back, it was probably a bad idea. I had hoped upon being discovered that whomever it was, obvious to me now that it was a someone, not a something, would run off. I had caught him red-handed, so I steeled myself and yelled out, "I hear you! What do you want?" The scratching stopped instantly. I waited. After what felt like an eternity, I assumed the coast was clear. I made my way to the windowsill and slowly cracked open the blinds. I don't know why I did, because there he crouched, peering into me with the widest and wildest eyes I've ever seen on a person, most certainly strung out on something. He told me to let him in. As shocked as I was, I almost laughed at the audacity, as if I was just going to swing open the window and let him in. Using the remaining courage I had mustered, I tell him not so gently, "No, get the fuck away from my house." He again told me to let him in, to which I informed him I was calling the police and hurriedly proceeded to do just that. I even turned the phone to face him for added effect. Unfortunately, it had the exact opposite effect. He was seething, raging, and practically foaming at the mouth. He drew back and punched the window, repeatedly slamming his fists and palms against the glass. The window started cracking, blood flinging up like a gore-filled movie effect. I was out of there fast, heart racing, slamming the door shut behind me. So tempted to run out the front door, but incredibly scared that he would just come around the front of the building. It would take no time at all for him to do. Torn and trapped, I pick up the nearest blunt object and placed myself in between the two doors. I figured whichever one moved first, I'd go out the other. I still had the phone to my ear, urging the 911 operator to get someone here fast. In my panicked state, I also feared for my girlfriend who would be coming home soon. I messaged her warning her about what was going on. Eventually, sirens and a pounding came to the front door. The police had arrived. I explained what had happened, and they searched the apartment and area near the window, coming back with a set of keys that he had possibly dropped, but no sign of him other than the broken window. They took a sample from the blood splatter on what was left of the glass. My girlfriend came home shortly after, having left work early and calling the police herself. I'm grateful she did. Maintenance had been notified, and they threw up temporary boarding until it could be repaired. They never actually found the guy. Or if they did, I never received any updates about it. Definitely didn't get any sleep that night.
The story happened about 3 months ago in January, and it still really creeps me out to this day. I'm 17 years old, and my mom and stepdad had left me home alone for 6 days, as they had planned a trip to Mexico to celebrate their wedding anniversary. I was having so much fun being home alone. I was going out and partying pretty much every day without my parents ever knowing. I should also mention that my mom had actually hid her car keys from me, but obviously, I had found them. I was also driving around and seeing my girlfriend at the time as well. There was one night where I drove to her house. She lived about 20 minutes away from me, and it really wasn't a very safe area. It was also a school night, but I'd stayed at her house until about 1 a.m. Well, as I was headed back home, I began to notice a car that was following me. I managed to lose them when I took a back way home though. Once I got home, I took a shower, and it was almost 2 a.m. at this point, but my dogs were barking really loudly and aggressively. They usually never bark like that. Well, I start looking through the blinds to see what the hell's going on outside to cause them to bark this much. As I peeked through the blinds, I saw a black car outside. What the f? I say to myself, that's the same exact car that was following me earlier. As you can imagine, I start to internally freak out. I then see 2 people walk through my backyard. I run and lock all of the doors and windows, and I close the curtains. I then heard a voice of what sounded like an older man, and he had a very deep voice. What I heard him say still gives me chills to this day. It sounded like he was on the phone with someone. This is how the conversation went. Yeah, we're here. The parents are gone. I think it's a young boy here. If I had to guess, he's around 17 to 18 years old. Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna try and take him soon. I then hear them trying to open every door and window, all the while my dogs continue to bark inside my room with me. Then, something clicked in my head. I have an older next door neighbor who's very big into guns and home protection. I knew if I was able to get his attention, he'd help me. I then zoomed to the front door, ran outside, and started screaming and banging on my neighbor's door, telling him everything that's happened thus far. Now, you would probably think by now these guys would either 1, be gone by now, or 2, at least made it inside the house. But no, these idiot criminals were still in my backyard. So anyways, I go with my neighbor to my backyard with him carrying a gun, and the guys are there, to which my neighbor then proceeds to scream his ass off at them, pointing his gun at them, and telling them they have 5 seconds to get the fuck off the property, or he's going to blast them. Also, I wanted to mention that there was 3 of them, which I didn't know before while I was still in the house. They all then proceeded to book it out of the backyard, then got into their car and drove off. But not before my neighbor got their license plate, then called the cops on their asses. I'm still to this day so fucking grateful for my neighbor David for doing what he did for me that night, as I truly have no idea what would have happened to me if he didn't come help me. Side note, for anyone wondering why I didn't just call the cops myself that night, well, the reason's pretty simple. I didn't want to get my parents in any kind of trouble, or have them find out about that experience and then I get in trouble. So yeah, they still don't know that it happened. And my neighbor David hasn't said anything either. Thank God. Still though, I cannot believe 3 strange men tried to kidnap a teenage boy. You usually hear about this stuff happening to girls very often, but boys? Not so much. Anyways, that's my story. I'm forever grateful to my neighbor David for helping me out that night. Seriously, thank God for him. My story is a hard one to tell, but I really need to get it off my chest. My name is Alexander. I'm a 19-year-old male who's from a very rural county in Texas. My county was very large, however was full of farm fields and cattle, while also only having one little town inside, and it itself was very small. It's one of those towns that if you were to drive down the street, you would for sure see at least 4 to 5 people that you know. Anyway, within our town we had your stereotypical abandoned homes that everyone would claim different scary things to, such as ghosts, murders, etc. You know, the classics. Well, when I was 15, someone had bought and moved into one of these houses, and it really surprised the town, as this house in question was incredibly old. Like it's literally been there since before the Civil War, and everyone thought that it would never be bought again. Yet here's this guy that came out of nowhere and bought the house. My father, being part of the mayor's office, was very questionable about this man, as apparently after years later learning this, he had no identification with him, so it's pretty surprising to know that he somehow bought this house. Anyway, one night while my parents were on the couch, they told me that they were going west for a week, and they were gonna leave me home alone. I was really excited about this, as my girlfriend at the time and I were starting to get more intimate, and this was the perfect opportunity for us. Fast forward a couple of weeks and into the home alone a week itself, and I'm sitting on the couch watching TV. As I'm sitting there, I flip to the local news channel, and I see that an escaped convict who was wanted for breaking and entering, sexual assault, pedophilia, and murder, and he had been spotted a couple of months ago just a few counties over. My mind then immediately flashed to the guy that randomly appeared and moved to the old abandoned home. That's when I got a notification that someone was at the door from the Ring app. I went to the door and opened it to see my girlfriend. Her and I made some food and then proceeded to get intimate. I won't go into details, but it didn't take long before we went to my room. As we're, doing this, I hear my phone go off, seeing another notification from the Ring app. I pretty much just ignored it, thinking it was just a deer or something, since they're pretty common in the area. But then, we heard a knock at the door. We both shot up from the bed, thinking it was her parents, after then realizing it was almost 2 a.m. That's when I checked my phone, and in my horror, I saw the guy that lived in the abandoned home on the camera. He was just standing in front of the door, peering inside through the window on the top of the door frame. My girlfriend and I quickly got dressed, then moved into the living room. I stood in front of the door very quietly, and I began to listen. Now, when I tell you this guy was breathing really loud, I mean it. He was breathing loud, like so loud that I could actually hear it from the other side of the door. Then after a few minutes, he began to knock. The knocking then turned into banging after maybe a couple of seconds, and he began to scream that he knew we were there, and he then demanded us to open the door. That's when I then went into fight or flight mode, and I shuffled my girlfriend up the stairs. I then went into my dad's office, which was on the second floor, and I grabbed a handgun from the cabinet. My dad had taught me all about gun safety, so I knew what I was doing. I walked into my parents' room where my girlfriend was sitting, and she was absolutely bawling her eyes out at this point. I yelled at her to calm down and to call the police, and then go hide in my parents' closet. That's when we heard a window break downstairs, and then heard him scream, "You two better hope I don't find you, because I'm gonna hurt the both of you, and I'm gonna make you watch." This alone told me the man's intentions, so I primed the handgun, and I pointed it right at the door, as my girlfriend was now calling the police. Just then, the door to my parents' room started to bang as he was now trying to open it. I then screamed, "I have a handgun pointed to the door, and if you don't leave right now, I'm gonna pull the fucking trigger." The banging then stopped, and what followed scared the living shit out of me. The man then proceeded to laugh and then say, "Good, I have one of my own." I aimed my weapon right at the door, and I was preparing myself, when I then heard the police sirens in the distance. I then heard the man on the other side quickly shuffle down the stairs and then out the door. The police arrived and questioned us and kept us company. My parents ended up flying home later that night and made a promise that they would never let this happen again. We moved not too long after that to Ohio, as my dad's company had an office in Columbus. The scary part, however, is after all these years, I decided to do some research, and I learned that the man was never actually caught, and that he was last seen on that night. I really hope that after what he did to me, he at least left the country, or he was finally killed trying to break into someone else's home. But even to the time I'm writing this, there's still really a part of me that really wishes I had pulled that trigger.
This happened when I was home alone as a kid. It was the summertime, and I was home during summer break. Both my parents were at work, and I think I was about 12 years old. I have an older brother, and he went to one of his friends' houses that day. When I was home alone, I would just hang out and do whatever. Usually, I would go on the computer that we had and play Minecraft or something like that. It was probably sometime in the early afternoon, and I had been on the computer in the living room for a while. I moved into the kitchen to get something to eat. The kitchen was at the back side of the house, and we lived in a split level. I will also mention that the neighborhood was pretty average and a little bit on the quieter side. It was when I was standing in the kitchen that I saw something out the window. I just barely saw movement at first, but it looked like somebody was walking by. I moved over to another window to see. That's when I saw a man walking to the back side of the house. He was wearing a sort of construction vest and had a hat on. I realized that it must be the meter reader. I remember that they came around every so often to our house. I calmed down almost immediately. I had been a little worried seeing a guy walking into our backyard. He went to the very back side of our house and near one of the basement windows. I went back to finding some food in the kitchen. After I was in the kitchen for a good 5 minutes though, I looked over and noticed that the guy was still there. Usually, they would come and go really quick and only be there for like a minute at most. I went back into the living room to go back on the computer, but a short time later, I just had the feeling that I should get up and make sure that the man was now gone. Maybe it was because I was home alone and a kid, so I was a little bit paranoid. I carefully walked back over to the window and could see that the man was actually still there. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing because I could only see part of him from the angle that I was at, which was higher up than he was. He seemed to be doing something and was near the basement window, but I couldn't tell what exactly he was doing. I thought about going downstairs and looking out of that window, but I knew that the man would see me right away if I did. I went to walk over to another window upstairs, which would have a better angle, but I had to be careful so the guy wouldn't see me. Unfortunately, I really messed up. As I was walking over, I accidentally hit a can that was near the edge of a counter in the kitchen. I knocked it over and it fell onto the ground. This made a loud noise, and the next thing I knew, I saw the man quickly walking away. He moved back to the side of the house. I moved to the front of the house, and I watched the man casually walking down the street until I could no longer see him. I felt like he was really suspicious. I questioned whether he was even a meter reader or not. Why would he leave so suddenly like that? For the most part, though, I was just happy that he was now gone. I went back to the computer. I stayed there for the most part until my brother and parents came back home. When they did, I didn't even think to tell them about the guy that had been there. I thought he was gone for good. My brother's bedroom, as well as mine, happened to be in the basement, and my parents' bedroom was upstairs. Because it was summertime, we would stay up pretty much as late as we wanted. I remember that on this night, my parents went to bed, and my brother went down to his bedroom. I stayed up and was on the computer. All of the lights in the house were off, except for a small lamp in the living room near me. I stayed up on the computer until I got really tired, which was probably at about 1 a.m. Then, I turned off the lamp and went downstairs to go to bed. When I got downstairs, I had to walk past a little living room that was in the basement in order to get to my bedroom. As I was walking past, I happened to see something in the window. The man was back. I could only see a figure of a man, but I could guess who it was. This was the same window that he had been at earlier in the day. I then heard noises coming from the window, as if it was going to come open. I was suddenly really afraid. It was really dark down there, and I hit the light switch, which I happened to be really close to. When this happened, it lit up the whole room, and I could no longer see the man very well. I heard some noise from right outside the window, though, and then it sounded like he was running away. I went running as well, but back upstairs into my parents' bedroom. I knocked on their door and yelled for them to wake up. About a minute later, my dad came out asking what was going on. By the time I explained it all, the man was long gone. My dad went out and inspected the house all around, though. He was able to find that the back window the man kept messing with had quite a bit of damage. It had almost came off. It was like the man had been trying to remove the window and get inside the house, and he was really close to succeeding. After that night, though, the man never came back. I remember being really scared for a while that he would, and I slept upstairs on the couch because I felt safer there. Luckily, he never did.
Hi, Joel. This is my first time writing to you, and since this is a very sensitive topic in my old hometown, I'd rather remain anonymous if that's okay with you. I had a friend back in elementary school, not my closest friend, but we moved in the same circles, and at one point she invited me over to her house for a sleepover. I was only too happy to accept. It sounded fun. But little did I know it was a night that would have some seriously far-reaching implications. So this friend of mine, we'll call her Annie, lived with her mom and stepdad. They seemed like nice enough folks, and their place was nice enough, but I guess a lot of us come to learn as we grow older, appearances can be deceptive. On the night of the sleepover, her mom wasn't due home until later in the evening. This meant that we were in the care of my friend's stepdad, and because of our bedtime, we weren't likely to see her mom until the following morning. This was no big deal to me at all, but it was to my friend, who kept bringing it up at odd moments while we were playing. It also became increasingly obvious that she didn't really like her stepdad at all that much, which I guess is about par for the course for some children of divorce, so I didn't really read into it all that much. But then came bedtime. We got into our PJs, brushed our teeth, and went back to Annie's bedroom to climb into bed. I asked if she had a nightlight or anything and went to turn off the bedroom's main light, but she stopped me, telling me that her stepdad would be up soon to check on us. Only when he made sure that we were tucked in bed would we be allowed to turn the nightlight on and talk for a while. It seemed like a weirdly strict way of doing things, but I figured that I better just respect their systems, so I lay down on the blow-up mattress that they'd put down for me and got tucked in. I remember talking to Annie about something. I can't remember what exactly, but the conversation took this sudden turn when, out of nowhere, she said, "I'm real glad you're here tonight, Sarah. Thank you for sleeping over." I guess from how it looks on paper, that sounds like a pretty wholesome moment, right? But that just makes me wish y'all could actually hear Annie saying those words, because the way her voice sounded gave them a distinctly unsettling feel. It was almost like my presence was going to prevent something bad from happening, and at the time, I figured that bad thing was just Annie being lonely on a Friday night. She also wasn't the most popular girl around, and I think it played on her insecurities, so it made sense that our friendship meant a lot to her. But in truth, there was a whole other reason she was glad I was there. I remember me and Annie hearing her stepdad walking up the stairs and her swiftly laying back in bed with the covers up to her chin. Now, looking back on it, there was a kind of military precision to it. Annie seemed nervous, like she was focused to pass some kind of inspection, which is exactly what I assumed was going on. I figured if her stepdad was that strict, I'd better do her a solid and just act likewise, so I did. I lay back down on the blow-up mattress and pulled the covers up to my chin. Annie's stepdad then walked into the room, and instead of carrying himself like some drill sergeant, he seemed perfectly warm and friendly, just like he'd been all evening. Then he walks over to Annie's bed to take a seat on the edge and leans in to give her a goodnight kiss. Only instead of a quick peck on the cheek or forehead before standing up again, he lingers a little too long after the kiss itself. It didn't strike me as being wrong or anything, just weird. And then, as he started to whisper something to Annie, she said aloud, "I want to talk to Sarah." I remember thinking, "So talk to me, I'm right here." Like the whole situation just seemed really off to me for some reason, and I couldn't figure out why. I knew different families did things differently. I guess I was just too naive to recognize something that would have seemed obvious if I'd seen it today. So as I'd said, Annie had thrown out some vague ultimatum, which signaled to her stepdad to leave. He shifted a little, looked back at me for a moment with a smile, then turned back to start whispering something to Annie again. She cuts him off even more assertively that time, saying, "Dad, I want to talk to Sarah, please." There was a brief pause, and then he said, "Okay, sweetie." And after that, he finally left the room. Like I said, I knew that I just witnessed something significant, I just didn't know what. But the vibe in the room afterwards was very intense. Annie stayed quiet for a long time. Then, when she finally spoke, she said that same heartwarming, creepy kind of thing. "I'm glad you're here tonight, Sarah. Thank you for sleeping over." I didn't sleep over at Annie's house again. I think she knew that her stepdad had kinda creeped me out that night, but we stayed friends for the remainder of elementary school, and she even came over to play for a few times during the summer after graduation. Sadly, our friendship was basically doomed because we were headed for different middle schools once summer break was over. We kept in touch for a little while, but by the end of that first year, we had all but drifted apart completely. Over the next 2 years or so, I saw Annie around town a number of times. We were always happy to see each other, but the final few times that we bumped into one another, Annie had started to look increasingly unwell. She didn't look like she was eating or sleeping very much, but insisted that she was fine when I asked her. I just wished her all the best, then carried on shopping for track shoes with my mom. About 4 months go by, and I don't see or hear anything of Annie. And then, probably the most infamous crime in our town's recent history occurred. My mom broke the news to me, how a man had killed his wife, his kid, and then took his own life, before setting fire to the family home. I grew up in a real quiet mountain town, maybe only 3,000 people altogether, the kind of place where someone running a stoplight was gossip-worthy. Nothing ever happened there, so for something so awful to happen out of the blue, it rocked people to their very foundations. When Mom told me, I remember feeling awful for the wife and kid, while wondering what the hell had gone so badly wrong in a man to make him something so unspeakable. But that wasn't the worst part. My mom knew who the family was. The kid that got killed was Annie, and her killer was her own stepfather. I was devastated, beyond devastated really, and it hit me harder because I felt like I'd known that he was bad. He acted all friendly and warm on the outside, but what I saw in Annie's room that night was a glimpse of a man he really was. Like I said, someone older might have been able to piece it together, but I just didn't have the emotional toolkit, so to speak, to do so, and in my mind, that meant Annie's death kind of felt partially my fault. I couldn't say that, though. I just bottled it all up, knowing that even if I had said something, nothing would have happened. It's not illegal to be a little strict or weird. That was my thinking anyway, but as I came to learn, that's not quite how the law works when it comes to kids. I should have said something. That's the moral of the story, really, and it's just as much a warning to others as it is a lesson to myself. If I'd have raised the alarm, even if it was voicing some minor concerns about the way Annie's stepdad acted with her at night, that would have gotten the ball rolling, meaning there was a good chance someone would have gotten around to asking him a few questions. And if that certain someone had been a 3-letter agency, and they'd looked through his computer, they'd have found a Pandora's box of vile, indecent images. Annie's stepdad was abusing her. He had been for years, and he's been documenting it too. Neighbors heard a whole bunch of shouting just before the murders and were right about to call the sheriff when they heard the first few shots. They said it sounded vicious, the argument, and that they were pretty sure someone was smashing things in between yells. It's not 100% clear, but people generally agree that the fight occurred after Annie's mom found the pictures or videos or whatever it was on her husband's computer. The way I imagine it is that all the smashing was either him smashing phones or him trying to stop Annie's mom from getting to one so she could call the cops. Then, when Annie's stepdad realized that there was nothing he could do or say to get Annie's mom to stop or calm down, he grabbed his gun and shot her, Annie, and then himself, after trying to destroy the evidence. He probably would have been successful if their neighbors hadn't heard the gunshots, because the cops that arrived on scene quickly summoned the fire department, who put out the blaze and preserved all the digital evidence in the process. The whole thing didn't come out for months and months afterwards, which I guess was a deliberate decision to try to keep people from freaking out too hard. But all it really did was divide all the grief and outrage into 2 parts. Hearing that Annie was being abused reignited the whole thing and had this big black cloud hanging over the town that never really went away. Me and my own family ended up moving out of town about 2 years later, and I did my final couple years of high school someplace else. When people figured out where I'd moved from, they kept asking if I'd known the girl who had been murdered by her stepdad. I used to lie and tell them I didn't, but every time they asked, I'd have to find an excuse to take a quiet moment in order to fight back the tears. I felt horrifically guilty for a long, long time too, and it took a therapist to get me to understand that it wasn't my fault. But even so, I know there's a small part of me that will always feel partially responsible. It's all just a case of keeping that part's voice, the one that tells me it's all my fault, as quiet as possible.
Sometimes you need a bit of fun in your life, and certain people can definitely make it brighter. I'm talking about friends. Close friends. This story's been in the back of my mind for about 2 years now, and it's one of the most terrifying experiences of my entire life that I really want to forget. It occasionally pops into my mind, and it still gives me the shivers to this day. It was the end of another school week, a Friday, and as a lot of us teenagers do, we decided to have a sleepover on the weekend. My friends agreed with me, and we happily walked home, talking about what we should do the next day and where we should go, and all that stuff that you'd expect to talk about. One of my other friends said that we should have a sleepover at his place. I'm not revealing their real names for privacy reasons, so for this story I'll call them X and L. And in case you're confused, it was X that said he wanted us to sleep over at his place. I quietly walked home as I and Elle split up to go to our own houses to pack up our belongings for the sleepover. I grabbed out my bathroom equipment, sleeping bag, and fresh clothes, and all the other stuff you would need for a sleepover. Once I was finished packing my bag, I had called both X and Elle on our group chat, and told X that I had packed and I'd asked my parents if I was allowed to come, and told them they said yes, and Elle said the same thing as me. We were all excited, and X said that he'll be waiting at the park down outside his house to meet, since the park was only 2 houses down from his place. I casually walked to the park, which was approximately 10 minutes away. Right as we got there, I saw X and Elle already at the park. I gave them both a wave, and we all walked to X's house. We all got inside and made ourselves comfortable with our sleeping bags in the living room, because X's room was, well, a tad bit tiny. I think that the time was somewhere around 12:30 a.m. I remember it raining ever so slightly. We were all laughing and giggling about certain events that had happened at school that day, but I guess that isn't really relevant to the story. I told them that we should probably all go to sleep since it was extremely late and that I was really tired. Elle then replied, "Alright then, I guess it is a pretty shitty night after all." We had all started laughing at that response, and it eventually got to the point where we started talking less and less, and then eventually falling asleep from boredom. However, I didn't really fall asleep that night. I was rolling over in my bag and just trying to get into a comfortable position to sleep in, but had no luck falling asleep. I had my eyes wide open, staring at the blank ceiling. I looked at both X and Elle, who were both pretty wiped out into slumber. I got out of my sleeping bag as quietly as I possibly could, and then went into the kitchen to get a drink. But after I had my drink of water, I had heard some type of noise coming from a wall. I didn't really make it out at first, and I kinda had a difficult time trying to figure out what it was, and it was coming from the living room. I carefully went into the living room, and then tried my best not to step on Elle. I was standing in the middle of the room, trying my best to find out where the hell the sound was coming from. Okay, to give you a bit of context, if you enter the front door of the house, the living room is in the first room that you enter, and the left side of the living room where you enter is a giant window. Well, the tapping sound was coming from that window. My heart was starting to speed up now, but what was the only logical option, you may ask? To look through the window. I told myself to just go up to the window and see what it was, so I proceeded to do so. I stopped. There was something else. The windows were closed by blinds. I leaned my ear closer to the window. Now, along with the tapping, I could also hear breathing. I could barely just hear it over the rain. Very slow breathing. I couldn't say anything. I very slowly backed away from the window. I frantically woke up both X and Elle in a panic. They both said to me, "What? What is it?" in a grainy, tired voice. I told them to shush themselves and to listen. However, the tapping and breathing soon stopped. Elle then said, "Dude, I don't hear a thing." I told them what I heard, but they didn't believe me. I was getting mad. But then Elle suggested, "Why don't you just go outside and check?" I immediately said something along the lines of, "Fine, I'll go out there. In fact, why don't you both come out with me just to be sure?" I opened the door quietly and motioned my friends to come outside with me. We got to the window outside the house, and nothing. There was nothing there. X said to me, "I told you, I knew there wasn't going to be anything there." We both talked about it for a bit outside, and X said I was crazy, but the story doesn't end there. Out of the blue, Elle nervously said, "Wait, who's that guy over there?" We all looked, and there was a dark silhouette that was just standing still a few houses down the street. He was probably about 5'5", and he was wearing a raincoat from what I remember. My friends both looked at me, knowing that I wasn't crazy. The guy was just staring at us, not moving a muscle, but he then started laughing in a sort of sinister kind of way. Within that moment, I said softly, "Go for the backyard gate, right now, do it." The guy continued to stare at us while we both slid slowly to the gate, which was very close. Suddenly the guy just full-on sprinted right toward us without warning. My life was in slow motion. I dashed for the gate. All of us got in, and I was actually the last one to get in, and then I locked the gate. The guy ran into the gate with such force, but the gate didn't budge. The gate and fence were really high, and he couldn't possibly get over it. He then started banging and screaming at the gate, yelling things like,
"Come on out here and I'll kill you, you dumb teenagers."
And I'll honestly never forget that sentence. We made a run for it to the back door of the house and woke X's dad up. He bolted straight outside and said the guy made a run for it and was already halfway down the street. He chased after him, screaming for him to get back here. X's dad called the police straight away. They arrived a little while later with cops. 3 searched the area while 1 stopped to talk to me about it. The 3 cops found nothing except for a long and sharp kitchen knife that was dropped outside the front lawn. I shuddered. One of the policemen asked me if I knew what he looked like, but I couldn't make anything out other than he was somewhere around 5'5" and wearing a raincoat. He wasn't seen again after that, and he hasn't come back. But the police that day said they found dirty boot marks right outside the front door. But the really creepy part about the boot marks outside the door is that apparently that door had a peephole, and that peephole could make you see through both ways. Plus X's house is old, and that guy was possibly spying on us through it. Moral of the story is be very careful during the night, because anything can happen if you're not careful.
Sleepovers have always been those special activities with friends and exist to have the purpose of a fun time. However, based on this story, it's clear that not all sleepovers end up being fun or exciting. This happened at my best friend's house a few years ago when we were still in middle school. For privacy reasons, I'll call her Megan. Megan was around my age and attended the same classes in school as me. Ever since then, we've become great friends where we mostly hung out just about every weekend. She was one of those friends who you could always count on and was just there to brighten your day. Anyway, this happened during winter break of 2018. Megan had invited me over to her house for a sleepover. Before I said yes, I had to get permission from my parents, and with them knowing Megan and I were best friends, they thankfully agreed. That night, my mom had drove me over to her house to drop me off. Megan had come from a very wealthy family, so she lived in a really nice house. You might as well consider it as a mansion. This would make the sleepover 10 times better, seeing as there would be more things to do. I got to her house with all of my clothes and utilities packed. Both Megan and her mom had greeted me, and we both went up to Megan's room where we watched a few movies and played some video games. About a couple hours into the stay, her mom had told us that she had been going out to dinner with a friend and wouldn't be back until late. Megan and I were both pretty mature for our age and told her we'd be fine until she got back. Her mom had given us $20 to order pizza, and with that, she went on her way. Not too long after, Megan had asked if I wanted to play hide and seek. Now, most people think that hide and seek is for younger children, but it comes back when you hit middle school. I agreed to it, and we had agreed that Megan would hide and I'd be the one seeking. Seeing as this house was huge, we decided we only play on the second floor to not make the game too hard. I gave her a good minute to hide while I said the all too common phrase, "Ready or not, here I come." Even though I was seeking on one floor, it was still pretty big with about 10 plus rooms to search. I start with Megan's room while looking under her bed, her closet, and even behind the door. However, she wasn't there, and I continue searching for her. I'd say I looked through several rooms by now, and that was when I noticed that one of the closets in the hallway had been slightly opened. I completely forgot about this as it was small and was a place most people wouldn't think to look. I casually walk over to the closet, and that's when I saw the glimpse of an eye peering in, staring right at me. At this point, I knew it was Megan, but I tried to make it seem like I didn't notice, as I wanted to give Megan a sort of scare when finding her. With that said, I opened the closet door, expecting to scare Megan, but instead saw this man staring back at me. His hair was a mess, and I saw craze straight through his eyes. But what really struck me the most was how he looked at me. It was almost as if he were guilty, as if he wasn't supposed to be caught. I scream at the top of my lungs as he runs past me down the stairs and out of the house. At that point, Megan had come to me and asked what was wrong, to which I told her that there was someone in the house and to call the cops. Thankfully, there was a police station down the road, so it didn't take long for an officer to arrive. After a thorough investigation, they had claimed that the man had probably found a way in due to the extreme weather. However, the man didn't get far. They had found him out in the backyard hiding behind one of the sheds. After all, it was snowing out and just needed someplace warm. Megan's parents decided to not press charges on him, but wanted a restraining order. Basically, he couldn't come near the house within 500 feet. The sleepover had been called off that night, as my parents no longer felt comfortable. I remember my mom giving Megan and her family a bit of criticism, telling them how her mom could be so irresponsible leaving children alone. I wasn't invited back to their house again until my parents felt comfortable. Megan and I are still friends till this day, and now work at a local supermarket. I'm still unsure as to what happened with that man, but I just hope he's getting the help he needs. This happened to a couple friends and I in our senior year of high school back in 2014. Back in high school, my friends and I were that dynamic trio you'd commonly see walking around campus that many people talk about. Anyway, this took place during the final months of high school, and because of this, we decided to do a sleepover to just relive our fun times. It was a Saturday night, and at one point during the sleepover, we had just finished a movie not knowing what else to do. Now, this was also around the time where social media had begun to blow up. One of the social media apps that started gaining popularity quickly was Instagram, which eventually led to major trends. One of these trends was playing with an Ouija board in an attempt to contact spirits and other entities. There had been thousands of these videos uploaded to YouTube and Instagram about people attempting to connect with spirits. In fact, the trend got so popular that there were even tutorials on how to actually make contact. Being the naive and dumb teenagers we were, we had all looked at each other just knowing we had to do it. Thankfully, the parents of the friend hosting the sleepover just so happened to own a really old Ouija board that had been passed down from her family for years. She had claimed that it was 100% authentic and most likely worked, seeing how old it was. If anything, this was a plus, as it would only add to the creepiness. We did some research online and found an article that described how to correctly set up an Ouija board. This involved some candles and a dark, quiet room. Once we got the supplies, we set the board down, lit the candles, and turned off all of the lights. For the first few seconds, nothing had happened, but that was until we felt the planchette slowly move to yes. We all look at each other, trying to figure out which one of us was moving it. However, we all denied and said that it was moving by itself. For some reason, one of my friends asked if it can somehow prove that there was something with us. All of a sudden, the craziest thing happens when we hear the sound of a toy piano being played in the other room. This instantly gave us a good scare, to which I then asked it a more serious question. Doing this was probably the stupidest decision I've ever made, and I still regret it till this day. I stupidly asked the board when I would die. With my hands on the planchette, it slowly moves to the letters TENSECONDS. 10 seconds. At this point, we all start staring at each other while laughing, thinking that one of us had to have done that. However, just about 15 seconds or so later, my phone starts ringing with the label emergency call. It was from my dad. I picked it up and was met with him screaming on the other end saying she's dead. She, meaning my mom. Apparently, they were on their way home from a dinner party when the car swerved off and got shoved into a boat trailer. My mom died instantly on impact while my dad only suffered from minor bruises. This incident has left me devastated for years, as I truly believe that this wasn't some coincidence.
Just a little background. On the day this happened, I was with my girlfriend. I am also female, and we are both just under 5 foot tall and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. Point is, we're tiny. But anyways, on to the story. On this particular day, it had been raining outside and seemed like the perfect weather to stay curled up inside watching movies. One problem, no snacks. So my girlfriend and I decided to walk to the mini-mart just down the street. As we were walking, we noticed there was a man trailing some distance behind us, and he is muttering to himself, talking under his breath. At first we paid him no mind. There are a fairly large number of homeless people in our area, and sadly, many have mental illnesses. We continued walking and noticed he was still behind us. Weird. We get inside the store and start picking out snacks, and I notice he is standing right outside the store, peering in, staring directly at us. At this point, I am a little worried, but when we check out, he is no longer there, so I brush it off. Further down the street from the store, there's a Starbucks, so we decide to stop and get some coffee before walking back to the house. The entire walk, I felt like we were being watched and just couldn't shake the feeling of uneasiness. We walk into Starbucks and order our drinks and sit down to wait. I look out the window, and there's the same guy again. He's across the street, but he is staring straight at us. At this point, I'm freaking out and trying to tell my girl this creep has followed us, but she insists it's nothing. The next time I look up, the guy is inside the Starbucks and staring at us with a look I can only describe as predatory and hungry. I'm terrified at this point. We grab our drinks and are getting ready to head out when he yells out, "Hey, there you are." Heads turn to see what the commotion is about, and he calmly says, "That's my niece and daughter. I told them not to go anywhere without telling me." My girlfriend decides to react at this point and grabs my hand, and we get out of there. We speed walk down the street, hoping to put some distance between us before he can react. I turn back around, and he's still following us. He's not chasing after us. He's sauntering in a way and has a menacing look on his face. This guy was pretty built and close to 6 foot. There was no way we could take him if it came down to it. We do the only thing that we can think of and start running. This is when he starts chasing us and screaming out, "Don't go! Don't you want to play?" The road back to my girlfriend's house is pretty desolate with no houses for a few more blocks, and we're running away from the only area where there would be people. At this point, he is gaining on us, and I think that at any minute he will catch up to us, and that will be the end. The guy is almost 10 feet behind us when, almost miraculously, we see a car coming down the street. We start running towards it, waving our hands and yelling, trying to get this car to stop. It does, and we frantically start telling the driver that this guy is following us. The driver steps out, and the would-be creep stops dead in his tracks. He stands protectively in front of us and says something along the lines of, "Just walk away, buddy. You don't want any trouble." The creep stares us down, and then gives us the creepiest smile I have ever seen, shrugs his shoulders, and walks back up the street. The driver insists on seeing us home and trails behind us the rest of the walk until he sees we are safely inside. Thinking back, we should have called the cops, but we were too scared to think straight. Thank God for good Samaritans. I shudder to think as to what could have happened if that car had not stopped, or that guy had actually caught up to us. So last year, my sister was working at a local Starbucks along this string of shops. There was a grocery store and about 10 other small stores in the shopping center. One day my sister came home and began to tell us about this really creepy guy who kept coming in at the same time every night. She's 16 and really small, about 5'1". She's also really skinny and doesn't know how to defend herself either. After the first few encounters, he began to call her Goldilocks or Cutie Pie. She claimed that this guy was in his late 20s or early 30s, so this was completely inappropriate and just plain gross. This happened for a few months, and they would tell my sister to go to the back area when he would come in. The guy then would ask them where she was when he didn't see her serving there. Maybe my parents decided to go visit her Starbucks around the time he came in a few times, and sure enough, every night around the same time, the guy wore a similar outfit every day. A white t-shirt with blue jeans. We visited her for a few days, and on one of those days, we decided to see how far away he lived and if he was a local, where to keep an eye out. This may have not been a completely appropriate thing to do, but my dad is really protective, so I was up for it. We got in the car after the guy's usual visit. He had also purchased kitty litter at the grocery store, so he was a cat guy, and followed out his car. This is where it gets really weird. We were in the car for about 45 minutes when we crossed the state line into the neighboring state. He lived in a not-so-nice area, not to mention it was Maryland, and he drove for another 10 minutes until he reached his rundown apartment complex. Full-on ghetto. This guy was traveling close to an hour to see my sister every day. After this, we told her to talk to her coworkers about it, and they told the guy that he wasn't allowed to make contact with my sister anymore because she was a minor. He never came back to that Starbucks again. My sister actually ended up moving to a closer one too in the end, so the creepy guy in blue jeans and white shirt at the Starbucks wouldn't be able to see her. I spent my first couple of years after high school just kind of wandering around and trying to figure out what to do next. I worked at a lot of lame jobs, and I regularly signed up late for classes at a couple different community college campuses. This meant I spent a lot of time driving anywhere between a half hour to an hour to get where I needed to go, and a lot of my commute took me to parts of the city and the suburbs that I had never seen before. Back then, everything felt way too big and complicated, and I was totally lost, but I loved coffee. I would always make time in my schedule to stop at Starbucks, get coffee, and read a little bit. I think it was because no matter where I was, one of these shops always felt familiar. This was sort of my way of coping with growing up. Once, when I was waiting for a friend to get off of work, I stopped at a Starbucks I knew. When I first walked in, I noticed a girl who seemed really familiar. This would happen pretty often, and at the time, I figured I recognized her from campus, work, or even high school. She sort of smiled when she saw me, but other than that, we didn't interact. This location had a lot of space. There was a large lobby with 5 or 6 tables, a bar-style counter facing the windows, and an outside eating area, and even a few of those stuffed chairs. The girl I had first noticed sat at the table closest to the door, and I chose a smaller table by one of the windows, away from the other customers, but clearly visible by most. I probably bought a mocha. When I sat down, I must have spread all of my stuff out because I remember the table being kind of cluttered. I like to take notes when I read, even just for fun, so I'll have a notebook, a pen, my book, and also my wallet. I don't like to sit on it, and my phone on the table. I'm pretty single-minded, so when I read, I can get really into the zone. I'll lay my book on the table so that I can hunch over my notebook and take notes without losing my place on the page. Sometimes I'll lose track of my surroundings. This time, when I eventually looked up, I realized that someone was watching me. Another guy had taken the table across from mine. He looked about my age with yellowish hair. I remember he was wearing jeans, which seemed weird because it was still basically summer and it was hot out. He didn't have any drink, and it didn't seem like he was going to order one. Once he saw that I had his attention, he started talking to me. He asked me small stuff like what my name was, where I was from, and what I was reading. I was immediately creeped out, but I had always been inherently introverted, and at that time I was trying to span out and meet new people, so I talked to him. Eventually he moved over to my table and talked about how he was new to the area. He asked where I was going after this, and when I told him, he said he was going in the same direction. He said that since he was new, he didn't know any of the street names, but that he could find his way by landmarks and stuff. As hard as I was trying to be social, for some reason I didn't feel comfortable giving him a ride. I told him I was planning on staying at the coffee shop for a couple of more hours because I was waiting for a friend. This seemed to bother him because he abruptly changed the subject, but he eventually brought it back up. We went on like this for maybe a half an hour. He would ask for a ride again, or ask which car was mine, and I would make up some excuse, and then he would talk about something else for a couple of minutes. Eventually, we ran out of other stuff to talk about, so he just started looking at my stuff more. He looked at my notes, asked to borrow my pen, and at one point he even picked up my wallet and started looking through it. Back then, I was really non-confrontational, so rather than demand my stuff back, I just started to slowly pack up whatever he wasn't messing with. Eventually, he decided he needed to go to the restroom, so I started putting everything away. At this point, that girl I had recognized from earlier came over and asked if I was okay. I said I was, but I probably looked really uncomfortable. She told me that I shouldn't give him a ride, and that I should just ask him to leave me alone. She actually even stayed with me until he came back out and told him that he should leave me alone. He kind of acted shocked and offended, but then he left the store. At that point, I probably should have just left myself, but I stayed. I talked to the girl a little bit and went back to reading. After a while, a lady in her mid-30s came in. She wore a low-cut blue dress and a lot of makeup. Her hair was styled. She sat down across from me and asked if my name was Dean. I told her yes, and she asked if I could give that guy a ride. She actually offered to pay me $20 to give him a ride. I politely refused and got up to leave, but when I got to the door, I looked outside and saw that the guy was waiting by my car. I hadn't actually identified it to him, and this was a large store parking lot. I looked back at the lady, and she was just watching me. Rather than go confront him, I sat across from the girl I knew in the spot where I could watch this car. I didn't want to admit how nervous I was, so I didn't call the cops or attempt to bring any attention to my situation. Instead, I proceeded to read while I watched the guy. Eventually, a security guard came up and asked him to move along. After that, I basically ran out to my car and drove straight home, making sure no one was following me. I don't know what any of that was about, but I'm really thankful for that one familiar face.
I currently work at Starbucks and have worked there for nearly a year. I'm a part-time employee and work all kinds of hours that were open. The Starbucks location that I work at, I would describe as an average location. It's near a shopping area with some other stores and restaurants nearby. This is a story of something that scared me a lot, and it happened several months ago. On this day in particular, I was working a closing shift, and when I started, I think it was about 12. We closed at 8 p.m., so it was an 8-hour shift, and we generally were not too busy in the afternoon until about 4 or 5. Then things would get kind of busy for a few hours. By 7, the place was usually very quiet again. I remember that the first few hours on this day went by sort of slow, because things weren't very busy. Inside the Starbucks, there are quite a few tables that people often come in and work at on their laptops or read books. There were a few people that got coffee as they worked or studied. By 5 o'clock, things were busy. It was around that time that I first saw a man inside that was acting sort of strange. I remember that he had a full beard that was not incredibly long, but a decent length. He was balding and wore baggy clothes. The guy started walking around really quickly inside. It looked like he was walking fast to go someplace, but then he would just turn around and walk back. Soon, it seemed as though he was speed walking laps around the store. It was strange to say the least. After about a minute or so of that, he stopped, and it appeared as though he went to talk with someone that was sitting down. I had work to do, and I got sort of busy for the next little stretch of time. Probably 30 minutes or so later, I heard that some of the customers were complaining about the guy. I looked out, and he was still there. Now he was sitting at a table by himself and just kind of looking around. Apparently, he had approached several customers, asking them to buy him something or give him their drinks. Because I was the least busy at the time, after talking with a coworker, I decided to ask the guy to leave. I was nervous to do so because I didn't know how the man would react. I walked out from behind the counter and towards where I had seen him. It was still pretty busy and people were all over the place.
This Starbucks, I feel like, is a little bit larger than most. When I got over to where I had seen the guy sitting before, he was now gone. I looked around and walked through the entire place. I couldn't find him anywhere though. I guessed that he had left. This was actually a relief to me, and I went back to behind the counter. I returned to work making drinks after that. By then, it was maybe between 6 and 7 p.m. Things quickly died down inside and got much quieter. A few of my coworkers left at 7, and there were just 4 of us working for the last hour. When I would work closing shifts, the 7 o'clock hour always seemed to drag on. It was very quiet typically at our location, plus usually it had been a long day to that point. We didn't get a whole lot of customers either. Finally, 8 o'clock came. Nobody else was inside at any of the tables. I walked out to clean the floor like one of us always did at closing time. When I got over to the back area where the bathrooms were though, I noticed that the door was closed to one of them. We had 2 bathrooms right across from each other in this small little back hallway area. They were both single-room bathrooms with a locking door. When nobody was inside of them, they would be open. I remember the man, and instantly my heart sank. Could he possibly be in there? It was like I just knew. Still, I knocked on the door, but I got no response. I waited for a bit and then knocked again. This time, I said that we were closing and I asked if anybody was inside. I got no response then as well. I started to think that possibly somebody had just closed the door and then left. I knocked again and asked if anybody was inside, and I listened closely. I was listening for any kind of movement or indication of somebody being in there, but I heard absolutely nothing. I took a couple of steps back, and then, out of nowhere, the door burst open. Sure enough, the man from before came running out, and he was running right towards me. All I could do was run away from him. My coworkers heard the commotion and saw me running. I ran all the way out of the building though. When I made it outside, the man was probably about 10 feet behind me, and he followed me out. I sprinted through the parking lot and didn't know exactly where I was going. I couldn't get inside my car on time before the man would reach me, so instead, I ran through the parking lot to another one where there was like a grocery store. I ran all the way to the grocery store and went inside of it. Thankfully, they were still open. At some point, the man stopped chasing me, but I honestly don't know when. All I know is when I got inside the grocery store, I didn't see him anymore. One of my coworkers was calling me on my cell phone, and I answered. She asked me if I was okay, and also mentioned that they had called the police. I said that I was fine, but I didn't know where the man was anymore. Very carefully, I walked back to Starbucks. As I did, I kept an eye out for the man, but I didn't see him. When I made it back, there was a police car outside. We all talked with officers, and they said they would search around the area for the man. We finished up our work, then all left. It made for the scariest day I ever had working there. I went to Starbucks last month and had the worst experience there of my life. The thing is, I've gone there probably 100 times before. I'm a big coffee drinker, and I have coffee every day before work and throughout the workday as well. I don't stop at Starbucks every day though. Sometimes I make coffee at home. Other times, I go to different coffee places. It just depends on a lot of things. This time though, I was going to Starbucks. As I pulled into the parking lot, the line for the drive-thru was extremely long. Because of this, I decided to walk inside, thinking maybe it would be faster. However, when I got inside, I noticed at least 10 people were there. There was a line of about 3 or 4 to order, and the rest were waiting to pick up the drinks that they had already ordered. The employees all seemed very busy, constantly making drinks and taking orders for both the customers inside and the drive-thru line. At this time in the morning, I imagine that it's always busy like that. I had made my decision though, so I stuck to it and got in the back of the line. As I was waiting in line, a couple of people came inside and got behind me. A few minutes went by and soon it was my turn and I ordered. Then I made my way to the people who were waiting for their drinks. There was probably 4 or 5 other people there when I got there. Soon, one of the drinks was done and one of the people picked it up and left. I waited there for about 3 or 4 minutes as other people periodically got their drinks. I figured that mine had to be the next one because now everybody else who was around me waiting had ordered theirs after me. There were still about 5 of us there. I was actually getting a little bit concerned because I really needed to be getting to work. I didn't expect it to take this long to get my drink.
Finally, one of the Starbucks employees put a drink down and said my name. I should mention that my name is Jessica, and the drink was clearly what I had ordered, the same size and everything. I started to walk over to get the drink, but a woman cut in front of me immediately. She had just ordered and wasn't even right behind me in the line. There's no way that this was her drink. I was in sort of disbelief as I watched her pick up the drink and start to walk out. I followed her and stopped her just before the exit. I told her that I thought that was my drink. She turned to me and had a really angry look on her face and told me no, it was hers. I told her that my name was Jessica and I had ordered before her, and this was exactly what I had ordered as well. The woman claimed that her name was Jessica and she was in a big hurry. I asked her what it was that she ordered because I didn't believe her. She just said, "This," as she held out the drink to me. She didn't even say the name of it, which made me doubt her even more. Then she started to walk out. I didn't want to go and ask for them to make me another drink and tell them the situation. The employees seemed far too busy to even notice, and I didn't want to be late for work. I told the woman, "Fine, take it then," and I walked out behind her and headed for my car. I would just make a pot of coffee later when I got to work. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Still, the fact that this woman had cut in front of me, taken my drink, and been so rude about it made me angry. To my surprise though, when I arrived at my vehicle, the woman who took my drink was now right behind me. She said to me, how dare I accuse her of stealing my drink? She went on to say that she hadn't stolen a thing in her life. I told the woman that I had to leave and I didn't have time to argue with her. She started to say more to me, but I ignored it and just got inside of my car. I shut the door as she continued talking. When this happened, the woman then said, "Here, take your stupid drink." She then removed the lid and dumped the whole thing on my windshield. I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. Before I could say anything though, the woman was storming off in the other direction. All I could do was turn on my windshield wipers and then drive off. The whole experience really blew my mind at how rude some people can be. I got to the end of the parking lot to merge back onto the road. It was busy and I had to wait for a little while. During that time, I saw a car drive right up and slam on its brakes right behind me and then start honking. I could see that the same woman was behind the wheel. I really didn't know what her problem was. When I finally merged onto the road, she went right behind me and proceeded to follow my car at an extremely close distance, even honking at me a few times. This went on for several miles before finally she swerved around me, flipping me off in the process. She then sped away and out of my sight. I got to work and made coffee there, although I didn't even need it. Even though the woman stole my coffee, the confrontation really woke me up for the day. I didn't go back to that Starbucks for a while, but I have been back since. I haven't seen that woman, but hopefully she doesn't do something like that again to anybody else. I'm a female, and this happened a few years ago when I was in college. It was during finals week at the end of the school year. I had lots of studying to do to get ready for my final exams. There was a Starbucks between my apartment that I shared with my roommate and campus. I occasionally went there to study because I could focus better than at our apartment. Drinking some caffeine would also help me focus typically. One day, I entered the Starbucks off campus later in the morning. Things were pretty quiet because it was after the morning rush. There were a few people on laptops and stuff, and I brought mine as well as some school notes and books. I sat down at a table, got my stuff out, and then went up and ordered a drink. Then I got to work studying for some of my exams. Probably an hour or two later, I was still there and going strong. I was very focused and not really paying that much attention to my surroundings. That's when seemingly out of nowhere, a man approached. He was tall, sort of thin, and much older than I was at the time. He waved at me briefly as he stood there on the other side of the table I was at. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him that I was studying for my final exams. The man then asked if he could buy me a drink. I told him no thanks and smiled politely. Then I pointed to the drink that I already had. The guy said, "You're finished though." I had in fact finished it, but the cup was not see-through, so I'm not sure how he knew that. I told him that I didn't want another one though, and I was good. The guy stood there for a few moments and then just kind of walked away. I looked back at my laptop, but then looked up again a few seconds later to see where he went. He sat down in the corner across from me, but a decent ways away. After sitting down, he immediately looked up in my direction, and I looked back at my laptop. From then on, I looked up here and there, and I caught the man staring at me several more times. Soon, I decided to leave because it was causing me to not focus as well. I had a good amount of studying done though. I left and went back to my apartment. I didn't have any more classes for the day, so I stayed at my place. My roommate got back later that night, and I continued to do some more studying in my room. I had an exam the next morning and another one the following day. At about 10 p.m., I decided to go to bed. As I was getting ready, there was a knock on the front door of our apartment. I assumed it was probably somebody there from my roommate, possibly one of her friends. My roommate and I got along well, but I never knew all of her plans. I didn't think too much of it until she came over to me and asked me if I had invited anybody over. I told her no, and she then said that some guy was standing outside of our door. We both went over to the kitchen where the front door opened up to. I looked through the little hole to the hallway, and the same guy was standing there. I jumped back when I saw him. My roommate asked me who he was, and I told her about earlier in the day. I had no idea how the man got our address. We did not answer the door. He knocked again several more times. In total, he stayed there for probably about 10 minutes, and it felt like forever. Finally, he left. I went to bed, and luckily, the guy didn't come back that night. The following morning, I took one of my exams and returned home to study for the exam I had the next day. This time, when my roommate was gone and I was home by myself, at about 5 p.m., there was again a knocking on the front door. I walked over and looked to find the man there again. This time, he was more persistent. The way he knocked was louder than before and faster. It was like he knew that I was home and was frustrated that I wasn't answering. Then, he even tried opening up the door, which was locked. I was terrified. What if he tried breaking in or something? I called my roommate and told her that the guy was back. She was on her way home, and I didn't want her to run into him. He stayed there, standing outside the door, but didn't knock again. He just stood there for a really long time. I kept watching, hoping that he would leave. After at least 10 more minutes, he finally did. I told my roommate that he was gone, and soon after she got back home. But neither of us felt safe there. Luckily, we had some friends who had a college house not too far away, and we ended up going there to spend the night. They had enough space for us, and we were both afraid that the man would return again. When we stayed at our friend's place, the guy didn't show up there. In fact, I only had to be at college for 2 more days, and I stayed at the same house the whole time. I just didn't want to go back to our apartment. My parents then came up during the day to help me move out of the apartment. I'm sure that the man probably returned, but at least he didn't break in. I still don't know how he knew where we lived though. He must have followed me back, which really creeps me out, but I had no idea. I'm just happy that I haven't seen the guy since.
This happened around 4 years ago when I was in 8th grade. It was Halloween 2017, and I was going with my 2 best friends. For the sake of this story, we'll call them J and A. For some context, we all live on the same street. J's house is first, then mine, and then A's. We were in 8th grade, so our parents always let us go by ourselves. We left around 6, and we had planned to stay out until 9:30, but that didn't happen. Now, for the first 90 minutes, things were going fine. We got to one road that was kind of far away from the rest. It was fine until we got about halfway down the street. We got to this one house that wasn't really decorated like the rest. There was only one pumpkin on the front porch. We rang the doorbell, and this dirty-looking man answered the door. He just seemed really creepy to me. I could tell that my friends were getting creeped out too. He just kept asking us if we wanted to go inside, and at one point, he even tried to grab A's hair. She pulled away and we left. We decided to just go home, as our bags were already pretty full. About halfway to our street, I then heard footsteps behind us. I just thought it was some other kids trick-or-treating, so I kept walking. But when they didn't stop following us, I turned around. And to my absolute horror, I saw that creepy man from that house following us. I then screamed for my friends to run. We all ran into Jay's house, since his house was the closest. his mom had asked us what was going on. We told her what was going on, and she called the police. While she was on the phone with the police, I looked out the window, and what I saw next almost made me crap myself. I saw the same man walking down the street. I told Jay's mom. After I told her, we heard the police show up. To my knowledge, all that really happened was he received some kind of warning from the police. I don't really know of anything else, but we haven't had any more trouble with him since. And hopefully it stays that way. This happened last year on Halloween. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend Andrew was 17. We both thought at the time that we were too old for trick-or-treating, but we also thought handing out candy was lame. I then came up with an idea. There was this old abandoned house that was close to mine. I wanted to go look around inside the house because I thought it would be a good idea for Halloween. However, Andrew didn't think it was a good idea, but being an idiot, I told him to stop being a baby. We then waited until it was trick-or-treating time before heading to the house. We were carrying flashlights with us so we could see. When we headed out of my house into the abandoned house, I noticed all the kids trick-or-treating, and I felt like gagging. Somehow, one part of me always really hated Halloween, and I never understood why. I really didn't know why. Maybe it was just because I thought Halloween sucked, but this abandoned house thing was really making me excited. But anyways, eventually we both got to the old house, and I smiled looking up at it. Of course, since it was abandoned, it was a huge mess, and a few of the windows had boards over them. Andrew then mentioned that we should just go home because he didn't want to spend the night in jail. I told him to stop being a baby, and then, without another word, I headed up to the front door. I then reached for the doorknob. I was half expecting the door to be locked because that is what most people did, but the door actually opened, and then me and Andrew just looked at each other. I was worried. Andrew told me we couldn't back down, so we walked into the house. I followed behind him, and then we were standing in the front hall, and then I noticed the house had 2 floors. We turned on our flashlights, and they were very bright, so their light actually covered most of the area up. Andrew told me he was going to look upstairs, and he told me to stay downstairs. And without another word, he headed up the stairs. I sighed deeply before heading off, and I then walked into an empty room. All of the furniture was gone. There wasn't anything in the room, and for some reason, I was hoping to see something creepy, or at least a bug or bat. Suddenly, I thought I heard a loud noise behind me. I then turned around and noticed something, but I couldn't see anything because I wasn't using my flashlight. After realizing that, I used my flashlight and aimed it at the noise, but whatever made the noise was gone. I walked out of the room into the hallway, wondering what my eyes had seen or if I just imagined it. I started mumbling about how stupid this was, and I decided it was time to go find Andrew and leave. But I noticed the room in front of me, and I then realized it was probably the kitchen and decided to go check it out. I headed off and then poked my head into the room, moving my flashlight around. I didn't really see anything but the normal kitchen stuff. I then walked into the kitchen, wondering if there was anything else in there and not just dust and cobwebs. Just then, I stepped on something that almost caused my foot to shoot out from under me. But I moved back and looked down using my flashlight, and I noticed it was a big kitchen knife. I wanted to bend down and pick it up, but I then realized I probably shouldn't do that, so I didn't touch it. I then wondered why a knife was inside an abandoned house, but I didn't question it, and so I headed out of the room and back to the hallway. I was just about to go explore more of the rooms when I then heard a loud scream and I realized it was Andrew. I ran upstairs, and I heard Andrew yelling at something, sounding terrified. When I got to where the screaming was, which was a dark, empty bedroom, I used my flashlight, and I then noticed Andrew. I then noticed Andrew was sitting in the back corner of the room, and I then noticed that there was also someone else in the room. For some reason, the other person didn't seem to notice me, and I saw Andrew holding his flashlight like a teddy bear. I actually cleared my throat, and the person turned around, and I noticed they were taller than both me and Andrew. I couldn't really tell if it was a male or female because they had some kind of creepy Halloween mask on, but they weren't holding a weapon for some reason. "Hey, leave my friend alone!" I then shouted at the person, which was probably a bad idea because the person actually laughed and I felt anger bubbling up inside of me. I knew what I was about to do was a stupid idea, but it was the only thing I could think of. So I then threw my flashlight as hard as I could at the person. The flashlight hit the person in the face, which made them shout in pain, giving Andrew enough time to get away from them. We both ran downstairs and I could hear the person yelling at us, but we didn't look back as we just ran out of the house and down the street before stopping. We then stopped on the sidewalk. I bent over, breathing heavily, and I groaned under my breath. Then Andrew pulled out his cell phone, saying he was going to call the police about what happened. A few minutes later, I had saw Andrew looking annoyed. He told me that the police thought it was a joke because it was Halloween. I was annoyed because we both knew it wasn't a trick, but I decided to check up on it. We then headed back to my house, where I then grabbed a laptop I had and started working on it. Well, about 5 minutes later, I couldn't find anything. I just sighed softly before shutting the laptop and groaning under my breath. After that, we both kind of just looked at each other. I realized that the person must have been using the house because it was empty and there was no one else living in it. And even if the person was a thief or killer, they were probably using that house as a hideout. After that, me and Andrew decided we weren't going to do anything crazy anymore for Halloween. And then moving forward, we're just going to help my parents hand out candy. And that's probably for the best. This happened when I was in elementary school. We had a physical education teacher in first grade. Everyone thought he was cool because we used to play games with him. And I think everyone can agree that as a kid, you really liked that kind of thing. The thing was, he was giving certain girls these really gross looks. I'm a woman myself, and now that I think about it, it's anything but comfortable. Everything was normal, or my classmates and I thought. The school year was coming to an end, and the teacher informed us that we would get a new physical education teacher because our old one would no longer be teaching. Everyone in my class was sad. I forgot about this teacher for the past few years until an old schoolmate told me why the teacher was fired. When I found out why he was fired, chills ran down my spine. As it so happens, the teacher got fired for doing bad things to kids. He always had a camera with him, which I found really strange at the age of 6, but I didn't really think much about it then. He would photograph girls doing sports exercises, but if you think that's the whole story, then you're wrong. So anyways, here's the part that you all came for. A few years passed, and my friends and I had a Halloween party. We went everywhere to go trick-or-treating. Well, we rang the bell at a house, and then my old PE teacher answered the door. He gave us a really disgusting look, and then said, "Oh, my children, how you have grown so much. You girls have turned out so beautiful." And he had looked at our breasts. I was disgusted, and I think it showed on my face. He then looked at me and asked me in a kind of baby voice, "Why are you looking like that? Haven't you missed me?" And then he laughed. No one else even laughed, and he just stood there leaning against the door and looked at us for what felt like 5 minutes. Then one of my friends said, are you gonna give us some candy or not? He then turned and he handed us some Snickers. We left his property and walked on. After a few more feet, I turned around and I saw him walking behind us. I then said to my friends, could it be that he's following us? They all turned and we started walking faster. We went to some more houses and got some more treats. I had a strange feeling in my stomach though, but I didn't think anything of it. I turned to make sure that no one was behind us. There he was. He had walked behind us at a great distance. I turned back to my friends and then said for fun, does he want our sweets or something? Why is he chasing us? My best friend turns around after a few minutes and then yells, guys, run! He's following us, and it looks like he has a knife in his hand. We ran as fast as we could and hid behind the bushes. We then saw him run past us with the knife. I really got goosebumps. After what seemed like forever, we dared to get out of the bushes and then ran to my best friend's house. We didn't say a word about what just happened. To this day, we haven't talked about it. That evening, we all drove home, afraid that he was still outside looking for us. I'm really glad that I got out of this situation safely and that I wasn't murdered. This happened in Brisbane, Australia, and I was 15 at the time. It was Halloween night, and me and my siblings were getting ready to go trick-or-treating. The night started off pretty good, and we got a lot of candy. I wasn't expecting to get a lot of candy, as the town we were in wasn't really the safest. There was a lot of teenage crime happening at the time. Anyway, we get to this one street, and straight away it just looked suspicious as hell. I was on alert, but being the only guy, I had to be sure that if anything happened, I would protect my siblings at all costs. Back around that time, I was doing a lot of Muay Thai and had been in many fights at that point, so I wasn't too scared about anyone trying to come after us. Anyways, we get to this one house, and it had trash all over the driveway, as well as junk all over the lawn. My sibling knocked on the door, and then this old out-of-shape, trashy-looking guy answered the door. He just stared at my sibling before then asking,
how much candy did you get tonight? That's a very pretty costume.
After the small talk, he went on to say that the candy's inside, and if we wanted candy, we'd have to walk inside his house to retrieve it. I kinda just looked at him like, what? Thinking it's a joke, but then he says it again, that we have to come inside for it. I looked at my sister, and she's frozen with fear, and so are the other kids. That's when I yelled to run, and we all just run down the street, getting the hell away from that creepy-ass old man and whatever he had planned. Thankfully, he didn't come after us. When I knew we were safe and had enough distance between us and the man, I then called my dad and I told him what happened. Thankfully, he was just around the corner. Apparently, a few people had heard our screams and had actually witnessed the whole thing when we had ran away from the creepy old man's doorstep. And not wanting to risk it, they had called the cops for us. My dad and stepmom went to their house and started yelling at the creep and his 30-year-old son. The cops did show up and we gave them all the information and we told them what he said to us. As you can imagine, since legally the man didn't actually do anything to us, just tried to persuade us into his home, really not much could be done. The cops just gave him a warning and they told him not to try something like that again, or else there would be real consequences the next time. They also warned kids to stay away from his house on Halloween for the future. So yeah, that's my Halloween story. I'm a night shift police officer in a small southern town. On Halloween night 2021, I experienced fear in a way that I never even thought possible. I patrolled the south side of town, which is especially rural with little population. A river flows and acts as a boundary in between towns. Near the river is a rather dark stretch of highway. It only has 2 destinations, a dual-building senior center and an old abandoned car wash. The car wash in question, called Loopers, is locally famous. It has a rich and terrifying history that begins in the early 2000s. The original owner died in a tragic fire. His widowed wife Susan then took over. According to the myth, Susan intentionally set the fire, killing him to collect the life insurance. After Susan took over, she birthed their child. The stress of running a business and raising an infant was way too much, so she set fire to the car wash. A true pyro, I'd say, but she wasn't so lucky the second time. She was charged with arson and insurance fraud. Well, she apparently killed herself before going before a judge, and it was never known what happened to the baby. Teenagers visit the car wash year-round. It's tradition to talk to Susan through a Ouija board. They often call 911, adamant that they saw Susan. They claim to hear babies crying, children playing, and women screaming, etc. You know, the usual paranormal cliches. I never believed any of it. I'd never witnessed anything paranormal, and without proof, refused to play along. It's safe to say that I'm a believer now. It was around 3 a.m. on Halloween night. All of the trick-or-treaters were sound asleep, and the city was quiet. I received a call for suspicious circumstances. The location? You guessed it. The creepy old car wash that was undoubtedly being visited by obnoxious teenagers. The caller had stated that there was apparently a baby crying in the area. The caller was asked to stay on scene until I arrived, but refused. They didn't want their parents to uncover their curfew-violating shenanigans. I arrived at the pitch-black area. The dim light from the senior center across the street just barely lit the lot. The senior center was nearly as dead as the people inside. I slowly walked the area, half expecting to find a teenager separated from their group. I discovered a portion of the car wash that appeared to be a former supply closet. It was covered in graffiti, as was most of the building. I opened the door and found nothing but bricks and trash. It was a small room with scribbles on the walls. I didn't find any hooligans, scary ghosts, or crying kids, so I decided to leave. But just as I walked away, I heard that sound that stole whatever innocence was left in my 25-year-old body. That's right, it was the faint sound of a baby. At first, it was so vague that I just figured it was an animal of sorts. But as I listened closer, mixed with my booming heartbeat, was unquestionably the cries of a baby. I stepped towards the same room I exited, and sure enough, the sound was inside. I was frightened, but even more baffled. I attempted to turn on my body camera, but of course, the battery had died. I knew whatever was happening was not explainable, so I rummaged for my phone and started a video. Confused and terrified, I walked closer to the door. The sound became louder. It was clear as day. I attempted to open the door, but for some reason it was jammed. The attached video is the short sequence of events. The craziest part of this experience? That's easy. I have no memory of turning around, stepping away, and looking towards my patrol vehicle. Furthermore, I never even ended the video. I never even touched it. It was positioned in my vest pocket below my radio, hands-free. The video doesn't show me prying the steel door open. When I did, there was nothing inside, and the noise had stopped. Adding to the strangeness, the room was significantly colder than before. It was a mid-50s night, but that room felt sub-30. I left in a hurry, and I didn't tell a single soul. I've watched the video twice, and that's it, and it still shocks me. Before this, my wife was the only other viewer of the video. She believes that I may have been a target of a cruel prank. Maybe a group of teenagers set up speakers and just hid them very, very well. I suspect that she only says that to make me feel better, though. Sometimes when I'm sleeping, I wake up to the sound of crying, unsure whether it was a nightmare or reality. All I know is I am never, ever going back to that car wash.
It was Halloween 2012, my senior year of high school. I went to a Catholic school, so we always had the day off after Halloween because it was considered a church holy day. So my friends were game to start our weekend early. On nights where we didn't go to parties, we usually do the same thing. We sit on my front steps for a couple of hours and joke around. Then we would walk the neighborhood and usually end up at this shitty pizza place across town because the prices were so cheap. Since a few of us had recently broken up with our girlfriends, we weren't in much of a party mood, so we did our usual. It's around 10:30 at night, and the pizza joint is closing up for the night. There were three of us, me, my friend Pat, and my friend Jack. We finish our food, refill our drinks, and head out. To get back to my house, we had to cross this large mall parking lot that's about 4 football fields long and 2 wide. I should mention at this point that we aren't dumb, naive kids. We all had grown up in the city and had our fair share of urban experiences. All three of us were pretty streetwise and were confident on the street by ourselves. But we experienced something this night that we were totally unprepared for. So we're walking through this parking lot and it's absolutely desolate, not a soul in sight. Suddenly we see a white tradesman van creeping slowly behind us, about 100 yards back. I know the old white van cliche, but I swear it's a real story. I point it out to my friends and we pick up our pace. We pop the collars on our jackets and we hunch our shoulders out to make us seem a lot bigger than what we were. In an instant, the van speeds up and cuts off our path. Everything in the van is pitch black, so we can't see anyone in there. That's when someone calls out in a non-threatening voice, "Hey man, happy Halloween. You guys like Halloween?" Despite the jovial manner in which this was said, a van doesn't cut you off in a parking lot unless it had bad intentions. We had nowhere to go. We could run, but they're in a van. They would catch up easily and we'd have to turn our backs to them. He says it again. "Hey man, you guys like Halloween?" I respond trying to sound tough. "Yeah, but it's over now, alright? So we're heading home and you're on our way." "Nah dude, it ain't over. We still got tons of candy in here." The tone suddenly shifted and still we can't see anyone in the van. Three of us puff our chest out and get ready for a fight. After a brief silence that felt like it dragged on for hours, Jack cuts the tension by sternly saying, "Hey, listen up, man. I don't know what you think you're about to do, but if you don't leave, it's gonna be a problem." Once he said that, the back door of the van swung open and 2 very tall men stepped out. They had black suits on with black leather gloves and were well built and strong looking. But the most menacing thing was that they were both wearing these cheap Mitt Romney masks. That's when we realized this wasn't a Halloween prank. At that moment, all 3 of us went to take off, but the van started driving circles around us. We had no idea how we were going to get out of this situation. I have no idea what these guys were planning to do with 3 18-year-old men, but they seemed like they knew what they were doing, and we were all getting ready for the fight of our lives. The van stopped, and it looked like they were about to make their move. This was it. I mentioned that there was 3 of us that night. It was at this moment that our friend, Pat, the one who had stayed silent up to this point, leaned in to the both of us and quietly said, "Hey, this is a Hail Mary, but get ready to run when I say go, alright?" He then picked up one of our sodas, which was in a cup, and threw it with all his might at the driver's side window. The window was open, and the cup miraculously connected with the driver's head. Pat screamed "run," and we took off across the parking lot. The van swilled off in the other direction, and we hurried our asses home. Jack and I were both confused as to why a simple cup of soda got them to give up their plans. Then we found out what actually happened. While we were panicking, Pat kept his cool. He nonchalantly dumped out the drink that was in his hand and slipped a big-ass rock into the cup. Then he waited for the right moment. The driver, thinking that this kid just threw a drink at him, wound up getting pegged in the head with a rock. It probably knocked him out cold, or at least brought us enough time to put some distance between us. All that was left after that was pulling off a miracle and getting the rock to hit. Maybe a guardian angel or God himself took care of that. I'm still amazed by it. But moral of the story, kids, don't panic when you're in a tight spot. If you lose your cool, you lose your fight.
Back when I was in college, I used to work nights at my uncle's motel just outside of Baton Rouge. It was a pretty sweet gig for the most part. I was already a total night owl during the summers, so instead of staying home with my parents, getting on their nerves, and being bored stiff during the midnight hours, I got to watch movies, read comic books, order takeout, and get paid for the whole thing. I remember those times with a lot of nostalgia, to be honest, but every so often, I think about this one night where I happened across one of the creepiest things I'd ever seen. It might even be the creepiest thing I'd ever even heard of, too, mainly because of what it might have entailed and how many unanswered questions it left me with. It started with the motel's fire alarm going off. The fire alarm automatically alerted the fire department, so officially speaking, all I had to do was make sure all the guests evacuated properly. But then unofficially, with it being my uncle's only form of livelihood, and him being terrible at making his insurance payments, it was always an unwritten rule that whoever was on duty would have to try their darndest to put the fire out before the whole friggin' place burned down. So, that's what I did. Once I saw smoke billowing out of one of the rooms, I ran up there with my fire extinguisher, kicked in the door, and was relieved when I saw that the fire was basically a small one in the center of the room. I just let rip on that thing with my extinguisher, then within a couple of seconds, the fire was out and I'd saved the day. Obviously, I didn't pay much attention to what else was going on in the room, and the fact that there was no one in it didn't faze me because I figured they evacuated like everyone else. My uncle had already been alerted of the fire, and he's been ringing the motel's phone like crazy, and boy did I feel like a hero telling him that I basically saved his entire income by putting the fire out before it could spread. He then asked me to check on the actual damage before the fire department showed, which was still going to be a while, hence why he'd always asked me to be Johnny on the spot with an extinguisher if there was ever a fire. So, I do as I'm told, heading back up to the room while reassuring the parking lot's congregation of guests that everything's going to be fine and that I put the fire out. Only when I get back to the room do I realize that the fire had been set in one of the small metal trash cans that was in each person's room. Someone had obviously filled the thing with God knows what, placed it in the center of the room, then just set the thing on fire before bailing out of the room. Then right as I'm thinking, why would someone do that? I realized someone had arranged a bunch of stuff around the room. They were clothes, kid clothes, and interspersed among them were a bunch of what looked like kids' drawings. Then when I checked out what the drawings were of, I realized it wasn't just the fire department that should be on their way. It was the cops, too. The drawings were of kids in cages, or sad crying kids with big angry-looking grown-ups towering over them. Then another was of what seemed to be one kid crying over a dead kid while the grown-up figures laughed. Seriously, they were so horrific that despite the heat and smoke still circulating in the room, I felt a little chill go down my spine. I immediately went to call the cops, then checked who was booked into the room and, more importantly, if any kids were booked in there too. There was just one guy's name in there, Cameron Odell. So what was one lone guy doing with so many kids' clothes? The drawings were horrifying, but it wasn't out of the question that an adult could have been responsible for them. The clothes, though, that was a different story. Right after the fire department arrived and they were checking the room over to confirm it was safe for the other guests to head back to their rooms, I asked the group of guests in the parking lot if there was a Cameron Odell among them. No one spoke up or raised a hand, and no one by the name or any other name booked another room after everything died down, so I'm guessing whoever was calling themselves by that name had gotten out of there following the fire. The cops showed up a short while after the fire department did, and I showed them all the clothes and drawings I'd found, along with the booking under the Odell name. Officially, their investigation would involve looking for potential arson, but the cops told me that they'd be looking into the clothes and drawings too if they ever caught the guy who tried to set the room on fire. And that was pretty much the last I heard of it. For the first few weeks that followed, I kept asking my uncle if they'd caught the guy who'd set the room on fire. Each time the answer was the same, no. I tried telling him about the kids' clothes and the pictures, but all he seemed to care about was that the damage to the room was minimal. Besides, I was his hero, having put the fire out and all, so whenever the subject came up, it was all just backslaps and that's my boy kind of talk. It was really hard to get to any details. Like I said earlier, what I'm mostly left with here are unanswered questions and a lot of half-baked theories of what that guy was trying to do. But there's one in particular that really sits with me. If the guy had a bunch of kids locked up somewhere, if it was him that was trafficking children and he was trying to dispose of the evidence or something, he definitely went about it in a really dumb way. But then, what if he was one of the kids that had been abused, and he was trying to draw attention to it some way? What if he tried to get people to listen to him time and time again? Obviously, there's a lot to unpack here with that one, and it brings up way more questions than it answers, but I really don't know what else to make of such a creepy situation. I just feel like there's some deep, dark backstory to the whole thing, but for the time being, I don't know what that is. Maybe in the years to come, if the truth comes out, I'll find out just what a crucial incident the motel fire was. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll just remain a mystery, just like so many other things in life. I apologize in advance for not being the best storyteller, but this is definitely a true story. It's also not my story as much as it is my mom's, who used to work at a motel in California back in the 80s. Anyways, one day a guy shows up to book a room, and I'm just going to refer to this guy as the guest, since I don't actually know his name. My mom got assigned to clean his room on the daily, but as time went by, she noticed that he always had the "Do Not Disturb" sign up on his room. So even like a week into his stay, she never once had a chance to clean his room. This didn't bother the cleaning staff too much, because the way my mom tells it, the guy was always super nice and friendly whenever he passed reception or bumped into any of the cleaning staff, always apologizing and telling them that he'd just clean up after himself. So if it saved them some work, they weren't exactly going to complain about it. Anyways, there came a point where the guy wasn't seen for a few days, and the "Do Not Disturb" sign wasn't on the door anymore, so everyone figured that he just checked out and they'd be able to clean the room again. So given that my mom had been assigned to the room like a month before, it came down to her to head over to clean it. As she got to the floor and unlocked the door to the room, a disturbing smell hit her. She couldn't figure out what it was, but she continued to survey the room, which, contrary to the guest's previous assurances, was disgustingly messy. Her words were that it looked like someone had thrown a party, even though everyone was pretty sure that no one else seemed to have ever gone into the room besides the guest. Anyways, my mom was still shocked by the smell, so she tried to track it down. Then as she followed the smell, she could tell it was coming from the hotel room closet. When she opened the closet, there was nothing but a wet-looking cardboard box on the ground, and my mom said the smell got way more intense, so she could tell it was coming from there. She said she had a strong suspicion that the guests had been using it to go to the bathroom in, so the last thing she wanted to do was look inside it. Instead, she puts on some gloves and covers up her mouth and nose, then picks the thing up to throw it into the trash. That's when she felt how heavy it was, like way heavier than if there was just some feces inside it or something. It was only when one of the other cleaning ladies smelled the same smell that they straight up said, "Somebody call the cops." Apparently, a few years before, this same cleaning lady had found a dead body in a room, as someone had a heart attack with a do not disturb sign on the door, and it took almost 2 weeks before they finally went to investigate. She said it was like the exact same kind of rotting smell. Definitely not anything else from the human body, so they called the cops so they could come take a look at it. The cops showed up, cut open the box with everyone watching. Then the officer just looked up to his partner with this numb expression, saying, "Call the coroner. We're going to 419. Someone had to explain to my mom that the number was police code for dead body. Only it wasn't like a whole body in there. That much was obvious because the box was too small. It turned out to be just a decapitated head. I don't really know many more details than that. This is almost 40 years ago now, and I couldn't find any internet archive stuff before I wrote this up, but my mom said that there was talk of the head belonging to a call girl who had gone missing a few weeks before. They gave all the guy's info to the cops, but apparently that didn't help. The credit card was stolen, and the guy had used the name on that card. Imagine being that person whose credit card got stolen, though. One day you think you've lost it or something, and then the next, the cops show up accusing you of having murdered a girl. Mom stayed working at the motel for maybe like a year afterward, and she only quit when she met my dad and moved into his place up in Vallejo. That story always kept me from ever wanting to work in a hotel or motel or anything like that, and no matter how desperate for money I get, I think I'd have to be very, very desperate to work anywhere you might see the darker side of human nature.
My husband and I had to drive 17 hours last week to North Carolina for a wedding. It was an exhausting week, and we basically spent the entire time rushing from one family gathering to another. We were staying in a motel for the time we were there. We had already been at this motel for a few days by the time the day of the actual wedding rolled around. The day of the wedding was hectic. We were rushing around trying to get ready to leave for the venue. My husband got ready before me so he could do some last-minute things before we had to leave. That left me alone in our motel room to get ready before he returned. It was brutally hot outside, and I decided to do my hair and makeup in just my underwear, so I wouldn't be sweating in my nice dress the whole time. The way this motel was laid out, the sink and mirror were in the general open area of the room, with the toilet and shower in another room, so anyone walking by our room window could see me standing at the mirror. However, I did have the curtains closed, but these curtains were a little bit sheer, so you could technically see the shadow of someone walking by on the outside, or could maybe see the silhouette of me inside the room. I was curling my hair in the mirror when I noticed the silhouette of a man walking by my room window. As he's passing my window, I see him stop and start trying to look into my window. At first I thought it was my husband trying to see if I was ready, so I paid no attention to it. But the longer the guy stood there, bobbing his head around trying to get a better look through the curtains, I began to realize it was not my husband, because obviously, why wouldn't he just come in? Now I'm starting to get a little freaked out. Before I could do anything though, I watch as this guy starts to go for my room door. My utter shock and horror came when he actually was able to open the door and walked inside. Before my husband left, he forgot to pull the door shut all the way till it clicked into its lock. He was very upset at himself when I told him this later. So now I am face to face with this man, who's at least 6 feet tall, and standing in my room. I thought to myself, this is it. He's going to attack you. That's a very scary realization to have. I also thought to myself, you're going to have to burn his eye sockets out with this curling iron if you want to survive. For a few seconds, probably only a second or two, but it felt a lot longer, he just stood there staring at me like I was a piece of meat and he was starving, ready to pounce on me like prey. He then began to smile the most evil-looking, toothy grin I've ever seen, and started mumbling something under his breath. I couldn't make out what he was saying completely, but I did make out the words "pretty lady" and "come here." I don't know if it was the fight or flight response, but I suddenly got pissed, and I charged towards him, ready to strike him with my hot curling iron. I screamed as loud as I could. It must have startled him because he jumped back out onto the balcony of the motel. I saw this as my chance, and I ran for the door. I luckily was able to get to the door and slam it shut right before he was about to make his second attempt at entering inside. I immediately collapsed on the floor sobbing. I literally was too scared to move from that spot until my husband came back about 15 minutes later. I told him the whole thing and he was freaked out. He initially wanted to find the guys, but I refused to let him leave my side. He must have apologized 1,000 times during the rest of our trip for not making sure that the door was locked before leaving. but I told him that the day and that whole trip was so rushed I could see how it happened. We went to the motel management and told them the whole story. The police were obviously called, and I gave them a description of the guy so they could see if it was someone who was staying in the motel. After going around to the few motel occupants, they said no one matched his description, and concluded he wasn't staying there. Obviously, we were late to the wedding that day, and the whole experience just ruined what should have been a happy time. We planned on staying another day before our long drive home, but we both just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. We skipped most of the reception, went back to the motel, packed up and left. I am usually always so vigilant with locking my doors, especially when I'm home alone. Just goes to show you, all it takes is that one time you forget to check your locks, and that certain unwanted guest is inviting themselves in. I was about 10, possibly 11, when my mom found a job working as a live-in manager to a quaint little motel at the end of my town. She took the job, we packed up and left my childhood home. When we first moved in, it was a disaster. Holes everywhere, certain parts of the house smelled horrible. We later learned this was because the old manager, Steve, was a druggie, and his wife was making and dealing meth out of there. Couple months into living there, we had sort of fixed the place up and made it livable. At this point, my mom was working full-time at the desk. We had mostly stayed towards the back of the house because of the odd setup. The way the front desk where you check in is laid out was basically in our living room. It was a tiny, cramped room with just the desk on one side and a door on the other, which led to our living room. A lot of people decided to just open that door whenever they pleased, and often got a view of whatever video game my brother and I were playing. This, as a kid, already freaked me out, and because of the motel's past, many meth heads came by looking for Steve and would walk right in when they didn't believe my mom when she said they didn't work and live there any longer. One time, during summer break a year or two after we moved in, I decided to stay up all night and play video games. I made a little nest in the living room and made myself comfy. It was around 1 a.m. after hours of Skyrim when I started to hear weird noises. Usually, if my mom knew a regular would be late, she would leave a key in an envelope for them, which looking back doesn't seem smart at all. I heard talking. It sounded like two men speaking a different language. I figured that's what they were doing and would leave in a second, but they never did. The talking continued for 10 minutes before I started to hear them pull on the door. First it was gentle, as if they were testing it. As they continued, it seemed to get more frantic and I could almost hear grunting. Soon it was full-on banging on the door. I was confident my parents would hear it, but their room was all the way in the back of the house, which was about 3 hallways down, so after a minute I figured I was screwed and probably going to die. I was a super paranoid kid. The banging stopped, and after a few seconds, I started to hear tapping at the window behind the desk in the house. I saw clearly a head from behind the curtain. The windows were high up, and he looked to be stretching up to get it. He started to yank on the window, trying to break it open. While he was doing this, I saw movement at the screen door in the kitchen. I was petrified. I'm guessing the guy who was at the desk door had now circled around to the screen door while his buddy was prying at the window. He jiggled the doorknob back and forth, after a second resuming what he was doing earlier, and now banging on that door full force. For some reason, through my fear, I decided to try and be a ninja, to up my sneak level, of course, and Army crawled into the little office part connected to the desk. There was a key drop-off where people could just shove their keys into when they checked out. That was basically just a hole in the wall. I popped up, all while they were still banging on the door, and grabbed a pencil to lift up the flap. I don't know what I expected to see. They were clearly at the side of the house, but I just had a horrible feeling, like I was being surrounded. Turns out I was right. When I lifted it, I saw 2 more men standing at the door, hands in their pockets. I immediately closed it and almost cried. During this, I failed to notice the hallway light turn on and my parents emerged, looking very distraught. As soon as my dad turned on the kitchen light and shouted, all the noise stopped and the guys took off running. I could hear one of them shout something and then nothing, just complete silence. After I told my parents what happened the best I could through hysterics, they called the police. The police showed about an hour later and took the report. It didn't seem like this happened to anyone else in the town, but they seemed to think it was some Mexican workers who came up for the hops farms and maybe didn't understand we were closed. I don't know, it seems like they were just kind of race-blaming, but I never really got an explanation of that night. All I know was that they didn't seem friendly, and I don't know what they would have done if they got in. In the summer of 2004, I was on my first break from college. I had just completed my freshman year, and I was missing being away from my new college friends. One Saturday night in July, my college friend Julianne, from out of town, was having a birthday party. She wanted to invite lots of friends to a motel room for drinking and hanging out. I was kind of a late bloomer and really just started driving my freshman year of college. Back then I was naive and apparently had a look of friendliness and helplessness, as I always tended to have strangers trying to talk to me or come to my aid when I really didn't need anything. I was excited to be going to this motel room party. I arrived in the late evening. It was at a Motel 6 outside of downtown, near an area that used to be a shopping mall, but had just started its descent as a new mall was being put in on the other side of town. I'm thinking she chose that motel due to the price, because it wasn't near our college or near anything that you'd want to be near, unless she planned on doing some shopping the next day. There weren't that many cars at the motel. I got out and went up to the second floor, where her room was located at the corner, near the entrance to the parking lot from the frontage road. There weren't many people in the room, and it was a typical motel room with 2 queen-sized beds, a bathroom, and a TV. I remember taking a beer and having a few sips. I was feeling slightly uncomfortable. That was mostly because the usual college pals weren't there, and we weren't doing our usual thing. Normally my boyfriend and his roommate would be hanging out and we'd watch a weird movie or have an interesting conversation. This time it was just people talking and drinking. Kind of boring for my tastes. Plus I'm a pretty major introvert. I was kind of looking for an out, and when there was a lull in conversation, I told Julianne and her boyfriend John that I had to go. They walked me to the door, and we said a few goodbyes while we stood on the balcony overlooking the parking lot. While we were talking, a taxi cab pulled up to the motel, right under the balcony where we were standing. I looked down as a man got out of the back of the cab. The alarming thing was that as soon as he got out, he stood and looked straight up at me, staring. He had no expression on his face, nor did he make a move to go where he was headed or even to pay the cab driver. The cab took off and he just stood there, staring at me. He began to smile in a very creepy way, like he knew he was scaring me and he enjoyed it. But at the same time, it was like there was no one home in his eyes. He looked at me as if I was the only one there, and as if he expected me. Like in some parallel universe he was supposed to find me. Like that was his whole night's purpose. It was unnerving, but then he walked off. We kind of joked about it, and then I went down to get into my car. I unlocked my door, put my purse in the passenger seat, and just as I did that, a car pulled up right behind my car as if to block my exit. I looked over, and it was that man who got out of the cab. He apparently had a car, and as soon as he left from staring at me, he got in and followed me to where my car was. He just parked there and was staring at me with the same creepy smile on his face, but with no other indication of any self-awareness. The only thing I could think to do was to run back up to the party. Unfortunately, I left my purse in the passenger seat and left my door unlocked because I was so freaked out that I just wanted to get as far away from this man as possible. I knocked on the door and told my friend and her boyfriend. John came out to the balcony with me and the car was still there. We called the hotel lobby and asked for them to send the security guard to escort me to my car. The guard came by, an overweight fellow who looked really unhappy to be there. He just knocked on the motel door, and he didn't even walk me down. He barely even said anything. He just stood on the balcony looking down. I got tired of the situation, and since the creeper's car was gone, I decided to just race down and get in my car and leave. John walked me to my car though, since the security guard was being a weirdo. I got in, started it, and zoomed out of there as fast as I could before that man showed up again. I did pause in my car to make sure John got back to the room safely before taking off on the frontage road, but my doors were locked and I was ready for imminent exit. This might not seem like much, but the way the man just got out of the cab and looked up at me really freaked me out. It's as if he was coming to the hotel just for me. He wouldn't have been able to see me from his seated position in the cab, which made it even weirder when the first thing he did was turn his head up to me and stare. He didn't seem to have a room, and I wondered afterwards, if he had a car, why he needed a cab at all. My purse was still in my car with nothing removed from it, so I don't think he was there to rob me. That's what's really scary. That and the fact that he acted like my friends weren't even there. For weeks after I was shaken by what could have happened if I didn't leave my blocked-in car as soon as possible, and I began to imagine scenarios where he came up to the window. The only imagined scenario that made me feel any safer was if I acted insane. I imagined getting out a knife, but that didn't help. Not until I imagined laughing manically or barking did I feel like he may have backed off. To this day, I carry a knife in my car just in case, but I feel like that may not be the best protection.
I live in a quiet, nice, suburban neighborhood with mostly old people or families with kids. When I was younger, around the age of 8 to 12, me and my two brothers, we'll call them J and K. One's a twin and the other is 2 years younger than me. As well as my neighbor, we'll call him C. We used to play a game on my block outside at night that we liked to call Murder Run. Sometimes other kids would join in if my brother or I had friends over, so most of the time it was 6 or more people. The rules of the game were that one person, or sometimes two, would go hide somewhere on our street within the boundaries that we set. Usually, the boundaries were about 60 feet to the right of my house and to the end of the block to the left. There were no rules on where you could hide, so sometimes someone would be behind a tree or other times behind a car. The hiders would be called the murderers. Our house was in the middle of the two boundaries, so you could go 2 ways. The rest of the group, who we would call runners or the victims. While the murderers were running to hide, the rest of us would sit on the front steps of my house, close our eyes, and we would count to 1 minute. After the minute had passed, we would open our eyes and decide which way we wanted to go. Usually, the group would split up. One section goes right, and the other goes left. The groups would pretty much just walk in the direction towards the boundaries, looking for shadows or under cars to see if we could see the murderer. Eventually, when the murderer would see us, hopefully when we couldn't see them, they would jump out from wherever they were hiding and chase us back to the house. If the murderers caught you before you touched the front steps, you had to play the murderer in the next round. The murderer carried a small wooden sword that they would tag you with. It didn't mean anything in the game, but it added to the fun. This comes into play later. One time, it was me, my 2 brothers, his one friend who we will call H, and our neighbor playing, so overall it was 5 of us. I think it was about 8:30 or 9 p.m., and it was September, so it was starting to get cold and dark earlier in the day. We had already been playing a few rounds, and we were starting to get tired, so we decided to play one more round and then call it a day. This time, it was C who had to be the murderer, since he hadn't had a chance yet. So we gave him the wooden knife, and we turned around and started counting. Once we finished counting, we decided who would go what way. My brother J was the fastest and wanted to be cool, so he said he would go alone, but his friend H wanted to go with him. They were both fairly fast, so I knew that they would win the round if C was on that side. So off we went. Me and K went right, and J and H went left. I can't even describe how much adrenaline you felt, even when you knew you couldn't get hurt. That's why I love this game so much. As we were walking, I saw a small shadow from behind a thick tree, with C's hair obviously showing beneath the streetlight. Just as I was about to say that I saw him, I heard H and J scream from the other end of the boundary. Someone was chasing them too. They were both running and laughing, but I was not laughing. There were 2 possibilities here. Either the person behind the tree not even 5 feet in front of me wasn't C, or the person currently chasing my brother and his friend wasn't C. But I heard something behind me and turned around, and C was standing there asking why they were running. But when he saw someone chasing them, his face went white. He was 2 years older than us, and I had never seen him scared, but he looked like he was going to be sick. I whipped my head around, and K started screaming at J and H to run. As soon as J and H saw C standing behind us, they turned around and realized that the person they were being chased by was not C. They stopped laughing and started running faster than I had ever seen them run in their lives. Instinctively, C, K, and I also started running back to the house. We were much farther away from the house than J and H. An important thing to note about the game is that even if the murderer is on one side, if the people who came that way make it back first, the murderer can still try to tag the others, even if you went the other way to find them. J and H were screaming now, but they weren't looking back. I could see that they were most likely going to get there after them, which worried me because I didn't want to lose the game. Yes, that was what I was worried about, until I saw what the man was holding. C was still holding the wooden knife, but whoever was chasing J and H was holding something shinier. I soon realized that he was holding an actual knife. At this point, my adrenaline was pulsing through me, and I couldn't think of anything besides what would happen if I got there after them. I screamed at K and C to leave me and run as fast as they could to the house, and they definitely did not protest. I was always the slowest, which meant I pretty much always lost. Luckily, it didn't seem like this other guy was very fast either. As I was running, I saw him a little better. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants, but his shoes were white, like bright white, not dirty at all. They looked like they were fresh out of the box, which didn't make much sense because the rest of his outfit was pretty scuffed up. When I got closer, I realized that his whole outfit was a little too small for him, like he was wearing all kids' sizes. It hit me that he must have been trying to look like a kid. Even his sneakers were too small for him, which may have explained the weird way he was running, like he had rocks in his shoes or something. I was still running, almost to the stairs. I spit out the blood in my mouth because of how hard I was biting inside of my cheeks. Finally, I saw J and H reach the stairs, with whoever this guy was maybe 10 to 15 feet behind them, just enough for me to beat him. C and K got to the stairs seconds after J and H, and I reached them just after. What happened next was one of the scariest things in my life. As soon as I reached the stairs, as the last one, whoever this guy was, just stopped, was standing on the sidewalk in front of our house like a horror movie with his head tilted to the side. I couldn't see his face. He was backlit by the streetlight, so all we could see was the silhouette of his tight-fit clothes, a bit of his mouth that was surrounded by enough stubble to tell him he was in his mid to late 30s, and the sharp object in his hand. My brother was fumbling at the door to get it open, and the rest of us were just crying, me the most as I was holding my little brother. But then he just walked away. Like he literally just walked down the street and around the corner. But right as he got to the little drops of blood I had spit out, he stopped and turned his head back and smiled at me, then continued walking. I took that moment to bust the door down and drag everyone inside, lock it behind me, and tell my parents what happened. We didn't call the police because my dad went outside and couldn't see anyone, and after we told him that he went around the corner, my dad just assumed that he went into the woods. We made sure to lock all the doors that night. Now, the story mostly ends there since we never saw the man again. But the other night, as I was walking home from the bus, I remembered that story, and I was still confused why the man left, until a chill ran up my spine when I realized he was playing the game. The scariest part, though, is that night, we didn't explain the rules to anyone because everyone that was playing that night already knew the rules, which means that whoever was chasing us had been there prior to that night, and had been there when we explained the rules at a different time. I still wonder why he didn't chase us before the last round, and I still wonder what would have happened if the two fastest runners didn't go that way, and if it was me instead. It's still creepy that he knows where we live, and I still get uncomfortable when I walk past that tree that I saw him come out of. I still wonder where he went, and how long he had been watching us for. I'm much older now, and my younger brother is too young to remember. I don't talk to C or H much anymore, and I'm pretty sure J blocked it out of his memory. I don't want to bring it up to any of them, but part of me is curious how they remember that night, or if they remember it at all. Before I tell this story, I will give you some background. I live in a neighborhood that's slightly out in the country. It's not in the middle of nowhere, but probably about 40 minutes from the closest major city. The area has some farms and lots of woods and things like that. Because it's quieter around here and everybody has a little bit more land, there's more wildlife. I like to go on walks around my neighborhood because there's a lot of interesting things to see. I usually start at my house and walk along the side of the street because there are no sidewalks around here. I will go for about a half a mile to a mile and then turn around and head back. There are a few quiet streets that lead to other neighborhoods. I rarely see anybody driving or walking when I go on the walks. Occasionally, somebody walking a dog or something like that, but usually nothing. There's also a park nearby that's usually pretty quiet, but sometimes I go there and then head back. Now, to start this story, it was the evening and almost sunset. I was working a little bit later hours that week than usual. With it being the early spring, the sun also set kind of early as well. I walked from my house to the park that was a little less than a mile away. When I was on my way back, I heard a noise in somebody's yard. It was the space between one house and another, and there was a large amount of room between them. There were a few trees and bushes in that space. It was dark, but it sounded like maybe a larger animal was behind one of the trees. I stopped and looked. At first, I didn't see anything, but then what I did see shocked me. There was a man looking at me from behind one of the trees. It was really dark, but it appeared as though he was looking back at me. When he saw me, he then ducked behind a tree. This was kind of odd. I didn't think that the man lived there, and I didn't recognize him. Sure, I didn't know all of my neighbors, but this behavior was just strange, and it didn't seem like he lived there. But there wasn't much about it that I could do, so I kept walking home. Eventually, I made it back and everything was fine. But the very next night, I took another walk at around the same time. Once again, I saw this man, but this time he was in a completely different neighbor's yard, kind of lurking around again. He kind of ducked behind a bush when I started to walk by. This made me a lot more nervous than I had been the previous night. I didn't even really bother to look over and just kept on walking home. The man stayed there as I moved past, and that night I was able to make it home safely as well. Each night after making it home, I would forget about the man. The very next night, I once again went on a walk after work. I went to the park, and this time, when I got to the park, the man was there. There was nobody else at the park, which was typical. It was usually really quiet. The guy was lurking around on the edge of the woods that surrounded part of the park. Overall, it was very suspicious. I decided to head back home almost as soon as I saw him. I was also kicking myself for even going out on a walk that night, forgetting about the suspicious guy lurking around the neighborhood. When I left the park, it only took about a minute before I heard the footsteps behind me. They were a ways back, but it was a quiet night, so it was very easy to hear. He was probably at least 50 feet behind me. I sort of looked back and noticed him way off in the distance. I tried to ignore it and kept going back home, but I was worried. What if the man followed me all the way back to my house? I also had no clue what he was even doing. Minutes went by and things remained the same. I suppose I could have called the police, but the man would have noticed. I also had no proof of him doing anything wrong. I also sort of half expected the guy to jump into somebody's yard at any time and lurk around like he had been. By the time I finally made it to my street, the guy was still behind me at about the same distance. I walked a little bit faster and was holding back everything within myself to not start sprinting right there. At long last, I reached my driveway. Now, I should mention that I have a really long driveway, so I wasn't in the clear just yet. The guy was still probably 50 feet behind me. I walked quickly up my driveway and felt relief for a minute, expecting the man to pass by and keep going down the road. But when I was almost at my front step, I thought I heard him starting to enter my driveway area. I got out my keys to unlock the door as quickly as possible. My hands were shaking in the process, making it harder. I could hear his footsteps gradually getting closer to me as I did. It seemed as though they were speeding up as well. Finally, my door was unlocked and I swung it open. Once I was inside, I slammed it shut and turned the lock. Then I exhaled in relief. No more than 5 seconds later, I heard the doorknob turn. It wouldn't open though. The man was right outside, and I was so scared that I ran to the opposite end of my house. A few minutes went by and I listened closely. I returned to the front of the house after not hearing anything for several minutes. When I did, I looked outside, and the man was now gone. I looked out several other windows, but did not see him. After that night, I took a break from going on walks for a while. I'm not sure who the guy was, but I didn't see him again. This is a true story. It happened to my family, and it involved my firstborn son, who was just a couple of months away from his 8th birthday. He was in 2nd grade at the time. We were living in Tacoma, Washington back then, and I must admit that it's forever changed my life, especially in my role as a mother. It's been 27 years since this occurred, but it still haunts me to this day. A little backstory to put these events into perspective. January of 1995 was a traumatic month for our family. My son, up to this point, had been walking to and from his bus stop. The bus stop was a block and a half away from our house. The walk was a small, hilly walk, down to it in the morning and up in the afternoons. During that month of January, an elderly man from the Korean grocery store across the street was brutally murdered. I could see the shop from our bathroom window, and we also survived our first earthquake, so you can see that this was a traumatic month from the start. My son was used to traversing the alleyway that ran between the back of the houses on our street and the back of the houses on the next street. We were so used to this that it had become commonplace, and there was not a worry in the world as to our son's safety until that fateful day in January of 1995. As usual, our day had started in the typical fashion. I arose at 6 a.m. in the morning to begin preparing our children for school. Our second oldest was the first to leave, because he was in special ed and had to be bused across the city to the west side of Tacoma. Then our oldest son left the house, as usual. We kissed goodbye, and I watched as he walked through the small housing complex we lived in and out the gate and started down the alleyway.
Now, my next oldest son, who was only 4 at the time, was ready to go off to preschool, while my youngest son, at the tender age of 3, was still at home with mommy. After I got son number 3 off to school, then it was a typical day for myself, my husband, and our youngest. We lived in a small complex with 4 small houses, each one with a fenced yard, and then another gate that enclosed the small complex. At the time of this incident, my husband and I were managing the property for our landlord, and so we had recently rented out the house next door to us. The tenant was a sweet old black lady with a head full of gray hair and just as nice as can be. She would be a delight to live next to and key to what happened this particular afternoon. Now, I'm not going to go into detail of my daily routine as that's all irrelevant. What happens next will start in the afternoon at the usual time that I knew my oldest son would be coming home from school. I was busy in the house tending to the household chores when I heard a frantic knocking at my front door. I opened it and saw through the screen door that it was my next door neighbor. I don't remember her name now, although I'll never forget her heroic actions that day. I asked her what was wrong because she had a panicked look on her face and she was yelling at me, saying that someone was trying to kidnap my son. She had stepped outside and seen what was happening and then ran to us. I screamed for my husband and we ran out the front door, and to my horror, a man in a white sedan was trying to grab our son and pull him into the vehicle. I was screaming and going ballistic while my husband started running towards the car screaming, "Get your hands off my son, I'm going to kill you." And I was screaming, "Kill him, hun." We were both staring in horror while our son tried to get away. And then the man kept moving the car up a bit and opening his door to try to block our son. Our son's back was now against the fence that surrounded the complex we lived in. At one point, he actually had his hand on our son's arm and was about to pull him into the car when the neighbors heard the commotion and jumped into action. At this point, our neighbors who lived across the alley and were drinking buddies of my husband heard the commotion, and both of them, 2 brothers, leapt over the 6-foot fence, sprinted around to the front of the perp's car, and then one brother, out of respect for their privacy, I'm not giving their names, swept up our son into his arms and hurriedly brought him back to me and said, "Here, Mom." In the meantime, the man just sat there, stone silent in his car, not moving at all. I stared into his eyes, and I can tell you one thing. I had never seen such dark, soulless eyes as I did when I stared into that man's black eyes. I shivered because it was like I was looking into the very eyes of utter darkness, the devil himself. He actually sat there long enough that we were all able to get a complete physical description of the man, the vehicle, and the license plate. My neighbor called the police. Of course, before they arrived, the man finally sped off, throwing gravel and dirt up in the wake of his departure. I still shudder to this day when I think of what would have happened if my neighbors across the alley hadn't come to our defense. That perp would likely have gotten our son into the car, and we would have never seen him again. One other thing that upset me is right before the man left, he pulled out a Polaroid camera and rapidly took a couple of shots of our son. That really creeped me out so much. The police arrived soon thereafter, or should I say one police officer, who looked like he couldn't have been more than 25 or 26 years old. Definitely late 20s, and at the time, I was only in my early 30s, so not much younger than myself. He definitely looked as though he had just come out of the police academy. My advice to all police, don't send a rookie out to investigate child abduction cases or near abduction cases. That young officer eyed me skeptically and just said that I was a hysterical mom. I couldn't believe it. Of course I'm going to be hysterical. Someone just tried to abduct our son. I'm sorry, but that should have been handled by a seasoned detective. This scarred me for life, and for a long time, almost 3 years, I wouldn't let our son out of my sight and made him hold my hand everywhere we went. And obviously, I went to extremes to protect my other children as well. Of course, he grew up and became irritated with my overprotectiveness as I wouldn't let him out of my sight. He was almost 10 and a half years old before he finally got out of the house and away from me, and that was because of his dad. He'd finally been allowed to leave the house and ride his bike down to the corner store. At this time, we were no longer living in the house where the near abduction attempt occurred. As I conclude this, our son is now 35 years old, happily married, and is a successful auto mechanic with his own shop and business. We no longer live in Washington State, but have moved to another state. God bless all of you, and take care. It's a dangerous world out there.
So for context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and at the time of these events, I was around 12 to 13. So I grew up in a very rural area. Like, my town was so small that it was legally considered a village. My house is one of 4 on a span of about 40 acres. There was my childhood home, my grandparents' house that was right up the street, and 2 neighbors. One of the neighbors, we'll call T, had been living across near my family for as long as I could remember, and he rented out a trailer he owned which was inhabited by the 4th neighbor, who we'll call J. J and his girlfriend, who we'll call A, had moved in just a few months before these events, and I hadn't really met them. I knew of them, but I hadn't interacted with them directly. The day that I met J and A was extremely awkward, as I was a kid and I didn't really want to talk to them. But my grandma had made me go with her to drop off some vegetables that she had grown in her garden. When they came out right after my grandma knocked on their trailer door, I was first struck by how they looked. I know that it sounds bad, but I'm not judging. But I know that both of them were addicted to meth. My grandma started the conversation, and I tried to be polite as I was raised to be, by then introducing myself when told to do so. I wasn't really able to finish my sentence as I noticed Jay was staring at me very intently. He looked like he was either mad or hungry, or even both. Not the creepiest off the bat, as they both seemed polite enough, and I brushed off the stare as just him trying to be polite, looking at me as I spoke to him as most people do. The creepy part is that as time went on, he began to try and be near me more and more. He'd ride his bike past our house over and over for what seemed like hours, all while me and my brother played catch in the yard. Then he began to go to church with me, my brother, and my grandparents. He made sure to sit next to me in the back seat of the car as he rode with us. If my brother tried to sit in the middle so I wasn't right next to Jay, he'd throw a fit about how my brother was squishing him against the door. Then he began coming to my grandma's house whenever she'd have me and my brother after school, offering to tutor me with various subjects. What really scared me was that I began to see him walking near our house at night, trying to shine a flashlight into my window. He tried various things to get close to me. He tried to convince my parents to let him teach me how to golf, tried to help me practice my catching positions for softball, and he tried to get me to go with him and A to the movies. And also, none of these things ever included my brother, only me. Things finally came to a head when I was playing with my dog outside in our front yard, and he had started repeatedly doing laps on his bike down the road again, staring at me just like he did the day we met. I was extremely uncomfortable, as you can all imagine. I've always had very good intuition about people, and something was just really off with him. But that day, I was terrified. He parked his bike right in the middle of the road and got off. He started walking towards me at almost a jog, and I just kept backing away from him. What happened next is why I honestly believe that dogs are a much better judge of character than people could ever hope to be. My boxer dog ran up to him and launched herself onto him when he was about 6 feet away from me. She tore into his arm, and I saw blood. I started to scream, and my mom ran out shortly after. She was trying to pull my dog off of him, but as soon as she was able to, holding onto the dog's collar, she started yelling at him, asking why he was in our yard in the first place with me all alone. He couldn't answer her, and he just started running back to his bike, riding back to the trailer. My grandma ended up driving him to the hospital, as J&A didn't have a car, and I learned later on that he got 16 stitches from the bite. He never gave a reason as to why he was approaching me, and they ended up moving out shortly after. I haven't seen him since, and I'm still terrified to this day to run into him again.
The events of this story happened when I was 21 and in my last year of college. I'm 34 now and still having terrifying flashbacks from this Halloween. My friends and I liked to party in college, and Halloween was one of the best nights to party. We got to dress up in sexy and not so sexy outfits, not to mention it was an excuse to act a little crazy. My friends were all beautiful and had the boys drooling all over them, and I was never considered one of the quote-unquote hot girls, but I didn't care. It really wasn't something I ever cared about. I was still friends with all the boys, and I loved hanging out with my girls. Well, this Halloween, We had a party at my friend Steve's house. Like a lot of the college parties, we were basically kids, and many people still didn't know how to handle their alcohol. At about 11, the cops were called for a noise complaint, and we all ran because that's what everyone did in high school, and apparently it carried over to college. My friend Amy told me to jump into a car with her friend Dave, and he would take us to another party, and I stupidly did. The car ride was weird, just him and I, and he didn't talk much. The car smelled like beef jerky and had a hint of body odor. He had a mask, but it was on his lap while he was driving. He had a hooded sweatshirt, some jeans, and these brown work boots. He has a scraggly beard and greasy hair, and I tried asking questions to make the drive not so awkward, but he didn't really answer them. Finally, I asked what school he went to, and he responded, "I dropped out of college a while ago." Okay, I thought, I don't want to judge a book by its cover, so I asked, "Well, how old are you?" And he responded in a sort of shaky, almost nervous voice and said that he was 37. Now, this freaked me out a little bit because he's slightly older than I am now, and back then I was 21, and he's hanging out with a bunch of college kids. Trying not to let on to the fact that I was kind of nervous, I asked him, "So how do you know Amy?" And he responded with the most terrifying answer I could ever think of. In that still shaky and very unflattering voice, he said, "Who's Amy?" And I sunk into my chair, clenching my sides, not knowing what to do. "She's the blonde who told me to get in the car with you?" I said, and he responded with this very stoic, "Oh, her. Yeah. She told me you were single." I didn't respond. I honestly didn't know what to say. I was furious with Amy, scared stiff of my current situation, and confused because it was pitch black outside and I had no idea what we were driving. After about a 10 or 15-minute drive, which seemed like forever, we arrived at a house. It was not a very nice part of town. All the houses on the block looked beat up or abandoned. I looked for Amy's car, or any car I recognized, but it was just too dark to point anything out. We approached a red door with severely chipped paint, only lit up by the dull front light, and Dave didn't even knock and just walked into the house. The house was cold and smelled awful, even worse than Dave's car. We walked into the front room, which I assumed would be the living room. It had a dirty and disgusting olive green shag carpet with an old brown couch. The walls were white with chipped paint everywhere you looked. Piles of pizza boxes and beer cans lined the floors, which you may think implies a party had been there, but these boxes of pizza were very old. The room was only lit by one lamp that was on the floor, and it gave off a very low light. On the brown couch, there was a man and woman sitting very close, but not really moving. They looked to be passed out. We walked into the kitchen, which was just more of the same. Trash and the horrible smell of garbage. In the kitchen, there was a man probably in his 20s, maybe 30s, and he didn't look so good. I was still trying not to judge, but he was very clearly not in the right mental state. He gave Dave a sort of high five and introduced me to him as Skip. He looked at Dave and back at me and smiled. He had these weird teeth and bug eyes made my skin crawl. The other man in the kitchen was an older gentleman, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, I really couldn't tell. And he said nothing and just looked at me. I felt sick to my stomach, and the only reason why I didn't run out of that place was because I had no clue where I was and no clue if these people were capable of anything dangerous. We walked into the back room, which was kind of like a screened-in porch. I felt a brief moment of relief seeing about 6 or 7 people out there. There were only 2 girls out of the bunch, and they seemed like half naked and weighed about 95 pounds. I could feel everybody staring at me, but at least there were a lot of people. I know it sounds crazy, but I felt almost safe just being around this larger crowd. But the safe feeling faded very quickly when the 2 girls walked away with all the guys. They all left this back porch, went upstairs, and shut the door. I didn't even want to know what was going to happen in that situation, but the conversation they were having outside told me everything I needed to know. As I sat in the screened-in room trying to think of my options, Dave finally spoke up and said, "I think you're really cute." I said thanks and just kind of shrugged it off. He got up and started to rub my back and started to breathe very heavily. I should say this was behavior that I was not used to. Boys didn't really talk to me like this, and certainly they didn't rub my back like that either. After about 5 minutes of the most unpleasant back rub I had ever had, he stepped in front of me and just sort of stared at me. He didn't do anything. He just uncomfortably stared at me, and he was way too close to my face. I said to him in a sort of terrified voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of girl." And he says, "I don't know about that." I can still hear the seriousness in the tone of his voice. I could feel the tears coming, and then nothing short of a miracle happened. One of the girls who went upstairs began to scream erratically and cursed everybody out in the room. Dave, who at this point was inches from my face, ran upstairs, leaving me downstairs in the back room alone. Without even thinking twice, I got up and climbed right out of the window and ran. Not knowing at all where I was, I just planned on running until I found a gas station or something. I was running down the street, staying close to the sidewalk, trying not to bring any attention to me. I really have no idea how long it was because I didn't have any cell phone on me, and I finally approached this 24-hour Walmart. I walked in and had the night manager call my parents, and they picked me up. It was about 30 minutes from my house in a small rundown town. The worst part about all of this was when I was waiting for my dad to pick me up, Dave and his friend, Skip, walked into that Walmart. They didn't see me, and I couldn't believe it was them in there, and they almost looked as if though they were actually looking for something, maybe me. The next day, Amy apologized all day, crying her eyes out, and I did forgive her, but I was still so shaken up by the entire ordeal. Every now and then, I'd see an old beat-up maroon-colored Buick parked at my work or school, and I'd start to tremble in fear. It's now been over 10 years, and I still haven't yet to get over the mental trauma from that night. I know it could have been a lot worse for me, and I'm lucky that I left with no physical harm, but I still wouldn't wish that experience that I had that night on my worst enemy. I also haven't seen Dave, Skip, or any of the people I met that night ever again. I urge you to please be careful if you choose to go out this Halloween, and always know where your friends are, because you may end up somewhere you don't want to, and you may not be as lucky as I was. So let me be the first to acknowledge that in my mid-20s, I was a dirtbag. I was a single man that basically was doing whatever I wanted. And when I think back to that time in my life, I tend to kind of cringe. I did a lot of bad things, hurt a lot of people, and truly I was just a piece of garbage. There were a few times, though, that I was served a nice big piece of humble pie, though. Whether it was the cops arresting me or being knocked out because I overestimated my ability. However, one late October night, I was served the biggest piece of that humble pie I mentioned. I hate Halloween, and I always have. I was the kid that went trick-or-treating with my friends without a costume, and I was the same kid that would cuss out the person giving out candy that wouldn't give me any because I didn't have a costume. I told you, I was cringe. This hate for Halloween continued into my adult years. I would date girls that wanted to dress up, and I just refused. And it got to the point where I wouldn't even go to the parties around Halloween because I just didn't get it. One year, though, I had a change of heart. Not because I magically started to like Halloween or anything like that. Instead, obviously, it was because I met a girl. Her name was Bree, and she was my type. I just casually met her at the bar on a random Tuesday night in October, and we got to talking, and, of course, her love for Halloween came up, and she could see my disgust. I told her all of the stories and went on and on about why I hated Halloween, and she seemed to kind of understand, but then said in an almost seductive voice, "I really think you need to reconsider." Now, being the condescending jerk that I was, I laughed and told her no way. She pointed to the corner of the bar, and there were 3 other girls over there. Much like Bree, all 3 of these women were my type. Bree waved, and the women waved back. I was trying to put the puzzle pieces together in my mind, but I couldn't figure out what Bree was getting out. In that same sort of seductive voice, she then says, "Those are my girls. We're going to a Halloween party in the middle of the woods, and none of us have dates. You should be our date tonight." I kid you not, that's exactly what she said to me. All I did was smiled and continue laughing, mostly ironically, and Bree started to rub my hand and gave me all sorts of good vibes. Now, without going into details, Bree talked me into this Halloween party. The kind of person I was back then was never going to say no to this type of implication. When I was leaving the bar that night with all of these beautiful women, it never occurred to me just how many red flags there truly were. For starters, who has a Halloween party on a random Tuesday night? Was it possible? Of course, but not very likely, I guess. Also, who just trusts some random dude at the bar to escort them to the woods? They didn't know me at all. I realize people meet each other in bars all the time and go to parties and gatherings, but the circumstances here just seemed very strange. But I was an ignorant guy, and the way that I saw it was that I got to spend my evening with 4 beautiful women, and I had a full night of fun on my mind. I drove my car with Bree and one of the other girls. The other 2 women drove separately. I was instructed to follow the other car because she knew the way to the party. This was before GPSs, so this was my version of a GPS that night. We drove for a while, long enough that I was starting to have doubts about my decision-making. Bree was smart and attentive, though. Every time a thought of doubt passed through my mind, it was like she kind of knew. And that's when she'd kiss my neck or start saying some wild things, and the doubt would all disappear just like that. And finally, the car in front pulled over to the side of the road, and I followed suit. Wherever we were, there wasn't a light to be found. 2 of the girls pulled out flashlights and sort of gestured for me to follow them. There was a small path that almost looked hidden in this thick brush on the side of the road. The 3 women walked in front with the flashlights, and Bree and I followed from behind. I was trying to listen for any type of noise like music or talking, but just heard nothing but the sort of quiet stillness of the forest. Without any notice, the girls in front started to sprint. Now Bree held me back. At this point, I was just going along with anything. She started to guide me back towards one of the trees, and was so dark that I could barely see. There was just enough moonlight that I could barely make out the details of her face. When I finally felt the tree on my back, Bree looked up at me like she was going to kiss me. I closed my eyes and sort of leaned in for a kiss, and that's where everything changed. Instead of locking lips, I was hit in the head with the backside of what I think was a flashlight. I covered my head instinctively because it hurt really bad, and that's when another shot from the flashlight came down on top of my head. That strike got me down on my knees. I didn't realize that Bree had a purse when we were walking. When she was guiding me toward the tree, she quietly pulled it out, and I didn't notice it until she struck me in the head with that as well. While I was down, I could hear the sounds of footsteps rapidly approaching, and I glanced from my near fetal position and saw the girls from before coming directly at me. Instead of helping me like I thought maybe they would, they started to beat me down with the flashlights as well. And before long, I was in the full fetal position trying to cover my head. All 4 women were beating me with the flashlights while throwing in some high-heeled kicks in the ribs. They took my wallet, and they took my cell phone. Now, at the time, I was broke, and it was just some crappy flip phone, but at least if I had had that, I could have called the police. After they grabbed the wallet, they kicked me a few more times and ran back the way they came. And I even heard the car drive away, and I just laid there down on the dirt ground for a long time. I finally got up, and I walked towards my car. It felt like a truck had just hit me. Thankfully, they couldn't find my keys, but they did smash my windshield and passenger side door. I was in so much pain, but I drove until I found a 24-hour gas station and had the lady there call the police. So I ended up giving the names and descriptions of the women to the police, but needless to say, they never found them. Clearly, this Bree, it wasn't her real name. The entire time I followed that car, I never bothered to even pay attention to what type of car it was. I didn't even know if it was black, dark gray, or even some navy-colored car. And it wasn't long after that night that I truly started to make some changes to my life. I'm lucky that I was able to crawl away from that with just a few broken ribs. And it freaks me out sometimes when I think about those girls and realize that they're probably still out there. And even now, in my late 30s, I still hate the Halloween season.
This happened to me a few years ago. On the day of Halloween, me and my siblings were giving out candy for trick-or-treaters. We planned to scare some kids with our costumes, and we had a nice and creepy setup. It was all going really well. We scared a few kids and gave out the candy as planned. Then all of my neighbours who were giving out candy eventually went back into their houses at about 11 PM because it was getting a bit late. It was about 11:30 PM when we noticed that there was a man in the middle of the road, about 80 feet away from us, just staring at our direction. We shrugged it off and thought it was just some douche that wanted to scare us. About 15 minutes passed and the man was still there. He suddenly walked towards us and held out his candy bucket and said, "Trick or treat." We started to get a bit nervous, but what could we do? We gave him some candy and the man went back to his spot from before and kept staring at us. We thought it would be better to go back inside, and so that's what we did, creeped the fuck out by this guy. We all stayed up late playing video games and eating snacks. I got up and went to the kitchen to get some more snacks when I got curious about the guy and wondered if he left. Me, being 100% positive that he wouldn't be there, checked the window where I could be able to see where he was at before. What I saw next still haunts me to this day. The same man was now in the damn driveway. The creepiest part was that he was wearing a f***ing Leatherface mask and he was waving at me when he spotted me. He then put his index finger to his lips and went, while holding something behind his back. I was so shocked that I couldn't scream. I wanted to, but I just couldn't. I went back to my room and told my dad about it. He got up and went outside with a pistol, but couldn't see anything and just told me to go back to sleep. I literally did not close my eyes for the whole night while my siblings slept like babies. At around 3 AM, I heard some rustling outside my window. Knowing it was him, I was too scared to check my window and just froze trying to make out any noises. I then heard some knocks at my window and I could tell that he attempted to open it. Too scared to get up, I reached for my phone that was right next to me and called my dad and told him what was going on. He went back outside and told me that there was nothing. Eventually, the noise stopped and I went to sleep somehow. I soon forgot about it, and when I brought it up a few weeks ago, my dad told me the real truth about what happened that night. He said that the first time he went outside, he saw a man with an ugly mask, and he just waved at him and walked away, holding a basket full of candy. The second time, he only found a note that contained the phrase, "trick or treat." I don't know what this man's intentions were, and I don't know what would have happened if my dad had not gone out the first time with his pistol, and it still creeps me out to this day when I think about it. I don't know if that man was just being creepy, or if he had other intentions in mind. I used to live near a farm, and every Halloween they'd have several weeks of festivities. These festives included attractions such as the haunted hayride, the haunted house, and the haunted corn maze. In fact, now that I think about it, they use the word haunted in almost every attraction. I think the only things that weren't haunted were the bonfire and the hot dog stand. I'm a 22-year-old female with two 24-year-old close male friends I met in high school. I was moving away soon, and we wanted to spend as much time as we could together while we still could. So of course, we decided to go to the farm festivities together. It was pretty fun. I especially loved the haunted hayride because they had some pretty hunky actors, but the haunted house was a bit much for me. I hate small enclosed areas and will get freaked out pretty quickly when a lot of stuff is happening in a tiny place. I knocked over and nearly trampled my other friends several times. So when we got outside to an open cornfield, I was relieved. And while that part was the least scary to me, it may have been the part where I was in the most danger. Standing in front of us was a man dressed up in some typical haunted house gear, a fake chainsaw prop, a pale white mask, scraggly clothes wrought with red stains. He began talking, and the first thing out of his mouth to me was,
"Are these two your little fuck buddies?"
I gave a guffaw of laughter. The mere thought of these lovable dorky oafs I'd spent years being buddies with, and me being involved like that, was so out of this world to me that all I could do was laugh. It was such a funny thought that I played along and told him yes, which got my friends joining along in the laughter. But the man didn't laugh. he just kept talking. He started saying things like how he was going to watch us go at it, and then he was going to torture us after we did it, and that he would even join in. He continued to go into great detail. My friends and I just kept laughing, more nervously now, like if we stopped laughing, this wouldn't be a joke anymore. It would just be this weird older guy in a cheesy Halloween outfit talking about how he wanted to have sex with all of us. Finally, he revs up his chainsaw prop and tells us that we have 10 seconds to run, and if he catches us, he's going to murder my 2 friends and rape me. Relieved to finally get away from this guy, I burst off into a jog through the cornstalks for a bit and then begin to taper off into a walk again. But my 2 friends keep yelling at me to run. Confused and frustrated because I'm lazy, I oblige them and continue to run until we arrive at the next part of the haunted house. I ask my friends who kept telling me to run, and they tell me it's because the man was right behind me the whole time. The part that makes this whole thing seem a little bit more sinister than just a corny haunted house actor was what came while we made our way to my friend's car in the parking lot after enjoying the rest of the attractions. We came across a man hanging around while we made our way through the dark. He asked us how we liked the fair. He made it seem like he was on edge about entering or not, which doesn't make much sense now that I think about it. Why would some guy be hanging around the parking lot deciding whether or not he wanted in, especially since the farm was only half an hour away from closing? The part that stood out to me was as we said our goodbyes to the strange man, I felt his eyes rake up and down my body, and he asked me how I liked the part in the haunted house in the cornfield. I'm sure that if this guy had really tried anything, he would have been in for a nasty surprise. As a teenager, I received my black belt in a form of Korean martial arts based around self-defense called Tang Soo Do, but I wonder if things would have been different for another girl that night. One with perhaps a smaller frame, a meeker inclination, and maybe not traveling with 2 other guys, each over 6 feet tall. This happened to me on Halloween of 2015. My friends and I, Jack, Will, Lucas and Sarah, had all made plans to go trick-or-treating together in Will's neighborhood. It's important to keep in mind that Will's neighborhood is not the safest. There was the occasional druggie and drug dealer, but other than that, his neighborhood wasn't too bad. It was 8 PM and I was all dressed up in my Scream costume with the fake blood all over the mask. I got a call from Will and I accepted the call.
Dude, where are you? We're all waiting. Lucas, Jack and Sarah are all here. Hurry up, man.
Will exclaimed. I'm on my way, I said. I ran all the way to Will's neighborhood and saw them waiting. Lucas was dressed as a clown, Sarah was Fiona from Shrek, and Will was dressed as Popeye from the Disney cartoon. We all gave each other hugs and we were on our merry way, going door to door screaming trick or treat. Everything was going just fine. We finished the last house and we were satisfied with the amount of candy we got, so we decided to go back home. Since Will was already in his neighborhood, he was the first to leave. We were nearing the gate of Will's neighborhood, and as we were walking through the gate, Lucas pointed out a Toyota van slowly following us. We all tried to reason as to why this van was following us, but we were all low-key scared shitless. We all decided to speed walk out of Will's neighborhood, and we were huddled together because we felt safer that way. The entire time, I had a strong feeling of eyes staring at the back of my head. It made my skin crawl knowing that some creep was just watching us. As we were walking, the van suddenly sped up to the left of us and the window rolled down. I was met with a skinny man with bloodshot eyes. He smiled at us and I saw that he only had roughly 6 teeth, all of which were terribly yellow. My creeper alert went off instantly and it felt really hard to breathe with this man staring at us. We stared back at him and then he said,
"You kids want some more candy?"
And stupid Sarah said, "Sure." Now, keep in mind, Sarah was one of those people who could never say no to anybody or anything, no matter what they asked for. But myself and Lucas gave her the face of, "Are you crazy?" We noticed the man reach into the back of his car, and he came back with 3 bags of what I assumed was candy. He handed one to each of us. I opened the bag and saw your usual candy, Snickers, Twix, etc. Sarah said thanks, but before we could leave, he said something that gave me goosebumps.
"Enjoy those candies, kids. They're extra good."
And then he drove off. Myself and Lucas were creeped the f*** out. A few minutes later, and we were all home. It was about 12 now, and I was tired. I poured out all of the candy in my bag, and I was happy to see so much candy lying on the ground in front of me. I grabbed the bag of the candy the man gave us. I had a very bad feeling about the candy in there. So just to check, I grabbed a fun-sized Snickers bar and I split it in half. And I saw something that will haunt me forever until the day I die. In one of the halves was a razor blade. I frantically grabbed my phone and called Sarah and Lucas. I warned them about the bag of candy the man gave each of us. I filed a police report the next day and I gave them a description of the man and his vehicle, handing the officer the bag of candy the man gave us. Unfortunately though, the man was never caught. I never went trick-or-treating ever again. To all you parents out there, please check your children's candy every Halloween, because you never know what type of sick f***s are out there.
Back in my mid to late 20s, I worked a job as a security guard at a Kmart Supercenter in Iowa City, Iowa. Most of you probably never heard of Kmart before, but to put it in simple terms, just imagine a cheaper Walmart/Target. Business was booming back in the early 2000s, and nowadays a lot of Kmarts ended up closing down. My job was to keep watch of one that was currently in the process of relocating. It was a chill job, although a bit boring, as you'd be the only one in the store with nothing to do. This never really bothered me, as I'd always find myself playing games on my phone or texting a friend to pass time. Well, one day I had been scheduled to work a double, meaning I'd be working both the day and night shift. The reason for this was because the other security guard who did the night shifts quit on the spot and went to go make a living in real estate. Because apparently this guy's obviously never heard of a 2 weeks notice before, and they scheduled me until they could find another person. This got on my nerves pretty easily, and sitting in the dark making $14 an hour didn't help. That being said, I really didn't have a choice and bit my lip and agreed to work a double. Throughout the day, things went well for the most part, watching the movers relocate the shelves, equipment, etc. 7 p.m. comes around and I prepare myself for a long 10-hour night shift. Being all alone in an empty store with no light but a little office in the back is scary enough. Now let's fast forward till around 1 a.m. I'm sitting on my chair by the front when I hear one of the radios turn on in the back office. It's not uncommon for them to go off once in a while, as they tend to pick up signal from someone else on the same channel. Not thinking anything of it, I tend to my phone when I hear it go off again, this time with a much stronger signal. At that point, I get up and walk toward the back office when I hear this low, grainy voice say, "I can see you." My heart sank into the pit of my stomach as I heard him say this, and it was then where I asked who it was. After getting no response, I glance over to the back exit of the store, and due to the glow of the red exit sign, I was able to make out the silhouette of a person. However, for some reason, I don't think they saw me, and I played dumb by looking the other way and turning off all of the radios. I wasn't just gonna go back to my post with someone possibly dangerous in the building with me, so I did the only thing I could do. Right then, I turn around and start booking it toward the front entrance as I heard whoever it was trying to catch up. Thankfully, I made it out the door, locking it behind me. A few seconds later, I see this tall man dressed in all black run up to the front and put his hands on the window. He was not a pleasant-looking man. His eyes were wild and his grin was menacing. At that point, I called the police, where they thankfully arrived in a few minutes, where they went inside the building. However, like in most situations like this, whoever was inside the store with me was gone. Police concluded that they had simply left through the emergency exit. Needless to say, I continued my shift while a patrol car stayed in front just in case whoever it was came back. Till this day, I still can't get that man's face out of my head. It's just something you can't unsee. I stayed at that job for a month later before landing a new one that paid more and didn't require night shifts. I've never seen or heard from that man again, and I really hope it stays that way. While all of this was indeed a scary situation, one question still comes up that I can't seem to figure out the answer to. The store had several cameras that had night vision, and not one of them picked up the man by the exit, even though they were pointed at it. The police and I reviewed the footage and saw no one in the store, other than me. That was the reason as to what made me so scared, and it's also the reason why I will never work another night shift again. This took place in 2012 at a 7-Eleven gas station when I was a junior in college. I attended a community college in New York. Not the city, just the state itself. The reason I chose this school was to make it easier for me to transfer to the university I originally wanted. However, every college student knows that college isn't free and can definitely leave you with a large debt in your bank account. I received federal aid from state, but there was still a lot of tuition that I had to pay for. Because of this, I ended up getting a full-time job at a 7-Eleven working as a gas station attendant. It wasn't the best paying job, but it paid enough to help me get by while also paying off school. I've done tons of under-the-table stuff like a bouncer, a cleaner at bars, but I was really surprised that I was working this hard. For reference, I'm a male, and I was 20 at the time of the story. I had mostly worked night shifts, which I didn't mind doing as these were the shifts where you'd commonly have to deal with less people. 10 p.m. was around the time where you'd stop getting customers and traffic would start to die down. Anything past 10 p.m. was your occasional customers coming in for a late night snack or something. I'd say my shifts went relatively well until a night where I had to cover for someone who called in sick. It was annoying to say the least, but I realized it's a bigger paycheck at the end of the day. When working the night shift, we had to go ahead and shut the front door, turn off all of the lights, and operate from the window box. It was a quiet night with little to no cars on the road, and I had just gotten done wiping the counter. With nothing to do, I go behind the counter and decide to play some Sudoku to pass the time when I look out the window and saw a man by the gas pumps. He looked somewhat normal, although a bit lanky, and seemed to have taken an interest in the gas pumps for some reason. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt, cargo pants, and, out of all things, was carrying an empty Macy's bag. He casually walked around the pumps as if he were inspecting them. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but I kept a close eye on him. It also came to my attention that this man didn't have a car, nor did he arrive in one. It was almost as if he just walked up to the gas station. After all, this was located in an area that was notorious to druggies and meth heads, so I guess it wasn't all that uncommon. About a minute later, he proceeds to walk up to the window and says he needs pump 3. He throws his card into the box thing and I pull it in. Our practice for this was that if they gave us their card, we'd let them pump as much gas as they wanted and swipe their card afterwards. We try to go above and beyond for our customers, but the policy sort of changed for obvious reasons. I then see him walk toward pump 3, confused as to what he was doing since I didn't see a car. What I saw him do next is something that chilled me to the bone where all I could do is just watch. He proceeds to take the gas pump and begins to pour all of the gasoline on the actual pump itself while making this insane laugh. At this point, I hit this little pager we have under the desk that alerts the police in case of a fire or robbery. 20-year-old me sees this man take out a lighter and attempts to ignite it. By some stupid luck, the lighter isn't working, and I'm crouched down by the counter praying the police make it in time before this place goes up in flames. These pumps are extremely flammable, and I knew that if he had managed to light it that it would have been over. The more he tried to light the lighter, the more irritated he became, and that was when I hear the sound of police sirens approaching. They get out of their patrol cars and tase him on the spot before he could start up the lighter. I come running out of the gas station, nearly crying, knowing that if they had arrived any later I'd probably be dead. Both police and the fire department arrived on scene where they were thankfully able to remove the gas. At that point, I fall to my knees, bawling my eyes out as my body hit the concrete of the gas station. I was comforted by police and was taken to a hospital to check if I was exposed to any hazardous chemicals. I obviously ended work early that night, but still got paid for what I was owed. A week later, I got laid off from 7-Eleven, but ended up getting a huge severance package to pay for school. I ended up getting a new job shortly after that, after my previous employer wrote a glowing recommendation letter for me. While something good did happen, this also had a major impact on my mental health as I had to get years of therapy. It's been 10 years now, and this incident is still brought up by my parents from time to time. I'm now in my early 30s and have a lovely wife and have moved past it. I urge anyone reading this to cherish the time you have, as you don't know what will be your last day. Had that man managed to spark that lighter, I wouldn't be writing this right now. The whole gas station would have exploded, and that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen. I still don't know what his intentions were or why he did what he did, but to be honest, I don't want to know. I'd like to think that he was on something, but maybe that's just because I'd rather not think of the alternative. I still think about how it would have turned out had the police arrived even a minute later.
I work in a fairly busy hospital downtown, in the NICU. I usually work at night, and I kid you not, this happened to me less than 5 minutes ago. I figured it would be a good idea to document this before I forget. It's also a way for me to have some sort of proof in case something comes of it. During orientation, we are taught to be observant for signs of a possible abductor. We were taught to look for oversized clothing, bags, and shifty behavior. Fortunately, I've never encountered a strange individual until just now. It's currently 2:59 a.m., and I've been sitting at the front desk since 11 p.m. I'm a nursing student, so I usually handle clerical work around the unit. I also monitor the cameras to ensure no one unauthorized is present. It's usually pretty quiet at night. However, I've already had a somewhat weird night, so this just adds a cherry on top of it. The NICU and most of the second floor is a secured unit. This means that in order to gain entrance, you have to pick up a phone that then rings at the desk. Usually it's parents wanting to see their babies or family members who are lost. It typically quiets down around 11 p.m., so no one usually comes in or out during my shift except for housekeeping. One of the security cameras is positioned so I can see who is picking up the first phone. I had been sitting here browsing Instagram when the phone rang. I glanced over at the phone, thinking it was a parent wanting an update or something of that sort. It took me a second to realize that it was the number for the first set of doors. I picked it up and looked over at the screen. There was a lady in baggy clothing with a sling on her arm. I answered the door, and she said she wanted to find her cousin, who had apparently been brought up from the emergency department. I asked for the last name, and she unintelligibly rambled off a Latino name that I only caught the first part of. Knowing that we did not have any new admissions, I told her we didn't have anyone by that name. I tried to get more information from her, and she again mentioned that her cousin had been brought up from the ED. In that case, I informed her that she should go to labor and delivery and speak to them. She hesitated and then said okay and walked away. I got a really weird feeling from her, so I checked the census to see if anyone was being assessed in L&D, and there wasn't. So either she was at the wrong hospital, or she wanted access to the unit for something more sinister than just seeing her cousin. I shrugged it off, thinking that if her cousin was in L&D, she would find her, and all would be well. About 5 minutes later, the same lady appeared in her extremely baggy clothing and her sling. The only difference was that this time, she was putting the sling on and using her injured hand to fumble with something in her oversized sweatshirt. She picked up the phone and once again requested entry to find her cousin, mentioning that L&D said they had no one by that name. I told her the exact same thing, insisting that she needed to contact her cousin and return to L&D. She became hostile for a moment, then hung up the phone. Whether or not she was trying to gain access to the unit for things that she shouldn't be doing, I'll never know. But creepy lady who looked like a baby snatcher, I hope we never meet again. I am a 6'7" male in Australia, and I'd like to think I'm a fairly tough and intimidating guy, but some of the stuff that used to go on at the mall I used to work the night shift for still gives me goosebumps to this day. So the mall I worked at was very, very large, probably the largest in my state, I'd say. Up until about 8:30 p.m., it would still be quite busy. Only around 9:30 p.m. would we manage to usher all of the stragglers out, and only at about 11 p.m. would all of the business owners have left. My job was basically to patrol the mall and make sure no one was sticking around after the doors were closed during the night. We didn't have guns or batons, only a can of mace that was very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 5 of us on shift at a time, and they would usually be intimidated by me or some of the other imposing members of security. This one night, though, things started getting really weird for me on the night shift. So I'd say it was about 2 o'clock, and I was standing in the middle of the empty food court, eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at nighttime due to the skylight, so it was comfortable to eat there. While I was eating, though, I heard a dull scraping noise from the hallway leading off from the food courts into some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal dragging across the floor. I was immediately put on edge, and I flicked on my flashlight without a moment of hesitation. I can remember creeping down the hallway, flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder until I was at the end of the hallway, and there were the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I could tell the sound was coming from the female toilets, though. I gripped the handle and opened the door a tiny little crack. The noise was now very clear and had me not scared but confused. I yelled, "Who is in there?" The noise quickly stopped. I paused for a moment, listening hard through the tiny crack of the door, and I swear to God I could hear breathing, low male breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tightly, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in the food court bathrooms. I think someone's here." There was no response. This was really strange, and it put me further on edge. Policy was to always answer the radio, and now I was truly becoming quite alarmed. "This is 1-3. Does anyone copy?" Still no response. I can remember whispering to myself. I again opened the door a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as possible. "If you don't come out with your hands up, you're going to end up eating your teeth tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point. This whole situation made no sense at all. Why would someone be in the female bathrooms? What was the metal noise? I very slowly opened the door and scanned my flashlight slowly across the room. All the cubicles were open, but other than that, the room was totally empty. I was totally terrified by now. I was definitely losing it. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me, scared to the core. I let out a faint, "This is some horror movie shit, come out," when I heard the long whining squeak of the door behind me. I spun around, basically crying at this point, and shone my flashlight on a massive man, at least a head taller than me, or so it seemed in my state at the time. He was Caucasian and at least in his 40s, with matte gray hair all over his forehead. He was mid-opening the door but stopped dead still in the middle of his action. He just looked at me, smiling this guilty smile like a kid would make when he gets caught stealing biscuits or something like that. I'm not going to lie, I was so scared I froze. He lifted his finger up to his mouth, shh, before swinging the door open all the way and sprinting out with what looked like some type of small metal box in his hand. Turns out he was just behind the toilet door when I was opening it, and I totally missed him. I was so close to him and didn't even notice him. He could have killed me if he had a knife or something, and that thought still haunts me to this day. Later that night, my radio miraculously started working again, and I told my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none were as much of a close shave as mine. I worked the night shift for another week after that before I quit. I'm not sticking around in a job like that.
About a year ago, in my final semester in college, I worked at a Shaw's grocery store in Boston, Massachusetts. For those of you who don't know what Shaw's is, it's basically a grocery store that's mainly based in the Northeast. I didn't have a car yet, so I mainly requested for day shifts as I've always been skeptical of the night. It wasn't that I hated them, it was more so the fear of what could happen, especially to a petite 5'7" girl like me. However, sometimes I'd be given a closing shift, much to my annoyance, as I had a 7:45 a.m. class and we closed pretty late. Whenever I did have a closing shift, we'd end up closing at 10, and it's about an hour's bus ride back home. My managers, being the jerks that they were, gave me a week of closing shifts knowing my situation. I was pissed, but whatever. It's a few $100s added to my paycheck, so I couldn't argue with that. It was a Thursday night, and I had just finished stocking a few chips as we had just gotten an extra shipment. It was me, my manager, and another coworker running the register. It's about an hour before we close, and the store's pretty much dead except for a few customers. I finish putting the chips on the shelves and get ready to clock out. Before doing so, my manager had told me to go outside and bring the shopping carts that were in the parking lot to the store. Living in a decent-sized city, it wasn't uncommon for careless people to leave their carts out in the open. As I'm grabbing a cart beside a car, a woman rolls down her window and says hello. With a friendly smile, I say hello back and asked if I could help her. In the car was a mom and what appeared to be her teenage daughter in the front seat. Right away, the mom seemed concerned, looking back and forth before telling me that they needed gas. I tell her there was a gas station just down the road, but she then interrupts me, asking if I could give her money for gas. She's explaining as to how she just came from another state and was in desperate need. Being a dirt poor college student, I barely made enough to pay for my own tuition. However, I didn't want to decline help to someone in need, so I take out my wallet and hand her a $5 bill. She stares down at the money and then back at me as if she wanted more when she said that it wasn't enough. I told her I was sorry and that was all I had. She then says in a more direct tone if I could get into her car and go down to the gas station to help her get gas. As I was about to respond, that's when I noticed the teenage daughter had been staring at me the whole time. She's sitting in the seat, giving me this dead stare while licking her lips as if she were planning on something. That was my cue to get out of there as something wasn't right. Thankfully, my manager had come out, and when he saw the car, it immediately pulled out of the parking lot and drove off. I remember running up to him and thanking him for noticing. He also knew something was wrong, as he could definitely see the fear and panic of my face. My manager took a picture of the car and was able to identify the year and model of it. I worked at that Shaw's for a good year after that and never saw that car again.
I used to work at a McDonald's when I was in high school. I'm a female and worked there for less than a year, but I have several stories of crazy experiences. One in particular happened about a month after I started working there. I was working behind the front counter, taking customers' orders. It was in the afternoon, probably at like 5 p.m. Usually, it was decently busy at this time, but would get crazier and crazier until about 7. There were a few people in line, and I took all of their orders. Then there was this one man who approached me at the counter. Instead of ordering food, he asked for my phone number. I was taken aback by this, but said no to the man. I did not want to give him my number at all. The man then just angrily walked off. He seemed to be really upset about it and didn't even order anything. Although I had only spoken with him and seen him for less than a minute, the guy seemed like a creep. I went on with work as things were pretty busy. For the next several hours, I was kept really busy and things finally started to quiet down a while later at like 8 p.m. Finally, there was no line of customers and things were calm. That's when I saw somebody walk in and noticed that it was the same man from before. He walked up to the counter again and I was a little bit nervous. The man then said sorry to me and apologized for earlier. I told him that it was all right and then asked if he would like to order some food. But he didn't. He said that he didn't mean to get angry and walk away earlier, and then once again asked me for my number. I told him sorry, but no. I said that I did not feel comfortable giving my number out. The man asked me to hang out with him and get to know him a bit. I told him no thanks and that I was busy working. He then asked me what time I got off. I just said later. The man then turned to looking very angry once again. He stormed out of the McDonald's, saying something under his breath that I couldn't make out. For the rest of my shift, I did not see him. I got off and went home. The next time that I worked was on Saturday. I started during the busy afternoon and was once again working at the front counter. A couple of hours in, we were pretty busy when I happened to catch out of the corner of my eye the man again. He was entering, and I dreaded him getting in line and asking me for my number. But he didn't get in line. The man walked towards the back of the restaurant and just sat down at a table. I noticed him looking at me, and I looked away and focused on what I was doing. Like I said, things were pretty busy, so I easily distracted myself with taking customers' orders. And for the next few hours, I forgot about him. That is, until I looked up once and saw that he was still there. I was just hoping that he wouldn't get in line to order. I continued work and did my best to ignore the man sitting there. A few more hours went by, and when I looked up again, I didn't see him. He was finally gone. He also hadn't come up to order anything as I was working, which I was happy about. Things were quiet for the last hour or two, and then I was finally off. I clocked out and left the McDonald's for the night. It was dark out now, and I walked to my car in the parking lot. Not long after making it outside, though, I heard footsteps coming from the other direction. I looked over and saw the guy again. He was walking towards me at a fast pace. I turned and started running to my car. The man started running as well. I realized that I wasn't going to make it. When I got to my car, I quickly reached in my pocket for the pepper spray that I always kept on me. As soon as the man reached me, I sprayed him right in the face. He moved back and grabbed at his eyes. This allowed me to easily get in my car. I called the police and then drove away. Long story short, I did not see the man again after that. I'm also really glad that I had my pepper spray on me that night. For some background on this story, I'm a female and live with my roommate in an apartment complex. We are both terrible at cooking and I order McDonald's all the time, probably way more than I should, but I like it so much. Plus, they're open really late at night and it's very convenient. I'm often up late from work as well. So there's something that happened like 2 months ago. Whenever I ordered McDonald's, I would use the mobile app and then go and pick it up. A few times I had it delivered, but most of the time I go get it. The McDonald's is only like a 2 or 3 minute drive from my place. I would say I get it like twice a week on average. One night, it was really late, like 11 p.m., and I ordered some food from McDonald's for my roommate and I. I use the app like always, and I get free stuff all the time because of it. So I left our place by myself, and I got to the McDonald's a short time later. It was very quiet, but there were a few other people there. After going inside, I made it to the shelf where they have mobile orders that you can pick up. I found my name and picked up the bag and then left. I drove back home, and after getting back in my place, opened it up. It had all of the food, but then had something else that was really strange. It was a note that was handwritten, and I had no clue why it was in there. I read it out of curiosity and realized that it had my name on top of it. This is what the note said. "Hey, I see you get McDonald's a lot. Sometimes I watch you pick it up. You are truly beautiful. Do you eat all alone? Because I would like to join you." I thought this had to either be a joke or some really creepy guy. I showed it to my roommate and we were both not sure. My best guess was that it was an employee, but I really had no clue. I never noticed anybody watching me when I got it. I felt like I probably shouldn't go back there for a while. But only a few days later, I completely forgot. I ordered McDonald's again late at night. This time, I was by myself and my roommate was gone. It wasn't until after I had ordered it and I was leaving to pick it up that I remembered what had happened before. I was a little bit nervous about it, but I decided to go. I left my apartment and drove to the McDonald's. When I got there, I went inside and looked all around. I didn't notice anybody watching me or anything like that. I picked up my order and then walked back to my car. When I got inside, I checked inside the bag for another note. Then I saw it. There was another one and I read it. The note said, "Mind if I join you tonight?" I looked around the parking lot and didn't see anything strange, so I left. This was really weird. I was checking in my mirror, but nobody followed me or anything. When I got back to my place, I looked over my shoulder until I had made it inside. Then I finally felt safe. I sat down on my couch and started to eat, but that's when I heard a knock at my door. Instantly, my heart started racing. I didn't know who it could be. I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. There was a man standing there. He was average height, sort of thin, and had brown spiky hair. I didn't know what to do. Then I heard him say my name on the other side of the door. He asked me if I was home. I didn't answer him. Instead, I called the police and told them that some guy was stalking me. I went into my bedroom and barely heard him knocking again. I closed the door and waited, hoping that this guy wouldn't try to come inside. He didn't, and eventually the police met him outside of my door. He was told to leave me alone, and I haven't seen him since. I also have not ordered at that McDonald's for a while. The guy did in fact work there, but he was not working on the night that he went to my apartment. I still can't believe that all happened. It was just a really crazy situation, and I'm hoping that I don't see that guy again. I went to McDonald's one night after a long day of work. It was probably like 10 p.m. and I was really hungry. Of course, you can always rely on there being a McDonald's open and just about everywhere. The location that I went to was on the way home from my job in a commercial area. There were a few other stores nearby and some other restaurants as well, but most businesses in the area were closed at this hour. The streets and nearby parking lots were pretty empty. I pulled into the McDonald's parking lot and only noticed a couple of other cars. I got out and walked inside to order a Big Mac. When I entered the restaurant, I saw that nobody else was in there. I walked up to the counter and an employee said hi to me. Then I ordered the number 1, which is a Big Mac meal, and then waited. I filled my drink and then stood around. Within probably 2 minutes, my order was ready, and I picked it up and left. I headed out for my car to drive the remaining 5 or 10 minutes back to my place. Then I could finally eat. I was so hungry. But as I made it out into the parking lot, I realized that a car was parked next to mine. I drive a Chevy Silverado pickup truck, and the car parked next to me appeared to be a Ford Escape, which is an SUV. It was a little bit older one though, probably like 2010 or so. And in the entire parking lot, there were so many other spaces for them to park, but they parked right next to me on my driver's side. As I got even closer, I noticed that not only were they parked next to me, but they were parked so close that I couldn't even get in. They were probably within 3 feet of my car, so I couldn't get in my driver's door. I could also see that their car was running and somebody was inside. I didn't want to bother telling them to move, so I just walked around to my passenger side where I had plenty of space. I was pretty annoyed about it though. I unlocked my car, got in, and then had to climb over the front passenger seat to the driver's seat. As I did this, I looked over at the car next to me. Somebody was in the front driver's seat and somebody else was in the front passenger seat. The thing that stood out right away was that they were both wearing these creepy clown masks. I figured it was teenagers trying to be funny or something. I might have laughed if I wasn't so tired and hungry and just wanted to get home. When I got in my driver's seat, I started my engine. But when I did, I realized that the person right next to me in the passenger seat of the other car was rolling down their window. I looked over, wondering what they were going to do, and I did not roll my window down. But the guy in the front passenger seat then reached down and pulled out what looked like a crowbar. I was really confused. Without saying anything, the guy swung it at my driver's window. He hit it pretty solid, but the window did not break. It really took me by surprise, but right after he did that, I put my truck in reverse. I slammed on the gas and backed out of there before the guy had a chance to swing again. Almost immediately after I backed out, the guys next to me did too. It looked like they were going to try to follow me. I drove out of the McDonald's parking lot and back onto the busier street as fast as I possibly could. The bigger street was luckily very quiet at this hour. I cut the corner pretty close, but made it. I could hear tires screeching from the car behind me. The guys chasing me were driving so recklessly that they cut the corner way too close. McDonald's had some rocks and bushes for scenery and landscaping, and these guys drove their SUV right into the rocks. It wasn't that bad of a crash at all, but it was enough to get them stuck, and they couldn't drive out of it. I could see the guys then getting out of their car as I was driving off. I was able to get away, and I called the police and reported the incident. After that, I went home. I'm glad that those guys ran into the rock, or they likely would have chased me for a while. Looking back at that incident, I don't know what caused it. I have no idea why they chose me or how. I thought maybe they had followed me from work, but I didn't notice them before. I feel like it was just a random attack. Hopefully those guys don't do anything like that again. This is something that happened a long time ago when I was really young. I don't remember it all that clearly, but I will do my best to tell the story. I think I was probably about 6 or 7 during this time. My family went to McDonald's occasionally. It was a very popular fast food chain with us, and one thing that my sister and I really liked was the Happy Meals. You would get a small toy with your Happy Meal, and it was really fun as a kid. I remember that one night I went there with my parents and older sister. We got there, ordered, and then went to a booth that was kind of on the side of the restaurant away from the counter. You couldn't see the front registers from where we were. After we all sat down, my dad went up to get the food and returned with it a short time later. My sister and I opened up our Happy Meals first and looked at our toys. Then we started to eat. For some reason, back then, I liked to eat chicken nuggets with a fork. It was just something that I thought was cool. So I got up and walked over to the counter on my own to grab a fork. I assumed that they would be right next to the straws and things like that. Meanwhile, the restaurant was not packed, but actually kind of busy. I remember there were some people ordering, and some others sitting all around at tables and booths. So when I got over to the drink machines, I looked around but couldn't find any forks. They had straws, ketchup, and sugar packets, but no utensils. I was looking all around that counter, focused on trying to find them. That's when suddenly someone grabbed my wrist. They had a tight grasp on me and began walking towards the door. There were 2 entrances to this McDonald's. One was on the right of the counter and the other was on the left. The one on the left was literally right behind the drink machines. I looked up and saw this woman who I had never seen before. She was scolding me and telling me not to wander off. I was really confused and thought maybe this woman thought I was her kid or something. The next thing I knew, we were walking out the doors. We got past the first set of doors and were in the small space between the next doors, which led to outside. There was a man in that small area who I guess was with the woman. He told me to come on and then reached out for my other hand. This is when my instincts started to kick in. A little bit late, but not too late. There was no way that I was going to leave with these people. I did what I had to do. I stomped on the woman's foot as hard as I could. This caused her to let me go. The man then reached out for me, but I just barely got away. I felt him grabbing for my arm and almost getting a grip, but he didn't. I got back in the restaurant and sprinted over to my parents. When they saw me come running, they told me to slow down and asked me what the matter was. I told them about what had happened. It caused a whole big scene. The police were called, and they were at the restaurant for a while talking with everyone. The man and woman had gotten away, and I gave as much of a description as I could, but it probably wasn't that great. To be honest, I never got all that good of a look at them, and it all happened so fast. I couldn't tell you what they looked like today, but looking back on that, I'm very thankful that I was able to get away from them. I used to work at a McDonald's. This is something that happened during that time. I worked there during my senior year in high school. I was saving up money to buy my own car, and during that time drove my parents' old car. Most of the times that I worked were at nights because I had school during the day. I was a part-time employee who would get like 20 hours a week, if that. So one time, I was working from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. When I got there, things were pretty busy. At one point, in kind of a break in the action when things were quieter, a man walked in and approached me. I was working at the front register and taking orders. The man did not order anything, but asked if I could come out into the parking lot and help jump his car. I found this to be a really odd request. Obviously, I was busy working, and I didn't know why he asked me specifically. I told him that I was sorry, but I could not. The man then told me that it would be really fast, and then I could get back inside. I said that I didn't know much about cars, because I didn't. I wasn't even sure how to jump a car. The guy told me that he would show me, and said that it was very easy. I suggested that he call his roadside service or something. The guy started to explain to me that he couldn't, but I interrupted him. I said, "Look man, I'm not going to leave here. I have to work. Sorry." The guy looked disappointed, but finally walked away. He then went somewhere in the back of the restaurant and sat down at a table or something. I thought maybe he was going to start asking random customers to help them jump his car. I get needing a jump, but to ask an employee who is clearly at work is really weird. For the next few minutes, I was busy working and didn't pay attention to where the man went or anything. But a while later, I happened to notice him out the window. From where I was, I could kind of see out into the parking lot and some of the spaces. I saw the guy getting into a car, which was an older-looking gray sedan, and just moments later, he drove away. I was glad that he was able to get it started and leave. I worked for the next few hours and was very busy with customers until probably 8 o'clock or so. Then things quieted down significantly, and it also became dark outside. I kept working until 9 o'clock and then finally was off and could leave. When I got off, I left McDonald's and walked out to my car in the parking lot. I parked kind of on the side of the building at the end that was a little bit out of the way. As I was walking, I saw the silver car again. The man then got out of it and started approaching me. I had to walk past him to get to my car. My heart sank. He asked me again if I could help jump his car. Immediately, I said to the man, "I thought you left." The guy said no, he had been there all night. I said that I thought I saw him driving away, but the man denied it. This was very weird. The man asked me again if I could help jump his car. I said sorry, but no. I told the man that I really didn't know anything about vehicles, and I didn't even know how to jump a car. He seemed really set on me helping jumpstart his car, but I was really set on not doing it because it seemed way too sketchy. The man then asked me to just come over to his car and that he would show me. I kept walking away from him and said sorry, but no. That's when the man started walking closer to me. He was walking sort of fast, and I decided to start running. I sprinted all the way to my car and then got inside. The man actually started running after me. When I got inside my car, the guy got to my front driver's door and tried opening it, but it was locked. He was saying, wait, don't go." I ignored him and backed out. Then I drove away, leaving the man standing in the parking lot. Something was definitely suspicious about him. I had literally seen him driving away, and I think it was some type of a setup. I'm not sure if he was trying to kidnap me or rob me or what. All I know is that I'm really glad I got away. I called my manager at the McDonald's on the way home and told her about the suspicious guy in the parking lot. I'm not sure how she handled it or if he left, but hopefully the guy did not cause any more problems. That was my scariest experience from working at McDonald's.
When I was 16, my family and I lived in an apartment complex in a rural area outside of Chicago. Chicago was a really busy city, and neither of us liked crowded places, which is why we chose to live in a more secluded area. I had only one friend at the time named Tyler, who was just a little older than me, but still fun to hang out with. He lived a few doors down from me, and oftentimes we'd go over to each other's places and play video games and whatnot. One night, Tyler, his girlfriend Maria, and I had just seen the new Avengers movie, one of the best films in 2019 in my opinion. Since the movie ended late, most places were closed by now, and we were more hungry than ever. With no other option, we decided to hit up our local McDonald's to go grab a bite. It's not the best food to have, but we were still high school teens and we didn't have a lot of money. So we go in, order our food, and find a table immediately. Like I said, it was well into the night, so finding a table was easy. Tyler and Maria sat next to each other like all couples do and shared their food while I sat in front of them. While we were talking about school and stuff, I glanced behind Tyler and his girlfriend and noticed a man sitting down with nothing on his table. He's scrolling through his phone and looks up at me, and we make eye contact for a brief second before he starts to talk with Tyler and Maria. I then see him get up and start heading towards us, and I thought, great, probably another guy wanting money for drugs. He approaches our table and starts asking us if we could help him unload a few things from his car. Seeing as we were about done with our meals, we agreed to help him as we were a nice group of teens and Tyler and I were both pretty strong. We leave the McDonald's and head out into the parking lot, approaching his van, when suddenly Tyler looks at his phone and apologizes, telling us that we had to go. The man looks at us, confused, insisting that we help him out, but Tyler ignores him and walks off with us until we were far away from the restaurant. I asked Tyler what had happened. He looked petrified and told me that when he was approaching the van, he could very faintly see two men wearing masks looking through the window. So, I've been working at what is considered to be the world's largest McDonald's chain in Orlando, Florida. To give you an idea as to how big the establishment is, we have a large play place, a whole dining area the size of a cafeteria, and a large kitchen. It sounds like your typical McDonald's, but it's a lot bigger than you think. Anyway, I had been working the late night shift from around 6 to 12 p.m. as I was still in college and had classes during the day. So the night shift was the only time I had been available to work. One night at around 11:30 p.m., I was finishing up my shift and we were getting ready to close, which meant that we weren't allowing any more customers. I had to use the restroom one last time before I ended my shift, and when I went into the women's restroom, I noticed that the lights were extremely dim. After all, the lights hadn't been replaced in forever, so I did my business when it started to become ridiculously cold. It was the middle of summer and the temperature was 70 last time I checked. Then, what happened next is something that will never leave me. A loud bang came from the stall over, and I instantly went pale. As I'm unlocking the stall door, I hear a faint giggle from the stall over. I didn't even dream of looking into that stall. I ran out of that restroom so fast, only to end up freaking out about it to my manager. My manager went into the restroom and opened up all the stalls, but she didn't find anyone. I'm still convinced that till this day, that I was not alone in that restroom.